Zhong Hua, the youngest and most promising researcher in the nation, unhesitatingly surrendered the advanced technological system he had bound to the state. This should enable him to engage in the research he is passionate about. However, contrary to expectations, the acquisition of advanced technology requires emotional value. In order to accumulate this emotional value, the state unexpectedly thrust him into the limelight as a top celebrity. Zhong Hua, I truly do not wish to be a top celebrity. I long to return to the laboratory. The state, for the rise of a nation, bear with it a little longer. Zhong Hua, the celebrity life is simply not suited for me. I would rather return to my research. The state, what nonsense are you spouting? You are excelling as a top celebrity. We are on the brink of entering interstellar civilization. The world's most formidable celebrity has been born. In order to ensure his fame, the state actively created opportunities for him. The Olympic theme song is at your disposal. The Spring Festival Gala, featuring a grand solo performance. Zhong Hua's resources incited envy among other top celebrities, yet none dared to express even a hint of jealousy, for whoever provoked Zhong Hua would find the state scrutinizing their taxes. Chapter 1. The beginning of the Advanced Technology System submission. In the capital, at the National Defense University, Zhong Hua, bathed in the morning sunlight, casually strolled into the school's first experimental building with his backpack slung over his shoulder. As he stood before the facial recognition check-in machine and removed the oversized black-rimmed glasses obscuring half of his face, numerous girls who had been waiting in ambush around him eagerly pulled out their phones. Zhong Hua, Jr., truly lives up to the title of the National Defense University's heartthrob. His stunning visage is indeed sealed away by those glasses. This face is truly invincible. This face surpasses even the top celebrities of the entertainment industry. Although Zhong Hua was accustomed to such fervent gazes, he still revealed a bashful smile. Lowering his head in shyness, and amidst the surrounding sounds of disappointment, donned his black-rimmed glasses once more. He genuinely could not comprehend the mentality of this group. What uses good looks if they do not fill one's belly or expedite scientific progress? On the contrary, the ambitious Zhong Hua has always felt that this face hampered his strides toward becoming a scientist. Whether conducting experiments or participating in his professor's research projects, he had to maintain unwavering concentration under the scrutiny of numerous lustful gazes. Had it not been for his professor's adamant opposition, he would have already shaved his head. As the surrounding girls grew increasingly excited, clearly unsatisfied with mere distant admiration, Zhong Hua hastily dashed into a nearby laboratory. Women, especially in throngs, are truly formidable. Once Zhong Hua donned his lab coat and entered work mode, he underwent a profound transformation. His lips pressed tightly together. His expression remained indifferent and aloof, emanating an aura that repelled others, as he focused intently on the experimental data before him. As the saying goes, a serious man is the most appealing. At the tender age of 19, Zhong Hua is at the cusp between boyhood and manhood. His earnestness reveals a double charm, rendering all the girls in the experimental building utterly mesmerized. Zhong Hua, Jr., is not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented. He could easily rely on his looks, yet his talent shines even brighter. It is said that Zhong Hua, still a freshman, has already self-studied all university courses. However, at this moment, Zhong Hua was seemingly immersed in the world of data, entirely unaffected by external distractions. Even when a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Advanced Technology System binding successful. Received 1 binding gift pack. Host, Zhong Hua. Emotional value, 0. Items, binding gift pack. Advanced technology, none. Time flies when one is engaged in their passions. By the time Zhong Hua organized the data, the sky had darkened, leaving him alone in the empty laboratory. After finishing a bowl of instant noodles, he reclined comfortably in his chair, gazing at the fruits of his labor from a day's hard work, filled with a sense of happiness. At this moment, he finally recalled the strange mechanical voice from earlier. Advanced Technology System? Quite intriguing. As a researcher, one must maintain a calm demeanor in the face of any matter. Zhong Hua leisurely sipped water, chose a comfortable position on the sofa, and promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the Advanced Technology System. When Zhong Hua finally reopened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickered within them. This system was remarkably to his liking. As the host, he could purchase super advanced technologies from other civilizations within the system. Unable to contain the impulse within him, Zhong Hua instinctively waved his hand. Every citizen longs for their motherland to once again ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Zhong Hua is no exception, having tirelessly strived for this ideal. As the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, he resolutely forsook the advantageous conditions offered by prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, choosing instead to enroll in a national defense university, dedicating his lifelong learning to the nation's defense endeavors. By his freshman year, he had already self-studied the entire university curriculum and participated in foundational research alongside his mentor. Now, with the emergence of the advanced technology system, the rise of the motherland has been directly accelerated, particularly the various advanced technologies he had glimpsed in the system's marketplace, each capable of effecting monumental changes for the nation. Zhong Hua's long-standing calm demeanor allowed him to regain his composure promptly. How to maximize the utilization of this system presents a colossal challenge. For the vast majority, the natural inclination would be to keep the advanced technology system firmly in their own hands, amassing considerable wealth. However, Zhong Hua harbors a different perspective. The strength of one individual cannot compare to that of an entire nation. With such a formidable system, what incredible energy could it unleash under the impetus of the collective power of the nation? At this moment, Zhong Hua had already formulated his thoughts. Surrendering the advanced technology system to the state would ensure that the system's full potential could be realized. Zhong Hua is acutely aware that many will mock him for his naivety and folly. But how can one understand the joy of a fish if they are not a fish? He is enamored with the purity of scientific research, and the mere thought of spending his future days immersed in the laboratory, collaborating with the nation's scientists to explore the advanced technologies within the system fills him with excitement. This way of life is exceedingly alluring. A heart that stirs yet remains inactive. Zhong Hua is not a person of leisurely disposition. Without hesitation, he decisively dialed a number. "Teacher, do you have a moment? I find myself in urgent need of your assistance." Shi Nansheng, the esteemed dean of the Aerospace Institute of the National Defense University and an academician of the National Academy of Sciences, is the chief designer of the Mars planetary exploration mission and the discerning mentor who recognized Zhong Hua as a rare talent. Approaching the age of 70, his vitality has waned considerably, and he was preparing to recline for a rest when unexpectedly he received Zhong Hua's call. Though the interruption felt abrupt, he mustered his strength to await his arrival. "Teacher, do you believe in me?" Shi Nansheng is indeed the only connection Zhong Hua has to the national sphere. Furthermore, the elder has devoted his entire life to the cause of national defense, making him a person worthy of trust. "You are but a young lad. Cease your incessant clamoring. Did I not teach you that in scientific research, one must first cultivate patience?" Zhong Hua gazed at his mentor with admiration. After all, he is a veteran scientist whose composed demeanor alone is a lifelong lesson for him. "Teacher, I mentioned that I have bound a system. Do you believe me?" "What system? What have you bound?" Observing his teacher's calmness, Zhong Hua felt compelled to reveal the truth about the system he had bound. "Is that truly the case?" The elder's piercing gaze was akin to two sharp blades, scrutinizing his disciple seated across from him. Although he found the notion preposterous, seeing Zhong Hua's unwavering confidence caused him to waver slightly. "Teacher, please have faith in me. I would never jest about such matters. Upon discovering the system, I contacted you immediately. I wish to submit the system to the state, to optimize its utilization in accelerating the nation's rise." Sensing Zhong Hua's sincerity, Shi Nansheng hesitated for a considerable time before finally nodding slowly yet gravely. "Please wait while I make a phone call." Chapter 2. The debut of cutting-edge technology, wireless charging. Within the gates of Chengtian, the National Maritime Institute exudes an air of solemnity and gravitas, a constant hue that envelopes this esteemed establishment. However, the atmosphere tonight is tinged with an added layer of tension. Armed soldiers line both sides, rendering entry nearly impossible. In a conference room within the institute, several venerable elders have gathered, their faces clouded with seriousness amidst the swirling smoke. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "It is utterly unfathomable, absurd. Everyone is well aware of old Master Shi's reputation. If true, then our nation. Some matters cannot be explicitly stated. Yet at this moment, a glimmer of hope flickers in the eyes of all the elders present. Should this be genuine, a grand ambition that would typically require generations to achieve may well be within our grasp today. In an instant, all present are consumed by a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Where is old Master Shi? It's merely 20 kilometers from a National Defense University, isn't it? Could something have happened on the way? Old Liu, perhaps you should arrange for someone to ensure his safety? Observing the collective unease, an elder shook his head in dismay. Please, remain calm. Are you not familiar with the traffic conditions in the capital? Instead, let us analyze the accuracy of this matter. The elders who had just spoken recognized their own lapse in composure and could not help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Speaking of which, this young man is quite handsome. He is remarkable. Indeed, the top scholar from Su province. Choosing the National Defense University over Tsinghua or Peking University is rather intriguing. His father is a community director, and his mother a primary school teacher, a family steeped in scholarly tradition. What lay before the elders was the complete dossier on Zhong Hua, meticulously detailing his accomplishments from childhood to the present. It must be said, a striking appearance can indeed leave a profound impression. The elders, momentarily, felt a surge of confidence regarding this matter. Old academician sure has arrived. Please let him in. As the conference room door was gently pushed open, Zhong Hua assisted old academician Sure into the room, instantly drawing the gaze of every individual present toward the young man. Tall and robust, though slightly tense, he maintained an air of composure, neither servile nor arrogant, in the face of their scrutiny. This lad is impressive. Internally, Zhong Hua was acutely aware of the immense pressure. The commanding presence of the elders was formidable, a weight few could bear. Nonetheless, his consistent demeanor afforded him a semblance of tranquility. Old Master Sure, time is of the essence. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Allow this handsome young man to elaborate on the specifics. Zhong Hua cleared his throat and, with the encouragement of old academician Sure, confidently stepped to the center of the room, articulating the intricacies of the cutting-edge technology system with clarity and conviction. You did not hesitate? Why would I? The true potential of this cutting-edge technology can only be realized when entrusted to the nation. Old Master Sure, you have indeed acquired an exceptional student. Young man, you are remarkable. The elders, being extraordinary individuals themselves, could perceive the sincerity in Zhong Hua's words, and they were moved. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, such a genuine spirit is a rarity. Zhong Hua, you speak with conviction. But how do you intend to substantiate the existence of this system? There is no other young individual in the nation who could elicit such unanimous praise from these elders. Old academician Sure wore a smile, well aware of the principle that words alone bear no proof, and he was the only one present who could voice this concern. Substantiate? Zhong Hua was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. The best way to demonstrate the existence of the cutting-edge technology system was to showcase a piece of technology. However, upon glancing at the interface, he felt a wave of helplessness. Host, Zhong Hua, emotion value, item binding package, cutting-edge technology, none. The system special currency, the emotion value, was exceedingly difficult to acquire. Those 10 points were merely bestowed upon him by his teacher and the esteemed elders present. Yet, in the system's marketplace, even the least expensive cutting-edge technology required a staggering 10,000 emotion value. What was he to do? Should he tell them to wait while he accumulated more emotion value? Just then, Zhong Hua unexpectedly noticed the binding package in the item inventory. With a mindset of experimentation, he promptly opened the package. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 10,000 emotion value. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone of 10,000 emotion points, earning a bottle of business oral solution. Business oral solution? What on earth is that? However, the current circumstances were not suitable for such musings, and Zhong Hua redirected his focus to the system's marketplace. What could he acquire with 10,000 emotion value? Zhong Hua was not a person prone to indecision, yet the dazzling array of cutting-edge technologies left him momentarily bewildered. Zhong Hua, the leaders are present. Why are you in a daze? Noticing the young man's perplexed expression, old academician Sure felt a jolt of concern. Could it be that the so-called system was a fabrication? Yet, this child did not strike him as someone capable of deceit. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. While freedom of speech existed, if Zhong Hua dared to fabricate such an elaborate lie, his future would be irrevocably sealed. Teacher, if I present a piece of cutting-edge technology, would that suffice to prove the system's existence? Of course, hurry. Teacher, there are so many options. I genuinely do not know which piece of cutting-edge technology to select. This statement instantly captured everyone's attention. Pray tell, what kinds of cutting-edge technology do you have? Exoskeletons, virtual technology, wireless charging technology. With each item Zhong Hua enumerated, the expressions of old academician Sure and the numerous elders grew increasingly grave. Heavens above, these are all desperately needed cutting-edge technologies across various industries. Each item, when unveiled, could send shockwaves throughout the world. Zhong Hua, cease your enumeration. Old academician Sure struggled to contain his excitement, urging Zhong Hua to stop. The thrill was overwhelming. He feared his heart might not withstand it. Zhong Hua, your paramount task is to demonstrate the existence of the system to everyone. Therefore, my suggestion is to select the simplest piece of cutting-edge technology. The esteemed elders are busy, and time is limited. Teacher, I understand. Having narrowed down his choices, Zhong Hua developed a strategy. The cutting-edge technology system did not provide physical items directly, rather upon purchase. A complete set of blueprints would be delivered. I will purchase wireless charging technology. Confirm purchase? Confirm. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. 10,000 emotion points deducted. You have acquired the cutting-edge wireless charging technology. Seeing the successful transaction, Zhong Hua exhaled a sigh of relief. Teacher, esteemed elders, the wireless charging technology is right here. What transpired next astonished the gathered elders. Zhong Hua inexplicably produced a seemingly ordinary hard drive. The National Maritime Institute is fortified with stringent security measures, and all individuals entering or exiting must undergo rigorous scrutiny. Where did Zhong Hua's hard drive originate? At this moment, the assembly had already begun to accept the existence of the system. Chapter 3. Products of the system are guaranteed to be exceptional. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhong Hua disregarded the decorum of the setting and took the initiative to connect the hard drive to the sole computer in the conference room, which housed records of all past meeting minutes, including highly confidential materials. However, the elderly gentlemen present appeared oblivious, displaying an unmistakable intrigue as they observed Zhong Hua's maneuvers. Particularly, when the blueprint for the wireless charging technology was unveiled, despite their lack of technical understanding, a palpable excitement stirred within them. Old Sure, are you familiar with this blueprint? Please, enlighten us. Is this not a schematic for wireless charging technology? Sure Nansheng, somewhat exasperated, donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the document for a brief moment. Reaching a degree of certainty, while he was not an expert in the semiconductor field, he could comprehend the fundamental aspects of the blueprint. This design, both in concept and execution, is remarkably sophisticated. I believe its potential is substantial. Of course, such specialized matters should be entrusted to professionals. Professor Li Weiming from the National Defense University is a luminary in the domestic semiconductor industry, and most importantly, I have unwavering faith in his integrity and patriotism. What are we waiting for? We must summon Professor Li Weiming at once. Old Liu hastily dispatched a dedicated team with a vehicle to bring Professor Li without delay. When the groggy Professor Li Weiming was forcibly ushered into the car and whisked away to Guohai Institute, he remained in a daze. It was not until he beheld the blueprint on the computer screen that he nearly lost his composure. Is this? Could it be the schematic for wireless charging technology? After receiving confirmation from Li Weiming, the atmosphere within Guohai Institute shifted dramatically to one of palpable tension. In an instant, the elder at the forefront radiated an imposing presence. Initiate absolute confidentiality protocols. Disable all signals within a 10-kilometer radius. From this moment forth, no personnel are permitted to enter or exit Guohai Institute. Any unusual behavior will be dealt with decisively. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, yet it garnered unanimous agreement among the others. This was undoubtedly not solely due to the groundbreaking wireless charging technology. As a branch of the semiconductor field, wireless charging technology will not singularly elevate the nation's scientific prowess. The crux of the matter lay in the imperative to safeguard Zhong Hua, bound to the cutting-edge technology system. Gazing at Zhong Hua's remarkably handsome visage, a singular thought resonated in everyone's minds: protect him at all costs. Should his existence become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Hostile forces would never permit someone like Zhong Hua to exist, nor would they allow the nation to ascend rapidly due to his contributions. They would employ every conceivable means to annihilate him. Indeed, the nation has endured numerous such calamities. Many revered scientists of previous generations have perished under mysterious circumstances. Given the current state of national defense, it would be exceptionally challenging to confront the dire consequences of exposing Zhong Hua. Thus, he must temporarily endure the plight of being an unsung hero. After a brief yet solemn meeting, the elderly gentleman pulled Zhong Hua aside for a serious discussion. Esteemed elders, please wait a moment. I have yet to finish reviewing the blueprint. Zhong Hua reluctantly cast a longing glance at Professor Li Weiming, who was still engrossed in the schematics. However, the subsequent actions of the elders nearly caused his heart to cease beating. Zhong Hua, the nation is profoundly grateful for your selflessness. However, for reasons of security, your contributions cannot be made public for the time being. You must remain an anonymous hero. Upon uttering these words, the elders, disregarding their esteemed statuses, bowed to Zhong Hua. Fortunately, being young and quick-witted, he nimbly sidestepped their gesture. Elders, please do not jest with me. Besides, I am hardly a celebrity. What need have I for such fame? I find immense satisfaction in being a researcher, meticulously organizing data in the laboratory. My sole aspiration is to utilize this cutting-edge technology to rejuvenate our nation and restore it to its rightful place at the pinnacle of the world. The elders were touched by Zhong Hua's heartfelt words and erupted into hearty laughter. You young man, you have instilled in us an understanding of the nation's future. If all youth were like you, even without this advanced technology, our nation would undoubtedly flourish and grow stronger. Shi Nanxing beamed with pride, gratified that his protege received such distinguished commendation. As the hour approached midnight, the fatigue of a long day weighed heavily on Zhong Hua, and he could hardly contain his exhaustion, let alone the others. To ensure absolute confidentiality, Zhong Hua was invited to stay at Guohai Institute. Nevertheless, the events of the day kept his mind restless, and unable to find solace, he turned to the system. Host, Zhong Hua. Emotional value, 11 points. Item, nutritional oral solution. 1 bottle, black technology. Wireless charging technology, nutritional oral solution. Zhong Hua recalled that this was a reward for achieving 10,000 emotional points. The oral solution, when consumed, purportedly combats fatigue and aging while effectively enhancing physical fitness. The description bore an air of a dubious dietary supplement. Were it not for the system's endorsement, Zhong Hua would have certainly discarded it. However, as a diligent researcher, he resolved to explore the unknown. Cautiously, he twisted open the cap, gazing at the translucent liquid, and steeled himself to drink it in one gulp. It was neither bitter nor overly sweet, reminiscent of soda water. Yet, the effects were virtually negligible. He felt no discernible change. Indeed, it seemed that all nutritional solutions were merely attacks on intelligence. Even if produced by the system, this one was no exception. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhong Hua felt invigorated, an unprecedented lightness bringing him great comfort. Indeed, the bed at Guohai Institute possessed remarkable qualities. After stretching, he suddenly realized he felt slightly grimy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a layer of grime on his skin, with a hint of mild obsession with cleanliness. He rushed to the bathroom, and, after washing up, he felt utterly refreshed. To his astonishment, he noticed a slight improvement in his nearsightedness. Upon donning his 500-degree black-framed glasses, he experienced a moment of dizziness. In that instant, it dawned on him that all these changes were attributable to the effects of the nutritional solution, combating fatigue, staving off aging, and effectively enhancing physical fitness. A product of the system must be of exceptional quality. More importantly, he realized that his senses had never been so acute. He could even hear the faint snoring of Shi Nanxing in the adjacent room. This nutritional oral solution was truly extraordinary. Chapter 4. What? You want me to become a celebrity? Zhong Hua. Thanks to your teacher's blessings, I am fortunate enough to spend a night at Guohai Institute, within the gates of Changshimen, at the very heart of national power. What a significant place this is. Shi Nanxing, as a national academician, could hardly fathom that he would one day reside here. Teacher, aren't you worried that Master will be upset with you for not returning home last night? You rascal. Observing Zhong Hua's hasty retreat, Shi Nanxing chuckled, though his smile carried an indescribable pride and joy. When the teacher and student arrived at the conference room, they discovered that the elderly gentleman had been waiting for some time. After a brief exchange, they eagerly posed the most crucial question. Zhong Hua, how can one procure the black technology system? Is it through currency, gold, silver? The elders have already formulated their plans, regardless of what is required. They will mobilize the entire nation to gather the necessary resources. Emotional value. Observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, Zhong Hua felt compelled to elucidate the unique currency of the black technology system. In essence, any emotional fluctuations you generate can yield corresponding emotional value. Indeed, just yesterday, my teacher and you all contributed 11 points of emotional value towards me. This complicates matters. The elders fell into deep contemplation. Zhong Hua, how much emotional value is required to exchange for the black technologies available in the system marketplace? Please hold on. I will compile the information. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Hua recorded on a sheet of white paper all the black technologies that could be redeemed within the system. Human-computer interaction system, 350,000 emotional value. 2nm lithography machine, 980,000 emotional value. Artificial intelligence, 8 million emotional value. Controlled nuclear fusion, 8 million emotional value. Dyson sphere, 8 million emotional value. The elders and Shi Nanxing stared at the array of black technologies on the paper, nearly drooling with anticipation. Unlike wireless charging technology, each item listed here could fundamentally enhance the nation's strength. Yet the crux of the matter remains that Zhong Hua has no emotional value. To enter a treasure mountain, yet find no door, this torment is truly unbearable. The immediate priority is to assist Zhong Hua in accumulating emotional value. This poses a significant challenge. Indeed, to acquire emotional value, Zhong Hua must become more renowned. The more people who recognize him, the greater the emotional value he can amass simultaneously. Why not publicly announce that Zhong Hua is the host of the Black Technology System? I believe many would find this intriguing. Curiosity could be considered a form of emotion, right? Absolutely not. Should we thrust Zhong Hua into the limelight, it would undoubtedly incite the hatred of opposing forces. What if? Indeed, this is far too perilous. Above all, we must prioritize Zhong Hua's protection. We need to raise his profile without disclosing his contributions. This wretched system, if only it demanded tangible assets like gold and silver, we would not face such vexations. Zhong Hua can only laugh helplessly as the system alerts him to an additional 11 points of emotional value. Gaining emotional value sounds simple enough. For instance, the 11 individuals present voiced their grievances regarding the emotional value system, and the slight fluctuations in their emotions yielded emotional value. However, at this rate, acquiring the requisite emotional value to redeem Black Technologies remains an uncertain endeavor. I have a solution, just as the others were furrowing their brows in confusion. One of the elders, Old Liu, suddenly rose, exuding an air of confidence. What is your solution? Old Liu, please spare us your riddles. We are all on the verge of despair here. Enough of this. Old Liu clasped his hands behind his back and circled Zhong Hua a few times, finally fixing his gaze upon his face. I ask you, is Zhong Hua not a handsome lad? Old Liu, what on earth does that have to do with anything? Speak of serious matters. Old Liu, do not compel me to take action. Despite the rising agitation, Old Liu remained unperturbed. Tell me, is Zhong Hua not a handsome lad? I concede that Zhong Hua possesses decent looks, but what does that have to do with emotional value? Precisely. The system requires emotional value, not mere aesthetics. Oomph. You are all truly a bunch of dullards, failing to see the essence of the matter. Having a military background, Old Liu particularly relished the thrill of outsmarting others. And after sipping his tea, he leisurely articulated his thoughts. What if we made Zhong Hua a star? What do you think? Nonsense. Is this not utterly absurd? To have a knowledgeable and ambitious young researcher like Zhong Hua become a star? Old Liu, have you lost your mind? Everyone deemed Old Liu's idea preposterous. A third-rate celebrity can amass a fan base of several 100,000. Just imagine what that implies. How much emotional value could be harvested? Moreover, a top-tier celebrity could have millions of fans. Furthermore, as the nation continues to unveil various Black technologies, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from other factions. Yet, they would never suspect that the master of the Black technology system would be a celebrity. Thus, holding a celebrity status could, in fact, serve as a form of protection for Zhong Hua. With Old Liu's explanation, many present found his reasoning quite compelling. Only Zhong Hua remained bewildered, wishing to focus on his experiments. Utterly perplexed as to why he was being thrust into stardom. Old Liu, this seems inappropriate, does it not? It is perfectly appropriate. In fact, your very visage is supremely fitting. I have yet to encounter a star more appealing than you. Truly, that top-tier celebrity my granddaughter admires pales in comparison to Zhong Hua's looks. You may not realize it, but Zhong Hua is quite popular at school. Outside the laboratory, he is often surrounded by a throng of girls, all gazing at him. Upon hearing his teachers tease him, Zhong Hua was thrown into a state of panic. Esteemed elders, teachers, please cease jesting at my expense. I'm utterly tone-deaf. How could I possibly become a star? Moreover, I prefer the atmosphere of the laboratory. However, at this juncture, he was no longer in control of the situation. Zhong Hua, at this pivotal moment, the nation requires you to embrace the role of star. I hope you can overcome all obstacles and steadfastly fulfill the task entrusted to you by the state. Ultimately, with no tears left to shed, Zhong Hua reluctantly nodded in response to the crowd's persuasion. Zhong Hua, do not carry any psychological burden. Your ascension to stardom is merely a temporary expedient. Rest assured, in 3 months at most, once the nation possesses sufficient strength to handle the repercussions of your public identity, you will undoubtedly return to the laboratory. Will we deceive you? Really? The elders present nodded in unison, a tacit understanding among them. They had their own method of soothing a child. Chapter 5. In 3 months, cultivating a top star. In the capital city, Wankai Building. Excuse me, is this the Xingyu Entertainment Agency? Who are you? You must be the renowned agent, Miss Li Qiuyue, right? My name is Liu Yijin. I am Li Qiuyue, though I don't feel particularly noteworthy. What brings you here? Li Qiuyue forced a smile, scrutinizing the short-haired woman outside the door, and could not help but speculate about her purpose. Please come in. The short-haired woman, accustomed to giving orders, promptly took the lead and entered. I have a question I would like to consult with you about. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Li Qiuyue considered herself well-versed, yet she had never encountered someone like Lu Yizhen. She appeared approachable, but her every gesture radiated a subtle elegance that made Li Qiuyue feel somewhat constrained. Miss Lu, please speak freely. I will share everything I know. How long would it take to make someone famous? Li Qiuyue was momentarily taken aback by the directness of the young woman's inquiry. Famous to what extent? To what extent? As a scion of her family, Lu Yizhen was usually preoccupied with various affairs and did not concern herself with the entertainment industry like her peers. After pondering for a moment, her gaze suddenly fell upon a poster on the wall. To outshine him is sufficient. Huh. This girl seems utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the entertainment industry. Miss Lu, that is none other than Xiao Yibo, a top-tier celebrity boasting 50 million fans. I have conducted my research. It was you who single-handedly elevated Xiao Yibo to stardom. If you could cultivate one, then surely you can cultivate another. Li Qiuyue cast a complex glance at the poster adorning the wall, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. The sensation of being backstabbed by someone she personally nurtured was far from pleasant. Miss Lu, I have actually concluded my collaboration with Xiao Yibo. Should you contemplate a partnership, you may approach his new management firm, Hua Company. He's quite deserving of it. Lu Yizhen's nonchalant remark clearly conveyed her disdain. Miss Li, I implore you to respond to my earlier question. How long would it take you to elevate someone to the heights of fame achieved by Xiao Yibo? Miss Lu, cultivating a top-tier celebrity is no trivial endeavor. Setting aside aspects such as appearance, persona, and audience rapport, the most critical factor lies in the abundance of high-quality resources. Li Qiuyue was not dismissing Lu Yizhen's words. The entertainment industry of today is vastly different from that of yesteryear. In an era dominated by capital, achieving distinction hinges upon connections and background. Xiao Yibo's meteoric rise was largely a stroke of luck, as he encountered a role that perfectly aligned with his persona. Even if given another opportunity, Li Qiuyue could not guarantee her ability to replicate Xiao Yibo's success as a contemporary superstar. Resources? Rest assured, that shall not be an issue. Lu Yizhen's calm assurance radiated confidence. After all, transforming someone into a top-tier celebrity within the entertainment realm had become an unequivocal political undertaking. At this juncture, Li Qiuyue began to comprehend the situation. A certain second-generation star was preparing to debut, and the young woman before her was merely gathering intelligence. In the past, Li Qiuyue would have heartily welcomed such an opportunity. However, times had changed, and, contemplating her current predicament, she realized she could scarcely safeguard her own interests. Miss Lu, you likely have little understanding of my present circumstances. Not only has my agent certification been revoked, but the Xingyue agency has also had its business license seized due to alleged violations. The resentment swelling within Li Qiuyue fueled her agitation. After a decade of navigating the entertainment industry, she had finally nurtured a top-tier superstar, Xiao Yibo, only to have him snatched away by the entertainment behemoth Hua Company. Her indignation was compounded by the betrayal of Xiao Yibo, as well as the blacklist placed upon her by Hua Company, effectively severing her ties to the industry. Miss Li, none of that poses a problem. I still wish for you to answer my earlier question. How long would it take to elevate someone to the level of Xiao Yibo? Lu Yizhen's patience was wearing thin. The timeline for this task was pressing, and the method had become inconsequential. It was simply a matter of bulldozing through. 3 years, perhaps. Li Qiuyue, sensing Lu Yizhen's impatience, voiced an audacious time frame. In the entertainment industry, even with the most formidable background and resources, 3 years was exceedingly brief. 3 years? That's implausible. Lu Yizhen's refined face momentarily displayed an unusual expression. What a jest. In 3 years, the opportunity would have long since passed. Miss Li, I'm fully committed to supporting you. Whatever resources you require, do not hesitate to ask. Within 3 months, I expect you to elevate someone to the pinnacle of celebrity status in the entertainment industry. Li Qiuyue, disregarding the pressure emanating from Lu Yizhen, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her as though she were mad. 3 months? My dear, have you lost your mind? Even Hua Company would not possess such capabilities. Lu Yizhen, undeterred by the objections, stood up, ready to depart. However, as she reached the door, she paused briefly, turning back to deliver a weighty remark. Miss Li Qiuyue, please cherish this opportunity. Trust me, it is the most significant chance you will encounter in your life. What lunacy! Watching Lu Yizhen turn away, Li Qiuyue could only silently scoff. What a mysterious affair. Who exactly is she intending to promote? At the very least, a photograph would provide some insight. What if the individual resembles a hideous fruit? Such resources would be wasted. Yet, After Liu Yixin's dramatic exit, Li Qiuyue found her spirits unexpectedly lifted. A faint flicker of a delusion emerged within her. If she were to successfully nurture another top-tier celebrity, the expressions of both Xiao Yibo and Huai Company would be nothing short of spectacular. However, she was acutely aware that this was merely a fantasy. Huai Company had ruled the entertainment industry with an iron fist for many years, leaving no survivors among those who dared to cross them. Is that not the illustrious former manager of the top-tier superstar, Li Qiuyue? Li Qiuyue felt as though she were haunted today, having seen Liu Yixin off. She was now confronted by Fang Yinping. This individual, supported by Huai Company, had incited Xiao Yibo to switch allegiances, thus betraying her. Leave. Li Qiuyue held no fondness for this ungrateful wretch, who had once been nurtured by her own hands and now repaid her kindness with treachery. Fang Yinping, unashamed and unfazed, looked down upon Li Qiuyue with the poise of a victor. Leave? You are the one who should be departing. Your agent's certification has been revoked, and your once thriving company has been shuttered. Alas, the entertainment industry will no longer have a figure like Li Qiuyue. Xiao Yibo will eventually regret having someone as unscrupulous as you as his manager. Regret? Ha ha ha. The sound of Fang Yinping's raucous laughter filled the air. This woman remains as naively optimistic as ever. Initially, she had merely encouraged her artists to dine with capital moguls, and yet Li Qiuyue had expelled her from the company. She had assumed that everyone shared her lofty ideals, only to discover that the superstar she had painstakingly cultivated despised her maternal oversight. In the glitzy realm of the entertainment industry, if one does not cater to the whims of capital moguls, what reason do they have to offer you resources? Li Qiuyue's downfall was nothing more than her own doing. Oh, and I neglected to mention, the Olympic opening ceremony has invited Xiao Yibo to perform alongside the diva Su Mingzhu, singing You and Me. This is his reward for spending an entire evening with President Wang. President Wang? That corpulent middle-aged man? Just the thought of that image made Li Qiuyue feel nauseous. It was utterly revolting. Do you realize how many companies will be waving checks, pleading for him to endorse their products once this news breaks? The evidence has shown that your methods are no longer effective. It would be best for you to exit the entertainment industry and spare me the sight of you. After unleashing her scornful tirade, Fang Yinping sauntered over to the wall and ripped down Xiao Yibo's poster. Since your company has collapsed, you no longer need this poster. Allow me to keep it as a memento. Li Qiuyue made no attempt to resist. In her heart, the top-tier star Xiao Yibo was already dead. What remained was merely a beast, indifferent to means in pursuit of fame and fortune. As a failure, she could not even find an opportunity for redemption and resolutely closed the company door with a heavy heart. The Xingyue Talent Agency was destined to become a mere footnote in history. Is this Ms. Li Qiuyue from Xingyue Talent Agency? This is the Chaoyang District Administration for Industry and Commerce. Oh my, are you here to have me cancel my business license? Fang Yinping, who was eavesdropping, felt even more agitated than Li Qiuyue herself. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the staff on the other end of the line spoke with an unusual friendliness, almost as if they were treading carefully. Are you asking me to cancel my business license? I'll come over shortly. Li Qiuyue responded with a sense of despondency, resigned to the inevitability of fate. Cancel? No, Ms. Li, please don't misunderstand. The staff on the other end stuttered, clearly flustered. Due to a mistake on our part, we inadvertently caused some unnecessary trouble. The primary reason for this call is to extend our sincerest apologies. On behalf of the Administration for Industry and Commerce, I sincerely apologize. We have promptly revoked the erroneous penalty imposed on Xingyue. Apology? What on earth? Fang Yinping nearly doubted the functionality of her own ears, astonished to hear such an uncommon term from a government department. And why revoke the penalty? I was present when manager Xiao Wang issued the ban against Li Qiuyue. A certain high-ranking official from the administration thumped his chest, dismissing the agency as insignificant. If there were problems, they would be the best at creating them, for they were the professionals in this domain. Yet, only a few days later, the Administration for Industry and Commerce is voluntarily apologizing? Impossible, utterly impossible. There must be some mistake. In contrast to Fang Yinping's furious disbelief, Li Qiuyue felt a surge of exhilaration, akin to witnessing the clouds parting to reveal the moon. However, the image of Liu Yixin suddenly flashed in her mind. Could this matter somehow be related to her? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Liu Yixin had only left half an hour ago. What kind of influence could be wielded to compel a government entity to admit fault in such a short span of time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Does this mean that Xingyue Talent Agency no longer needs to close? Close? Why on earth would we close? Are we facing difficulties? The Administration for Industry and Commerce is akin to the family home for enterprises. If you encounter challenges, you can always turn to us. Family home? Li Chiyue found herself bemused. Just a moment ago, they were treating her like a stepchild, and now they were more affectionate than a biological mother. And what about my Agent S certificate? Ms. Li, you need not worry. The nation needs outstanding agents like you who uphold principles. We will issue you a new certificate shortly. Apologies for disappointing you. Gazing at Fang Yinping's flustered expression, Li Chiyue felt a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Disappointment? What could I possibly be disappointed about? Without Xiao Yibo, Xingyue is merely an empty shell. Fang Yinping sensed something amiss. Flustered yet unrelenting, she retorted, aside from Xiao Yibo, the rest of Xingyue's talents are hardly worth mentioning. Fang Yinping, if I can promote one Xiao Yibo, I can certainly cultivate another top-tier star. Another top-tier star? Do you currently possess the capability for that? Let us not forget that Huai Company has blacklisted you across the board. No production team or program would dare to engage someone like you, Li Chiyue, who would be foolish enough to align themselves with a manager without a future. Fang Yinping was genuinely wary of Li Chiyue's capabilities. However, individual prowess ultimately pales in comparison to the power of capital. Huai Company was the titan of the entertainment industry, one that a mere Li Chiyue could never hope to challenge. The titan of the entertainment industry? Li Chiyue was acutely aware that Fang Yinping's words were not unfounded. Years ago, Huang Jiangbua, who skyrocketed to fame from the drama Marriage, had been silenced by Huai's tyrannical contracts and was still blacklisted to this day. Over the years, everyone had tacitly accepted Huai's domineering behavior. One either silently endured the grievances or colluded with them. Compared to such a colossal entity, Li Chiyue's Xingyue Talent Agency was utterly inconsequential. This was also the principal reason why Xiao Yibo had betrayed her. In the past, Li Chiyue lacked the courage to stand against such forces. But now it seemed as though something had shifted. She had a premonition that the sudden deference from the Administration for Industry and Commerce was somehow connected to the enigmatic short-haired woman, Lu Yizhen. A flicker of anticipation blossomed within her. If what Lu Yizhen had said held any truth, there was indeed a chance for her to cultivate another top-tier star. Yet, the thought of having only 3 months to achieve this left her feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Fang Yinping hurried back to the headquarters of Huai Company, her mind heavy with thoughts. She burst into the president's office, only to be met with a shocking sight of the two beloved figures entwined together. Manager Xiao Yibo, my apologies, please continue. Fleeing in disarray, Fang Yinping was compelled to concede that Li Chiyue had a point. The situation was indeed rather distasteful. Chapter 7. Top-tier star Xiao Yibo. The Olympic opening ceremony. 10 minutes later, Fang Yinping re-entered the office, often referred to as the palace of the entertainment industry. Though manager Xiao and the top-tier superstar Xiao Yibo had tidied up somewhat, the disheveled sofa still bore witness to the fierce battle that had unfolded. Manager Xiao, unperturbed, had long since made his unique interests known in the entertainment circle. As for Xiao Yibo, he glared at Fang Yinping with a hostile expression, his gaze rife with warning. Fang Jie, some things are best left unheard, some sights unobserved, and some individuals unacknowledged. Faced with the top-tier star, Xiao Yibo, Fang Yinping felt dwarfed, hastily donning a conciliatory smile. Yibo, I wear glasses. I didn't TC a thing just now. Make sure to knock next time. I don't wish to be followed by someone lacking in manners. Since leaving Xingyue Agency, and without Li Chiyue's oversight, Xiao Yibo's character had grown increasingly audacious. Especially with the backing of manager Xiao, showing little regard for this new manager. Let us get to the point. We have pressing matters. Pressing matters, indeed. Fang Yinping swiftly relayed everything that had transpired at Xingyue Talent Agency. Li Qiwa. At the mere mention of her name, Xiao Yibo's impeccably sculpted features twitched involuntarily. Having reached the pinnacle of stardom, he had not only gained followers, but also had to endure her incessant meddling whenever he engaged with high-profile brands. This woman, relying on her meager contribution to his rise, constantly dictated his affairs, and it was infuriating. Moreover, deep down, Xiao Yibo believed his success was primarily due to his strikingly enhanced appearance, which had cost him a fortune. Manager Xiao, you promised me that you would deal with that wicked woman, Li Chiyue, so I could vent my frustrations. Damn it. Observing Xiao Yibo's sultry demeanor, Fang Yinping nearly retched. Manager Xiao, unfazed, leaned against the capital-backed Huai Company, confident in his ability to make Li Chiyue vanish from the industry by 100 different methods. Yibo, I've even arranged for you to be a guest at the Olympic opening ceremony. Do you still doubt me? Rest assured, Amir Li Chiyue cannot stir up any trouble. Xiao Wang, after finishing his conversation, extended a hand suspended in midair. Fan Yinping was just about to light a cigarette when, unexpectedly, she was met with a fierce glare from Xiao Yibo. "Brother Wang, your phone." This woman, so utterly foolish, would have been discarded by Xiao Yibo long ago had it not been for her obedient and sensible demeanor. "Miao Ting, it's me, Xiao Wang. I was just thinking of you. Tonight, at Tianshang Rinjian, I've got everything arranged." After a round of pleasantries, Xiao Wang immediately turned to the main topic. "Miao Ting, have you dealt with the report I filed about Xingyue brokerage's violations? It's all taken care of. You can rest easy. As a law-abiding citizen, I cannot abide such people. Li Qiuyue has become a thing of the past. We must look toward the future. The most critical matter for Yibo now is the upcoming Olympic Games 3 months from now." Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Xiao Yibo became displeased. Did he truly think he enjoyed the company of this old fool? It was merely for the resources he held. "Brother Wang, wasn't that matter already settled? The diva Su Mingzhu has expressed her concerns, primarily regarding your insufficient achievements at the Yuetan, feeling as though you were trying to ride on her coattails. Wasn't that precisely the intention? Although the contemporary superstar Xiao Yibo is marketed as a versatile artist excelling in singing, dancing, and acting, there's a saying, jack of all trades, master of none. His acting has been criticized for its lack of expression, his dancing likened to that of a zombie. And as for his singing, he has only one widely recognized song, A Big Bowl of Rice, since his debut. Of course, in the eyes of his fervent fans, Xiao Yibo embodies the trifecta of a film emperor, a music titan, and a dance master. Xiao Yibo is also self-aware. This Olympic opening ceremony is evidently an opportunity to leverage the reputation of music queen Su Mingzhu. The current dilemma is that Su Mingzhu is dissatisfied and has escalated the issue to the organizing committee. "Just deal with her," Xiao Wang suggested, looking at Xiao Yibo as if he were a fool. "Deal with who? Su Mingzhu? Her parents are the leads of the national choir, the kind of people worthy of being called artists. Would you have me offend Su Mingzhu for the sake of a mere toy like Xiao Yibo? Am I a fool? Yibo, deal with her is too harsh. We are all law-abiding citizens, so let us refrain from such language in the future. Rest assured, I have a solution. The core issue lies within yourself. Your lack of foundation in the music industry is the root cause. Therefore, we must address it accordingly. The Blue Channel is about to launch a brand new variety show, Voice of Angels. This is a music-themed, inspirational program that invites many well-established singers as guest performers. Brother Wang, I really can't sing. I know you lack that talent, which is why I'm proposing you as a resident music partner. This opportunity allows us to create some buzz, blurring the line of partnership and likening it to that of a program enter. Just imagine, when renowned singers refer to you as teacher, your status in the music industry will surely skyrocket. At that point, we will have grounds to pressure the organizing committee. If Su Mingzhu refuses to perform, we will simply find someone else. Brother Wang, you are too kind to me. Xiao Yibo cooed, then threw a glance at the extra person in the room. Fan Yinping promptly bowed and exited, closing the door behind her, yet dutifully remained by the corridor. She must cling tightly to this opportunity. From what she knew, the variety show on the Blue Channel has garnered significant attention, with numerous long-established stars vying for the position of music partner. Yet, such a valuable resource is merely a matter of Xiao Wang's word. Setting aside personal grievances, Fan Yinping believed that Xiao Yibo's betrayal of Li Qiuyue and signing with Huai Company was a rather astute decision. Could Li Qiuyue's Xingyue Company have offered such high-quality resources? In the past, Li Qiuyue certainly could not provide such premium resources. Leaving aside everything else, the disparity between the headquarters of the two companies is monumental. Although Huai Company's headquarters is only 6 stories tall, it is located in the bustling commercial heart of Chaoyang District, a testament to its strength. In contrast, Xingyue Brokerage is positioned beyond the 5th Ring Road, where artists must endure lengthy subway rides to attend events. Yet today, the unexpected delight brought by Lu Yizhen left Li Qiuyue somewhat incredulous. Xingyue Brokerage, time for a change of headquarters. Change headquarters? Why? It's too far. The distance from outside the 5th Ring Road to the National Defense University is practically half a city away. Isn't that just a waste of time? Miss Lu, the company is out of funds. Faced with the cold demeanor of Lu Yizhen, Li Qiuyue adopted a particularly meek disposition. Yet, internally she couldn't help but grumble. She would like to change, but that requires money. A single coin can stifle a hero. Li Qiuyue's placement of the company beyond the 5th Ring Road was not out of sentimentality, but rather a matter of necessity due to financial constraints. All funds were allocated to Xiao Yibo, and that ungrateful wolf had left her. You needn't concern yourself with financial matters. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuyue laughed like a fortune cat. Could this complex background woman be preparing to support her? Miss Liu, how embarrassing. Relocating the company would impose expenses on you. Expenses? I have none. Huh? How can we relocate without funds? Liquiua raturta irritably. The skyrocketing land prices in the capital mean that rent for even slightly better business buildings starts at over $1 million annually. Don't worry about the rest. The new company address must fall within this range. Liu Yijin opened a map of the capital on her phone, using the address of the National Defense University as a center point to delineate a rough area. Miss Liu, are you sure? Li Chiyue was momentarily stunned. This was indeed the most prosperous area in the capital. Today we choose the location, and tomorrow we move the company. Li Chiyue felt she was not mistaken. This Miss Liu was indeed a true tycoon. She then smirked mischievously, gently tapping a spot on the map. Miss Liu, would this be acceptable? The International Financial Building, situated at the intersection of Haidian and Chaoyang, was originally a consulate of a Western European country before being repurposed into state property after the embassy moved. Have you made your choice? Then let us proceed. Without acknowledging Li Chiyue's little schemes, Liu Yijin decisively acted to dispel her doubts. 2 hours later, as Li Chiyue stood on the top floor of the International Financial Building, gazing at the freshly printed lease agreement in her hands, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. A 1-year lease for 1 yuan? What kind of joke is this? This was the second ring road of the capital. Mere steps away lay the core business district. And, just a short walk further, the embassy area, describing it as worth its weight in gold was not an exaggeration. This was practically a gift. Watching Liu Yijin's indifferent demeanor, Li Chiyue felt a mix of fear and excitement. The arrangements made in just 2 hours must have required an extensive network and resources. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This woman's background was alarmingly formidable. We'll clean up today, and tomorrow I'll bring people over. Remember, within 3 months, you must rise to the pinnacle of stardom. Once Liu Yijin departed, Li Chiyue clutched the contract tightly, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling street below, finally confirming that the extraordinary events of the previous moment were not merely a figment of her imagination. The sight of a towering 6-story building in the distance, headquarters of the formidable Huai Company, which dominated the entertainment industry, filled her with a euphoric sense of triumph. Just moments ago, she had looked up to this colossal entity, and now it lay beneath her feet. The sensation was nothing short of exquisite. Of course, Li Chiyue would never admit that this was the reason for her choice of location. One must stand tall to see far, and only then can one's aspirations soar. In this moment, her fear of Huai Company dissipated entirely. What piqued her curiosity now was the identity of the person she was to elevate. The following day, Li Chiyue received notice from Liu Yijin that their benefactor was arriving shortly. Without delay, she gathered all the company personnel and hurried to the entrance of the building, their demeanor respectful, as if awaiting an inspection from a superior. A luxury vehicle approached steadily and came to rest at the entrance. As Liu Yijin emerged, Li Chiyue momentarily froze, realizing the principal had arrived. She was about to eagerly rush forward to open the car door when a lean, efficient middle-aged driver intercepted her. It dawned on Li Chiyue that this man was undoubtedly the bodyguard typical of affluent heirs. The opportunity to flatter was lost, and she retreated to the side. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the young man stepping from the vehicle. As a dedicated researcher, Zhong Hua had instinctively adopted a meticulous approach to every task. Initially resistant to the idea of becoming a star, he understood that having committed himself, he must fulfill his responsibilities to leave a favorable impression on his future manager. Zhong Hua spent an extra 10 minutes today selecting an outfit he deemed exemplary. Dressed in a beige short-sleeve shirt, light blue jeans, and pristine white sneakers, he exuded an air of cleanliness and freshness. Zhong Hua, this is your manager in the entertainment industry, Li Chiyue. Miss Li, this is Zhong Hua. Li Ye. I'll look forward to working with you. Mr. Zhong, it is a pleasure to meet you. Li Jia, you can simply call me Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua's approachable demeanor left Li Chiyue pleasantly surprised, her mind racing with thoughts. It was evident he hailed from a distinguished family, speaking with a refreshing candor devoid of any pretense. How unlike Xiao Yibo, who transformed entirely after his sudden wealth, becoming a shallow, ungrateful figure, a true ingrate. Just wait. I shall elevate a top-tier talent, driving you to envy, you ungrateful wretch. In the International Financial Building, on the top floor, when Liu Yijin once again proposed the audacious goal of elevating Zhong Hua to stardom within 3 months, Li Chiyue nodded confidently. I'm not merely flattering. To borrow a contemporary expression, Zhong Hua is indeed a natural-born star. Li Chiyue's assertion stemmed from Zhong Hua's extraordinary visage. After all, the entertainment industry is one where appearances reign supreme. Although Zhong Hua wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses that obscured half of his face today, he still made Li Qiuyue's heart race. Zhong Hua, if you wouldn't mind, could you remove your glasses? I have a slight case of nearsightedness. Zhong Hua explained briefly before willingly removing his spectacles. In truth, after consuming a nutritional oral liquid produced by the system, his nearsightedness had significantly improved. Though he felt a bit hazy without his glasses, he could still see clearly enough. After years of navigating the entertainment industry, Li Qiuyue found herself unable to contain a sudden shriek. Just as she instinctively covered her mouth, Lu Yizhen beside her echoed her exclamation. Women understand women best. Sharing a glance, Li Qiuyue and Lu Yizhen recognized the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Once Zhong Hua removed his glasses, his features were imprinted in the hearts of women present. At that moment, Fang Yinping and Xiao Yiba had just arrived at the Huai Company headquarters, separated by a mere river. Observing the lively scene nearby, curiosity stirred within them. What is happening at the International Financial Building? It used to be so desolate. Why is it so lively today? Did someone lease it? Who possesses such influence? I recall that the Huai Company headquarters was initially set there, but the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission did not approve it. Fang Jia, we should investigate and see if there is a chance for collaboration. There will surely be one. After the Olympic opening ceremony, you'll become an international superstar, a unique presence among domestic top-tier talents. Chapter 9. I rely on my looks to accumulate emotional value. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 point of emotional value. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 point of emotional value. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 point of emotional value. Zhong Hua's emotions were rather complex at this moment. On one hand, the system's notifications satisfied him with the accruement of emotional value. On the other hand, the three individuals responsible for providing this emotional value surrounded him. Lu Yizhen and Li Qiuyue chattered incessantly like devoted guardians, while Su Jing stood before him with sparkling eyes. According to Li Qiuyue, Su Jing was a renowned image designer with many celebrities in the entertainment industry as his clientele. However, Zhong Hua found Su Jing somewhat peculiar. His round face and stubbled chin appeared rather rugged, yet he exuded a distinctly effeminate vibe. The standard three-dimensional bone structure fused with the advantages of both Eastern and Western aesthetics. Yet, the highlight remained his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed to radiate affection toward everyone. Regrettably, Su Jing gestured as if framing a lens, gazing at Zhong Hua as if he were the most exquisite treasure of the human realm. Regrettably? What do you mean? Lu Yizhen and Li Qiuyue inquired in unison. Regrettably, he is too young. His features possess a certain youthful innocence, which prevents him from fully showcasing the true power of his extraordinary visage. Su Jing's lamentation left both Lu Yizhen and Li Qiuyue profoundly shocked, igniting their imaginations. Just how many women would be captivated by mature Zhong Hua? Look at your current image. You are truly squandering that handsome face. One must admit Su Jing's professional acumen was remarkable. He was indeed a celebrated image designer in the entertainment industry. While he voiced his critiques, it did not hinder his deft hands from working. With swift precision, he trimmed and polished Zhong Hua's hair, applying wax to secure the style. Although he lacked all his tools today, he managed to create something impressive. Observing the suddenly silent Lu Yizhen and Li Qiuyue, Zhong Hua felt a twinge of anxiety. How do I look? Then, the room erupted with even louder screams than before. So handsome. Truly, incredibly handsome. Is it handsome? A lack of self-awareness seems to be a common affliction among attractive men. When Zhong Hua received the mirror, he beheld a finely sculpted face with his hairstyle back except for 2 curls cascading down the sides. This is the most fitting face for a slick-back hairstyle I have ever seen. Su Jing praised Zhong Hua while also tooting his own horn. Of course, Zhong Hua's visage was perfectly suited to any hairstyle. Whoever had the fortune to be his image designer was indeed blessed. Su Jing's admiration was unmistakable. Li Qiuyue had not anticipated that Zhong Hua's charm alone could captivate Su Jing. This was truly an unexpected delight. Zhong Hua's allure was undeniable. But the paramount concern now was his debut in the entertainment industry, a stage with sufficient heat. Miss Lu, why the urgency to achieve this in 3 months? To be candid, given Zhong Hua's capabilities, a methodical and steady approach is essential for enduring success in the entertainment industry. Li Qiuyue harbors numerous inquiries regarding the 3-month timeline. She simply cannot comprehend why someone of Zhong Hua's caliber is in such a rush. As the granddaughter of one of the esteemed elders, Lu Yizhen's loyalty is beyond question. Nonetheless, her understanding of Zhong Hua's significance is only superficial. However, as an exceptional student from the National Defense University and under the mentorship of the esteemed national academician Shi Nanxing, Zhong Hua's tenure in the entertainment realm is unlikely to be prolonged. Miss Li, this matter is of great importance, so please maintain confidentiality. You must be aware of our country's most significant international event this year, correct? Isn't it the Olympics? Li Qiyu blurted out, only to suddenly realize something, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. In 3 months, the Olympic opening ceremony. Is it possible that Zhong Hua's goal is to be a performing guest at the ceremony? Lu Yizhen nodded affirmatively. Ultimately, this task posed no substantial challenge. Not only the elders of Guohai Academy, but even Lu Yizhen herself held the authority to determine the guest performers. However, they must still consider the rationale behind such decisions. The abrupt appearance of an amateur like Zhong Hua on stage could inevitably arouse suspicion among the discerning. Yet, if it were the top-tier star Zhong Hua performing, it would be entirely justified. The stakes involved, of course, were information Lu Yizhen could not divulge to Li Qiyu. Nevertheless, the mere prospect of an Olympic opening ceremony performance as a guest had already set her imagination ablaze. The ability to influence the selection of a stage that garners national attention indicates that Zhong Hua's background is even more profound than she had initially perceived. 3 months, it's rather tight. Ishal domi utmost. Ironically, her expression of effort only fueled Li Qiu's determination. With Zhong Hua's attributes, coupled with his potentially formidable background, he represented an overwhelming force in the entertainment industry. Moreover, should Zhong Hua truly ascend to replace Xiao Yibo as the contemporary sensation under her support, it would undoubtedly be exhilarating for her. In light of this, Zhong Hua's debut stage must undoubtedly be centered around his singing, emphasizing the reinforcement of his identity as a vocalist. You shall handle the specific operational details. I will take care of the other matters, Lu Yizhen stated with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. In the realm of wireless charging technology, Professor Li Weiming of National Defense, are you available? Professor Hua, what directives do you have? Professor Li Weiming has several minor queries regarding wireless charging technology that require your guidance. Of course, Hua responded. Upon viewing the video sent by Li Weiming, clearly recorded in a research facility, Zhong Hua could not help but feel a pang of envy. Once the styling wax in his hair dried, the tautness of his skin became particularly uncomfortable. The life of a star is indeed arduous. It's no wonder they command such high remuneration. A mere casual suggestion from him resolved the perplexing issues that had baffled Li Weiming. Ever since acquiring advanced technology from the system, his previously rudimentary understanding of semiconductors had been enriched with comprehensive knowledge about wireless charging technology. Could this possibly be a reward for a purchase from the system? Such thoughts left Zhong Hua feeling anxious and unsettled. Having been an academic prodigy throughout his life, he understood that knowledge requires time to absorb. The system's method of imparting knowledge felt surreal. However, for the advancement of research into advanced technology, he could only conceal his trepidation within. Thus, when faced with Li Weiming's words of admiration, he maintained a remarkably modest demeanor. At the capital's Semiconductor Research Institute, amidst the gathering of onlookers, Li Weiming flawlessly resolved the complex challenges of the new technology thanks to the knowledge imparted by Zhong Hua. Truly, Professor Li is a paragon in the national semiconductor sector, swiftly addressing the issues at hand. Despite the accolade from others, Li Weiming felt undeserving. No, this is not my merit. I merely consulted someone. Who possesses the privilege to advise you. This individual is the inventor of wireless charging technology. Chapter 10. Mr. Hua, Zhong Hua's alias. The Capital Semiconductor Research Institute, a collaborative entity formed by prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Beida, along with the National Defense and Science and Technology Universities, operates under the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, boasting a high administrative rank. Every researcher here is renowned within the semiconductor industry. Initially, the complete blueprints for wireless charging technology were regarded as a mere jest. However, as Li Weiming and his research team gradually translated the theoretical concepts into practical applications, all present fell into silence. Certain industries were on the cusp of transformative change. Unquestionably, the first to feel the impact would be the smartphone sector. With the proliferation of smartphones, the anxiety over battery life cannot be alleviated merely by manufacturers equipping devices with higher capacity batteries. Consequently, contraptions like power banks and battery cases emerged, which contradict the original intent of smartphone manufacturing. The wireless charging technology currently being hyped in the market is essentially a fallacy, offering little in terms of genuine convenience. The advent of true wireless charging technology, however, has the potential to revolutionize the smartphone industry. He who masters wireless charging technology masters the world. For the nation, wireless charging technology may seem trivial. Yet, this obscure yet groundbreaking technology within the semiconductor industry could yield countless fortunes. Many individuals within the Semiconductor Research Institute, regardless of their motives, harbored immense curiosity about the technology's inventor. Professor Lee, who is this esteemed teacher? We would like to pay our respects. Professor Lee, could you share this teacher's contact information with me? Professor Lee, who exactly is this teacher? Are we acquainted? Li Weiming forced a wry smile. Having signed a confidentiality agreement regarding Zhong Hua's identity, he could divulge not a single word. However, the current onslaught of inquiries left him in a predicament. I cannot reveal his real name. I can only tell you that his surname is Hua. Hua, sharing a surname with the nation? This unique surname sparked the imaginations of many. Professor Lee, what kind of person is this teacher Hua? I surmise that teacher Hua must be a venerable figure, modest and selfless, devoted to the advancement of science and technology. As the speculations grew increasingly fanciful, Li Weiming felt equally helpless. He certainly could not disclose that this Professor Hua was a freshman at the National Defense University. Ahem, yes. Teacher Hua is indeed quite low-key. In any case, for any future inquiries regarding wireless charging technology, we can directly seek his assistance. Unbeknownst to Zhong Hua, Li Weiming had inadvertently promoted him. Meanwhile, he, with his slick-back hairstyle, was receiving foundational music theory instruction. Zhong Hua, there are numerous fundamental concepts in music theory that we will cover today to give you an initial impression. Even if you struggle to retain everything, that's perfectly fine. Many artists who enter the industry mid-career lack the ability to read sheet music. Starting tomorrow, there will be physical training in the mornings, and in the afternoons, I will arrange for a professional music instructor. The curriculum is bound to be rigorous. Should you encounter any issues, please communicate with me promptly. Classes? Upon hearing this delightful news, Zhong Hua nodded eagerly, his dragon-tufted hairstyle bobbing in agreement. Attending classes is infinitely more engaging than being scrutinized by others. At the headquarters of Huawei, the long-absent Mr. Meng suddenly made an appearance, convening an urgent board meeting. Immediately cease all development work on the new device. The specific resumption time will be communicated later. Although the elder gentleman has stepped down, his esteemed position within the company remains unassailable. The new device was nearing the assembly phase, and halting it at this juncture not only incurs substantial economic losses, but also significantly delays the product's launch. Father, could you possibly share the reasons behind this decision with everyone? Upon observing the reluctant expressions of those present, Mr. Meng hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to disclose the latest information he had gathered. At this moment, it is not merely Huawei. I firmly believe that major manufacturers such as Xiaomi, BBK, and Samsung have all halted their new device development as well. But why is this the case? The Beijing Semiconductor Research Institute is currently investigating an innovative technology, wireless charging technology. Before Mr. Meng could finish his statement, laughter erupted in the conference room. Father, doesn't Huawei also possess wireless charging technology? Ms. Meng, the eldest daughter representing the younger generation, dismissed it with disdain, hardly giving a second thought. What I refer to is genuine wireless charging technology that requires no auxiliary setup and does not necessitate any physical contact. Before Mr. Meng could complete his thought, Ms. Meng's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving a text message. Father, I've just received news confirming what you said. Renowned domestic and international smartphone manufacturers have all ceased their new project developments. Is it possible that what you just mentioned is indeed true? The attendees, all elite figures in the business world, swiftly recognized the significance of this technology. First, the new device development is paused. Second, the company must promptly contact the inventors of this new technology with the hope of acquiring exclusive licensing rights. If that proves impossible, we must at least secure a technology licensing agreement. Given the gravity of this matter, Ms. Meng will personally oversee it, with others providing assistance. Concurrently, every smartphone manufacturer convened their board meetings, united in their objective to secure exclusive licensing rights to dominate the market. Should that not be feasible, a collaborative agreement must be established. This represents an unprecedented transformation in the mobile industry. Those who fail to keep pace risk becoming the next Nokia. Within the confines of the imperial city, the esteemed elders quickly grasped the ripples caused by the mobile industry's upheaval, realizing they had underestimated the impact of wireless charging technology. The elements contained within the realm of black technology should never be underestimated. Companies such as Huawei, Xiaomi, Samsung, and Apple are certain to present an irresistible licensing fee. My admiration for young Zhong Hua continues to grow. It is a pity that our national strength is not yet formidable enough to rival the world at large. For now, we must allow Zhong Hua to remain an unsung hero temporarily. This lad, so composed and untroubled, possesses a magnanimity unmatched by his peers. Esteemed colleagues, the first elder interjected after contemplating for a moment, interrupting the praises for Zhong Hua. His heartfelt patriotism is indeed moving. Yet it is not the right time to publicly acknowledge his contributions, as he has already endured enough unfairness. Therefore, we must ensure he receives the benefits he rightfully deserves. Regarding the licensing of wireless charging technology, I believe we must respect Zhong Hua's perspective. The amount and the manufacturers involved must receive his consent before proceeding. Chapter 11. An unparalleled national treasure, Zhong Hua. The first elder has already regarded Zhong Hua as a member of his own family, speaking with considerable protectiveness. However, in all fairness, Zhong Hua's actions are indeed astonishing. To some extent, one might even label them as foolish. His unconditional trust in the nation and his voluntary surrender of the black technology system, relinquishing readily available immense benefits, is astonishing. The elders, seasoned by experience, had never encountered someone so pure, with the grandeur of a great nation, embracing all under its wings. Zhong Hua's sincere loyalty to his country guarantees the protection of his fundamental interests. After deliberation, the elders reached a consensus that any future profits generated from black technology must include a share for Zhong Hua. Moreover, once the time is ripe, the nation will bestow upon him the honorary title of Black Technology Inventor. The organization is eager to elevate Zhong Hua to the highest echelons. Old Liu, what has this lad Zhong Hua been up to recently? It must be said that Old Liu appears rather carefree, yet he possesses a cunning intellect. He has even arranged for his granddaughter to serve as Zhong Hua's personal assistant. This is indeed a pathway to great opportunities. Recently, Zhong Hua has been diligently honing his vocal skills, preparing to participate in a music variety show on a prominent network. Oh, this will be interesting. I cannot wait to witness it. A distinguished graduate of the National Defense University transforming into a star. I cannot afford to miss this splendid performance. Old Liu, when the day comes, have your beloved granddaughter inform us, and we shall gather to cheer for Zhong Hua's debut. We, this group of old-timers, could be considered Zhong Hua's first fans. Old Liu was left speechless. This group of busy old men seemed to have too much time on their hands, planning to watch a variety show. Unbeknownst to Zhong Hua, even before his debut, he had already garnered a group of influential fans. At this moment, he was undergoing training in music theory. The widely recognized systems include just intonation, the circle of fifths, and equal temperament, with the latter being the most commonly adopted worldwide. All right, let's take a brief respite. During the break, Li Chiyue approached the instructor to quietly inquire about Zhong Hua's progress. The music teacher she invited hails from the Central Conservatory of Music, boasting a distinguished reputation in the music industry, having educated many renowned singers. Ms. Li, I have never encountered anyone as astute as this young man. He grasps concepts with remarkable ease, often understanding them after a single explanation. As a teacher, it is incredibly rewarding to encounter such a student. Is that true? Li Chiyue was somewhat skeptical, given the abrupt nature of the situation, having paid a substantial fee to invite such a music luminary. What would I gain from deceiving you? I can only say that you have stumbled upon a treasure. This young man's voice is pure and gentle, possessing a distinct quality that suggests he was born for this vocation. It may not be long before a superstar emerges in the music scene once again. Li Chiyue was genuinely astonished by the high praise the music teacher bestowed upon Zhong Hua. It is worth noting that this teacher, who is typically strict, had previously guided Xiao Yibo, yet offered a completely different assessment under similar circumstances. This child is simply not cut out for this profession. Initially anxious, Li Chiyue promptly contacted a staff member at the network, hoping to secure a guest spot on the show Voice of Angels. However, she had forgotten one crucial point. Huai Company had already issued a ban against her, strictly prohibiting any form of collaboration with artists under Xing Yue's management. Although the network was unafraid of Huai Company, the contemporary sensation Xiao Yibo had voluntarily signed on as a permanent music partner for the show, significantly raising the program's profile. Considering this, the network immediately declined Li Chiyue's request. Contestants of this program must possess a wealth of singing experience and a certain level of renown. Unfortunately, your company Zhong Hua does not meet these criteria. We kindly ask for your understanding. How frustrating. Li Chiyue was acutely aware that the illustrious Huai Company was flexing its influence in the entertainment industry, engaging in targeted actions. How embarrassing. While embarrassment was one thing, if Liu Yijin and Zhong Hua, her two affluent patrons, began to doubt her abilities, it would spell disaster. A woman determined to prove herself could be remarkably ruthless. In her quest to ensure Zhong Hua's smooth entry as a guest performer on the program, Li Chiyue leveraged all her connections. Ultimately, she secured a spot for Zhong Hua as a flying guest. Though it was merely a single opportunity, it was more than sufficient. Li Chiyue was confident that, given Zhong Hua's qualifications, this solitary chance would allow many to recognize his talent. The pursuit of singing is no small feat. Zhong Hua finally began to grasp the bittersweet realities of stardom. Becoming a competent singer requires more than just a basic understanding of music theory. Vocal skill is the true essence of a singer. Thus, during this time, under his teacher's guidance, he diligently engaged in systematic vocal training. As the days passed, Zhong Hua not only grew accustomed to the fragrant scent of styling wax, but also found that consistent vocal exercises rendered his voice increasingly clear and resonant. Unbeknownst to him, the first season of The Voice of Angels was on the verge of recording. As the program's director, Wang Ziqing, who had previously served as the deputy director of The Voice, found himself independently overseeing a show for the first time, his cautiousness only fueled his ambition. He aspired to establish The Voice of Angels as a benchmark in music programming. To that end, he meticulously selected contestants, primarily featuring seasoned vocal powerhouses, to confer a sense of authority upon the show. Meanwhile, he took a novel approach by choosing music partners who were currently the hottest trending stars. Aiming for a striking contrast, he could already envision the heightened buzz the show would generate upon its airing. Director Huang, there's an urgent notification from the station. The recording venue has been temporarily moved to the capital. What? The stage has already been constructed. You expect me to change locations now, and to the capital, no less? This is absurd. Wang Ziqing, relying on his seniority, stormed into the television station's leadership office, fuming. Why? Just do your job, and leave the rest. The station's leadership reprimanded him sharply, yet offered no explanation. With no strength to oppose the powers that be, Wang Ziqing had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the head of the Blue Station appeared equally bewildered. Is a national propaganda office so idle that they must intervene in the stage setup of a local variety show? They even mentioned that important figures would be in attendance. Chapter 12. Zhong Hua's debut. Esteemed teacher Xiao Yiba, to spare you the trouble of travel, the production team has deliberately arranged the recording venue in the capital. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Yiba feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Do I really appear that delicate?" Yet, he could not suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. How delightful! The Blue Station is no small fry, boasting blockbuster ratings with shows like The Voice and Running Man. They are undoubtedly among the top 3 national broadcasters. Such respect from the illustrious Blue Station is commendable. Yiba, you truly deserve to be hailed as the contemporary top-tier star. Although Fang Yinping found it somewhat peculiar, her instinct to flatter kicked in immediately. What a remarkable lineup. Such a display is unparalleled in the entertainment industry. Yiba, this is an exceptional promotional opportunity. Xiao Yiba looked on with satisfaction as Fang Yinping posted updates on Weibo, truly appreciating her thoughtfulness. Blue Station, Yiba, a mutual endeavor. June as The Voice of Angels, let us not miss it. As a contemporary sensation, Xiao Yiba's fanbase has reached an astounding 50 million. After the release of such announcement, fans were overjoyed, ecstatic beyond measure. My Yiba is simply incredible. The Blue Station is fully supporting him. Yiba works so hard, and the Blue Station knows how to respect talent. The contemporary top-tier star, indeed deserving of the title. Who else in the entertainment industry could command such respect from the Blue Station? It has been confirmed. My Yiba is the #1 in the industry. Wang Ziqing of Blue Station was currently in a state of bewilderment, having merely sent a notification regarding the venue change. Regardless of whether it was the participating singers or the music partners, such language was fairly standard. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not take it seriously. Yet, it was precisely this Xiao Yiba who seemed to be taking it to heart. This man must be ill or perhaps deliberately using this opportunity to elevate his own profile at the expense of Blue Station. Wang Ziqing felt more nauseated than if he had swallowed a fly. So, when faced with the deputy station director's inquiries, he could only grumble, "I say, leader, ISNT at your abrupt decision to change the recording venue that caused this misunderstanding." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ziqing also posed a question that had been nagging at him. "Leader, which distinguished individual will be attending the recording?" The deputy station director did not have much information, but distinctly recalled the Blue Station's director. After taking an important phone call, issuing orders with palpable excitement. The Blue Station's director held considerable rank, a legitimate departmental head. Few could command such respect from him. Regardless of anything else, I will personally lead the team for this recording to ensure everything goes flawlessly. Witnessing his superior's attitude, Wang Ziqing felt a mix of surprise and delight. What is going on? The recording venue for The Voice of Angels has indeed been moved to the capital? Miss Liu, you need not purchase plane tickets. Li Qiuyue learned of the program's latest developments through Xiao Yibao's Weibo. She then called Wang Ziqing to confirm the truth. She harbored no resentment. As a newcomer, Zhong Hua was somewhat of a transparent figure in the entertainment industry and was bound to be overlooked. Considering that Liu Yijin was not from the entertainment circle, Li Qiuyue even took the liberty of explaining the situation to Blue Station. Generally, the recording venue would indeed be in Blue Station studio. Such a sudden change of location was rare, while the reasons remained unclear. It was ultimately good news for Zhong Hua. It spared him the trouble of travel and provided additional practice time. However, to Li Qiuyue's surprise, Liu Yijin maintained a calm demeanor, her expression as icy as ever, as if she had been privy to the information all along. Indeed, coming from a prestigious family, her unflappable attitude was something to be admired. Miss Li, how has Zhong Hua's vocal training been of late? Rather than dwelling on Blue Station's venue change, Liu Yijin inquired about Zhong Hua's singing. Li Qiuyue's expression was rather nuanced as she hesitated before responding. It should be going well. Zhong Hua is likely in the recording studio. Shall we go and take a look? Faced with Li Qiuyue's suggestion, the typically aloof Liu Yijin surprisingly displayed a pained expression, hesitating for a long time before slowly following in Li Qiuyue's footsteps. The first time Liu Yijin heard Zhong Hua sing was certainly a nightmare that would haunt her for a lifetime. At that moment, Zhong Hua fully embodied the essence of a top student, mastering the fundamentals of music theory in just one day. Then, to the astonishment of their music teacher, he stepped into a professional recording studio for the first time. What followed was truly beyond words. To describe it as a wailing cacophony would not be an exaggeration. After listening to Zhong Hua sing, Liu Yijin was left with profound psychological and emotional scars. As the two entered the elevator, they cautiously approached the recording studio. Teacher, how has Zhong Hua been performing lately? Quite well. He has made significant progress. However, the teacher's conflicted expression cast doubt in their minds. What improvement could possibly be achieved in just a month? Liu Yijin had already braced herself for the worst. This was precisely why she had employed certain measures to ensure the recording venue was relocated to the capital city. Firstly, it was for Zhong Hua's safety. Secondly, it would facilitate the use of technology to aid Zhong Hua in the competition, albeit in a somewhat unscrupulous manner. After all, Zhong Hua was not a true celebrity. Moreover, the gravity of the situation had garnered her grandfather, old Master Liu's, approval. Perhaps you should listen to Zhong Hua's true capabilities for yourselves, the music teacher suggested, tapping the microphone and gesturing for Zhong Hua to prepare. Here, essay song titled Youthful You for You. Liu Yijin and Li Qiuyue had already devised an escape plan. Yet the crystalline voice emanating from the professional equipment was unassuming yet brimming with confidence. Zhong Hua seemed transformed. Standing before the microphone, his demeanor was calm, and a faint smile graced his handsome face, exuding an air of relaxation. A true academic elite transcends mere scholarship. Through diligent study and the guidance of his music teacher, he had developed a distinctive singing technique of his own. Most singers intertwine their emotions with their songs, employing certain techniques to ensure the melody resonates beautifully. However, for Zhong Hua, having lived in an untainted ivory tower, always being the model child, coupled with his flawless visage, he had never tasted the bitterness of life's hardships or the pangs of love. Contemporary music predominantly revolves around themes of romance. Thus, Zhong Hua created a unique singing style characterized by a complete absence of emotion, relying solely on technique. Chapter 13. Afraid of Trouble? Youthful You is the signature song of the diva Su Mingzhu, featuring a gentle rhythm that expresses longing for love. Liu Yijin and Li Qiuyue had listened to this song more than once, occasionally humming along. In the recording studio, Zhong Hua's singing displayed remarkable improvement. As a novice, he was truly stunning. His breath control was steady, pitch accurate, and his voice bore a striking resemblance to Su Mingzhu's, clear, gentle, and exceptionally pure, yielding a nearly flawless result. Liu Yijin and Li Qiuyue were initially astonished by Zhong Hua's rapid progress, yet they soon discerned something amiss within his performance. His singing lacked emotion, entirely steeped in technique. Particularly, Zhong Hua's expression remained perpetually composed, almost robotic, devoid of any discernible sentiment or nuance. What should have been a sweet and beautiful love song was rendered into a monotonous recitation. Zhong Hua, I truly find it difficult to describe you. To call you a genius feels inadequate. This song lacks substance and is utterly insipid. Yet, your mastery of singing techniques in such a short span is indeed remarkable, a rare gift. In the eyes of the music teacher, Zhong Hua was akin to a misguided talent. His remarkable abilities squandered, He once held the potential to rejuvenate the waning Mandarin music scene. Teacher, just tell me if my singing is acceptable, Zhong Hua replied nonchalantly, as he had no intention of pursuing a long-term career as a star. The elders at Guohai Academy had explicitly promised him that in the entertainment industry, accumulating emotional value through black technology was a desperate measure. Once the nation flourished, he would publicly reveal his identity, and, at that time, the entire populace would unite to support him emotionally, allowing him to focus solely on his research in the laboratory. Thus, he devised a clever method of singing, albeit one that suited only him. The system's nutritional elixir proved to be far more potent than its description suggested. Not only did it enhance physical well-being and sharpen senses, but it also granted him an astonishing control over his body. This enabled him to master high, medium, and low notes with ease, treating singing more like an experiment, producing the correct pitch at the precise moment. Abandoning emotion, expression, and charisma, he relied solely on exquisite technique. This was his unique Zhong-style singing method. After hearing his explanation, those present could not help but marvel at his unbounded creativity. It was, after all, a makeshift solution. Given that the recording of Angel's voice was imminent, it was indeed a timely approach. Is that so? Finally, we can accumulate emotional value. Hearing Liu Yizhen's cough, Zhong Hua quickly amended his statement. After such a long wait, he could finally indulge in the accumulation of emotional value. Having left his beloved laboratory, Zhong Hua felt as if he were enduring a lifetime. During any free moment, he would peruse the plethora of advanced technologies within the system, drawing inspiration from them. Controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, 2 nanometers lithography machines. Enduring hardship now would pave the way for a brighter future beckoning him. Perhaps to preemptively guard against the possibility of a significant figure attending the recording, the Blue Channel had spared no expense, renting the multifunctional conference room of the Peace Hotel in the capital as the venue for Angel's voice. Miss Liu, why not ride in my car? Li Chiyue proposed, not out of disdain for Liu Yizhen's vehicle, but rather due to the superficiality prevalent in the entertainment industry. The wealthy elite often exuded an air of superiority. With a bemused smile, Liu Yizhen glanced at Li Chiyue's Porsche Cayenne, but resolutely led Zhong Hua to her business vehicle. Often, one cannot accurately gauge true value based solely on appearances. Some business vehicles are merely that, business vehicles. Yet, others may very well be custom-made armored cars. Even as Old Master Liu's granddaughter, Liu Yizhen was fortunate enough to have Zhong Hua's influence, granting her the privilege of riding in this specially designed bulletproof vehicle tailored for Guohai Academy. Zhong Hua, don't be nervous when we take the stage. Our focus this time is on participation. Throughout the journey, Li Chiyue hesitated to speak, only to finally relent as they approached the Peace Hotel. Zhong Hua, there's something I need to mention beforehand. The music partner invited by the production team is Xiao Yibo, a rising star in the entertainment industry. You should know him, right? I don't know him, Zhong Hua replied, for he had spent 360 of the 365 days of the year ensconced in the laboratory, with cold, hard data as his only companion. Where would he find the time to follow the trends of the entertainment world? Li Chiyue was left speechless. This second-generation heir was indeed one of a kind. Not knowing him is fine. Xiao Yibo was once an artist under my management, but after achieving fame, he fell out with me. I fear he might intentionally create difficulties for you due to our past if, I'm saying if, you're concerned about trouble. Now, having severed ties with Xingyue Company, I harbor no objections. Trouble? Sister Li, fret not. No one shall obstruct my path to stardom. Zhong Hua could not help but cast a glance at the quietly seated Liu Yizhen. Was her purpose not to resolve complications? To hinder his ascent would be to impede his emotional value accumulation, and to speak more severely, it would obstruct the nation's march towards prosperity and strength. Even if Liu Yizhen were unable to shield him, let us not forget the formidable elders standing behind him at Guohai Academy. A mere top-tier celebrity is insignificant. Zhong Hua mused that even director Liu Fuwa at the wheel could effortlessly manage the situation. Leaning slightly, Zhong Hua genuinely feared that Li Chiyue might rush over in a fit of excitement. The Academy had long since conducted a thorough investigation into her background. The reason for selecting her as a manager was her admirable character, a rarity in the entertainment industry. Teacher Hua, regarding the authorization of wireless charging technology. Someone has asked me to consult you? Professor Hua, who is it? Huawei Group, it's Meng's daughter, General Manager Meng. All right, I shall bring General Manager Meng to find you. Are you in the school laboratory? I haven't been in the lab for quite some time. Not in? Then where are you? Zhong Hua picked up his phone and forwarded a message from the program's team. Beijing's Semiconductor Research Institute. Li Wei-ming and General Manager Meng exchanged bewildered glances at the invitation on the phone. Professor Li, is this the key figure you mentioned who can decide the authorization for wireless charging technology? General Manager Meng wore an expression that seemed to say, "Don't think you can deceive me just because I don't read much." Li Wei-ming was equally flabbergasted. Zhong Hua, what are you thinking? The future scientist is off to become a celebrity? What a joke. General Manager Meng, shall we go see for ourselves? General Manager Meng, equally curious, casually searched and discovered that the show was actually sponsored by Huawei Group to promote a new phone. Without hesitation, she made a call for 2 tickets, eagerly heading to the venue with Li Wei-ming. Chapter 14. Did Zhong Hua ask you for a light? The Peace Hotel, located on Chang'an Street adjacent to the ministry compound, was originally the residence of a Qing dynasty minister and has since become a favored venue for state affairs. Despite the program team renting a multi-functional conference room outside the Peace Hotel, it still felt astonishing. When Xiao Yibo arrived at the corner of Chang'an Street in his custom high-end van, he gleefully snapped a photo and uploaded it to Weibo. His boasting demeanor was unmistakable. Of course, his fervent fans were supportive, showering praise relentlessly. This is the Peace Hotel. Our Yibo has made it big. Could it be that Blue Station specifically chose the Peace Hotel because of our Yibo? They truly know how to cater to the top tier. Top tier presence, Peace Hotel. Yibo, make sure to take more photos of the interior. Let others see. Xiao Yibo, with the mindset of a suddenly wealthy person, urged the driver, eager to witness the hotel's mysterious interior. Mr. Xiao, there's too much traffic. It's a bit congested. Are you an idiot? Can't you use that entrance? Xiao Yibo immediately spotted the large door on the other side and berated the driver. Mr. Xiao, you're not from Beijing and don't know the area well. That door also leads to the ministry compound. Unauthorized vehicles are not permitted. Though Xiao Yibo was brash, he understood the ministry compound was not to be trifled with. However, the driver's subtle air of superiority as a local left him feeling quite uncomfortable. I didn't need you to remind me. Damn it. Can't you just push forward? In a moment of impulsiveness, Xiao Yibo leaned over to the driver's seat and abruptly honked the horn. The jarring sound irritated everyone, making them wish they could exit and smash the van. Perhaps due to the van being too well known, the staff of the Angel's Voice program hurriedly approached. Make way, folks. Let top tier Xiao Yibo go in first. Amidst the furious glares from others, Xiao Yibo reveled in the privilege. At that moment, he felt intoxicated, truly intoxicated. In his life, he had never experienced such unrestrained joy. Reflecting on his past under Li Qiuyue's management, where he was never allowed any extravagant behavior, he pondered what a difficult time that had been. This is the presence of a modern top tier. Fang Yinping's timely flattery further inflated Xiao Yibo's ego, and he had eyes for no one else. However, as they neared the entrance, an exceedingly ordinary business vehicle blocked their path, refusing to budge. Whose car is that in front? Don't they understand the rules? How dare they show such disrespect to a contemporary top tier? Xiao Yibo maliciously inquired of the staff beside him. Upon learning it belonged to a contestant from Xingyue Company, his expression darkened. Suddenly, he turned to Fang Yinping, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Did Huawei Company not blacklist Li Qiuyue's Xingyue Company?" Xiao Yibo's good mood was instantly shattered, and an unnameable anger surged within him, wishing to have the driver ram the car. Who was Li Qiuyue supporting this time? Fang Yinping was also taken aback. However, recalling Xiao Wang's confident demeanor earlier, she brushed it off. Yibo, Li Qiuyue is merely making a desperate attempt. She cannot turn the tide. Do you still doubt Xiao Wang's influence in the entertainment industry? Oomph. Xiao Yibo showed no mercy to Fang Yinping, snorting coldly and casting a frosty glare at the van ahead. His frustration simmered, feeling insulted by being blocked by Li Qiuyue. Whatever it takes, get around and block that business vehicle. The driver, startled by Xiao Yibo's twisted expression, dared not disobey his command. Without regard for anything else, he slammed the accelerator, squeezing past and then positioning the van across the road. "Sister Li, how have you been?" Xiao Yibo called out with a mocking tone, even opening the car door. "Aren't you still around? Are you preparing to promote another top tier? None of your business." Li Qiuyue was on the verge of exploding with anger, feeling like she was raising a thankless wolf. "Sister Li, I'm just concerned about you. Rest assured, during the program recording, I will take special care of your people." Is this what a top tier in the entertainment industry is like? Is being a top tier profession so mindless? Forced into the entertainment industry. To think he would be compared to such a person left Zhong Hua feeling insulted. Yet, Liu Yizhen believed she had not erred in her choice. If such a person could be elevated to top tier status, Li Qiuyue indeed possessed talent. The two sides stood at an impasse. completely blocking the road and severely disrupting the normal flow of traffic. The program staff were in a frenzy. This was the Peace Hotel in the capital, right next to the ministry compound. If a real big shot happened to notice, it could lead to serious trouble. Iba, you're magnanimous. Let us clear the way. Get lost. Have that vehicle as occupants allow me to pass. Otherwise, I will block this place all day. Miss Lee, how about you both exit the car and walk in? In reality, both vehicles were nearly at the entrance. It wouldn't take much to walk inside. However, the current situation has drawn the gaze of numerous onlookers. The first to yield will be the one to lose face. It's not just Zhong Hua who has pride at stake. Even Li Qiuyu cannot afford to lose her dignity. The vehicle ahead has obstructed the path. Why should we be the ones to disembark and walk in? Xiao Yibo is a top-tier celebrity, and he too values his reputation. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hua could not help but laugh in exasperation. The rules of the entertainment industry are indeed peculiar, devoid of the usual right or wrong, dictated solely by one's status. Miss Lu, Mr. Zhong, why not just ram through? Even the typically composed Lu Fu-Guo could no longer contain himself, eagerly pressing the accelerator. Maintain discretion, maintain discretion. Li Qiuyu quickly intervened, revealing a surprisingly fiery temperament beneath her otherwise quiet demeanor. Should they actually crash through, the matter would escalate significantly, becoming uncontrollable. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yibo, having narrowly escaped the predicament, lit a cigarette, as if to stand firm against Zhong Hua. The staff of the production team, sensing the urgency of the situation, promptly notified the director, Wang Ziqing. Yibo, how about granting your brother a favor? With Wang Dao's intervention, it was permitted. Have someone from the car opposite come over and light my cigarette. Is that too much to ask? This director Wang, I have already taken a step back. Powerless. Wang Ziqing reluctantly uprooted Li Qiuyu. Are we really going to light a cigarette? Can he handle that? While awaiting a response from others, the usually stoic Liu Yizhen could no longer endure the tension. Even his grandfather, Lu Lao, would not receive such treatment. A mere top-tier celebrity has some audacity. Chapter 15. Such trivial matters could easily be handled by driver Lu Fu-Guo. Miss Lu, allow me to take care of this, he said, breaking the silence from the driver's seat, swiftly dialing a number. Peace Hotel, handle this. Li Qiuyu felt an inexplicable confidence emanating from Lu Fu-Guo. After all, he was just a driver, yet he spoke with a certain authority. A minute later, a squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from the main entrance of the Peace Hotel. Upon spotting Lu Fu-Guo, they instinctively straightened their posture and marched directly to the front of Xiao Yibo's vehicle. Move your car aside. Everyone disembark for inspection. Furious, Xiao Yibo exclaimed, what a strange day. What gives these nobodies the audacity to provoke a top-tier celebrity like me? Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yinping silenced him. Yibo, mind your words. This is the National Guard. Hearing the term National Guard rendered Xiao Yibo momentarily speechless. A furtive glance at the soldiers' gleaming rifles drained the color from his face. The National Guard is responsible for protecting key national institutions, and rumors suggest they are authorized to fire in emergencies. Get out of the car, quickly. Xiao Yibo, disregarding his celebrity status, leapt from the vehicle, fearing he might be shot if he delayed. Show your ID. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yibo's expression shifted to one of distress. Comrade, I am Xiao Yibo, the top-tier celebrity known for the Wan Quan Mian. I'm here to participate in the Voice of Angels as a permanent partner. Em afraid. Comrade, you must present your ID immediately. Unfortunately, the soldiers remained unyielding, their demeanor unwavering. Under the threat of firearms, Xiao Yibo reluctantly retrieved his ID. The inspecting soldier suddenly wore a look of confusion, scrutinizing Xiao Yibo closely. Your photograph bears little resemblance to the person before me. Comrade, in our line of work, a little adjustment is standard procedure. Xiao Yibo hastily snatched back his ID, standing awkwardly to the side. As the path ahead cleared, Lu Fu-Guo wasted no time, revving the engine and driving away. As he passed by Xiao Yibo, whether intentional or not, he slammed on the accelerator, the thunderous roar nearly startling him into oblivion. Comrade, why aren't you checking their IDs? Xiao Yibo was genuinely frantic now. Having failed to assert himself against Li Qiuyu, he found himself in a most humiliating predicament. Yet the soldiers paid him no heed, their eyes fixed on Lu Fu-Guo as he successfully drove into the venue, before promptly dispersing. What had started as a farce left Xiao Yibo as the sole casualty. Sister Qiuyu, please bear with me. This venue is unlike our Blue Channel studio, which has a total of 6 independent lounges. Director Wang Ziqing, ever diplomatic, made his intentions clear. Zhong Hua, being a newcomer, was not entitled to an independent lounge. Rest assured, My Zhong Hua is not so delicate. Once Wang Ziqing left, satisfied, Li Qiuyu worried that Zhong Hua might throw a tantrum, and immediately began to explain. In the entertainment industry, status is paramount. You are currently a newcomer, and certain rules must be adhered to. Zhong Hua remained noncommittal, yet internally scoffed at this notion. The entertainment industry has far too many outdated rules, unlike the research field, where he could assist in the lab right after starting university. The Voice of Angels is a music-themed inspirational program launched by the Blue Channel, consisting of 5 episodes each season. Each episode invites 4 flying partners to perform heartfelt songs, with outstanding performers gaining the favor of music mentors, continuing to compete with other singers in the next episode. To ensure the program's authority, the Blue Channel has specially invited numerous music producers to form a 10-member evaluation committee. This season, aside from the top-tier Xiao Yibo, the other music mentor is the formidable diva Li Xiaohan. The flying partners for this episode include not only the newcomer Zhong Hua, but also mainland powerhouse singers Hu Quan, Wang Yanbin, the slightly subdued Zhang Liang, and the child star Huang Yuan, whose fame has spread across the nation. Li Qiuyu's requirements for Zhong Hua were quite simple. Just show up for this episode. Using this high-rated program as a platform would effectively mark his debut. With adequate publicity in the future, given Zhong Hua's looks, achieving fame would undoubtedly follow. As for whether Zhong Hua could surpass Xiao Yibo in 3 months, Li Qiuyu harbored no certainty. A small rise in fame relies on support, while a significant rise is a matter of fate. As the time drew near, the recording of the program entered its countdown phase. Zhong Hua just maintained stability. There is no need for undue pressure. Observing Li Qiuyu fussing like a mother hen, Lu Yizhen suddenly smiled. Zhong Hua's ability to withstand pressure was unquestionable. He could speak confidently in front of so many elders of the National Guard, and these were merely minor incidents. Also, keep an eye on Xiao Yibo. The music mentors essentially serve as program hosts, and when the top-tier Xiao Yibo and diva Li Xiaohan made their entrance, there was no need for staff guidance. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. It must be said, this is a pairing where popularity and talent coexist. The 3rd season of The Voice of Angels officially commenced, inviting this episode's 4 flying partners, powerhouse singers Hu Quan and Wang Yanbin, the beloved Huang Yuan who just graduated from Berkeley, and newcomer Zhong Hua. As the music mentors introduced the 4 flying partners, they took the stage in order. The fervor of the applause revealed that Huang Yuan, the child star, enjoyed the highest popularity, even surpassing the top-tier Xiao Yibo. Certainly, as a newcomer, or rather, an individual who scarcely qualifies as such, Zhong Hua's debut was met with only the perfunctory applause of the staff, leaving the atmosphere rather desolate. Witnessing this, Xiao Yibo could not suppress a sardonic smile. Can you endure this episode? Young lad, you have only yourself to blame for choosing Li Qiuyu as your manager. He eagerly anticipated how this novice would navigate the forthcoming deliberate challenges. Observing Zhong Hua's refined demeanor, he mused that if he were to be bullied into tears, it would certainly be amusing. Thus, when the recording of the program commenced, Xiao Yibo unexpectedly proposed a rather unusual request. For a singer, a cappella performance is the purest reflection of vocal prowess. Sister Xiaohan, am I not correct? Li Xiaohan, sensing trouble from Xiao Yibo, could only nod in reluctant agreement. I have a suggestion. During the upcoming singing segment, I wish for the 4 flying partners to perform a song a cappella. All right, that sounds good. Huang Yuan immediately clapped in agreement, his confidence in his own vocal abilities unwavering since his debut as a child star. 4 seasoned vocalists like Hu Quan and Wang Yanbin. Singing a cappella was merely a fundamental skill, and they would not refuse such a challenge. At this very moment, even knowing that the intent was to target the newcomer Zhong Hua, the production team could not afford to offend Xiao Yibo, a top-tier star, for the sake of an inexperienced artist. Prince Qing, well aware of the underlying intricacies, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Zhong Hua, who was suffering unwarrantedly due to Li Qiuyu's choices. So, what do you think of this newcomer Zhong Hua? Xiao Yibo inquired with a flippant tone, showing no respect for Zhong Hua. Of course, if you lack confidence in your vocal abilities, you may opt to use a backing track. What appeared to be an escape route was, in fact, a trap. Should Zhong Hua choose the safety of accompaniment out of fear of a cappella, the label of mediocrity would follow him for life. If he could withstand the pressure and opt for a cappella, it would be the best outcome. Xiao Yibo, assessing the inexperienced Zhong Hua, presumed that such a young amateur could hardly possess profound vocal skills, likely only achieving the level of a KTV enthusiast. If he were to embarrass himself, how could he maintain his standing in the entertainment industry? Pleased with himself, Xiao Yibo glanced at Li Qiuyu in the audience, only to find her expression untroubled. seemingly engrossed in her phone. Li Qiuyue, perhaps you have given up hope. During the singing segment, the seasoned talents Wang Yanbin and Hu Quan performed effortlessly, maintaining the level of excellence they had shown in their youth. However, the third performer, Huang Yuan, proved to be somewhat disappointing, his vocal quality mediocre. Unable to reach high notes or deliver a rich bass, falling short even of KTV standards. Unbeknownst to him, he immersed himself in his own singing, while many in the audience donned expressions of discomfort, with only Huang Yuan's fans reveling in the experience. As the last flying partner to take the stage, Zhong Hua observed the ecstatic fans of Huang Yuan and came to a realization. He suddenly understood why the nation had chosen him to become a star. Only fervent fans could consistently provide emotional value. Huang Yuan, splendid performance. Truly deserving of a graduate from Berklee College of Music. The child star Huang Yuan, boasting an enthusiastic following of 3 million, received insincere praise from the production team. Don't let my influence affect you. Keep it up. It must be said that while Huang Yuan lacked self-awareness, he was nonetheless a decent person, being the only guest to actively engage with Zhong Hua. The next to grace the stage was the newcomer from Xingyue Entertainment, Zhong Hua. In the entertainment industry, notoriety equates to everything. As Zhong Hua made his debut, he exuded no allure, and the audience engaged in their own conversations. It wasn't until the staff in charge of audience control prompted applause that a sparse response was heard. Zhong Hua, never heard of him, murmured the crowd. What is so special about a newcomer? Just riding the coattails of the production team. Yet, when the audience was compelled to applaud and eventually turned their attention, many gasped in astonishment. For Zhong Hua's first appearance, Li Qiuyue and Liu Yijin had exerted considerable effort. Li Qiuyue envisioned an extravagant outfit for Zhong Hua, believing the dramatic effect of the stage lights would leave a lasting impression. However, Liu Yijin outright rejected the diamond-studded ensemble. What nonsense! For someone like Zhong Hua, a prodigy in science, entering the entertainment industry to gain emotional value is already a compromise. Forcing him into such an ostentatious costume would tarnish his reputation. After deliberation, and in consideration of Zhong Hua's natural temperament, they ultimately settled on a pure white suit. Thus, as Zhong Hua stood before everyone, clad in a dazzling white ensemble under the radiant lights, he appeared strikingly handsome, exuding a calm demeanor and an ethereal quality, setting him apart from other stars with a scholarly air reminiscent of a refined gentleman. In an instant, the audience erupted into the loudest cheers since the recording began. He is incredibly handsome. This newcomer has something special. I can hardly contain my excitement. Quick, someone hold me back. I feel like I might lose control. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of emotional value. The system flooded the screen with notifications, standing center stage for only a brief moment. He had amassed over 1,000 points of emotional value. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhong Hua couldn't help but smile. Yet, it was this very smile that elevated the atmosphere to an unimaginable height. Xiao Yibao's and Huang Yuan's fans, in that moment, completely forgot their allegiances, captivated by Zhong Hua's warm, jade-like smile. The ensuing screams nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Did the cameras capture that? Director Wang Ziqing yelled into the microphone, his voice hoarse with excitement. Zhong Hua's enchanting smile would undoubtedly become a highlight of this episode. Report to the director, we captured every angle, 360 degrees without a blind spot. From now on, assign a dedicated camera crew to focus on Zhong Hua. This newcomer's charisma is remarkably potent. Li Xiaohan, the music recommender on stage, observed with sparkling eyes, recognizing that the entertainment industry had not seen such an intriguing newcomer in quite some time. Just a gimmick. Remember, this is a music show. The most important aspect remains vocal skills. Xiao Yibao, seated among his fervent fans, felt a pang of jealousy as they cheered for Zhong Hua, nearly grinding his teeth in envy. Li Xiaohan blinked in surprise. She had never imagined that Xiao Yibao would utter such a niche term as vocal skills. Miss Liu, I'm feeling particularly confident right now. In 3 months, Zhong Hua will undoubtedly rise to the level of a top star like Xiao Yibao. No, Zhong Hua will surpass Xiao Yibao in fame. Li Qiuyue asserted with unwavering certainty, realizing that she had underestimated the substantial advantages that Zhong Hua possessed in the external realm. Indeed, the entertainment industry is replete with strikingly handsome men and stunning women. Yet those who are standardized and cultivated as stars often resemble products from an assembly line, lacking in individuality. In stark contrast, Zhong Hua exuded a unique charm beneath his exceptional appearance, effortlessly commanding the stage with an air of nonchalance that bore an inexplicable allure, akin to a scientist conducting an experiment in the news. He was singular, distinctly unique, and utterly irreplaceable. Li Qiuyue cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Yibao. Those who were merely products of the assembly line rarely shone for more than 3 years. At that moment, Liu Yixin had no time to pay heed to Li Qiuyue. He discreetly retrieved his phone, taking advantage of the solitude to adjust the angle towards Zhong Hua on stage. Subsequently, he opened a group chat pinned at the top of his WeChat, titled Comrade Zhong Hua's Workgroup. He promptly sent the captured photo into the chat. Chapter 17. Zhong Hua. Never dated? Stop fooling around. This is a music program. Zhong Hua, please sing. As he observed Zhong Hua's increasing popularity, Xiao Yibo felt a surge of irritation, jealousy churning within him. Unfortunately for him, the audience remained unwavering in their adoration, continuing to cheer for Zhong Hua. Singing? With such looks, that was more than sufficient. Ultimately, it was Zhong Hua who stepped forth, subtly gesturing for silence. And the previously raucous recording setting fell into an immediate hush. Today, he would perform a piece by the pop diva Su Mingzhu, titled Biqing. This song posed considerable difficulty. Li Xiaohan's expression clouded with concern. She believed that this newcomer was being overly presumptuous. Biqing featured a languid rhythm. Yet the frequent transitions between high and low notes could make breath control exceedingly challenging for the performer. Moreover, performing a cappella without accompaniment meant that even the slightest sound of breath could be magnified. The new generation of artists indeed seemed blissfully unaware of their limitations. Li Xiaohan paid no heed to Xiao Yibo's antiquated remark. Instead, she regarded Zhong Hua on stage with a curious gaze, noting his unwavering composure, which inexplicably cultivated a sense of anticipation within her. Under the spotlight at the center of the stage, when Zhong Hua grasped the microphone, his pure and crystalline voice resonated throughout the recording center. It turns out you are the one I wish to hold on to the most. It turns out our love once stood so close. The first line from Zhong Hua captivated Li Xiaohan's attention. His vocal tone was exquisite. The transitions between high and low notes flawless, and his breath control impeccable, rendering even the faintest sound of breathing inaudible. A newcomer possessed of such vocal prowess? Which music academy had nurtured such a prodigy? As Zhong Hua reached the climax of the song, Li Xiaohan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. My goodness, have today's newcomers truly reached such heights? Her gaze was fixed intently on Zhong Hua, who maintained his calm demeanor throughout the performance. This was profoundly incongruous. Zhong Hua appeared entirely unaffected by the emotional weight of a love song. Rather, he seemed to rely solely on technique, exhibiting no fluctuations in emotion whatsoever. Thus, as his performance concluded, Li Xiaohan could hardly contain her curiosity and was the first to voice her questions. Zhong Hua, that was exceptionally beautiful. However, I have a rather personal inquiry. Of course, you may choose not to answer. Zhong Hua nodded non-committally, his demeanor sincere. Teacherly, please ask. A title of teacher is not unwarranted. Have you never experienced a romantic relationship? With a laugh, the audience gaped in astonishment at Li Xiaohan, bewildered by her audacity in posing such an absurd question. In today's society, how could a top-tier young man like Zhong Hua have never dated? In truth, celebrities in the entertainment industry, especially those who attract fans based on their looks, often proclaim a lack of romantic entanglements. Yet everyone understands the underlying realities. Moreover, a figure as striking as Zhong Hua would not even need to initiate. Countless women would readily seek him out. If it's uncomfortable, you need not answer. I truly have never dated. Zhong Hua candidly responded, expressing that he was not averse to love, but merely found the task of courting women rather tedious. In contrast to scientific research and experimentation, which followed logical patterns and had extensive literature for reference, women seemed to Zhong Hua an entirely unpredictable phenomenon. Zhong Hua, do you genuinely believe anyone will take you seriously? Upon hearing Zhong Hua's shameless claim of never having dated, Xiao Yibo snorted derisively. This newcomer appeared all too familiar with the entertainment industry's playbook. The persona of an innocent boy naturally attracted a multitude of female admirers. Much like himself, a top-tier celebrity who publicly declared his own lack of romantic involvement, while the reality painted a different picture. He could already envision achieving 100 romantic conquests. I believe it. Not only do I believe it, but I trust that both Hu Quan and Wang Yanbin, as esteemed mentors, should also believe it. Li Xiaohan's statement rendered Xiao Yibo momentarily speechless. What on earth is happening? Hu Quan, who had been observing from the sidelines, chuckled and began to elucidate. As a professional musician, it is quite easy to discern. Zhong Hua's rendition of Biqing was remarkably flawless, his vocal skills exceptionally refined. However, one thing that may have escaped everyone's notice is that throughout the performance, his expression remained completely composed. The large screen appropriately displayed the earlier performance, confirming Hu Quan's observations. It is well known that singers typically infuse their performances with personal experiences, a phenomenon often referred to as channeling emotion through song. Yet Zhong Hua's rendition of Bi Qing was purely technical, devoid of any emotional connection. It is through this that we have drawn our conclusions. As Hu Quan's explanation garnered unanimous agreement from Wang Yanbin and Li Xiaohan, the atmosphere in the room became palpably charged. Fans, much like men, yearn for their idols to be flawless. With his top-tier looks and a past devoid of romantic involvement, Zhong Hua undoubtedly fulfilled all their fantasies. Even the program director, Wang Ziqing, wore an expression of excitement. This episode was brimming with potential highlights. He sensed that this installment of Angel's Voice was destined to become a sensation. More importantly, Zhong Hua, as a newcomer, possessed an abundance of dazzling attributes. His future achievements were truly limitless. Upon concluding the recording, Li Xiaohan, Hu Quan, and others proactively requested Zhong Hua's contact information, expressing their optimism regarding his prospects. Everyone left the recording session thoroughly satisfied, except for Xiao Yibo, a top-tier celebrity, overshadowed by a newcomer. The more serious issue was the questioning of his musical prowess. He had initially come to this program to enhance his reputation as a musician in preparation for the Olympic opening ceremony. However, compared to the established talents like Li Xiaohan, his lackluster performance was nothing short of a disaster. He could already foresee that once Angel's Voice aired, countless detractors would cast doubts on his musical foundation. Other seasoned singers would undoubtedly discern the truth behind Zhong Hua's lack of romantic experience through his singing. Yet here was Xiao Yibo, who prided himself on being a leading figure in the Chinese music scene, unable to perceive even this fundamental truth. Xiao Yibo resolutely resolved that, for the sake of his image and to eliminate the most significant threat posed by Zhong Hua, he would take action. It is imperative for him to seek assistance from General Wang of the company. At this moment, Lu Yijin is besieged by the incessant notifications from the green bubble chat, leaving her in a state of restlessness. In a whimsical moment, she had shared a photograph of Zhong Hua in the Guohai Institute Comrade, Zhong Hua exchange group. Little did she anticipate the overwhelming response it would incite. She initially believed that the typically preoccupied elders would not pay heed to such trivial matters. However, it appears she has underestimated Zhong Hua's significance. Chapter 18 within the Guohai Institute. Anticipation is palpable. Is this the live recording at Guohai Institute number 1? Guohai Institute no. 3 looks quite lively. This girl from Guohai Institute number 9. Refrain from indiscriminately sharing photos. Be mindful of your image. Lu Yijin, ignore your grandfather. The photo is rather commendable. Xiao Su, that outfit truly suits you. With trepidation, Lu Yijin unlocked her phone and furtively glanced at the messages in the group, finally letting out a sigh of relief. In the parking lot, Xiao Yibo sat in his van, fixated on the entrance. Today's recording had left him seething with frustration. His animosity towards Zhong Hua had long surpassed that for Li Qiuyue. Once Zhong Hua steps into the vehicle, ram him with your car, he instructed. Naturally, Xiao Yibo would not dare to cause a fatal incident. His primary goal was merely to instill fear in Zhong Hua and vent his pent-up anger. Charge, ram into him. When Zhong Hua finally appeared, Xiao Yibo was exhilarated, immediately commanding the driver to start the vehicle. Crash in his car, give a good hit. His driver, a trusted confidant, obeyed the command without hesitation. In that moment, a twisted smile spread across Xiao Yibo's face as he eagerly anticipated Zhong Hua's panicked reaction. Just then, a Maybach unexpectedly materialized, halting directly in front of Zhong Hua's business vehicle. The driver, catching a glimpse of the license plate, turned pale with fright, instinctively swerving the steering wheel, resulting in a collision with a concrete pillar. What the hell are you doing? I told you to ram the business car, not the pillar. Are you out of your mind? Caught off guard, Xiao Yibo was thrown against the interior of the vehicle, losing a tooth in the process. Blood flowed freely as he spoke, leaving him in a state of disarray. Boss, I couldn't dare to hit that Maybach. What the hell? Why would you be afraid of a Maybach? With Xiao Yibo's status, not even a multi-million-dollar supercar would intimidate him. Boss, that Maybach has a white military plate. White military plate. So what? The Maybach itself is not terrifying, nor is the white plate. But that Maybach with the white military plate is far beyond his reach. Comrade, are you all right? I'm fine. Just an accident, merely an accident. Gazing at the Maybach's driver, Xiao Yibo remained silent, tears welling in his eyes, blood trickling from his mouth as he made a hasty retreat. Zhong Hua. This is General Meng from Huawei. General Meng. This is Zhong Hua, who holds the ultimate authority over the wireless charging technology licensing. Li Weiming refrained from revealing Zhong Hua's true identity, but the implications were unmistakably clear. Though curious about Zhong Hua's celebrity status, General Meng quickly grasped his significance and displayed remarkable courtesy. Zhong Hua, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Li Qiuyue, concealed within the business vehicle, was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. What just transpired? The illustrious President Meng of Huawei had approached her for a handshake. In the capital-centric entertainment industry, General Meng represented the very embodiment of capital. Zhong Hua, we at Huawei hope to obtain the development authorization for wireless charging technology. In today's society, technology dictates status, particularly a groundbreaking technology like wireless charging, which could potentially revolutionize an entire industry. For Zhong Hua, it was merely a trivial aspect of his black technology system. Yet, in General Meng's eyes, it held the potential for trillion-dollar value. Principally, there's no issue. Old Meng from Huawei is someone I deeply admire. With Zhong Hua's affirmative stance, the subsequent collaboration seemed inevitable. As for the specific terms of cooperation, that was beyond the contemplation of someone like him, a research professional dabbling in stardom. Having surrendered the black technology system, Zhong Hua had not considered personal gains or losses. With the nation's protection, he truly believed no one would dare to shortchange him. Moreover, given his current affluent status, he had little interest in the minor technology of wireless charging. At Guohai Institute, conference room number 1, dozens of academicians from various fields have been secretly invited. What is happening today? I have no idea. What significant event has transpired? Many were astonished to discover that all the academicians present had undergone rigorous scrutiny and were highly trusted veterans. Old Shi, you must know something. Amid the murmurs, only academician Shi Nansheng from the National Defense University remained composed, a hint of pride subtly gracing his lips. What do I know? I'm here with you all. RNTI? Yet, Shi Nansheng remained tight-lipped, exuding an air of knowing but unwilling to divulge. Old Shi, you keep your secrets well. I say, don't expect to reference my experimental data in the future. Yes. Old Shi, it's pointless to keep it all to yourself. Just spill it out. The room finally regained its tranquility once several elders entered. Curiously, upon their arrival, they greeted the elderly academicians warmly, shared a few cigarettes, and calmly took their seats, occasionally glancing towards the entrance as though awaiting someone. Seeing this, many academicians felt a twinge of astonishment. What kind of meeting was this? Who could be so esteemed as to warrant the elders' anticipation? As time ticked by, when footsteps echoed down the corridor, the elders unexpectedly stood up in excitement, startling the academicians within the conference room. Greetings, elders. Hello, teacher, esteemed academicians. Allow me to introduce Zhong Hua, a distinguished disciple of academician Shi Nansheng from the National Defense University. Though Zhong Hua maintained a calm demeanor, the grandiosity of the conference room momentarily took him aback. Apart from the elders from Guohai Institute, his mentor, academician Shi Nansheng, and several senior academicians from Qingbei University, Zhong Hua was intimately familiar with these prominent figures in the domestic research community. Leaving these esteemed elders waiting made Zhong Hua uneasy, prompting him to bow respectfully from start to finish. This child hasn't forgotten his roots. Unpretentious and rational. If contemporary youth were all like Zhong Hua, how could the nation not thrive? Exchanging glances, the elders could not hide their admiration for Zhong Hua. Within the conference room, none were more pleased than Shi Nansheng. His student contributions to the nation truly filled him with pride. Today, I have invited everyone here to discuss a matter concerning the nation's rise. The momentous rise. Could it be attributed to a breakthrough in a pivotal technology? Controlled nuclear fusion? Quantum computing? Artificial intelligence? The esteemed academicians present, each a genius with intellect surpassing even that of Superman, seemed to have discerned the essence of the matter with but a moment's reflection. Almost nearly, the elderly gentleman erupted in a hearty laughter, their affectionate gazes directed towards Zhong Hua. With his presence, such advancements are bound to materialize eventually. Indeed, the academicians, merely speaking offhandedly, were taken aback by the earnest acknowledgement from their peers, prompting an immediate surge of excitement. Any one of the technologies they mentioned could catalyze a transformation in contemporary society, altering the very fate of a nation. Please remain calm. I have a few mobile phones here for you to examine. Notice any differences? The confidentiality of this meeting was exceedingly high. The premises of Guohai Academy were not only heavily guarded, but also equipped with shielding devices. Thus, the physically demanding task fell solely to Zhong Hua. 10 brand new mobile phones were distributed before the academicians. Was there a groundbreaking technology within a mere phone? The casing, merely polycarbonate? Could it be that the chip inside had achieved a breakthrough? The academicians eagerly picked up the phones, inspecting them from every angle, yet failing to detect anything unusual. This phone is anything but ordinary, Old Shi exclaimed. What exactly is different? Speak up. In contrast to the bewildered expressions of the other academicians, Shi Nanxing calmly activated his phone. A knowing smile gracing his features as he observed the charging indicator on the screen. Open your phones, you will soon understand. Initially, no one discerned the phone's secret until one academician suddenly exclaimed, "How is this phone charging?" In an instant, realization dawned upon all. These 10 phones were not connected to any charging cables, yet the charging indicator continued to flicker. Wireless charging technology? Old Li, when did your research institute achieve such a monumental breakthrough? Academician Li, a physicist specializing in semiconductor devices and a member of the National Academy, fixated on the charging apparatus flickering on the wall socket, estimating the distance to the phone. Suddenly, he shouted, 5 meters apart, and it can provide energy without any contact. This is true wireless charging technology. Who, pray tell, is the mastermind behind this innovation? As they gazed at the exuberant academician Li, the elderly gentleman turned their attention to Zhong Hua. Is it you? Such remarkable achievements in semiconductors at such a young age, truly astonishing. After speaking, academician Li, disregarding his age, bowed deeply to Zhong Hua. As he accomplished, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Startled, Zhong Hua instinctively stepped aside, casting a reproachful glance at the elderly gentleman. This just has gone too far. What was to follow would be exceedingly extraordinary, and he hoped the others were mentally prepared. The elderly gentleman's demonstration of the wireless charging technology served as a prelude to announcing Zhong Hua's identity. Zhong Hua, a distinguished student from the National Defense University and the pride of Shi Nanxing, had recently bound himself to a system of advanced technologies. This system contained an array of cutting-edge technologies far beyond the current world, with wireless charging being but a trivial aspect. A system of advanced technologies? For these venerable academicians, such a notion was difficult to accept. However, the existence of the wireless charging technology tangibly supported the system's reality. The purpose of convening this gathering was simple. What forms of advanced technology could swiftly enhance national strength? Or rather, what advanced technologies does our nation urgently require to bolster its power and no longer fear the military threats from other nations? While some academicians remained skeptical, academician Li, having regained his composure, was already thoroughly convinced. Only the semiconductor industry comprehended the true worth of wireless charging technology. Was there a purchasing limitation on Zhong Hua's advanced technology system? Otherwise, acquiring all the advanced technologies at once could resolve all issues. Indeed, the currency of the advanced technology system is emotional value, derived from emotional fluctuations triggered by Zhong Hua. An equitable exchange, entirely reasonable. Thankfully, it was not at the cost of Zhong Hua's health. Zhong Hua bowed deeply to academician Li, internally grateful for his care. In that case, would it be possible for Zhong Hua to document all the advanced technologies for our study? That is certainly feasible. Without hesitation, Zhong Hua took up pen and paper and began to write. Sit down and write. An elderly academician hurriedly stood up, insisting on placing Zhong Hua back in his seat. At that moment, the expansive conference room fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of writing. Artificial kidneys? 2 nanometers lithography machines? Controlled nuclear fusion? Quantum computing? Dyson spheres? Once Zhong Hua had completed his writing, he was met with a sea of affectionate gazes. Child, you must be tired. Have some water. Well done, child. Truly, you are a remarkable young man. Zhong Hua was taken aback by the extraordinary treatment he received from the academicians. Unbeknownst to him, the elderly gentleman had just recounted in detail his voluntary submission of the system. They recognized in him the spirit of selfless dedication they once embodied, having already acknowledged him in their hearts. Hiding to the side, Zhong Hua allowed the elderly academicians to eagerly peruse all the advanced technologies. He quietly sipped the water offered by the academicians, finding it remarkably sweet, reluctant to finish it. Something felt amiss. He sensed an underlying tension. Indeed, while these technologies were undeniably superior to current world standards, Zhong Hua, are you certain this is all the advanced technology within the system? Faced with his mentor Shi Nanxing's inquiry, Zhong Hua, though perplexed, quickly nodded. Teacher, this encompasses all the advanced technologies I can access. Higher-tier advanced technologies require an elevation in the current planetary civilization level. Planetary civilization level? According to the system's prompt, the current planetary civilization level stood at a mere 0. 7. Only by breaking through to a Type 1 civilization would the system unlock higher-tier advanced technologies. Upon this explanation, all present comprehended the situation. No wonder they found the technologies written on paper less impressive than anticipated. Therein lay the reason. I say, old Shi, is it necessary to be so harsh with Zhong Hua? Zhong Hua, If things don't work out, do not attend the National Defense University. Come to Tsinghua or Peking University instead. As for the benefits, I need not elaborate. In one word, you will have everything others possess and more besides. Everyone understood that Shi Nanxing's inquiry toward Zhong Hua was a veiled form of protection. Academician Li's sudden reprimand left everyone bewildered until the final remark laid bare his intentions. He was attempting to undermine Shi Nanxing in front of everyone. Chapter 20, Quantum Computing, the Final Choice. Yes, indeed, old Shi, you are commendable in many respects. But you are overly stringent with your students. Fear not, Zhong Hua, the old man will advocate for you. The doors of our university will always be open to you. Old Shi, I must speak a word in your favor. Such an exceptional child, and yet you fail to cherish him. Child, come to our Southern University. The picturesque Jiangnan Watertown is delightful, and there are many female classmates. Lao Shi, others may fear you, but I do not. Zhong Hua, let us abandon the National Defense University and head to Harbin Institute of Technology instead. Enough. Shi Nanxing was utterly incensed. Zhong Hua was the sacred son of the sect, a future leader of the National Defense University, and could not simply be taken away. I educate my students. It is none of your concern. The usually courteous Shi Nanxing resorted to profanity, revealing the depth of his inner fury. Many academicians chuckled awkwardly, yet discreetly winked at Zhong Hua. The allure was ever present. Comrades, the most pressing matter at hand is the selection of our next groundbreaking technology. In a crucial moment, it was a few elder statesmen who intervened to conclude this farcical competition for the sect's sacred son. Under normal circumstances, controllable nuclear fusion should be the sole option. Shi Nanxing's choice garnered the support of most academicians. Controllable nuclear fusion is hailed as the ultimate dream of humanity's energy, poised to resolve the current energy crisis. Not only that, but the associated technologies could also propel advancements across multiple disciplines. The high-temperature materials required for controllable nuclear fusion can foster progress in material science. Magnetic confinement devices can drive collaborative innovation in manufacturing technologies and engineering design. Should the nation truly master controllable nuclear fusion, it would deliver a dimensional blow to the global industrial landscape. I have a question. Have we considered the reactions of other countries? Or is our current national strength capable of withstanding the military pressures from other nations? Academician Li timely posed a question that caused the faces of all present to change. This was a grave concern. Would certain nations willingly allow our country to flourish through controllable nuclear fusion? Many can envision that once the news of controllable nuclear fusion leaks, certain deranged countries might instigate a third world war. Has our national strength reached an invincible status in contemporary times? With this realization, many sighed in regret, excluding controllable nuclear fusion from their options. Only when our national power is overwhelmingly dominant will controllable nuclear fusion become the exclusive choice. With controllable nuclear fusion eliminated, there were indeed few alternatives left. The Dyson sphere is a technology predicated on controllable nuclear fusion. Artificial intelligence serves more as an auxiliary technology. The higher the technological advancement of society, the greater its impact. Thus, all the academicians unanimously declared the sole option: quantum computing. Zhong Hua also wore a smile of agreement. His knowledge may not be as extensive as that of the academicians, yet he too believed that quantum computing was undoubtedly the most suitable black technology for our current society. Zhong Hua, could you elucidate why we should opt for quantum computing? Academician Li genuinely regarded Zhong Hua with paternal affection, always eager to provide him with opportunities to express himself. At this moment, all eyes turned scrutinizingly towards Zhong Hua, not out of disapproval, but from a national standpoint for a special evaluation of him. Under such pressure, Zhong Hua remained composed, displaying neither humility nor arrogance. Quantum computing is not merely a computational tool. It is a catalyst for the leap of civilization and technology, deeply tapping into the potential of current technologies. For instance, a significant portion of experimental data is constrained by insufficient computational power, necessitating repeated preliminary experimental data. The advent of quantum computing will entirely eliminate such waste. What once took 10 days for an experiment could potentially be accomplished in just 1 hour through quantum computing. Moreover, its impact extends beyond experimentation. In medicine, finance, logistics, and even cybersecurity, quantum computing promises transformative changes. A mere child opinion. I am but an amateur, and I hope not to amuse everyone. Observing the confident yet humble Zhong Hua, a phrase echoed in the minds of all present. The youth is formidable. This child is truly exceptional. His analysis of quantum computing not only showcased his solid foundation, but also reflected his vast knowledge, aligning with the thoughts of the majority. My heavens, how old is this child? In an instant, envious gazes nearly scorched Shernansheng. With consensus reached, the next priority was the emotional value. When the topic of emotional value arose, Zhong Hua resembled a disinterested student, unable to resist scratching his head. I currently possess a total of 13,586 emotional points, while redeeming quantum computing requires 1.6 million emotional points, which is rather lacking. It has been calculated here that Angel's Voice is preliminarily expected to achieve a viewership rating of around 18, with the audience likely exceeding 3 million. We believe that based on your performance, you will undoubtedly reap abundant rewards. When many academicians learned that such a promising scientist as Zhong Hua was venturing into the entertainment industry for emotional points, they were indignant and prepared to speak on his behalf. Yet, they quickly recalled the enticing black technologies within the system. Ultimately, they merely offered him a sympathetic glance. Enduring hardships is the path to greatness. For the nation. For black technology, Zhong Hua, you must persevere. By the way, when is Angel's Voice premiering? I shall arrange for the school to organize a collective viewing. As a means of contributing. With nearly 40,000 students at Qingbei, I can certainly advocate for it. Although Xi University has fewer people, there are still over 20,000, which can contribute somewhat. These elder academicians, while not directly responsible for administrative tasks at their respective schools, wield such formidable influence that they could even alter a school's location. Coordinating the entire student body to watch a variety show is hardly a significant matter. 3 days later, on Saturday at 8 in the evening. Good. Angel's Voice is set to air smoothly, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhong Hua will amass a substantial emotional value. This means that in 3 days, the groundbreaking technology of quantum computing can be successfully redeemed. These elder academicians were already eager to return and arrange the relevant matters, awaiting the birth of quantum computing. Zhong Hua, in 3 days, let us meet again. In 3 days, quantum computing, I await you. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would witness the birth of quantum computing? All held enormous expectations for the imminent arrival of quantum computing. Today has also seen a burst of updates. Chapter 21. I cannot be obscured by your day. The headquarters of Hawaii. After a thoroughly exhilarating battle, General Wang lit a cigarette, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Today, Xiao Yibo was exceptionally cooperative, providing him with an unparalleled enjoyment. Speak, what happened? General Wang had quite a good reputation in certain matters. As long as one could appease him, everything was negotiable. Xiao Yibo recounted the events that transpired at the recording venue in detail. General Wang, you must advocate for me. Zhong Hua, as a newcomer, poses too great a threat to me. Moreover, he has the backing of Li Qiuyue. Zhong Hua had evidently become a nightmare for Xiao Yibo, as he recalled how his own fans had actively cheered for him during the recording, causing him to feel uneasy. If Zhong Hua were to truly rise, he would undoubtedly threaten his position as a top influencer. So what do you plan to do? Mr. Wang, might we employ some tactics to diminish Zhong Hua's screen time? Reduce his screen time? Yibo, you are too timid, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. Some matters should either be entirely abandoned or pursued to the utmost. Mr. Wang smirked disdainfully, his words emanating the imposing aura of a titan within the entertainment industry. Hua Yi has issued a ban on Li Qiuyue, ensuring she will never rise again. Relying on a mere newcomer to turn the tides? Li Qiuyue, you must be dreaming. I shall immediately contact director He from Blue TV. For this episode of The Voice of Angels, I will ensure that Zhong Hua receives not a single second of screen time. Hua Yi's standing within the entertainment realm is indisputable. And besides, the Wang brothers have influential backing. A simple newcomer, after all. I am confident that Blue TV will grant us this favor. Mr. Wang, you are truly formidable. Xiao Yibo felt a surge of delight within, feigning admiration as he leapt forward, anticipating an unprecedented showdown. Recently, as The Voice of Angels approached its premiere, a wave of positive news flooded in. Firstly, in terms of advertising, the illustrious Huawei Group had proactively reached out to Blue TV to sponsor the program. And both parties had signed a letter of intent. As a leading technology enterprise in the country, Huawei had never before taken the initiative to engage in advertising, thus elevating Blue TV's reputation immensely. Secondly, leading up to the premiere, the online buzz was palpable. Initially, students from prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities began to voice their criticism online, as the administration mandated a collective viewing of The Voice of Angels on Saturday night. Following suit were universities such as Xi'an Jiaodong University, Harbin Institute of Technology, and Nanjing University, each issuing similar directives. Many speculated that this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the program's team for ratings. However, when student ID card began to surface online, disbelief swept through the audience. Was it merely a music variety show, or did it conceal some profound secret? After these online stirrings, The Voice of Angels had already garnered pre-release acclaim. On Saturday, within the halls of Zhong Hua Academy, several elderly scholars congregated, eagerly awaiting the show's debut. Based on projections, this episode of The Voice of Angels could achieve a viewership rating of 31. It's no wonder we have exerted so much effort. All of this is for quantum computing. It has been years since I last watched a television program. I believe the last time was during the Spring Festival Gala. At this moment, I am rather looking forward to Zhong Hua's performance on television. Can you believe that those venerable academicians are likely at home, eagerly anticipating Zhong Hua's appearance? Or are they truly awaiting his performance, or are they merely yearning for quantum computing? Amidst the laughter and chatter, the clock struck 8. The Voice of Angels commenced. Vice Director Chun. "It's a hit. Truly a sensation," exclaimed the staff at Blue TV's Broadcasting Center upon witnessing the data. The viewership rating skyrocketed to 29 right from the start. Hearing this figure, Vice Director Chun couldn't help but pat the reluctant Wang Ziqing on the back. "Director Wang, do you now comprehend that the program's explosive success is not reliant on a single individual? Zhong Hua, a mere newcomer. What does it matter if his footage is entirely cut? Can he still turn the world upside down?" At this moment, within the Xingyue company, Li Qiuyu sensed an unsettling shift. The program had aired for 5 minutes. Yet, as a flying partner, Zhong Hua had yet to make a single appearance. "Director Wang, what is happening?" "Qiuyu, I sincerely apologize. There are certain matters beyond my control." "What does that mean? Have you and Zhong Hua offended someone?" "Our Vice Director Chun has personally ordered that all of Zhong Hua's footage be removed." "What?" Li Qiuyu's mind went blank before a name flickered across her thoughts. "Xiao Yibo, it must be you who orchestrated this." At the headquarters of Hua E Company, Xiao Yibo lounged back, casually watching The Voice of Angels. Fang Jie. In the entertainment industry, the most vital asset is one's connections. So what if Zhong Hua is handsome and possesses a good voice? Without connections, without a network, he can be swiftly silenced, denied any opportunity to be seen. How can he possibly achieve fame? Observing Xiao Yibo's smug demeanor, Fang Yinping adeptly flattered him. "Yibo, Mr. Wang truly cherishes you. He even managed to persuade Blue TV to join in on the ban against Zhong Hua. Therefore, follow my lead diligently. I hold great expectations for you." In high spirits, Xiao Yibo could hardly remain seated, eagerly anticipating the sight of Zhong Hua's dismay. He promptly grabbed Fang Yinping and dashed over to the nearby Xingyue company. "Oh, isn't that Sister Qiuyu? You seem rather downcast. Oh, by the way, Zhong Hua's footage has been entirely cut. Ha ha ha. Where's Zhong Hua? Let me see if he is hiding somewhere, weeping." Amidst Xiao Yibo's sharp mockery, Zhong Hua finally made his entrance. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you making such a racket at this late hour?" There was no hint of the expected despair or frantic outbursts. Rather, he remained calm and composed, leaving Xiao Yibo momentarily taken aback. "I can assure you, as long as I am here, you shall never rise to prominence. Do you understand? Just because of you? Huh. I have the backing of Mr. Wang from Hua E, a titan in the entertainment world. It would be effortless to obliterate you." Effortless obliteration? Zhong Hua regarded Xiao Yibo with a look of pity, wondering if this fool truly grasped the impending circumstances. What wrath might those venerable academicians, eagerly awaiting quantum computing, unleash? To be honest, Zhong Hua found himself rather intrigued. As The Voice of Angels concluded, the final viewership rating soared to an astonishing 36, surpassing everyone's expectations. At Blue TV's Broadcasting Center, Vice Director Chun waved his hand exuberantly, exuding confidence. Everyone's bonuses are doubled. He remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. Chapter 22. Who can withstand the wrath of the academicians? In the quiet of the night, the Zhong Hua Academy was ablaze with lights. What on earth is happening? I've been squinting through my reading glasses for ages and have yet to catch a glimpse of Zhong Hua. Where is he? Has he been swallowed by the television? I demand to know where Zhong Hua is. What about the emotional value? What about the quantum computing? Tonight, the busiest individuals were undoubtedly the elderly scholars at Zhong Hua Academy, who struggled to contain their anger while trying to assuage the concerns of their esteemed colleagues. The crux of the issue was that The Voice of Angels had not featured a single frame of Zhong Hua. Without his appearance, there would be no emotional value to harvest. And without that, quantum computing could not be redeemed. The consequences were particularly severe. After ending the call, the elderly scholars wore grim expressions, the room thick with tension. "Investigate. I need to understand what is happening." With a commanding tone, the elderly scholars set the national machinery in motion, and within moments, the situation was laid bare. Mr. Wang of Hua E Group feared that Zhong Hua's emergence would overshadow his artist Xiao E Bo's popularity, and thus, in collaboration with Vice Director Chen of Blue TV, they had forcibly edited out all of Zhong Hua's footage during the post-production of The Voice of Angels. How should this matter be resolved? I'm not well-versed in footage. Who is deserving of my quantum computing? This child, Zhong Hua, has it easy, does he? Originally a prodigy in the realm of science, compelled to venture into the entertainment industry due to the allure of cutting-edge technology, and yet, astonishingly, faced with a ban? Truth be told, I feel a profound sense of injustice for Zhong Hua. He is indeed a remarkable young man. The collective wisdom of several academicians, whose ages nearly accumulate into millennia, particularly the venerable pioneers of our national research sector, seems powerless against the tempest of grievances that these individuals unleash. I assure everyone that this matter will be addressed with utmost urgency and rigor. Regardless of who is entangled in this situation, a serious resolution is imperative. We must ensure that Zhong Hua does not suffer undue hardship. Currently, the paramount concern lies in the fluctuation of emotional capital. Can we exchange it for quantum computing? Academician Li S. remark serves as a reminder that before the machinery of the state, no individual can wield absolute power, be they titans of the entertainment industry or the shadowy financiers behind the scenes. The crux of the issue now is how to restore Zhong Hua's visibility. This task, while not insurmountable, is not without its challenges. Professional inquiries must be addressed by experts. At Xingyue Company, Zhong Hua and Liu Yizhen humbly seek counsel from Li Qiuyue. The principal obstacle is that Huai controls the vast majority of public opinion and media, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Zhong Hua to emerge before the public eye. This is not insurmountable. Liu Yizhen confidently retorted that Huai is courting its own demise, with relevant authorities currently gathering evidence. It is merely a matter of days. Li Qiuyue was momentarily taken aback, swiftly connecting the dots regarding Zhong Hua's background, and realized everything. After all, as a scion of wealth, he surely has access to influential connections. Thus, it is essential to switch to a new platform, one that garners maximum attention. However, there appears to be a dearth of major variety shows recently. Li Qiuyue racked her brain, but could not conceive a stage that would expose Zhong Hua to the greatest extent. How about a mobile phone launch event? With Zhong Hua as a spokesperson, a mobile phone launch? Huawei's groundbreaking technology, the world's first truly wireless charging phone? Are you certain that Huawei would invite Zhong Hua as their spokesperson? At this moment, Li Qiuyue found herself in a state of bewilderment. Huawei, the pinnacle of domestic smartphones, has consistently targeted the high-end market. For celebrities, endorsing Huawei carries a prestige that even surpasses that of typical luxury goods. However, Huawei has maintained its integrity, never having engaged a celebrity to endorse their products. Moreover, this is the first ever wireless charging technology, a revolutionary product. While Li Qiuyue remained uncertain about the authenticity of the technology, she was confident that such a phone launch would undoubtedly eclipse the attention garnered by the Voice of Angels. Whether Zhong Hua would endorse Huawei hinges on whether their launch event could bring him substantial visibility. Li Qiuyue felt somewhat muddled, pondering Liu Yizhen's implications. Could it be that Huawei is seeking Zhong Hua for endorsement? I refuse to believe that. Even if Zhong Hua is a wealthy heir, what level does Huawei represent? Yet that very evening, Li Qiuyue received an endorsement contract from Huawei's legal department, most importantly, with a fee that was beyond her wildest dreams. Is this truly not a dream? However, upon witnessing Zhong Hua's calm and nonchalant demeanor, tears streamed down Li Qiuyue's face. Having endured a life of uncertainty, she now realized the sheer joy of aligning with capital. The top-tier star Xiao Ba, Mia Triflis, Huawei's little Wang, insignificant, Albon, who would dare to ban a spokesperson for Huawei? Do they truly believe that Huawei's legal department is ineffectual? Of course. I have an even more foolproof strategy to ensure Zhong Hua gains further prominence. Embracing the embrace of capital, Li Qiuyue let her creativity soar. Let Huawei enlist another female celebrity as a spokesperson, allowing our Zhong Hua to ride on her coattails for additional exposure. The method Li Qiuyue proposed is commonplace in the entertainment industry, particularly among actors. How do newcomers with connections and backgrounds make their debut? By replicating a sensational drama, accompanied by a cadre of seasoned actors, and most crucially, securing a top-tier celebrity to generate a frenzy of attention. This is entirely feasible. Liu Yizhen readily agreed, her nonchalant demeanor momentarily convincing Li Qiuyue that Huawei might as well be her family's enterprise. Which female star would be suitable? Song Qingxi, Yang Ruolin, Zhao Yiling. Liu Yijin casually name-drop female stars, igniting a fervor in Li Qiue's heart. These are some of the most renowned female celebrities in today's entertainment world, even deserving the title of national goddess. Yet, Liu Yijin's casualness made it seem as though they could summon them at will. Goodness. Li Qiue regretted not giving herself a slap for underestimating Zhong Hua's connections. Had she not, she would not have had to endure such indignities on the Voice of Angels. Su Mingzhu would be ideal. Why Su Mingzhu? A week later, Su Mingzhu has a concert in Zhonghai. Could Zhong Hua become her guest performer? Liu Yijin immediately grasped Li Qiue's intention and resolutely replied, absolutely no problem. I am certain that Su Mingzhu would be more than willing to invite our Zhong Hua to serve as her guest performer. The songstress Su Mingzhu, the sole true deity in today's Chinese music scene, boasts a fan base in the millions, with her concerts consistently sold out. Observing the two women huddled together, whispering and occasionally breaking into smiles of triumph, Zhong Hua could not help but sigh deeply, clutching his forehead. What are you two planning to do? To Su Mingzhu. Chapter 23, Huai Out. Capital City, Hilton Hotel. Are you certain? Captain, rest assured. After several days of observation, we have thoroughly assessed this young man. Good. Let us act swiftly. As the attendant opened the door to room 1205, a group of capable men rushed in with urgency. A disoriented man writhed on the floor, evidently under the influence. Xiao Yiba, we are from the Capital City Anti-Drug Task Force, and we suspect you of XD. Please cooperate with us for a blood test at the hospital. The attendant, hiding nearby, gasped in astonishment. She had never anticipated such a sensational revelation today. The top-tier star, Xiao Yiba, a wise gentleman in disguise. With the evidence gathered, the higher-ups have mandated that this case be ironclad. The collected materials are sufficient to confirm that this young man is no saint. However, Captain, which influential figure has he crossed? It's hard to say. He has certainly offended someone formidable. Over the past few days, the economic investigation, criminal investigation, public security, and our anti-drug team have all been revolving around him. It seems we've stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Let us wrap this up neatly and await our accolades upon return. Just for catching a case of XD. And yet we'll be honored. Everyone is elated. Captain, how should we report the source of this information? Do I really need to instruct you? Just ask the aunties in Chaoyang. By the time Xiao Yiba regained consciousness, he discovered himself handcuffed to a chair. Where am I? Do you know who I am? The superstar Xiao Yiba. Who doesn't he recognize me? Let me tell you, this is the Capital City Anti-Drug Unit. Suddenly, Xiao Yiba recalled something. His face drained of color, and he trembled in fear. It's over. It's all over. Why is he so unfortunate? He had just eliminated his most significant rival, Zhong Hua, and everything was progressing toward a promising future. Now, his dreams have shattered, and he's on the brink of imprisonment. Xiao Yiba lay despondently on the ground, gazing through the window at the outside world, a fleeting thought flickering through his mind. This was likely the last time in his life that he would trend on social media. The news of top-tier celebrity XD's arrest should surely send shockwaves throughout the nation. Yet, contrary to Xiao Yiba's expectations, the incident stirred not even a ripple. Today's headlines were destined to belong to Huawei. Huawei, with a press conference unveiling the world's first true wireless charging smartphone, the Huayao No. 1, had a spokesperson lined up. Within an hour of the official announcement on Huawei's social media, it garnered immense attention, racking up over 1 billion likes and shares, with comments soaring into the hundreds of thousands. In many respects, it was a phenomenon. A true wireless charging smartphone? Is it akin to what I envision? Surely, it must be a hoax. It likely operates similarly to the current so-called wireless charging, which necessitates contact with a medium. If it truly is the wireless charging smartphone of my dreams, battery anxiety would become a relic of the past. One could play wherever they went. However, I am overthinking it. With today's technology, such a feat is undeniably unattainable. Even the most technologically advanced nation, the United States, has yet to develop such capabilities, let alone domestically. Just because others cannot achieve it does not imply that our nation cannot. Many hold a skeptical view regarding the so-called true wireless charging technology. Numerous individuals even suspect that this is merely a marketing ploy by Huawei. What is there to debate? Tonight marks the launch event for Huawei's new smartphone, and the truth will soon be revealed. Indeed, although I find it hard to believe, if it does come to fruition, I will undoubtedly purchase one. Moreover, the smartphone model breaks from the conventional practice of using letters for naming, adopting the commanding title of Huayao No. 1. Speaking of which, has Huawei really enlisted a spokesperson this time? That's rather intriguing. It deviates from Huawei's usual style. Who could the spokesperson be? Perhaps Olympic champion Li Rui? I believe basketball superstar Yang Sun is also a strong contender. Tonight's press conference promises to be interesting. I'll forego going out for drinks, opting instead to stay home and watch the event. A simple update from Huawei has swiftly claimed a spot among the top 5 trending topics today. Huawei. True wireless charging smartphone. Huawei number 1. Wireless charging technology. Spokesperson. Huawei press conference. As for the news of celebrity XD's arrest, it failed to incite even the slightest stir. Meanwhile, a current of intrigue surged within the entertainment industry. Celebrities who considered themselves of sufficient standing were leveraging various connections to reach Huawei's upper echelons, hoping to become the first spokesperson for Huawei. Many expressed willingness to forego endorsement fees, even offering to invest their own resources. Whoever capitalizes on this wave of attention will undoubtedly experience a transformative leap in their commercial value and standing. Conversely, numerous lesser-known stars disregarded their dignity, self-recommending themselves in Huawei's official social media posts, sparking waves of discussion. Famed singer Bai Li, a spokesperson. I am Huawei's most devoted fan. Actress Liu Yin. My entire family uses Huawei phones. I am the most suitable spokesperson. Obscure crosstalk artist Zhong Hua, a spokesperson. Not only is it effective, but it's also affordable. With the involvement of these celebrities, the press conference for Huawei's new smartphone had already captured the attention of the entire internet before it even commenced. Sister Mingzhu. If that group of dazzling vixens outside knew Huawei had chosen a partner with them as spokespersons, they would surely be envious beyond measure. Let's not be overly boastful. We should maintain a low profile at this moment. Indeed, let us be discreet. Yet, to be candid when it comes to reputation and stature within the entertainment realm, you are undoubtedly the rightful spokesperson for Huawei. Su Mingzhu, though still young at 28, conducts herself with remarkable composure and earns a stellar reputation in the entertainment industry. Nevertheless, she cannot fathom why Huawei would actively seek her as a spokesperson. One thing she is certain of, it is not due to her prominence. Perhaps all the enigmas will only unravel at the press conference. Xiao Wang, I've heard you have a good rapport with Huawei's General Meng. You should help them secure the Huawei smartphone endorsement. The leading lady of Huawei, the illustrious dragon rogue star fan Xiaobing, unleashed her full charm as she playfully implored Xiao Wang. A trivial matter. Xiao Wang, in the presence of fan Xiaobing, confidently retrieved his phone and reached out to General Meng. Both being scions of prestigious families in the business realm, their relationship was indeed cordial. General Meng, I've heard your Huawei has launched a new smartphone. Before he could finish, General Meng decisively hung up. Xiao Wang was momentarily taken aback, feeling bewildered. When he attempted to call again, he was met with a continuous busy signal, clearly having been blocked. In front of fan Xiaobing, Xiao Wang's composure faltered as he angrily tossed his phone aside. Damn it, that woman is insane. At Huawei's headquarters, General Meng let out a cold chuckle as he scribbled the name Huawei on a piece of paper before striking it out. Some individuals are simply not worth offending. Xiao Wang out. Chapter 24. The launch of the true wireless charging smartphone. General Meng held no particular animosity toward Xiao Wang. To her, Xiao Wang, as a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, was entitled to a bit of arrogance given his success. The crux of the matter was that he had offended someone he should not have. Zhong Hua, a figure shrouded in mystery with an exceptionally formidable background. The launch date for Huawei's wireless charging smartphone, Huawei number 1, had initially been set for a month later. However, 3 days prior, a familiar face frequently seen on television made a public visit to Huawei, prompting a sudden change. The long-retired General Meng reinserted himself into the company's operations, hastily advancing the smartphone's launch and even inviting the relatively unknown newcomer Zhong Hua as the spokesperson. Everything seemed meticulously orchestrated to pave the way for Zhong Hua's debut. Regarding General Meng's puzzling decisions, General Meng simply remarked cryptically, "This time, Huawei has managed to align itself with a benefactor." Benefactor? Who could this benefactor be? The astute General Meng suddenly thought of Zhong Hua, and all the inconsistencies began to make sense. Zhong Hua, not to be mentioned, dare not to speak of. The gravity of her father's stance shocked General Meng. This individual, born into a military family with connections spanning both political and business spheres, typically regarded even high-ranking officials with indifference. Yet now, a mere youth commanded such solemnity from him. When her father disclosed that Huawei Xiao Wang had issued a ban on Zhong Hua and was under scrutiny from higher authorities, with an investigative team being assembled to thoroughly audit Huawei's finances, it became clear that their time was running out. If Huawei could exert its utmost effort to win Zhong Hua's favor, the Meng family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thus, when Zhong Hua's team proposed inviting Su Mingzhu as another spokesperson, General Meng wasted no time in instructing the legal department to dispatch the endorsement contract. On the eve of the press conference, Huawei employees were busy setting up the venue while watching an interview team from CCTV. Isn't that the news broadcast crew? Huawei is making quite the splash this time. A mere smartphone launch has even caught the attention of the evening news. Of course, it's a groundbreaking wireless charging smartphone. Has our esteemed Huawei truly developed such technology? Nonsense. The research department is nothing but a bunch of inept individuals. I have heard that it was a certain domestic scientific genius, known as Professor Hua, who made this breakthrough. To be candid, if the wireless charging mobile phone is indeed a reality, I shall certainly purchase one. But do keep your voice down. The camera from CCTV has turned our way. Goodness, we might just see ourselves on the evening news. If that happens, we will undoubtedly become nationally renowned. Whispers cannot dampen the fervent enthusiasm of the employees present. As the time approached, guests, aside from the high-ranking officials of Huawei, began to arrive in droves. Among them, the major competitors, Blue Company, Green Company, and the three giants of Rice Company, were all present, their expressions a mix of gravity and anticipation. If the wireless charging technology proves genuine, it would not only send shockwaves through the mobile industry, but also impact the entire upstream and downstream industrial chain. Naturally, as fellow competitors, they trust that Huawei will not monopolize this innovation. Yet, the most surprising attendee was the head of Apple's Asia-Pacific division. This American's demeanor was far from cheerful. His face etched with concern. Neither the domestic competitors nor the Apple executives could spot the esteemed General Meng of Huawei among them. Curiosity piqued. Where could she possibly be at such a significant event? Backstage at the press conference, General Meng was engaged in cordial dialogue with Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua, as the spokesperson for Huawei No. 1, you must lead by example, she stated, presenting 3 pristine mobile phones on the table. Ms. Li, I hope you could provide Huawei with valuable feedback after using them. General Meng's adeptness in navigating the business realm was evident, as her gifts were impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Thank you, General Meng, Zhong Hua replied, accepting the devices, prompting a sigh of relief from her. Relationships are forged progressively through such small gestures. You rest here. I shall head to the venue to make arrangements. After leaving the lounge, General Meng was in high spirits, humming a little tune. However, upon entering the conference hall, she adjusted her attire, a subtle smile gracing her lips, transforming back into the dignified president of Huawei. Although today may seem like an ordinary day, I firmly believe it will be etched in the annals of history. For today marks the official launch of the world's first true wireless charging mobile phone, Huawei No. 1. The stage was ablaze with lights, all focused on a sleek, black device, the Huawei No. 1. Observing the anxious competitors, the excited fans, and the skeptical bloggers in the audience, General Meng executed an unexpected maneuver. Huawei No. 1, breaking tradition. General Meng held up a conventional square charger and, in front of everyone, tossed it into the trash bin. She then produced a wireless transmitter, no larger than a lighter, and plugged it into a pre-prepared socket. Now was the moment of truth. At that instant, viewers across the nation tuned into various live streaming platforms, collectively witnessing this revolutionary launch, with numbers soaring into the millions. On the large screen, as Huawei No. 1 powered on, everyone noticed the battery level was below 10. A mobile phone should not be bound by charging cables. Under the watchful eyes of all, General Meng swiped across the screen and gently tapped the charge button. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Without any charging cable or physical contact, the Huawei No. 1, cradled in her hands, began to charge. Is this for real? It appeared to be the genuine article. Le Bussy, Huawei is remarkable. It seems we must both bow to them. In the presence of such seemingly otherworldly technology, yielding was not a shameful act. This heralded good news for the domestic mobile industry, as the future would see a reshuffling of the playing field, where only those possessing wireless charging technology would secure their place. Huawei. Oh, Huawei. Is their research department truly that impressive? Have they developed such groundbreaking technology? Chairman Le Bussy of Rice Company chuckled, remaining silent, as he had gleaned some insights through an academic from Wuda. The true genius was not Huawei, but another individual entirely. In stark contrast, at Apple's headquarters across the ocean, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Though late, we shall continue tomorrow. Chapter 25. All eyes on the spokesperson's entrance. The wireless charging mobile phones that have appeared in the market are merely gimmicks, just a different medium that still requires physical contact. However, as everyone has witnessed, Huawei No. 1 requires no intermediary contact, merely an appropriately matched wireless transmitter. Of course, I must apologize. As the effectiveness of the wireless transmitter is limited to a mere 10 meters due to constraints within Huawei's research department, we owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Hua for the development of this wireless charging technology. Yet, Huawei promises to strive further, ensuring that we do not let down Mr. Hua, who entrusted us with this technology. Once several Huayao No. 1 devices were distributed to the guests, and they personally validated its capabilities, no one remained doubtful of the authenticity of the wireless charging technology. As Chairman Lei Busi of Rice Company was the first to rise in applause, followed closely by the presidents of Blue Company and Green Company, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. Many viewers in the live stream also spontaneously joined in the clapping. This applause was not only for Huawei, but also for Mr. Hua, the mastermind behind the wireless charging technology. Wow, incredible. This Mr. Hua is truly remarkable. To be frank, I never anticipated that our nation could produce such cutting-edge technology. Mr. Hua is indeed impressive, yet the critics remain unrelenting. Critics, step aside. Can your American counterparts really develop wireless charging technology? Following the validation of wireless charging technology, Huawei's press conference reached new heights. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, at Apple's headquarters, the sight of Huayao No. 1 on the big screen loomed like a massive boulder, suffocating everyone into a state of stunned silence. It cannot be real. It must not be real, the vice president of the group shouted, having lost all semblance of composure. Please, everyone, control your emotions and face reality. The greatest crisis for Apple was imminent. The company's president, Cook, sat slumped in his chair, his face pale, reminiscing about the demise of Nokia, the once dominant titan of the mobile phone industry. Was it now Apple's turn? The semiconductor industry in the U.S., bloated with high research budgets, had yet to yield any useful technology. Unwilling to concede defeat, Cook suddenly stood up. If we could obtain the authorization for the wireless charging technology, there might still be hope for Apple. Immediately book me the fastest flight to Huagua and contact Huawei to discuss the licensing of the wireless charging technology. Additionally, reach out to Samsung to establish a united front against this wireless charging technology. Finally, mobilize all of Apple's political connections in the U.S. to pressure the Huagua government to compel Huawei to relinquish the wireless charging technology. At this critical juncture of survival, Cook finally shed his facade of hypocrisy and began to employ every means at his disposal to reverse the decline of the Fruit brand. With a single command from Cook, the flustered executives of Fruit seemed to find their guiding light and began to spring into action. However, the imposing presence of the Huayao 1 on the screen loomed like a formidable boss, casting a shadow over any glimmer of hope for victory. At this moment, the most pressing concern for everyone across the vast expanse of Huagua was undoubtedly the pricing of the Huayao 1. Who wouldn't desire a truly wireless charging smartphone? Aside from the prestige it confers, it would significantly ease the burden of carrying chargers and power banks, relegating such items to the annals of history. An epoch-making smartphone surely wouldn't come at a modest price. Even the ordinary Fruit phones start at $8,999, so the Huayao must surely begin at $10,888, right? $10,888 is exorbitant. It's simply unaffordable. Yet one might argue that for a wireless charging technology, it should at least be valued at 10,000 yuan. I secretly hope for a higher price, as that would diminish the number of buyers and enhance my chances of acquiring one. I have a feeling the Huayao 1 will create a legendary sales phenomenon. All my colleagues are keen to upgrade their devices. Meanwhile, at the launch event, Lei Busi, the charismatic figure from me, was exceedingly cooperative in addressing the concerns regarding the pricing. Mr. Meng, what will be the price of the Huayao 1? Given our relationship, can I secure a pre-order through the back door? Mr. Meng responded with a wry smile. Mr. Lei, I truly cannot make any guarantees this time. The Huayao 1 currently has only 3 production lines, and our output is severely limited. Just before the launch, my father specifically instructed me not to sell them all, leaving one for him. Of course, sensing the enthusiasm, Huawei will ramp up production to ensure a steady supply. Now, let us warmly welcome the spokesperson for the Huayao 1 to unveil the final pricing. To highlight Zhong Hua, Mr. Meng had thoughtfully reserved this pivotal moment for him to take the stage. Indeed, all eyes were fixated on the exit of the backstage corridor. Whoever was to serve as the spokesperson for the Huayao 1 would undoubtedly achieve overnight fame. As the lights flashed and anticipation filled the air, Zhong Hua, clad in a light gray suit, entered the event alongside the renowned diva Su Mingzhu. Wow, the diva Su Mingzhu. I hadn't expected the spokesperson to be her. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense, as Su Mingzhu's reputation in the entertainment industry is unparalleled. Hey, who's that guy? I don't recognize him. What does he do? Wow. Su Mingzhu is actually linking arms with him. I'm green with envy. Truth be told, He was undeniably handsome. Let's give a warm welcome to the spokespersons for the Huayao 1, Zhong Hua, and Su Mingzhu. The moment Zhong Hua's name was announced by Mr. Ming, a flurry of notifications erupted within the system. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 emotional value point. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 emotional value point. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 emotional value point. In that instant, Zhong Hua smiled contentedly. Since relinquishing the system to the state, so much planning had culminated in the successful achievement of their objectives. He finally amassed sufficient emotional value to exchange for the coveted quantum computing technology. For him, traversing the few steps from backstage to the event stage was but a brief journey, yet those few steps had inexorably altered the trajectory of the nation's future. Were it not for Su Mingzhu linking arms with him, he might have been unable to contain his excitement and would have rushed to the National Academy to redeem the quantum computing technology at the first opportunity. Observing Zhong Hua's unusual demeanor, Su Mingzhu noted a distinct change in this well-connected newcomer. He had transformed from earlier nonchalance to an evident tremor. Could it be stage fright? A moment later, Su Mingzhu realized that she truly did not understand this newcomer with such a rich background. The individual who had been trembling just moments ago now dared to appear dazed at the launch event, albeit with a high level of composure. His eyes lowered. He appeared lost in thought, making it difficult for anyone to discern his state. Zhong Hua was indeed an enigma to her. In truth, Zhong Hua was not inherently bold. Rather, he was simply a researcher captivated by the allure of new technology. Initially, he intended to immerse himself in the system merely to glimpse the principles of quantum computing. A fleeting indulgence. Yet he had underestimated the magnetic pull of such cutting-edge technology and had become completely engrossed, forgetting that he was present at a launch event. Now, let us invite spokesperson Zhong Hua and Su Mingzhu to jointly announce the final pricing of the Huayao 1. After making this declaration, Mr. Ming stepped aside, smiling and gesturing for the two to approach. Su Mingzhu swore that this was the most awkward moment of her life. Zhong Hua's complete stillness had already betrayed his dazed state, prompting a ripple of good-natured laughter throughout the event. Zhong Hua, what are you doing? Su Mingzhu couldn't help but give him a gentle nudge, pulling him from his reverie. Only upon hearing the collective laughter did he realize he was indeed at the launch event. His clear, slightly bewildered eyes, captured through the camera, instantly spread across the internet. This guy is Zhong Hua. He's too amusing. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? He looks like a university student. One could argue that such a boy exudes an aura of youthful vitality. I want to see all of Zhong Hua's information in 3 minutes. The light-hearted banter online did not detract from the atmosphere of the launch event, as Su Mingzhu stifled her laughter and firmly guided Zhong Hua to the large screen. Collaborating with such a newcomer might be exhausting, yet proved to be quite entertaining. Once Zhong Hua and Su Mingzhu activated the switch, everyone's attention converged on the final pricing displayed on the large screen. Huayao 112 GB 256 GB, priced at $7,999. Huayao 112 GB 512 GB, priced at $8,999. Huayao 116 GB 1 TB, priced at $9,999. The moment the prices were revealed, the internet erupted in excitement. Wow, Huawei is truly benevolent. This pricing is beyond my expectations. This price is extraordinarily consumer-friendly. The first wireless charging smartphone in history, and I thought it would start at least at $10,000. Yet it's only this? What gives a domestic phone the right to be priced so high? Haha, do you even realize what you're saying? This phone absolutely obliterates your fruit device. This is disastrous. With production already limited, my wretched luck means I'll probably have a hard time snagging one. Honestly, Huawei's decision to set such pricing was genuinely surprising to the public. Even the most basic fruit phones retail for over 7,000 yuan. The revolutionary Huayao 1, however, is available for just 7,999. Faced with such an enticing price, many were stirred to action. In truth, there was considerable debate among Huawei's executives regarding the new phone's pricing, given that was the first true wireless charging phone ever made. A 4-digit price could potentially emphasize the uniqueness of the Huayao 1. However, when Mr. Meng presented the authorization certificate for the wireless charging technology, revealing that the licensing fee was merely 1 yuan, everyone was touched by Mr. Hua's spirit of selflessness. It was promptly decided that for every 10,000 units sold, a donation would be made in Mr. Hua's name to establish a Hope Primary School. At today's press conference, the topics were so numerous that they are bound to dominate the trending searches for the coming days. However, Zhong Hua could no longer contain his impatience. Before the event concluded, he discreetly slipped away, The esteemed academicians were still awaiting his insights on quantum computing at the Guohai Institute. Only Su Mingzhu harbored an increasing curiosity about Zhong Hua. This newcomer truly stood apart, leaving one to ponder if future collaborations might arise. In the capital, Lu Fuguo piloted the business vehicle with a fervor that showcased his exceptional driving skills. The urgency of the calls urging Zhong Hua's arrival escalated with each ring. Academician Li, I have arrived. I just exited the press conference. Rest assured, I will be there swiftly. Academician Chao, please hold on. There's a bit of traffic, I may be delayed. Teacher, I'm almost there, on the road now. Old Master Lu, I've reached Chanan Road. Yes, Lu Fuguo drives exceptionally steadily. It'll be fine. At that moment, Lu Fuguo felt a profound sense of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. How could he, of all people, have his name resonate in the ears of old Master Lu? Zhong Hua, you've arrived. The elder scholars called out eagerly, ushering him inside. Zhong Hua, you must be weary. Let's first have a drink of water. Why the rush? Can't you allow the young man a moment's respite? What a good child. You must be tired. Take a moment to rest. Lu Fuguo rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the spectacle before him. A group of venerable scholars, regarded as national treasures, were fawning over the young Zhong Hua. Only when Zhong Hua was enveloped by the crowd and entered the Guohai Institute did Lu Fuguo notice the heightened security. Armed soldiers surrounded the premises, with internal guards discreetly stationed. Under such vigilant watch, even a fly would find it impossible to enter. Quantum computing, unlike wireless charging technology, is a formidable national asset capable of enhancing a nation's foundational prowess. Its significance cannot be overstated. Is the emotional value sufficient? Can we exchange it for quantum computing? Is it still lacking? If necessary, we shall contemplate alternative solutions. Observing the hopeful gazes of the elder scholars, Zhong Hua unhesitatingly retrieved all documentation regarding quantum computing from the system. Esteemed teachers, I am honored to fulfill your expectations. The quantum computing has been successfully exchanged. With a resounding thud, the impatient elder scholars, their eyes solely fixated on quantum computing, jostled Zhong Hua aside. Brilliant! Astounding! They exclaimed. It operates through the principles of quantum superposition and entanglement for data processing. Quantum computing stands in stark contrast to traditional computers, rendering even servers obsolete. This genius design, a testament to technology far surpassing contemporary civilization, promises to amplify the speed of experimental data organization by 1,000-fold. I strongly advocate for an independent quantum computing facility at Tsinghua University. The National Defense University must have the same. We at Harbin Institute of Technology echo this demand. The elder scholars engaged in a spirited debate, their faces adorned with a blend of frustration and hopeful anticipation. Their gazes toward Zhong Hua grew increasingly benevolent. With such talent in the nation, it truly felt as if the heavens favored Huagua. As Zhong Hua delved into quantum computing with the elder scholars at the Guohai Institute, the entertainment industry was on the verge of an explosion. His stunning debut at the Huawei press conference left a lasting impression. With a handsome visage, an upright stature, and a rare scholarly aura in the entertainment realm, he cultivated a burgeoning fan base. According to conventional wisdom, this would be the time for Zhong Hua to actively participate in various events to deepen his fans' impressions of him. Yet, for 3 entire days, this young man remained eerily silent, as if he had vanished from the mortal realm. Even the most basic of social media accounts remained dormant, a true shock to many. Of course, this only fueled the curiosity of his fans, who scoured the internet for any scrap of information regarding Zhong Hua, a top scorer in the Jiangnan Province College entrance exams. With such brilliance, why would he need to debut as a star? A distinguished student from the National Defense University? Surely, this must be a joke. The disciple of national academician Shi Nanshan? Please, spare me. Various rumors circulated online, leaving many incredulous and doubtful. Miss Lu, where is Zhong Hua? This is a critical juncture in his career, and he has completely gone off the grid. Li Chiyue was nearing a breakdown. The wave of attention from the Huawei press conference could have catapulted anyone else into stardom. Yet Zhong Hua had seemingly disappeared for 3 days. All her meticulous preparations seemed wasted. Zhong Hua must be quite busy these days. Li Chiyue's furious demeanor left Lu Yijin hesitant to meet her gaze, cautiously offering an explanation. Busy? Busy with what? Does he not wish to be famous? Tell me where he is. I shall drag him out myself. Lu Yijin cleared her throat, truly reluctant to disclose that Zhong Hua was currently at the Guohai Institute. Go on then. If you have the ability, go. Chiyue, please do not rush. How could Li Chiyue not be anxious? With Huai Company under investigation, the entertainment circle was now a battleground where anyone could seize the opportunity. Zhong Hua had the potential to rise to the pinnacle of the industry. The mere thought of the beleaguered Huawei company brought her a sense of satisfaction. She had even attended the last moments of CEO Wang, watching him being handcuffed and escorted into a police vehicle, unable to suppress her laughter. Serves him right. At times, one cannot help but believe in fate. Li Chiyue felt that Zhong Hua possessed an extraordinary resilience. Anyone who wronged him seemed to meet misfortune. Just like the former top star Xiao Yibo, now lamenting behind bars. Now it appeared that the same fate had befallen Hawaii. However, for the entertainment industry, the fall of the once dominant Hawaii was not necessarily a calamity. Many were vying for the valuable resources it left behind. Do not forget, in 3 days, Su Mingzhu will hold a concert in Zhonghai. Li Chiyue couldn't help but remind them. The concert of the renowned songstress Su Mingyu was not an opportunity afforded to just anyone, especially not to a newcomer like Zhong Hua. Most importantly, both shared the honor of being ambassadors for Huayao No. 1. 3 days? Ishal domi utmost. Liu Yijin felt uncertain. Zhong Hua, now engrossed in quantum computing, had seemingly forgotten his status as an emerging star. Over those 3 days, Zhong Hua shared meals and accommodations with the elder scholars, striving to grasp the fundamental principles of quantum computing. The most pressing challenge lay in the materials for the quantum processor, requiring ultra-low temperatures and exceptional conductivity. Which materials could fulfill these criteria? For now, dysprosium appeared promising, though specific parameters would require further experimentation. The discussions among the academicians were highly specialized, leaving the elder scholars unable to contribute, thus focusing entirely on logistical support. Yet, this in itself was a form of happiness. The advent of quantum computing would signify a substantial elevation in the overall strength of Huagua. Zhong Hua, academician Li, academician Sure, let us dine. They insisted. One cannot pursue research on an empty stomach. To Liu Fugua's astonishment, the venerable scholars personally brought steaming dishes into the conference room. Such treatment was truly unparalleled. During the research process, regardless of the challenges encountered, please trust us. We will wholeheartedly cooperate with your scientific endeavors. As the workday grew busy, the customary silence during meals was abandoned, and a lively discussion ensued regarding the complexities of quantum computing. The esteemed elders emphasized the critical need for a substantial quantity of dysprosium ore, which is essential for quantum computing processors. Dysprosium ore? The elders immediately consulted relevant documents. Their brows furrowed in concern. Our nation's dysprosium production is minimal, barely reaching 1 ton annually. The largest dysprosium mines are located in the United States. This complicates matters. Dysprosium, or being a rare earth mineral, is a vital strategic resource, and the United States has long enforced laws prohibiting any sales of rare earth minerals to our country. With quantum computing tantalizingly close, yet hindered by the absence of this crucial ore, the room fell into a heavy silence. However, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Our vast nation is rich in resources, and with increased exploration efforts, we might indeed discover a deposit of dysprosium. One can only hope. Yet, everyone understood that the likelihood of this was exceedingly slim. The most prudent course of action would undoubtedly be to purchase from the United States. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly bleak, a twist of fate soon arrived. At the headquarters of Huawei, a distinguished guest had come to visit, none other than Tim Cook, the CEO of a Fortune 500 fruit company. As direct competitors, this marked the first meeting between Mr. Meng and Mr. Cook. I hope your company can open up the unlimited charging technology. Science and technology should be utilized for the benefit of all humanity. Faced with such an audacious request, Mr. Meng could not suppress a laugh. Open technology? Benefit all humanity? How could a fruit company dare to utter such words? May I ask if your company can open source its own system? Ms. Meng, that's an entirely different matter. Mr. Cook, might I request that you refrain from insulting my intelligence? To be frank, Mr. Meng had little enthusiasm for the fruit system. Huawei's own Harmony OS was already remarkably refined. What conditions would compel Huawei to authorize the unlimited charging technology to your company? It must be noted that monopolies are illegal in the United States. Are you truly willing to abandon the American market? Cook's tone carried a hint of desperation, as the survival of his company was at stake. Huawei might relinquish the American market, but could the fruit company afford to forsake the Chinese market? The future of mobile phones undeniably hinges on wireless charging technology. If the fruit company wished to survive, it must acquire this technology. At this moment, the roles were reversed. Mr. Meng remained calm and collected, patiently waiting for Cook to take the bait. Surely, today shall hold no more surprises. Chapter 28. The Straightforward Engineer. The future of the mobile phone industry will be dominated by those who possess wireless charging technology. This is an irrefutable fact. In the face of Mr. Meng's unwavering stance, Cook appeared utterly exasperated. In business, everything possesses an appropriate value, and wireless charging technology is no exception. Upon hearing this, Cook's eyes lit up with excitement. Ms. Meng, we are open to any conditions, even shares in the fruit company. Without access to the authorization for wireless charging technology, the fruit company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, rendering its shares worthless. Sensing that the fish was nearly hooked, Mr. Meng swiftly decided to raise the stakes. Not merely the authorization, but perhaps even granting access to the relevant wireless charging technology was not out of the question. Faced with such a sudden and monumental temptation, Cook's breathing became labored. The application of wireless charging technology extends far beyond mere smartphones. For instance, in the realm of new energy vehicles, it could completely transcend the limitations of batteries. Applied in military contexts, it could even alter the nature of warfare. At that point, the fruit company would no longer be confined to a mere smartphone manufacturer. It could venture into the new energy sector or even defense contracting. A magnificent commercial empire was on the verge of being born. Cook struggled to restrain his burgeoning ambitions, his gaze fervently fixed on Mr. Meng. Speak, what do you truly require? Disprozio more. The Brook Rare Earth Mine in Wyoming. Huawei needs your company's clandestine assistance in acquiring this mining enterprise. This is a rare earth mine? This is a crucial strategic resource that the U.S. strictly prohibits from being sold. Are you asking me to become a trader? Mr. Meng saw through Cook's bravado and casually tossed an authorization agreement onto the desk, then calmly sipped his tea. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the sound of Cook's greedy breaths breaking the stillness. When profits reach 100, capitalists will take risks. When profits reach 200, they will forsake all familial ties. When profits reach 300, they will trample upon all laws and regulations of the world. When profits reach 500, capitalists will lose their very humanity, seeing nothing beyond profit. The benefits offered by wireless charging technology extend far beyond a mere 500. Cook's eyes reddened as he resolved to act. A true capitalist views money as his faith. What does it matter if I am labeled a trader? This small amount of rare earth could enable our country to surpass the United States. I will agree to this. The specific arrangements will be made once I return to the U.S. Mr. Cook, I anticipate a fruitful collaboration. Trust me, this will be the wisest decision of your life. It was only after Cook's departure that Liu Yijin emerged from a side compartment of the room. Ms. Meng, your assistance was invaluable this time. For the nation, I acted without hesitation. After all, I merely had to speak a few words and put on a performance. What truly impressed me, however, was Mr. Zhong's integrity, treating money as if it were mere dirt. Although Ms. Meng was uncertain why the nation required a substantial quantity of dysprosium ore, she had no idea that Liu Yijin, standing beside Zhong Hua, was indeed qualified to represent the National Oceanic Institute. What should not be heard, she did not hear. What should not be asked, she did not inquire. Fulfilling the tasks assigned by the state was her sole means of serving her country. Outside the National Oceanic Institute, Zhong Hua turned back multiple times, her reluctance to leave evoking sympathy. Zhong Hua, you are a good child. It has been 3 days since you began researching quantum computing. Has it satisfied you? Are you happy? Once you've played enough here, it's time to return to your rightful duties and reclaim your status as a top star in the entertainment industry. Go on now, or you may miss the concert. Yes, we will be here for you, so worry not. Zhong Hua, don't delay your concert. And remember, redeeming cutting-edge technology requires emotional value. As a young person, what is the point of spending all your time with us old folks? Indeed, your current task is simply to focus on being a top star and then use your emotional value to exchange for cutting-edge technology. Zhong Hua, there will be plenty of opportunities for experiments in the future. We need not concern ourselves with a day or two. Zhong Hua was utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the insistence of the elder academicians. Having witnessed the might of the cutting-edge technology system, they all urged him to return to the entertainment industry as a top star to harvest emotional value. All he desired was to be an ordinary researcher, conducting experiments and studies. Was that so difficult? Ultimately, he was forcibly ushered into a commercial vehicle by Liu Yijin and Liu Fugua, leaving him with a profoundly despondent expression, which elicited laughter from Liu Yijin. Indeed, there exists a significant chasm between scientists and the layperson. While the majority may find the drudgery of experiments rather uninspiring, most would undoubtedly prefer to bask in the limelight as a star. Zhong Hua, do you yearn to return to the realm of scientific research? Then you should strive even harder to excel as a celebrity. By accumulating ample emotional capital, you shall be able to exchange it for advanced technology. When our nation can overpower all others, We shall no longer fear the military threats from foreign powers. At that point, you can publicly declare your identity and earn emotional capital with dignity. Even if you were to spend your days in a laboratory, no one would question your choices. Liu Yijin's words instantly rejuvenated Zhong Hua's spirit. Rest assured, no one shall obstruct my path to fame. I am determined to be the most celebrated figure in the entertainment industry. I advise you to pacify Li Qiuyue properly. She has been nearly driven mad by your 3-day silence. Is this what you refer to as a gift of apology? Liu Yijin sometimes found herself admiring the peculiar thought process of tech-savvy men. To express his regret for being unreachable for 3 days, Zhong Hua merely left his personal number for Li Qiuyue. Is that inappropriate? With my personal number, won't Sisterly be able to contact me anytime? Chuckles. Not only Li Qiuyue and Liu Yijin, but even Lu Fuwa beside them could not contain his laughter. How will this child manage to find a girlfriend in the future? Of course, Li Qiuyue was genuinely touched by Zhong Hua's sincerity. All right, let's move on to the next tasks. The most crucial thing now is to launch a Weibo account, providing a communication channel for the organically formed fans. As a newcomer, Zhong Hua currently lacks a substantial body of work to support his standing. Although he enjoys high popularity online, his fan base remains somewhat tenuous. Establishing a Weibo account would serve as a means of communication. Why not just open it? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong Hua grabbed his phone, ready to proceed. It is not that simple, though. Li Qiuyue sighed and stopped Zhong Hua. For a newcomer, launching a Weibo account is, in fact, a demonstration of one's capability. Chapter 29. Arrival at Zhonghai. Top security reception. Is it merely a matter of opening a Weibo account? What other implications could there be? Not only Zhong Hua, but even Liu Yijin expressed curiosity. You see, in the entertainment industry, every action is steeped in grandeur. For instance, during a film premiere, one must gather friends to support the event. Generally speaking, when a celebrity launches a Weibo account, they must inform their peers in the industry beforehand and engage with them. Otherwise, the account may appear desolate, leaving others to ridicule it. But am I not a newcomer? Besides, I do not know anyone in the entertainment industry. Zhong Hua felt helpless, as the friends he knew were not affiliated with the industry. Should I ask academician Shi Nansheng, or academician Li, or academician Chao to follow me? Setting aside the appropriateness of such a request, Zhong Hua even doubted whether these esteemed academicians had Weibo accounts. Fear not, everything will be taken care of by me. At this moment, Li Qiuyue finally found her sense of purpose. Being Zhong Hua's manager was indeed quite comfortable, as she need not overly concern herself with resources or background. However, this also rendered her presence somewhat inconsequential. It was time to showcase her extensive network in the entertainment industry. After a flurry of phone calls, Li Qiuyue wore a beaming smile, brimming with confidence. All was arranged. Upon hearing my name, everyone expressed their commitment to come and support. Sister Qiuyue, you are impressive. Upon receiving Zhong Hua's admiring gaze, Li Qiuyue finally reclaimed her dignity as a manager. The Weibo account was opened and real name authentication completed, all in a matter of moments under Li Qiuyue's guidance. Zhong Hua, age 19, signed artist of Xingyue Company. Is this the Zhong Hua from the Huawei press conference? It must be fake. There are no photos, so it is likely another impersonation. In merely a few minutes, comments began to flood in beneath the Weibo post. Naturally, most were filled with skepticism, as there have been numerous impersonators using Zhong Hua's name in recent days. This reflects Zhong Hua's current popularity. Upload a photo first, and I will contact you to follow each other, boosting your visibility. Seeing Zhong Hua's bewildered expression, Liu Yijin recognized that he had never used Weibo before. So she promptly took up her phone to assist him. This one won't do. The tones are too dark. That one too. Who takes photos of star in a laboratory? Ultimately, after a rigorous selection process, Liu Yijin chose a photograph taken during the performance of The Voice of Angels. In truth, I possess considerable artistic talent. This photo has great artistic value, does it not? Clad in a pure white suit with a serene expression, he appeared like a dashing young gentleman. Zhong Hua was oblivious to these nuances and could only nod in agreement as he observed Liu Yijin's enthusiasm. Since I lack understanding in these matters, you may manage the Weibo account moving forward. Liu Yijin gladly accepted, finding this a novel experience. Once the photo was uploaded to Weibo, she began to refresh the page incessantly. As expected, within a short while, hundreds of comments sprang up. Sisters, this is the real Zhong Hua. This photo is simply too handsome. The white suit, combined with that clear, pure face, I can hardly contain myself. A handsome man looks good in anything. Oh, what a pity, the photo quality is rather mediocre. Indeed, the photography skills did not do justice to Zhong Hua's looks. The more Liu Yijin looked, the more irked she became. What did they mean by mediocre skills? After all, she was the chief photographer for the national team and had received commendation from her superiors. Though she felt irritated, witnessing Zhong Hua's follower count soar on Weibo gave her an odd sense of accomplishment, akin to playing a nurturing game. Zhong Hua, you've reached 1,000 followers. How long has it been? After following other stars, the follower count will surely see a significant increase. However, Li Qiuyue returned, visibly upset. What kind of people are these? They initially promised to support me, but now they all claim to be busy. How busy can one be if they cannot spare a moment to hit follow? Li Qiuyue felt deeply hurt. Her years of networking in the industry seemed to have become a joke at this moment. These people in the entertainment industry are merely taking advantage of Zhong Hua's newcomer status. 30 years of the east of the river, 30 years of the west. Zhong Hua, you must strive to excel. As their friendship deepened, Lu Yizhen's youthful exuberance became evident. Who would have thought this young lady had a penchant for passionate manga? Nevertheless, she was somewhat correct. The entire entertainment industry was conspicuously ignoring Zhong Hua's presence. A newcomer who could endorse high-end resources like Huawei phones upon debut, be it envy or jealousy. The industry was clearly targeting Zhong Hua. All right, I will exert my efforts to become the most celebrated star in the entertainment industry. Sister Qiuyue shall be the most formidable manager. At that time, those who underestimated us will surely regret it. Chuckles. Li Qiuyue was instantly amused by Zhong Hua's words, yet she was equally moved by the sincerity behind them. This individual, unlike Xiao Yibo, is at least of a conscientious nature. Let's not dwell on it. Given the circumstances, we are powerless to intervene. Let us first board the plane to Zhonghai, for tomorrow marks Su Mingzhu's concert. Initially, Li Qiuyue had intended to reach out to Su Mingzhu. Yet one cannot simply seize every opportunity. The paramount concern lies in the possibility of offending Su Mingzhu, which could jeopardize the tenuous connections forged at the Huawei press conference. If she were to neglect inviting Zhong Hua to the concert, it would indeed be a case of losing more than we gain. Zhonghai City, number 108, People's Avenue. Secretary Yang Guizheng of Zhonghai, with a grave expression, set down the red confidential phone, the command from several elder statesmen of Guohai Academy still vividly etched in his mind. It is imperative to ensure the safety of Comrade Zhong Hua while he is in Zhonghai. Although Yang Guizheng found it hard to believe, the reality was undeniable. Zhong Hua's significance to Huagua far surpassed that of any individual. At the concert, where crowds gather and eyes abound, the potential for unforeseen incidents escalates, rendering security arrangements exceedingly complicated, a considerable headache indeed. Immediate contact must be established with Su Mingzhu's team. As the concert is now set to take place at the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, relevant departments must coordinate the ticket exchange and purchase processes. The Secretary of Zhonghai, a figure of immense authority, commands respect. Although the director of the Cultural Bureau felt perplexed, he could only cooperate wholeheartedly to fulfill the necessary tasks. Furthermore, to safeguard the concert security, the Zhonghai SWAT team must be fully armed and on high alert. The director of Zhonghai Cultural Tourism suddenly realized that a distinguished guest would be attending Su Mingzhu's concert the following day. However, what kind of significant figure could compel such solemnity from a regional leader? Chapter 30. Zhong Hua is merely the threshold of genius. Shall we change the venue? With the concert tomorrow, is there even time? What? The Olympic Sports Center? The government will facilitate ticket exchanges? All right. Absolutely no problem. We shall provide our utmost cooperation. After hanging up, Su Mingzhu's manager, Xiao Huang, was taken aback, his expression quite peculiar. Sister Mingzhu, are you the daughter of some influential figure? Is the heat making your head spin? Su Mingzhu gazed at Xiao Huang in bewilderment. Her family background was rather simple, with both parents working in the national singing troupe. Sister, something major has transpired. I just received a notification from the relevant department in Zhonghai that the concert has been abruptly moved to the Olympic Sports Center. What? How can this be? Upon hearing the news, Su Mingzhu covered her mouth in disbelief. The Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, constructed for the upcoming Olympics in 3 months, had remained closed to the public. What merit did she, Su Mingzhu, possess that Zhonghai would allow her to hold a concert there? At that moment, even she began to question her parents' true identities. She would be the first to hold a concert at the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center. Sister, you truly deserve the title of the queen of the Chinese music scene. Boasting, are we? Aren't you worried about others overhearing and laughing? Have you asked why this is happening? The Zhonghai authorities provided no further explanation, yet their demeanor was exceedingly courteous. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Xiao Huang's mind. Sister, I realize that Zhong Hua brings you exceptional luck. The first-generation spokesperson for Huawei Mobile is you and him. Although it was Manager Meng's idea to invite him as your guest performer, Now that the concert has been moved to the Olympic Sports Center, there must be some connection. What luck? Are you divining fortunes now? Although Su Mingzhu dismissed Xiao Huang's words, a flicker of intrigue ignited within her. Zhong Hua was indeed an enigmatic individual. 3 days had passed since the Huawei press conference, yet he remained silent, as if vanished from existence, even without a Weibo account. Feeling curious, she casually searched and unexpectedly discovered Zhong Hua's newly established Weibo account. When did Zhong Hua open a Weibo account? Only 10,000 followers? Sister, didn't you notice? In the entertainment industry, no one seems to be following him. Many probably don't even know he has a Weibo account. Su Mingzhu, with her elegance and insight, instantly grasped the underhanded motives at play. They were conspiring to give this newcomer, Zhong Hua, a taste of reality, weren't they? Having come to this realization, Su Mingzhu hesitated no longer and promptly opened Weibo, her delicate fingers lightly tapping to follow Zhong Hua's account. Zhong Hua, please be punctual for tomorrow's concert. As a burgeoning diva of the new generation, although Su Mingzhu's fanbase did not rival that of top-tier stars, it still boasted over 30 million followers. Many were astonished to see her following an unfamiliar account, leaving comments that led them to Zhong Hua's Weibo. ISNT this Zhong Hua, the spokesperson for my Mingzhu? Signing in. The young man is indeed quite handsome. Followed. Under Su Mingzhu's influence, a surge of fans flocked to Zhong Hua, causing his name to resonate once more across the internet. Many recalled the stunning man from 3 days prior at the Huawei press conference, and within a short span, Zhong Hua's follower count had soared beyond 50,000. If Su Mingzhu's follow had breached the entertainment industry's collective blockade against Zhong Hua, then the attention from Huawei's official Weibo account propelled him into a new realm of visibility. Remember, this is the spokesperson for Huayao No. 1. This commanding statement seemed laden with implications, causing trepidation among many with ulterior motives in the entertainment sphere. When manager Meng of Huawei followed Zhong Hua with his personal account, he left a remark that was equally intriguing. Zhong Hua, don't forget next Sunday's celebration for Huayao No. 1's million sales. Numerous stars, lurking in the shadows and secretly monitoring Zhong Hua's account, nearly ground their teeth in envy. Such an intimate tone clearly suggested a significant relationship. Amidst this multiple stimuli, Zhong Hua's follower count surged at an astonishing pace, achieving 100,000 followers in a remarkably short time. Amongst this vast influx of fans, some finally recognized Zhong Hua's true identity. Zhong Hua? No way. I always thought it was a coincidence of names. Turns out he's my classmate. What a shock. The disparity in appearances is so great that I can hardly recognize him. No way. How could Zhong Hua possibly enter the entertainment industry? That's impossible. The remarks from this group exuded a palpable disdain for the entertainment world, leading many sensitive netizens to feel a twinge of discomfort. What is this? Do you look down on the entertainment industry so much? Why can't Zhong Hua enter the entertainment world? He is a significant figure. As this group continued to bicker, one individual uploaded a photograph. The backdrop was unmistakably a laboratory, but what astonished everyone was the figure clad in a white lab coat, glasses perched on their nose, intently engaged in an experiment. Is this Zhong Hua? Where's this? I never expected a white lab coat would suit him so well. Truly a captivating sight. This photograph sparked even more curiosity, with people tagging the uploader incessantly. Zhong Hua, the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination, a prodigy at the National Defense University, having been taken under the wing of esteemed academician Shi Nansheng as a disciple while still in his second year. His aptitude for research is evident. If all goes as expected, Zhong Hua's future is likely to lie within the Research Institute at the National Defense University. The internet was abuzz, all captivated by this remarkable resume. Achieving even one of those accomplishments would warrant the title of a genius. Yet, before Zhong Hua, such talents merely scraped the surface of his threshold. Is it true? This resume is rather intimidating, isn't it? False. Individuals in the entertainment industry revel in fabricating personas. Everyone, please keep your wits about you. Do not be deceived. The last person who crafted a scholar persona, a certain Zhai, is still being ridiculed. I mean, how could someone like this possibly enter the entertainment world? Today's netizens are far more discerning than before, capable of piercing through facades with a mere glance. They approach this exaggerated resume with utmost skepticism. Falsified? Why would there be a need for falsification? Just wait and see. In no time, that netizen returned online, unveiling several photographs. Here is a group photo with the scholarship recipients from the National Defense University, with Zhong Hua prominently in the front row. This is a candid shot of Zhong Hua taken by a senior in the laboratory. Just wait, the seniors will soon arrive on the battlefield. Additionally, Here is a photograph of academician Shi Nansheng and Zhong Hua. If you're unfamiliar with Professor Shi Nansheng, you may search his credentials on the official website of the National Academy of Sciences. Chapter 31. The Protective National Defense University. Shi Nansheng, aged 69, is the Dean of the Aerospace College at the National Defense University and an academician of the National Academy of Sciences, serving as the chief designer of the Mars Planetary Exploration Mission 1 and a recipient of the National Special Allowance for High-Tech Talents. The current netizens are exceptionally astute, and it wasn't long before they posted academician Shi Nansheng's credentials. This thoroughly verified Zhong Hua's outstanding background. In an instant, the entire entertainment industry was left in shock. Goodness, has the entertainment industry become this competitive? Does one need to have been the top scorer in the college entrance examination to deserve a debut? With Zhong Hua's academic prowess, he could easily outshine film emperors and music kings, paving a smooth path ahead. The so-called academic elites in the entertainment industry must be trembling in fear. The path of the scholar persona has been irrevocably closed off by Zhong Hua. Hey, I absolutely despise children idolizing celebrities, but someone with Zhong Hua's high qualifications is an exception. As the saying goes, one ardent supporter can outweigh 10 detractors. The playful remarks from this group of fans have directly breached the defenses of numerous stars in the entertainment industry. After all, in an industry where even those with a college diploma are regarded as highly educated, Zhong Hua's presence is a formidable blow. Zhong Hua, the spokesperson for Huayao 1. Zhong Hua, the distinguished graduate of the National Defense University. Zhong Hua, the newcomer. It is only natural that Zhong Hua once again topped the trending searches. However, in this world, no one can win everyone's affection, and Zhong Hua's soaring popularity has also ignited considerable envy. Professor Wang, a verified professor from Jiang University, openly criticized Zhong Hua. How could such an exceptional research talent, swayed by the allure of wealth, transform into a celebrity? Is he worthy of the nation's investment in his education? Standing on his moral high ground, Professor Wang seized the opportunity to promote himself while condemning Zhong Hua. Research may indeed be rather tedious, and as a professor at Jiang University, I occasionally find the laboratory atmosphere unappealing. Yet, someone must contribute to the nation. Zhong Hua is ultimately too young to endure this hardship, and I can understand that. I must say, individuals in the entertainment industry are rather ignorant and lack culture. Upon seeing Professor Wang associated with Jiang University, they immediately regarded him as a significant figure in academia. Consequently, they collectively hired a legion of internet trolls to launch a coordinated attack on Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua is nothing but a deserter. Instead of becoming a scientist, he chose to pursue stardom. Zhong Hua's values have long been distorted. Is there still a sense of dedication when money reigns supreme? The National Defense University ought to expel such a student. The entire internet is calling for Zhong Hua's banishment. Let us learn from Professor Wang. He embodies the true essence of a researcher. Professor Wang's spirit of dedication is what our country truly needs in its scientific personnel. If one genuinely believed these online statements, Zhong Hua would be deemed a heinous criminal, deserving of execution. Meanwhile, Professor Wang from Jiang University is reveling in his triumph. He rates himself highly for this maneuver, not only riding on Zhong Hua's fame, but also establishing a reputation for being concerned about the nation, a significant boon for his future career advancements. As Zhong Hua's reputation continues to plummet, it seems he is on the verge of retreating from the industry before even making his debut. Zhong Hua's most loyal fans have finally emerged on the battlefield, a cohort of seniors and juniors from the National Defense University. I must commend the students of the National Defense University. They are astute. This group, who knows Zhong Hua best and is most protective of him, understands one crucial principle. To capture the king, one must first capture the thief, and they promptly turned their ire towards the instigating Professor Wang. How dare this Professor Wang bully my junior, Zhong Hua? He certainly possesses audacity. What qualifications does a mere professor from Jiang University, whose first degree is from a less prestigious institution, have to criticize Zhong Hua? I present my student ID. What right does this Professor Wang have to cast aspersions on my Zhong Hua? I just checked, and this Professor Wang publishes 4 papers a year, all in domestic science periodicals. How laughable. At his age, he has truly become a relic of the past. You hold on. Let me enlighten you about Zhong Hua's research achievements over the years. By his first year, he had already published papers in the Science Weekly. In his second year, he collaborated with academician Shi Nansheng, publishing multiple papers in Nature Physics and Physics Letters. The trolls, witnessing their ally Professor Wang faltering, found themselves at a loss for assistance. Engaging in intellectual disputes is always complicated. These individuals hardly comprehend the nuances. They feared their words might backfire. only to exacerbate the situation. Women, being inherently discerning, certainly would not let Professor Wang off the hook easily. They would strike at his very core. Many may be unaware of the distinction between the Science Weekly and the prestigious Nature Physics and Physics letters. So allow me to simplify. The Science Weekly is akin to bronze, while Nature Physics and Physics letters are akin to royalty. Now, does that make sense? Still prattling on about dedication and the tedium of laboratory work? Only the ineffectual would squander precious time on fruitless data collection. Furthermore, Zhong Hua's performance in university is well documented. He spends no less time in the lab than you do, presenting facts, articulating reason, and wielding sharp rhetoric. They effectively stripped Professor Wang of his final shred of dignity. There exists a disparity between individuals. To the average person, Professor Wang may be a genius. However, the chasm between genius and Zhong Hua is akin to a vast abyss, one that offers no hope of bridging. National Defense University. Is this truly how you educate your students? At my age, I could at least be considered their teacher or elder. Where is the fundamental respect? Professor Wang was thoroughly rattled, berated by a multitude of female students. His dignity severely tarnished. This is a classic case of someone unable to argue, resorting to petty tactics. Of course, he had calculated that the National Defense University would not engage in a tangible conflict over minor online disputes. Yet, unexpectedly, his mention indeed triggered a response from the colossal entity that is the National Defense University. In the presence of all, the official Weibo account of the National Defense University unexpectedly followed Zhong Hua's Weibo post, which criticized Professor Wang. Zhong Hua, today you bring honor to your school, and tomorrow your school will take pride in you. The profundity of this statement truly exceeds expectations. This is the National Defense University, not some obscure institution. In terms of academic pedigree, even Tsinghua and Peking University cannot compare to the National Defense University. Such a prestigious institution publicly endorsing a student reflects its clear stance. Many internet commentators have sensed the gravity of the situation and are hurriedly deleting their posts. They initially thought they were merely dealing with a newcomer, only to attract such a formidable entity. It seems a significant incident is brewing. Chapter 32. Jiang University issues an apology. Professor Wang is dismissed. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. Professor Wang has truly brought upon himself a monumental embarrassment. I cannot help but laugh. The National Defense University has genuinely intervened. Professor Wang, does it sting? The National Defense University stands firm. When a student faces adversity, they genuinely support them. Although the academic qualifications of netizens may not be high, their words can be piercingly hurtful. At Jiang University, Professor Wang's face turned pale with rage as he smashed everything on his desk to the floor. He could not fathom why such a top-tier institution would come to the defense of a student aspiring to be a celebrity. Truly, this world has lost its moral compass. At this moment, he felt both ashamed and unafraid. After all, the National Defense University had no jurisdiction over Jiang University. Moreover, despite the loss of face, he had inadvertently gained some of Zhong Hua's attention, laying a solid foundation for his future as a well-known professor. However, some matters are not as simple as he presumed. At the newly established Quantum Computing Center of the National Academy of Sciences, academician Chao vowed he had never felt so humiliated in his life. His face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, old Chao, Jiang University truly produces talent. Someone quipped. Old Chao, could it be that this Professor Wang learned his shamelessness from you? The atmosphere at Jiang University was indeed concerning. As the former president and a spiritual emblem of Jiang University, academician Chao felt uneasy due to the reckless words of one of his professors, especially as the remarks from other academicians drifted in like daggers, piercing his heart. Damn it, academician Chao thought, feeling so provoked that he resorted to speaking in the national tongue, illustrating his fury. Rest assured, I will give Zhong Hua a proper explanation. With a professor from his own institution openly attacking Zhong Hua, academician Chao could no longer maintain his composure while continuing his research in quantum computing. If this matter was not addressed promptly, Jiang University could very well be excluded from the initial plans of the Quantum Computing Center. One misstep could lead to a cascade of failures, and when that time comes, Jiang University would struggle to keep pace with other institutions. The terrifying consequences of such a scenario made academician Chao's temper flare. With a loud bang, he slammed the door. Oof. Angry? Zhong Hua is the one who should be angry, being attacked without cause. Do you not understand why this child has entered the entertainment industry? It is truly not easy for him to endure such grievances. Academician Li, as ever, expressed his compassion for Zhong Hua, subtly defending him. Sure, Nanxing secretly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming that it was refreshing and utterly satisfying. There were indeed certain things he, as Zhong Hua's teacher, could not openly address. But that did not diminish his concern for his student. If academician Chao did not take decisive action, Jiang University would be excluded from the first batch of the Quantum Computing Center. I agree. That is acceptable. No problem. Let's reconsider. This incident serves as a reminder to everyone of Zhong Hua's significance. He stands backed by the national academicians and the National Defense University, not someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, an infuriated academician Chao called the current president of Jiang University, who happened to be his student. Can you still function in your role? If not, then get lost. Look at the current atmosphere at Jiang University. Pursuing fame and fortune, stirring up trouble. It is utterly disgusting. The president of Jiang University, feeling wronged, could hardly speak. The typically mild-mannered teacher had resorted to harsh words, indicating the gravity of the situation. Teacher, what exactly happened? I will address it immediately. Please do not let it affect your health. I might as well die of anger, so I can spare myself the humiliation. Who was the one that recruited that Professor Wang into Jiang University? Does he not possess a shred of professional ethics, attacking others like a rabid dog for no reason? Upon hearing Professor Wang's name, the Jiang University president instantly grasped the situation. Yet he was curiously perplexed as to why a professor would pay attention to a university student, even if that student hailed from the National Defense University. Teacher, rest assured, I will have Professor Wang deactivate his Weibo account immediately and issue a formal reprimand. Reflecting on the earlier ridicule, academician Chao sneered. No wonder the atmosphere at Jiang University is so poor. It is all due to your indulgence. Additionally, I have always taught you that researchers must have the courage to acknowledge their mistakes. Right now, you shall issue a public apology to Zhong Hua in the name of Jiang University. As for Professor Wang, he is unworthy of his position. He should be dismissed immediately. Academician Chao's anger stemmed partly from the increasingly severe issues with Jiang University's atmosphere, but also for the institution's sake. If they were truly excluded from the Quantum Computing Center, it would be challenging for Jiang University to maintain its status as a top-tier institution in China. Teacher, I must be honest with you. What is the background of this National Defense University student, Zhong Hua? There are certain matters I cannot divulge too deeply, but Zhong Hua is immensely important. If Jiang University does not provide a satisfactory resolution, do you believe that Tsinghua, Peking University, Harbin Institute of Technology, and Xi'an Jiaodong University, among the top institutions in the country, will not publicly support Zhong Hua? The future is unpredictable, and Zhong Hua is the most pivotal figure. The president of Jiang University had passed a stringent political review to attain his position as an academician, yet due to his rank, he had not yet had the opportunity to interact with Zhong Hua. However, his loyalty was unquestionable. Academician Chao, concerned about his lack of attention, made a point to emphasize this. Teacher, I understand. After ending the call, the Jiang University president pondered for a moment before making his decision. Shortly thereafter, Jiang University's official Weibo account followed Zhong Hua and issued a formal statement. Zhong Hua, regarding the unfounded defamation by our faculty member, Professor Wang Mingzhong. Although it does not stem from our institution, we still wish to extend our sincerest apologies to you. Following our investigation, we found that Professor Wang intentionally provoked online, causing an extremely detrimental impact. Consequently, we have decided to terminate his employment and reserve the right to pursue legal action. Is today truly not April Fool's Day? One must wonder if Zhong Hua truly holds such prestige. Jiang University, in a surprising move, has taken the initiative to apologize to him. Today has indeed been a roller coaster ride, and this drama is utterly captivating. Wang Mingzhong is indeed that Professor Wang, and now he has not only lost face, but also his job, which is simply hilarious. Spectators were thrilled, while the beleaguered Wang Mingzhong was utterly devastated. He had never anticipated that Jiang University would dismiss him over a student. This truly exemplifies the adage of losing a chicken while trying to steal rice. Chapter 33. Oh no, Zhong Hua's parents come to confront him. The flight from the capital to Zhonghai takes merely 2 hours. Upon their arrival at Zhonghai Airport, Zhong Hua and his companions were greeted by the sight of heavily armed special police, which instilled a profound sense of security. What on earth is happening? Li Chiyue inquired out of curiosity, only to learn that it was a precautionary rehearsal for the upcoming Olympics in 3 months. Only Lu Yijin and Lu Fugua exchanged knowing glances, realizing that this was likely a makeshift excuse devised by the comrades in Zhonghai to protect Zhong Hua. They had even arranged a vehicle for them, a similarly modeled anti-theft business car. Lu, I truly appreciate your efforts. After a lengthy flight, it felt somewhat awkward for Zhong Hua to have Lu Fugua drive as well. Duty calls, and one cannot afford to be careless, Lu Fuguo replied in a perfectly standard tone, though he felt a surge of emotion within, driving with increasing steadiness. Just then, Lu Yijin, clutching his phone, suddenly let out a shriek. Oh, how can this be? Everyone initially thought something was amiss, until Li Qiyu, too, suddenly screamed upon leaning in. Zhong Hua, your Weibo. I know, my Weibo followers are indeed quite few. I can only rely on my efforts to gradually change that. Few followers, what nonsense. Li Qiyu was so agitated she nearly cursed. After just one flight, Zhong Hua's Weibo followers had astonishingly surpassed 300,000. It felt like a dream come true. Once they calmed down and began to read the comments on Weibo, they pieced together the unfolding events. So, you are a distinguished student from the National Defense University? You are also the top scorer from Jiangnan Province's college entrance examination? Zhong Hua, is it true that your teacher is academician Shi Nanshan? In traditional Chinese culture, the pursuit of knowledge is held in the highest regard. This intrinsic reverence for education made Li Qiyu regard Zhong Hua with eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhong Hua, could you spare some time to tutor my daughter? In ancient times, you would have been akin to the literary star descending from the heavens. A mere tutoring session would surely bestow her with good fortune, causing her grades to soar. Of course, this was merely a jest. The most pressing matter at hand was Zhong Hua's imminent appearance. After everything that had transpired, from the personal involvement of the National Defense University to the apologies issued by Jiang University as official account, the lively performance had reached its climax. Yet the protagonist, Zhong Hua, had yet to make an entrance, leaving everyone feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Thus, with Lu Yijin's adept handling, Zhong Hua followed back all the accounts that had shown him support on Weibo, Huawei's official account, Xiao Mengzong, the National Defense University, Su Mingzhu, Jiang University. He even took the time to post a message expressing gratitude for everyone's attention. Just got off the plane a bit bewildered. Nevertheless, I appreciate everyone's support. Whether as Zhong Hua in academia or Zhong Hua in the entertainment industry, please believe that my original intentions remain unchanged. This statement carried profound implications, subtly conveying Zhong Hua's stance. He was no longer a novice with only a few thousand followers, but had amassed a following of 300,000, marking him as a figure of some renown. Once this post was shared, it garnered an avalanche of likes and retweets. Huawei's official account. Zhong Hua, forever the ambassador of Huawei. Xiao Mengzong, may your endeavors be smooth sailing. Su Mingzhu has arrived in Zhonghai. Shall I treat you to dinner tonight? National Defense University, thumbs up, JPG. As for Jiang University, I shall quietly give it a thumbs up. However, this storm was destined to have its twists and turns. Just as everyone thought it had come to an end, the entrance of Lan Tai propelled the incident to its final climax. Zhong Hua, I must apologize on behalf of Xiaolon. Voice of an angel, due to certain human factors. All of Zhong Hua's footage was edited out. To err is human. To correct is truly commendable. Will you forgive me? To demonstrate sincerity, Xiaolon has dismissed the implicated deputy director, Chun. Furthermore, the re-edit Voice of an Angel will be rebroadcast this Saturday. Please stay tuned. What on earth is happening? When did Lan Tai become so accommodating? It is worth mentioning that Zhong Hua had previously participated in the recording of Voice of an Angel. One wonders what kind of human factors could wield such influence over the final editing of show. Lan Tai's swift action undoubtedly added fuel to the fire that was Zhong Hua's rising fame. In today's internet landscape, it is destined to be Zhong Hua's domain. Various rumors circulated wildly online. Some speculated that the recent investigation into Huawei company stemmed from Xiao Wang offending Zhong Hua. Others suggested that the top influencer, Xiao Yibo, had been imprisoned due to Zhong Hua. In an instant, Zhong Hua became increasingly enigmatic. Regardless of the truth, following this incident, Zhong Hua's status as a newcomer in the entertainment industry had become somewhat transcendent. With a mysterious background and extensive connections, he had become a figure absolutely not to be trifled with. The entertainment realm seemed to have welcomed an extraordinary individual. This was precisely aligned with Zhong Hua's intentions. He had entered the entertainment industry to accumulate emotional value for the exchange of advanced technology, having neither the time nor the inclination to engage in the chaotic struggles for fame and fortune. Maintaining the state was, in fact, advantageous for him. Unlike the capital, Zhonghai is a city that is economically developed and remarkably open. That evening, Zhong Hua and his companions were accommodated at the Peninsula Hotel by the Huangpu River. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the river unfolded before them, offering a refreshing vista. However, when the phone rang unexpectedly, the usually composed Zhong Hua's face betrayed a flicker of panic. Oh no, it's my parents calling. What could possibly be the matter? Lu Yijin was utterly perplexed. Could it be that Zhong Hua had a strained relationship with his parents? My parents don't know I've become a celebrity yet? With a wry smile, Zhong Hua feared his parents would worry and hastily answer the call. Dad, you and Mom know already? Yes, I'm in Zhonghai right now. What? You and Mom are coming to see me tomorrow? All right then. After hanging up, Zhong Hua slumped against the sofa, appearing utterly despondent. My parents know I've become a celebrity, and they're coming to see me tomorrow. What am I going to do? It was a rare sight to see such a flustered Zhong Hua, prompting Lu Yijin to stifle a laugh. Yet, she too sensed the gravity of the situation. Zhong Hua, an exemplary student from a National Defense University and a protege of academician Shi Nanxing, had a bright future ahead, destined to become an outstanding researcher. Yet now, he had chosen to pursue a career as a celebrity. If she were in his parents' shoes, she would likely struggle to accept it as well. Moreover, Zhong Hua hailed from Jiangnan province, a region where parents place immense emphasis on their children's education. Aside from basic school supplies, every household is equipped with a printer. The high-achieving Zhong Hua suddenly expressing a desire to abandon his studies for fame would be incomprehensible to anyone. Chapter 34. The Secretary of Zhonghai personally receives them. Jiangnan Province. Huzhou City, Sanxiao Town. In the town stood a 3-story villa, which, even in the affluent Sanxiao Town, exuded a remarkable elegance. At this moment, Zhong Jianjun sat solemnly on the steps in front of the villa, a cloud of smoke wafting from his hand, yet he remained oblivious to it. All along, what Zhong Jianjun took the greatest pride in was neither his military service nor the medals he had earned on the battlefield, nor even the millions he had amassed from humble beginnings, but rather his son, Zhong Hua. From a young age, Zhong Hua was the epitome of an exemplary child, consistently excelling in his studies and earning the admiration of his teachers. Each time a parent-teacher meeting was held, it marked a moment of glory for Zhong Jianjun. Standing on the podium, he reveled in the envious gazes of 50 parents, feeling utterly fulfilled. However, when his son declined the prestigious recommendation offers from elite institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University, choosing instead to enter the National Defense University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Zhong Jianjun had firmly established himself as a notable figure in Sanxiao Town. Whether engaging in commerce or making purchases, the mere mention of Zhong Hua, the college entrance examination champion, as his son brought him joy, even if it meant incurring losses. No matter the time or place, Zhong Jianjun would inevitably steer the conversation towards his son with pride. My son, Zhong Hua, a distinguished student at the National Defense University, is under the tutelage of the esteemed national academician Shi Nanxing, dedicating his life's work to the cause of national defense research. Zhong Jianjun was even contemplating revising the family genealogy to include a dedicated page for his son, starting with Zhong Hua. Yet today, he was unexpectedly informed that Zhong Hua had chosen to pursue a career in stardom. At that moment of confirmation, Zhong Jianjun felt as though the world had collapsed around him. What on earth had spurred this child to abandon his promising academic path in favor of the entertainment industry? Had they perhaps given him too little pocket money? Surely not, for he received 10,000 each month. Zhong Hua's mother, Jiang Qin, shook her head, sensing something peculiar about the situation. She understood her son's character well. He was not an ostentatious or extroverted individual, and she was acutely aware of his lifelong ambitions. Fearing that there was more to this than met the eye. 10,000? Is that truly sufficient? Our son is studying in the capital, which is far more expensive than our rural town. In her mind, it was clear that he had been indulged too much. To take such a significant step on his own accord is quite audacious. Zhong Jianjun muttered a few words before retreating into the house, his demeanor disheartened. No more discussion. Tomorrow when we arrive in Zhonghai, I will confront him personally. At the Zhonghai Peninsula Hotel, Lu Yijin placed great importance on the impending visit from Zhong Hua's parents, promptly informing her grandfather, Lu Lao, who resided in the capital. Grandfather, what should we do? I have never seen Zhong Hua so lost and despondent. Lu Lao fell into deep thought, a faint, bitter smile creeping onto his lips. The situation was indeed quite delicate. It was incomprehensible that a promising scientist would choose the path of a celebrity. Anyone would struggle to accept such a development. Dear granddaughter, please comfort Zhong Hua. I will head to the National Defense Academy immediately to discuss the matter with a few of the elders. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhong Jianjun could no longer contain his anxiety and urged Jiang Qin to hurry. The couple set off for Zhonghai, knowing that Sanxiao Town was merely a 2-hour drive away. Throughout the journey, Zhong Jianjun was preoccupied with thoughts, his cigarette never leaving his lips. It wasn't until they saw the Zhonghai sign that he finally released a vehement remark. If this child remains obstinate, still dreaming of stardom, I'll break his legs. He continued to voice his frustrations. If all else fails, I will take him to the capital and personally apologize to academician Sure, pleading for another chance. Jiang Qin couldn't help but roll her eyes. He was merely being hypocritical, for he was the one who truly indulged their son. As they exited the highway and turned onto the expressway, they unexpectedly found themselves caught in a traffic jam. Frustrated and eager to see Zhong Hua, Zhong Jianjun honked the horn. Just then, a figure clad in a white shirt approached and knocked on the car window. "Comrade, please present your driver's license." Zhong Jianjun was taken aback. When had the traffic regulations in Zhonghai become so stringent? Merely honking had led to an encounter with a traffic officer of such high rank. In Luzhu City, this level of authority would be equivalent to the police chief. "I apologize. I was just a bit anxious," he said, fumbling for his license and attempting to appease the officer. "Comrade Zhong Jianjun, please exit the vehicle." At this point, Zhong Jianjun was thoroughly alarmed. After all, he was just a humble landowner from a rural town, with connections limited to the education bureau chief of Luzhu City, and that was solely due to his son's achievements. "Comrade, this is a misunderstanding," he pleaded. "This is no misunderstanding, Comrade Zhong Jianjun. Please step out of the car and accompany me." Despite the officer's friendly demeanor, his tone was unyielding. Faced with this situation, Zhong Jianjun and Jiang Qin had no choice but to comply. They exited the vehicle, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers as they followed the officer to the toll booth. "Secretary Yang, the couple Zhong Jianjun has been brought in," the officer reported. Approaching a luxurious A6L, the officer respectfully saluted before signaling for the surrounding security personnel to disperse. Zhong Jianjun sensed something was amiss. The deference shown by the officer indicated that Secretary Yang was no ordinary figure. Just then, the car door opened slowly, revealing Yang Guizheng, the secretary of Zhonghai, who greeted Zhong Jianjun with a warm smile and a firm handshake. "Comrade Jianjun, I have long admired you." The mention of Comrade Jianjun caused Zhong Jianjun to stand a little taller, yet the name Yang Guizheng immediately filled him with trepidation. This man was a true political heavyweight. One step higher, and he would be a national-level representative. What merit did he possess to warrant the attention of such a prominent figure? "Hello, Secretary Yang. I am Zhong Jianjun, and this is my wife, Jiang Qin." Women are often less attuned to the nuances of politics. However, the commanding presence of Yang Guizheng was unmistakable. "Comrade Jianjun, Comrade Jiang Qin, Zhonghai welcomes you." "Secretary Yang, you are too kind. We are just..." Zhong Jianjun stammered, overwhelmed with excitement, unable to articulate his thoughts. This was a story he could boast about for a lifetime. "Comrade Jianjun, Comrade Jiang Qin, let us discuss matters in the car." Yang Guizheng opened the rear door of the vehicle, a gesture that left Zhong Jianjun trembling with apprehension. "Dear comrades," he began, "I will be brief. On behalf of the National Defense Academy, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you both for raising such an exemplary son." "My son? Are you referring to Zhong Hua?" "Indeed, but hasn't he chosen to pursue a career as a celebrity? This has infuriated me." "Comrade Jianjun, please remain calm. I have come precisely for this matter." Chapter 35. Please watch Zhong Hua's performance. Upon hearing Zhong Hua's name from Yang Guizheng, Zhong Jianjun was momentarily bewildered. Why would such a distinguished figure know his son? What was truly unfolding? As the car sped along, Yang Guizheng lapsed into silence, leaving Zhong Jianjun and Jiang Qin filled with trepidation, yet they dared not speak. Upon reaching the city center, they were surprised to find themselves at the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center. Only after entering a prime viewing box did Yang Guizheng resume the conversation. "Zhong Hua is a remarkable child." His words set the tone for the discussion that followed. "Secretary Yang, I am anxious. How do you know my son? Surely, there must be some extraordinary reason. Perhaps Zhong Hua had saved a family member of Yang Guizheng, for this all seemed inexplicable. I share a common purpose with Zhong Hua, striving for the prosperity of our nation." The significance of this statement is rather profound. Zhong Jianjun let out a long sigh, his head drooping in disappointment. "This child, Zhong Hua, has squandered your expectations. He has chosen to pursue a career as a so-called star. One wonders what kind of stimulus he has received. His former aspiration was for the nation to flourish and grow strong. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the offer to be admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University and insisted on attending the National Defense University." The more Zhong Jianjun pondered, the angrier he became, rising to his feet in indignation. "Comrade Yang, I will seek out Zhong Hua immediately. I will do whatever it takes, even if it means breaking his legs, to bring him back to the National Defense University." "Please, do not act rashly," Yang Guizheng replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, thankful that Zhong Hua had not inherited Zhong Jiangwo's fiery temperament. "The primary reason I sought you both today is this. Zhong Hua's foray into stardom was, in fact, sanctioned by the National Defense University, whose consent is of no consequence. Zhong Jianjun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Yang Guozheng. What? The National Defense University? The situation had grown increasingly complicated. His son Zhong Hua was merely a student of the National Defense University, and now he seemed to have ties with the National Defense University? His mind was a muddled mess, overwhelmed with confusion. Yang Guozheng personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhong Jianjun, and upon seeing him calm down, he revealed the truth. From a moment Zhong Hua acquired the advanced technology system, to the significance of emotional value, and ultimately, how several elders at the National Defense University persuaded him to become a star. Secretary Yang, is everything you say true? Indeed, it is absolutely certain. Recently, the newly launched Huyo #1 wireless charging phone from Huawei includes a pivotal technology provided by Zhong Hua. Huyo #1? I've heard the younger folks at the factory mention it, calling it a revolutionary product. So my son has played a part in this. Dear, let's purchase 2 of them later, as a gesture to support our son's work. At this moment, Zhong Jianjun had regained his former pride. His son was becoming increasingly remarkable. It seemed the plan to revise the family genealogy must be expedited. Secretary Yang, to be frank, my spouse and I have come to Zhonghai specifically for this matter. Now that we have clarified things, we shall not delay your work any longer. We'll take our leave. Rest assured, we will maintain strict confidentiality. Yang Guozheng was taken aback. He did not expect Zhong Jianjun to be so agreeable and immediately stopped them. Since you are already here, there is no need to rush. This is the venue where Zhong Hua will be performing shortly. Let us sit back and enjoy the performance of academician Shi Nanxing's esteemed disciple. With a relaxed mindset, Zhong Jianjun was able to converse normally with Secretary Yang, albeit the focus remained on Zhong Hua. Yet, he still felt a twinge of loss. For the sake of his son's safety, such experiences would have to remain buried in the depths of his heart. Furthermore, he had silently resolved to quit smoking and drinking from this day forward. Quitting smoking was to ensure he lived long enough to witness how far his son could grow, while abstaining from alcohol was to prevent him from drunkenly revealing his son's secrets. Meanwhile, Zhong Hua had arrived at the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, though he appeared somewhat distracted. He was worried about whether his parents had arrived safely and concerned they might rush in unexpectedly. There were quite a few guest performers at Su Mingzhu's concert, all gathered backstage. When Zhong Hua suddenly walked in, many were momentarily taken aback, but soon displayed friendly smiles. As a newcomer, Zhong Hua possessed a substantial background and considerable talent. Building rapport with him could potentially yield quality resources, such as the endorsement deal with Huawei. Rumor has it that Su Mingzhu's endorsement for Huyo #1 was indeed a result of a mutual benefit with Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua, I am Chen Chen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome, welcome. Iam Li Ruoking. However, Zhong Hua's mood was akin to that of a child caught playing on the computer, filled with anxiety and apprehension, rendering him unable to engage in casual conversation with these stars, giving off an aloof impression. In truth, many of these guest performers were in a similar position to Zhong Hua, seeking to ride on Su Mingzhu's coattails. Some had been famous for years, yet remained lukewarm, while others were top-tier stars with popularity but lacking substantial work. Nonetheless, seeing a newcomer behave in such a manner left them feeling quite uncomfortable. A newcomer, how arrogant. They thought, just because he is the spokesperson for Huyo doesn't mean he has the right to act this way. Who knows how he obtained such resources? The atmosphere backstage quickly turned awkward. Yet, they intentionally clustered together, chattering incessantly, clearly attempting to ostracize Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua, you have arrived. As the songstress Su Mingzhu entered the backstage area, the group of celebrities immediately stood, their attitudes respectful as they surrounded her. Sister Mingzhu, you look stunning. Sister Su, shall we rehearse a bit? However, Su Mingzhu bypassed them and walked directly to the dazed Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua, what is wrong? You seem lost in thought. Sister Mingzhu, I am fine, Zhong Hua replied politely. As fellow representatives of Huyo #1, their relationship was relatively closer, which only incited jealousy among the other stars at her apparent intimacy with a newcomer. Xiaoming invited me to attend the celebration for Huyo #1's million sales. You will be going too, right? Of course, I will definitely be there. That's wonderful. Su Mingzhu lifted her head, her eyes radiating joy. Chapter 36. The dedicated spokesperson of the night was enchanting, and the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center was teeming with people. The long-awaited concert of the renowned songstress Su Mingzhu was officially commencing. As the sole representative of the new generation, Su Mingzhu's popularity was undeniable. The venue, which could accommodate 60,000 attendees, was filled to capacity. This is the allure of a diva in the Chinese music scene. Statistics have shown that a half-hour traffic jam after a concert is typical for second-tier singers, while an hour's delay is more characteristic of first-tier artists. For stars of Su Mingzhu's caliber, traffic jams often exceed 3 hours. Inside the Olympic Sports Center, when Su Mingzhu appeared in a flowing white dress, the atmosphere reached its zenith, with countless fans cheering and applauding fervently. The vibrant ambience also influenced Zhong Hua, allowing him to temporarily set aside his worries and watch Su Mingzhu's performance with keen interest. As a legendary songstress, Su Mingzhu's vocal skills were impeccable, captivating every listener with each song. Even Zhong Hua found himself entranced. Is this the power of a singer's charisma? Strictly speaking, this was his first experience listening to live singing. Yet, he could already sense the vast gulf between himself and Su Mingzhu. This was the essence of talent. It was the extraordinary gift possessed by the legendary songstress Su Mingzhu. Not only Zhong Hua, but also every assistant performer who took the stage today was overshadowed by Su Mingzhu's passionate performance. They went up with high spirits, but descended in a state of despondency, especially regarding a certain top-tier singer, whose vocal prowess is evidently lacking. Faced with Su Mingzhu's soaring high notes in C6, he pretended to weep in avoidance, leaving him utterly humiliated. In this context, Su Mingzhu appeared even more resplendent on stage. Attempting to ride on her coattails without any real talent is simply not feasible. A concert that should have been a joy for her was marred by the company's insistence on including a plethora of connections, making it impossible for her to sing to her heart's content. Su Mingzhu felt considerable disdain, yet in the realm of entertainment, one often finds oneself powerless to resist. Ultimately, an individual cannot overpower the corporation. Thus, the stage remains the only place where she can truly be herself. Many stars present recognized that Su Mingzhu had fully unleashed her vocal capabilities. In such a state, no one in the Chinese music scene could genuinely hope to overshadow her. Even Su Mingzhu herself found it challenging to rein in her unleashed potential. As they watched the newcomer Zhong Hua prepare to take the stage, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle with schadenfreude. A rookie stepping onto the stage at this moment would likely be utterly overwhelmed by the fully realized Su Mingzhu. Zhong Hua, don't be nervous. Just focus on singing well, Li Qiuyue reassured him. Just then, Lu Yizhen received a phone call, and a look of delight spread across her face. Zhong Hua, it's your mother on the line. Zhong Hua was taken aback, wondering how his mother, who had no acquaintance with her, could be calling. Mom, what? You and Dad are at the Olympic Sports Center? You both know? Where's Dad? Chatting with Secretary Yang from Zhonghai. Just sing well. Your dad intends to record your performance as a ringtone. After hanging up, Zhong Hua's demeanor shifted entirely. He gazed resolutely towards the VIP box above, his expression grave yet earnest. Having excelled academically throughout his life, he had always been a source of pride for his parents. Though today was somewhat unique, he did not wish to disappoint them. He hoped that through his efforts, he could allow his parents to bask in the thunderous applause of the audience alongside him. On stage, as Su Mingzhu donned a pure white dress, her elegant and dignified aura was further accentuated. Tonight, I am particularly joyful because a special guest has arrived. As Su Mingzhu spoke, the other guest performers rolled their eyes in irritation. What is the matter? Are we a source of your displeasure? At the Huawei mobile launch event, he left a profound impression on me. As Su Mingzhu concluded her statement, the large screen behind her aptly displayed footage of Zhong Hua, looking dazed at the press conference. Let us applaud and welcome Zhong Hua to the stage. Zhong Hua, Zhong Hua, Zhong Hua. Yet amidst the audience's anticipation, Zhong Hua failed to appear for an extended period. The atmosphere of the concert became palpably tense. Had an unforeseen incident occurred, such a mishap in front of 60,000 people would be mortifying. Just then, Su Mingzhu suddenly burst into laughter. Whereas Zhong Hua, I understand now. The noise must be overwhelming for him. At this moment, I shall pull out my Huawei Yao No 1 and give him call. As Zhong Hua pretended to stroll onto the stage with a phone in hand, the audience erupted into hearty laughter. This spokesperson is remarkably dedicated. Next year, Huawei must give you both a raise in endorsement fees. This unique entrance certainly left the fans in attendance feeling invigorated, deepening their impression of Zhong Hua. Meanwhile, at Huawei's headquarters in Beijing, a delighted Xiao Meng was doubled over in laughter at the scene. Just this one segment made the endorsement fee worthwhile. In the VIP box at the Olympic Sports Center, Zhong Jianjun and Jiang Qin could not suppress their laughter. This kid has some unexpected skills, they remarked with pride. Zhong Hua, Sister Mingzhu, I hear you're the top scorer from Jiangnan province? That is quite impressive. Not really, not really. It's all thanks to my classmates' kindness. Not impressive? How so? Because the truly exceptional ones were already exempted from exams. Countless high school seniors watching through the camera undoubtedly felt envious. As for the other guest performers below, their jealousy was nearing a breaking point. The preferential treatment Su Mingzhu afforded Zhong Hua was glaringly apparent. When they had taken the stage to assist in singing, it felt rushed, as if they were being hurried off, unlike the interaction Zhong Hua was enjoying. I've never sung with a top scorer before. I must admit, I'm a bit excited. Su Mingzhu was certainly giving him ample face, and with her cooperation, Zhong Hua's emotional quotient soared. Sister Mingzhu, you are my idol. It is truly an honor to collaborate with you. Zhong Hua's high emotional intelligence instantly endeared him to Su Mingzhu's fans. This cultured individual spoke with a charm that was simply irresistible, and his acknowledgement of her as his idol was undoubtedly a substantial affirmation for her. Su Mingzhu found herself increasingly admiring Zhong Hua. This newcomer not only possessed a mysterious background and extensive connections, but was also remarkably talented in his own right. Enough. If we continue, I might just perish from embarrassment. The fans below only pay to hear music. If they want to hear a stand-up routine, they'll have to pay extra. The audience promptly joined in, expressing their playful discontent with boos. Chapter 37. Zhong Hua, the new king of the Chinese music scene. At this moment, the happiest individual was undoubtedly Su Mingzhu's manager, Xiao Huang. He had not anticipated that the newcomer Zhong Hua would generate such a wealth of material for humor with Su Mingzhu, providing ample content for post-event editing. Of course, given that this was a concert, the primary focus remained on the quality of the performances. Xiao Huang was not particularly optimistic about Zhong Hua in this regard. Lacking formal training and experience, he could only be expected to perform at the level of a karaoke enthusiast. Many shared this sentiment, both among the audience present and those watching remotely. As long as Zhong Hua did not hinder Su Mingzhu, he would have fulfilled his role satisfactorily. Today, Zhong Hua was set to sing Su Mingzhu's debut hit, Brilliant Starry Sky, a fast-paced, spirited song imbued with hope for the future. This song enjoyed widespread popularity, frequently featured in graduation ceremonies across numerous universities. Brilliant Starry Sky is one of those songs that is easy to start but difficult to master. Typically, anyone can belt it out and evoke a sense of enthusiasm. However, the transitions between high and low notes demand exceptional vocal skill. Even seasoned singers in the Chinese music scene struggle to capture the essence of this song. Yet, when Zhong Hua opened his mouth to sing, he astonished everyone. When the sparks of dreams converge into a river, they illuminate the path to a resplendent future. The voice emanating through the microphone was crystal clear and pure, perfectly mirroring his essence, offering a soothing comfort to all. Just this single line held the audience in rapt attention, igniting a desire to hear more. At that moment, Su Mingzhu, standing nearby, displayed a look of astonishment. She had never anticipated that a newcomer like Zhong Hua could possess such an impressive vocal talent. Immediately, she executed an unexpected gesture, slightly bending at the waist to place the microphone before Zhong Hua, indicating for him to continue. In that moment, the entire focus of the concert was solely on Zhong Hua. Beneath the kaleidoscopic lights, his handsome visage radiated confidence, his eyes sparkling as they gazed towards the VIP box on the top floor of the stadium. At this moment, my parents were there, listening to me sing. Just as in days gone by, I aimed to showcase my finest self, to instill in them a sense of pride and honor. Dispelling the fog, I strode forth with determination, for ahead lay a resplendent future akin to a sea of stars. In this moment, Zhong Hua articulated his aspirations through song, his future shining brilliantly like the cosmos. As his voice resonated, the audience was electrified, goosebumps cascading across their skin. It was exhilarating, utterly thrilling. This was the truest sentiment nestled deep within the hearts of the fans. From Zhong Hua's melodic tones, they discerned the lofty ambitions of a young man. In the VIP box, Zhong Jianjun and Jiang Qin embraced, swelling with pride for their remarkable son. Nearby, Secretary Yang Guizheng of Zhonghai observed them with envious eyes. What parent does not yearn for a child as exceptional as Zhong Hua? Undoubtedly, the most affected at that moment was Su Mingzhu, neglecting to maintain her poised demeanor. Stood aghast, her mouth agape, her expressive eyes betraying her astonishment. Are newcomers truly this formidable? The mastery of breath control, the rhythm's command, the proficiency of vocal technique, each surpassed her imagination. Coupled with a voice that resembled a heavenly chorus, this was no mere newcomer. This was a prodigy favored by fate. In that fleeting moment, Su Mingzhu caught a glimpse of a rising star. Quietly, she stepped aside, ceding the entire stage to Zhong Hua. At that moment, he was the undisputed center of attention. Given time, no, perhaps it would not be long before the Mandarin music scene welcomed a new king. Yet, A shadow of concern crossed Su Mingzhu's features, for the current landscape of the Mandarin music industry was indeed precarious, primarily due to a dearth of original songs. Zhong Hua's upbringing in this era seemed almost like a cruel twist of fate. A singer, no, an exceptional singer, requires a signature piece to truly make their mark. If Zhong Hua aspired to leave a lasting legacy in the Mandarin music realm, he must possess quality works to uphold him. Yet in this day and age, there were far too few outstanding lyricists and composers. While Su Mingzhu's rise as a new generation diva was undeniably bolstered by her musical talent, the influence of her parents in the national choir had been substantial. Many popular songs were secured through their connections with the older generation of songwriters. Though Zhong Hua's background was impressive, the temperaments of certain veteran artists could not be swayed merely by wealth. As Su Mingzhu pondered these thoughts, Zhong Hua had already concluded his performance. Perhaps due to the emotional outburst moments ago, his complexion was flushed, and he shyly acknowledged the eruption of applause from the audience. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Zhong Hua, you are extraordinary. Zhong Hua, sing another. On stage, dressed in a white shirt paired with black casual trousers, he evoked nostalgia for the pure and unblemished beauty of school days, perfectly embodying everyone's fantasies of a campus heartthrob. To avoid overshadowing the event, Zhong Hua exchanged a glance with Su Mingzhu, and despite the fans' fervent calls for him to stay, he hastily exited the stage. The concert continued, yet Zhong Hua's thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. He even disregarded the incessant notifications from the advanced technological system. Upon spotting his parents in the VIP box, a childlike, innocent smile finally graced Zhong Hua's face. Dad, Mom, did I sing well? With the eagerness of a child yearning for parental praise, Zhong Hua elicited laughter not only from Lu Yi but also from Secretary Yang Guizhang of Zhonghai. After all, at 19, he was still just a child. Not bad. In contrast to the bashful Zhong Jianjun, Jiang Qin immediately gave a thumbs up. Son, you sang brilliantly. I never expected you to possess such talent. Don't let your dad's stoic demeanor fool you. He recorded your performance. Who knows, it might already be his ringtone. If you don't believe me, call him to find out. Zhong Jianjun remained silent, merely switching his phone to silent mode. This was the traditional dynamic of father-son relationships in their culture. No matter how well one performed, verbal praise was difficult to articulate in person. Let us not linger. Upon arriving in Zhonghai, we will be in my territory. Tonight, I'll host. Let us find a simple place to grab a bite. Miss Lu, who is this person? Such audacity. He dares to claim Zhonghai as his domain. Li Qiue inquired curiously, only to be met with the stony silence of Lu Yi. Secretary of Zhonghai, Yang Guizhang. Chapter 38. Return to Beijing, receiving honors. Zhong Hua, sister invites you for a late night snack. There's a great barbecue place in Zhonghai. Sister Mingzhu, I have something urgent. I'll take my leave first. Next time it's my treat. Su Mingzhu sat in the chauffeur-driven car, a flicker of disappointment passing through her gaze. Occasionally peering through the window, she unexpectedly spotted Zhong Hua stepping into an older Model A6. She took note of the license plate and her eyes widened, revealing her shock. The Zhonghai number 1 license plate? Who exactly is Zhong Hua? Given Yang Guizhang's status, he could not possibly dine in public venues. Therefore, the best location would undoubtedly be the cafeteria within the Zhonghai government building. Though night had long fallen, arrangements had been made, presenting a simple yet delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Although Zhong Hua was the main attraction of the meal, it was Yang Guizhang, the secretary of Zhonghai, who orchestrated the entire affair. Yet today, he exhibited a refreshing demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter devoid of the sternness typical of a high-ranking official. By the end of the meal, apart from the bewildered Li Qiue, everyone else had developed a newfound admiration for Yang Guizhang. Comrades Jianjun and Qin, let us exchange contact information. In the future, I would like to consult you both regarding the education of children. Secretary Yang, you are far too courteous. After exchanging contact details, Zhong Jianjun's network suddenly expanded from the head of the Education Bureau in Huzhou City to the Secretary of Zhonghai. Naturally, he understood that all of this stemmed from his son's achievements. This could be considered a case of benefiting from one's offspring's success. Mom, Dad, why don't you stay in Zhonghai for the night and head back tomorrow? No, we have a considerable number of orders at the moment. I must return to oversee things. Zhong Jianjun owned an automotive factory specializing in the production of 10 to 19-seat minibuses. However, the current situation was rather bleak, with the company enduring long-term losses. Take care on the way. Mom, keep an eye on Dad during the trip. As Zhong Jianjun started the car, Jiang Qin discreetly leaned closer to Zhong Hua, revealing the truth. Your dad's factory has no orders left. He is eager to return merely to flaunt his precious son. The group could not help but chuckle, for it was undeniable that Zhong Hua exhibited far more composure than his father, Zhong Jianjun. As he watched his parents depart, Zhong Hua felt a pang of reluctance, yet he still waved them goodbye. "Take your time on the road," he heard. "Rest assured, Uncle Yang will dispatch someone to accompany you home," came the reassuring voice. "Uncle Yang? You know Secretary Yang?" Zhong Hua inquired, surprised. "Not just acquainted. I watched that girl grow up since she was little. Old Lu is a senior colleague of Yang Guozheng, so naturally, our families share a unique bond. As for Lu Yafeng, your brother has been clamoring to become a pilot for ages, and now he has finally realized his dream, thanks to Uncle Yang as concern. That rascal is now stationed in the Eastern Air Force District. Just the other day, he was boasting to me about passing the selection and being accepted into the air squadron. Although Lu Yijin feigned disdain, pride was unmistakably woven into his words. In families like theirs, most second-generation offspring bask in the privileges afforded by their parents' power, living life with ease. Yet his brother Lu Yifeng was an anomaly, chasing his dream of aerospace since childhood, ultimately enlisting in the military. Today, he proudly serves as a combat pilot. Whenever old Lu mentions his grandson, his pride is palpable, standing a bit taller than usual. Yang Guozheng, too, beams with satisfaction. As their generation ages, their greatest wish is, of course, for the nation's prosperity. Zhong Hua and Lu Yifeng's generation is brimming with vitality, poised to inherit their dreams and strive towards them. After a night's rest in Zhonghai, Zhong Hua set off for the airport early the next morning, returning to the capital. "My dear young master, you're leaving just like that? What's wrong? Did I do something amiss?" Zhong Hua asked, perplexed by Li Qiuyue's exaggerated reaction. If it's not too much trouble, you might as well give it a try. Heaven knows, does Zhong Hua truly not realize how popular he has become? The greatest beneficiary of Su Mingzhu's concert in Zhonghai was none other than Zhong Hua himself. Whether it was their playful banter akin to a stand-up routine or Su Mingzhu's delightful bows, it was all meticulously edited into short videos and shared across social media platforms. That night, Zhong Hua's Weibo followers surged dramatically. When Lu Yijin checked the next morning, he was astonished to discover an increase of 100,000 followers overnight. The comment section had been abuzz all night and reached another peak this morning. "I never expected that an idol I casually followed would sing so beautifully. Zhong Hua, your composure on stage was impeccable. You appeared completely at ease. The jokes during yesterday's concert were absolutely hilarious. I've been replaying them on loop." Especially when Zhong Hua said, "The talented students have all been granted early admission." That innocent yet adorably foolish expression was simply priceless. Did you hear what Zhong Hua said? Has he ever considered the feelings of ordinary students like us? Are there truly geniuses in this world? So good-looking, so academically accomplished, and even his singing is enchanting. We simply cannot comprehend the world of geniuses. By the way, that song Brilliant Starry Sky from yesterday was phenomenal. Penguin, hurry up and release the live version. Now you understand how popular you become, don't you? Li Qiuyue helped Zhong Hua conceal his identity slightly to avoid being recognized immediately upon exiting. "Zhong Hua, I have some unfortunate news for you. You have now lost the freedom to roam the streets alone. Isn't that good news?" Zhong Hua responded, puzzled. "Who has the time to wander about alone? I find it much more enjoyable to hide away in a lab." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Li Qiuyue and Lu Yijin exchanged glances. At his core, he was indeed a homebody. Now that Zhong Hua has amassed 500,000 fans, shouldn't you perhaps reveal a bit of your whereabouts to give your fans a chance to greet you at the airport? This could also serve as an opportunity for exposure. "Please, Sister Qiuyue, spare me. Just the thought of being surrounded by layers of fans makes me uneasy." Though Li Qiuyue merely mentioned it in passing, given Zhong Hua's apparent potential, he truly did not require such superficial tactics. Destination, airport, returning to the capital. The trip to Zhonghai was remarkably successful. For Zhong Hua, he not only earned his parents' approval, but also amassed a wealth of emotional value. He was already contemplating which advanced technology to exchange next. Chapter 39. The next step, exchanging for controlled nuclear fusion. Upon landing in the capital, Zhong Hua was promptly received at Guohai Academy, where several elderly gentlemen welcomed him warmly. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After a thorough inspection, they patted him on the shoulder. "The food at the Zhonghai government building is quite good," one remarked. "Now that Zhong Hua is back, let us convene an impromptu meeting to discuss the progress of our current projects." In the conference room, aside from the elderly gentlemen, there were also several academicians from the National Academy of Sciences, with Zhong Hua being the only youthful face present. After extensive research, we have thoroughly grasped the challenges associated with quantum computing. However, constructing a quantum computing center still poses several challenges. First and foremost, the rare earth element, dysprosium. Old Lou interjected. This issue has already been resolved. The Fruit Group has secretly acquired a dysprosium mine located in Brook, Wyoming, with an initial batch of 28 tons set to be transported to the domestic market via Africa. Academician Chao from Jiang University nodded with palpable excitement. The second challenge is that quantum computing differs from classical computing. Quantum states are exceedingly fragile and susceptible to environmental interference. Thus, the working environment must ensure precise isolation and maintain extremely low temperatures. Additionally, due to the need for heightened confidentiality in the early stages, a highly reliable construction team is essential. This had long been anticipated by the elder gentleman, and the elderly gentleman in military uniform seated to the left took over the discussion. The main construction team will collaborate with our military engineering unit. Seated at the end of the table, Zhong Hua observed the lively discussion among the attendees, a surge of pride blossoming within him. The strength that can be harnessed under a national system can overcome all obstacles. The final issue, however, pertained directly to Zhong Hua. Academician Chao suddenly turned his gaze toward him, eyes gleaming with intensity. This involves me? Rest assured, Academician Chao, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Zhong Hua promptly stood up, resolutely affirming his stance. Following extensive research, the initial plan was to establish 10 quantum computing centers distributed across various universities. However, quantum computing demands immense energy, and the current remaining electrical capacity in the country is insufficient. Therefore, Zhong Hua, exchanging for controlled nuclear fusion, could expedite the agenda. When academician Chao mentioned controlled nuclear fusion, an immediate silence enveloped the conference room, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Controlled nuclear fusion, heralded as the artificial sun, is the ultimate energy solution humanity has pursued since the Industrial Revolution. To some extent, it could alter the course of human existence. In recent years, not only in our country but globally, every nation has been clandestinely researching controlled nuclear fusion. Once a nation truly masters this technology, it will fundamentally transcend the limitations of energy. The significance of controllable nuclear fusion is extraordinary. It is one of the essential technologies for humanity's advancement towards a planetary civilization. Under the normal trajectory of technological development, it would be exceedingly challenging for humanity to achieve such a breakthrough in the coming century. However, there is Huagua, and within it, there is Zhong Hua. It is indeed fortunate that Zhong Hua was born in Huagua. At this very moment, all eyes are fixed upon Zhong Hua, a profound sense of mission igniting his fervor. Esteemed elders and academicians, the Black technology system currently possesses an emotional value of 1.82 million. Is that so? Academician Chao's face lit up. Quantum computing only garnered an emotional value of 1.6 million. It seems controllable nuclear fusion is within reach. Zhong Hua has indeed endured considerable hardship during this period. Hardship? Zhong Hua felt a twinge of shame compared to the academicians who tirelessly pursue quantum computing day and night. He felt his contributions were minuscule, merely taking a flight and singing a song. Zhong Hua, do not underestimate yourself. Each revolutionary role is distinct without you. How can we advance our research in quantum computing? Academician Li, far more protective of Zhong Hua than even Shernan, would not allow him to belittle his own contributions. After regaining his composure, Zhong Hua presented an unsettling reality. While 1.82 million emotional value is substantial, it is still far from sufficient to exchange for controllable nuclear fusion technology. I have already verified that 16 million emotional value is required for the exchange. What? 16 million? How could it be so much? The assembly was taken aback by the exorbitant exchange price. This was hardly surprising, as controllable nuclear fusion, unlike quantum computing, possesses the potential to elevate an entire planet's civilization. Philosophically speaking, controllable nuclear fusion is the one, while the other Black technologies are merely zeros that follow. For instance, only by mastering controllable nuclear fusion can one fully satisfy the energy requirements for quantum computing. Shernan's explanation garnered unanimous agreement. Presently, the priority remains the acquisition of emotional value by Zhong Hua, which necessitates the vigorous support of several elders. Additionally, in light of energy concerns, the initial number of quantum computing centers will be halved, tentatively set to 5. The precise location for their construction will be discussed later. This meeting effectively unified their thoughts and, naturally, reignited Zhong Hua's ambition. Controllable nuclear fusion is a Black technology that no researcher can refuse. Zhong Hua now brimmed with enthusiasm. eager to rush into the entertainment industry to accumulate more emotional value, striving to exchange for controllable nuclear fusion as swiftly as possible. The thought of an inexhaustible energy supply for the nation made him unable to suppress a dreamy smile. Silly boy, what are you laughing about? As a mentor, Shernan gently patted the smiling Zhong Hua, only to be pulled aside by academician Li. Silly? You are the one who is foolish. Our Zhong Hua is anything but. Shernan was rendered speechless. After all, he was the boy's teacher. Zhong Hua, the elders have a gift for you. In contrast to Shernan's boisterousness, academician Li spoke softly, always wearing a tender smile. A gift? For me? Rather than a gift, it should be considered a well-deserved reward. The first elder looked at Zhong Hua with appreciation shining in his eyes. The system will actively submit to the nation with a 1 yuan transfer of authorization to Huawei Group. Zhong Hua, your selflessness and dedication to the public good reflect the spirit of the elder generation of researchers. Your contributions to the country are acknowledged and cherished by all. Given the current circumstances, your achievements cannot be publicly disclosed. However, please trust in the nation and us. The state will not forget any contributor nor allow any of them to suffer injustice. Following the unanimous decision of the National Oceanic Institute, the country grants you the reward you rightfully deserve. Please remain true to your original aspirations. Chapter 40. Zhong Hua, I have officially joined the ranks. Observing the elder's solemn demeanor, a surge of anticipation welled up within Zhong Hua. What kind of reward could it possibly be? Given their esteemed positions, it was unlikely that a trivial reward would suffice. When Zhong Hua received the document from the first elder, he was momentarily rooted to the spot. The black faux leather cover signified seriousness and gravity, adorned with the golden seal of the National Academy of Sciences in the upper left corner. Clearly printed in the center of the cover were the words appointment letter. Zhong Hua comprehended the significance of this reward and turned back in disbelief to the beaming academicians. Child, open it. This is yours to claim. Zhong Hua vowed he had never felt such exhilaration in his life, trembling as he unveiled the cover. Hereby appointing Comrade Zhong Hua as a formal researcher at the National Academy of Sciences. He could no longer focus on the further details regarding benefits and salary, as he immediately leapt into joy. This child is far too easily satisfied. Satisfied? This is recognition of his worth, and it symbolizes the nation's trust in him. Perhaps only someone as sincere and genuine as Zhong Hua could react so profoundly to this appointment letter. Only those elder academicians, who have persevered through arduous conditions in the past, comprehend that this appointment letter represents honor, trust, and hope. Of course, in comparison to Zhong Hua's efforts, this letter seems rather insignificant. Yet, it is also a promise from a nation. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Zhong Hua still blissfully clutching the appointment letter, his mentor Shernan could not help but interject. Silly boy, there's more. I don't want it. This appointment letter is enough for me. Really, you don't want it? Don't regret it. The first elder playfully teased, deliberately presenting a hint of red before Zhong Hua, preparing to withdraw it. I want it. Upon seeing the words inscribed in red, Zhong Hua immediately backtracked, clutching it amidst the laughter of the academicians. This was a certificate, its prominent national emblem signifying something extraordinary. The Special Allowance, officially termed the National Government Special Allowance, is a reward system for high-level professional and technical talents, as well as highly skilled personnel, with recipients referred to as experts enjoying the special allowance of the National Oceanic Institute. The media frequently reports on those who benefit from national special allowances, referring to this very system. Today, Zhong Hua was utterly fulfilled at this moment. With the special allowance certificate in his left hand and the appointment letter from the National Academy of Sciences in his right, he radiated joy and vigor. Akadisian Gao. How do I look? Akademichan Li, Ihan Zome. Teacher, where should I keep this certificate? The value of these two certificates represents a significant accolade from the state towards researchers. Yet for the merely 19-year-old Zhong Hua, it signifies an unprecedented honor. A researcher at 19 enjoying a national special allowance is indeed remarkable. These accolades are well-deserved. However, I must remind you, this cannot be made public for now. Do you understand? I understand. Zhong Hua was acutely aware that such an extravagant honor, if disclosed, would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from certain factions, thereby exposing the secret of his possession of black technology. Upon exiting the National Oceanic Institute, Zhong Hua felt a daze envelop him. Yet an inexplicable thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I suppose this means I have officially joined the ranks. Zhong Hua, could you write an application letter for me in the next few days? Nansheng stopped Zhong Hua just as he was about to leave for his ride, uttering a perplexing statement. An application letter? What kind of application letter? You child, with academician Li not present. Shi Nansheng felt emboldened to gently pat Zhong Hua on the head, albeit with cautious control over his strength. After all, this was the scion of the National Defense University, a future leader in scientific research. He certainly couldn't afford to make him foolish. Of course, it's the application for the archives. I can apply now? Nonsense. Hurry up and submit it to me in the next couple of days. After giving his earnest instructions, Shi Nansheng watched Zhong Hua depart, his face radiating pride. Having such a student in his lifetime was truly worth it. Since entering the entertainment industry, Zhong Hua had moved from his university dormitory to a family building outside of campus. At this moment, he could no longer contain his desire to share. Snapping photos of 2 certificates and sending them to his parents, followed by a voice message. Mom and Dad, I'll have someone send these certificates home in a few days. Please keep them hidden. They cannot be made public for now. He then reclined against the headboard, lost in thought, occasionally breaking into a knowing smile. In Huzhou City, Sanxiao Town, Zhong Jianjun, the owner of the Sanxiao automobile factory, was busy showcasing his newly purchased Huayao phone around the workshop early in the morning. Although he had notoriously irritable temperament, he was affable and did not arbitrarily dock wages, earning him a high reputation among the workers, who were not afraid of him. Boss Zhong, your phone is ringing. What did you say? Oh, this song? Isn't it beautiful? My son sings it. My son is exceptionally talented, excelling in both research and stardom. Isn't that impressive? Last night, my wife and I went to the Zhonghai. Such a grand place. The AOD Center is even larger than my factory. The reception I received. Anyway, I'm telling you, my son is remarkable. Zhong Jianjun gave a thumbs up, completely disregarding the work progress as he gathered a crowd to boast about his son. What do you think of this song? Is it spirited? Do you know the superstar Su Mingzhu? Yes, the one from the Spring Festival Gala. My son Zhong Hua sang this song with her. I recorded it myself from the top box of the AOD Center using my phone. Look at this phone. It's from Huawei, you get it, right? The latest wireless charging phone, Huayao #1. My son is its spokesperson. My wife and I each have one. Since our son is the spokesperson, we must support him. I'm telling you, in the future, avoid those random phones. Huawei is the best. Thus, the boastful Zhong Jianjun officially took the stage, resulting in zero work progress at the Sanxiao automobile factory that morning, with a pile of cigarette butts on the floor. It was only after receiving a text message that he abruptly turned and left without a word. Upon returning home, he pulled Jiang Qin in a house and shut the door. I must revise the family genealogy. Zhong Hua deserved a page to himself. I also need to renovate the Zhong family ancestral hall. These 2 certificates will be enshrined there. Zhong Jianjun was truly distressed. Watching his son Zhong Hua excel more and more, having achieved such certificates at the tender age of 19, yet due to confidentiality, he could not boast about it to anyone. Family, who understands? This is unbearable. Thus, he devised a plan to boast to their ancestors. Chapter 41. The Noble Young Lady of the Capital, Lu Yizhen. Starry Sky Entertainment. Sister Qiuyu, are there any further arrangements? Any other concerts by singing kings and queens that I could attend to gain some popularity? Upon arriving at the company, Li Qiuyu noticed Zhong Hua brimming with enthusiasm, which puzzled her. What has stimulated this lad? Previously, while Zhong Hua cooperated with her arranged activities, she sensed his inner resistance, as if he were being forced into stardom. However, today he took the initiative to inquire about future work arrangements. What is going on with this child? What has triggered such a change? Lu Yizhen, unable to articulate her joy, simply covered her mouth and laughed. Zhong Hua's current identity was no longer that of an ordinary newcomer, but rather that of a researcher at the Academy of Sciences enjoying special state allowances. The focus of subsequent work would be to prepare for his first album. This was a necessary path for all top-tier singers. Isn't releasing a new album a bit slow? Attending someone else's concert as a guest performer would generate buzz more quickly. Zhong Hua calculated in his mind. Attending just 10 concerts could yield enough emotional value for controllable nuclear fusion, given that Su Mingzhu's concert alone generated 82 million emotional points. You're simplifying things too much. First, not all artists are as generous as Su Mingzhu, willing to collaborate so amicably at their own concerts. Additionally, haven't you noticed? The entire entertainment industry seems to subtly reject you. You are a dragon crossing the river, with a mysterious background and deep connections. They may not dare to provoke you, but they certainly can avoid you. Furthermore, as an artist, your works must ultimately speak for themselves. Otherwise, everything is but an ephemeral cloud. Li Qiuyu's profound words struck Zhong Hua like a wake-up call. Since entering the entertainment industry, he had maintained a detached, condescending attitude, never truly viewing himself as a rookie artist. coupled with the friendly demeanor of everyone he encountered lately. He had unconsciously shed the reverence cultivated in academia and grown increasingly impatient. Thank you, Sister Chiyoyu. As the saying goes, in a journey of 3, there must be a teacher among us. Zhong Hua solemnly expressed his gratitude to Li Chiyoyu. Thank me? For what? This child. Why is he so peculiar today? Although Li Chiyoyu was baffled, she soon sensed a shift in Zhong Hua's attitude toward her, as if transitioning from mere colleagues to close friends. Now that their thoughts aligned, the most crucial task was to create Zhong Hua's debut album. An album serves as the driving force behind a singer's career and a concrete manifestation of their value, incomparable to a mere single. Observing Zhong Hua's earnest demeanor, Li Chiyoyu felt an inexplicable sense of pride swell within her. When she returned home to tutor her daughter, she could boast about having taught a top scorer in the college entrance examination. One might even interpret an album as analogous to a researcher's paper, showcasing their understanding of music over a period. The idea of an album being compared to such an advanced topic left Li Chiyoyu momentarily bewildered. Perhaps, roughly, that was the idea. An album consists of 10 songs. The current dilemma was finding someone to compose these 10 songs. Buy them. Can money not procure good songs? Liu Yijin, fully in charge of Zhong Hua's Weibo, indulged in the joy of interacting with fans and casually replied, Buy? From whom? Top-tier songwriters typically have long-term collaborations with established singers. For instance, Fang Shan of Hong Kong collaborates with the King Zhou, while Huang Yu works with the King Liu. The songs they create rarely fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, it is particularly noteworthy that someone as inexperienced as Zhong Hua is involved. And what of Su Mingzhu? Liu Yijin curiously inquired, as Su Mingzhu has released numerous timeless melodies since her debut. The title tracks of several of her albums have been penned by the prominent songwriter Lin Fei, who shares a close friendship with Su Mingzhu's parents. What are we to do then? Zhong Hua has already grasped the intricacies of his present situation. His connections lie solely within the academic realm. To conduct an experiment in a laboratory, a mere phone call would suffice. However, when it comes to the entertainment industry, he is utterly in the dark. Even if he wished to pay a visit to request a song, he must first ascertain where the other party resides. Furthermore, as a top-tier creator, they have long achieved financial independence and would not demean themselves for monetary gain. Just as the 3 found themselves at an impasse, Li Chiyoyu suddenly thought of someone, Zhao Longquan. Zhao Longquan, such a familiar name. The very same Zhao Longquan who composed Dreams. Observing the back-and-forth exchange between Li Chiyoyu and Liu Yijin, which resembled a riddle, Zhong Hua inquired with curiosity, Who is Zhao Longquan? He is the most distinguished songwriter in the Chinese music scene, responsible for a series of classic songs such as Dreams and Starlight. However, his current circumstances are rather unfortunate. Li Chiyoyu discreetly glanced at Zhong Hua and, summoning her courage, finally revealed the truth. In fact, Zhao Longquan is a dear friend of mine. Once a second-generation heir in the capital city, his family has deep connections within the publicity system. Consequently, he has been blacklisted, and no one in the entertainment industry dares to approach him for songwriting. Over the years, he has endured considerable hardship. I am aware that your background is exceptional, Zhong Hua, and I was wondering if you might lend a hand this once. Li Chiyoyu lowered her head, feeling quite embarrassed. During the last trip to Zhonghai, she had caught a glimpse of Zhong Hua's true background. Even officials like Yang Guozheng, the secretary of Zhonghai, treated him with utmost respect. Is Zhao Longquan truly that formidable? Indeed, upon seeing Zhong Hua's reaction, Li Chiyoyu felt a glimmer of hope and immediately began to extol Zhao Longquan's virtues with fervor. Leave this matter to me. Liu Yijin nonchalantly took charge. As the most elite scion of the capital, dealing with a mere second-generation heir posed no challenge. The Blue Mountain Bar, located in the northern third ring of the capital, is a mid-range establishment. Zhao Longquan has been performing as a resident singer here for a month, and years of hardship have dulled his once sharp edges. With a head full of white hair, the weariness of life is starkly visible. When he arrived at the bar and grasped the microphone, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld the booth below. Young Master Miao, what brings it back here? ISNT, that Zhao Longquan, the talented scholar? How did he stoop to performing in this modest bar? Chapter 42. Comparing people can be infuriating. Weren't you once quite ambitious? How is it that you're now reduced to this? Finish this row of drinks, or I'll make you regret it. Young Master Miao sneered. Looking down at Zhao Longquan with mockery, he relished the feeling of controlling the fates of others. Watching Zhao Longquan, like an ant, crumble under his pressure, filled him with a sense of gratification. In a nearby booth, witnessing this scene, Zhong Hua felt a peculiar novelty. Having been a prodigy since childhood, he was the cherished one at school. Who would dare to bully him? Now, with the aid of advanced technology, he has become one of the most significant figures in the rise of Huagua, treated with utmost care by several elders who fear losing him. In a word, he was spoiled. Asian, so this is how your second-generation peers bully others? Observing Zhong Hua's sardonic expression, Lu Yizhen's countenance turned frosty. They had lost face today. She promptly approached and delivered a sharp kick to young Master Miao. Who are you, to flaunt your power in this city? Being a woman, Lu Yizhen's kick lacked force. However, the arrogant young Master Miao felt humiliated to the core. Turning with a contorted face, he concocted 100 ways to retaliate. Yet, upon meeting Lu Yizhen's icy gaze, his resolve faltered. Lu Yizhen, Sister Lu, what are you doing here? Just a moment ago, he had resembled a predatory wolf. Now, he appeared as a docile lamb, the stark contrast revealing Lu Yizhen's remarkable status. You know me? Then it is simple. I 1T bully you today. Just finish your drinks. Sister Lu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. This row is filled with potent spirits. Consuming them could cost me dearly. Do my words hold no weight? Then I shall wait for Lu Yifeng to return and deal with you. Sister Lu, please do not. I will drink. I will drink. Is that sufficient? At the mention of Lu Yifeng, young Master Miao trembled in fear, his legs buckling as if he might fall. If you cannot finish, do not leave. Also, I will vouch for this man. Lu Yizhen pointed at Zhao Longquan, then turned and departed without a backward glance. Young Master Miao, who is this woman, so arrogant? Is this arrogance? Young Master Miao smiled bitterly, then without hesitation, down a glass of liquor. Young Master, why drink when the person has already left? Young Master Miao remained silent, merely continuing to drink. The atmosphere suddenly quieted. Everyone had realized that young Master Miao was genuinely afraid. Zhao Longquan, I am Zhong Hua. I have a favor to ask of you. You are Zhong Hua? Observing how the previously imposing Lu Yizhen appeared as Zhong Hua's subordinate, Zhao Longquan instantly understood who truly held the power, and without hesitation, he bowed deeply. Having drifted through life, he lamented never meeting a worthy lord. If you do not forsake me, I wish to be your sworn father. After enduring the trials of society, he comprehended the significance of power. If he sought revenge against young Master Miao, his only ally was the enigmatic Zhong Hua before him. Thus, to win Zhong Hua's favor, he exerted every effort to seize this singular opportunity. Zhong Hua had to concede that Zhao Longquan possessed remarkable talent. He adeptly combined Zhong Hua's vocal characteristics and image traits to propose an audacious suggestion. Zhong Hua's first album should center around a positive and uplifting Chinese theme, aligning seamlessly with his identity as a top student. As for the 10 songs required for the album, Zhao Longquan confidently asserted that a month would suffice. Now, this is what I call professionalism. When the subject of music production arose, this man, who had been battered by society and had become timid and cautious, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Zhong Hua recognized that brilliance. It mirrored the fervor he exhibited while conducting experiments. Thus, congratulations to the top-notch songwriter Zhao Longquan, who successfully joined Zhong Hua's team as his exclusive lyricist and composer. 3 days later, at the headquarters of Huawei, the celebration for the million sales of Huayao No One was underway. Vibrant banners adorned both sides, gifts from domestic competitors. Before the time arrived, luxury cars congregated, with a host of wealthy individuals led by Lei Busi in attendance. As the spokesperson for Huayao No. 1, the diva of the music scene, Su Mingzhu, had but one role today, to stand quietly in the hall as a mere mascot. Sister Mingzhu, isn't Huawei being excessively oppressive? Observing Su Mingzhu standing there with a smile, her manager, Xiao Huang, felt a surge of indignation. Mr. Dong, we welcome your arrival. Mingzhu, you have worked hard today. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty. Receiving praise from this middle-aged matron, Su Mingzhu's smile blossomed even further. For that single acknowledgement of her efforts, she would stand all day without complaint. Is Huawei bullying others? Do you have any idea how many stars in the entertainment industry are eager to be mistreated? This event, rife with capitalistic undertones, naturally attracted the keen attention of the entertainment world. Long before, stars have been vying for the chance to perform and celebrate Huawei's achievements. To Su Mingzhu's knowledge, not only the top-tier celebrities from the mainland, but even the kings and queens from Hong Kong had openly expressed their desire to participate. Yet, all were summarily rejected by General Manager Xiao Ming. The only individuals present today were the spokesperson for Huawei, Zhong Hua, and herself. Su Mingzhu could easily envision the faces of her direct competitors in the entertainment circle, twisted with envy at this moment. Each person passing through was a significant figure in Huawei's business realm, synonymous with capital itself. Take, for instance, the aforementioned middle-aged matron, Mr. Dong, who presided over the largest air conditioning manufacturing conglomerate in Huagua, truly a titan of industry. This brief encounter today might yield unimaginable benefits for her in the future. That's not the point. Clearly, Zhong Hua is also a spokesperson. Why does he receive such special treatment? What Xiao Huang truly resented was this disparity. As fellow spokespersons, Zhong Hua had been ushered into the lounge by General Manager Xiao Meng upon his arrival. People are not the same, Xiao Huang. You simply do not understand. Zhong Hua is no ordinary individual. Ever since witnessing Zhong Hua ascend into the Zhonghai No. 1 vehicle at the last concert, Su Mingzhu had come to realize that she and Zhong Hua were worlds apart. With a mysterious background and profound connections, Zhong Hua was someone to be befriended, not envied. She now harbored a vague suspicion that Huawei's choice to appoint her as a spokesperson might have been influenced by Zhong Hua. Of course, she would never let anyone in on such speculation. To associate with someone of Zhong Hua's caliber and to opportunistically bask in resources unattainable to others. Wasn't that alluring? Chapter 43. Zhong Jianjun, my son, bestows upon me boundless wealth. In the capital, within the office of Huawei's president, Xiao Meng passionately outlined the grand plans for Huawei's future development. While sitting beside him, Professor Li Weiming nodded in enthusiastic agreement. However, Zhong Hua appeared disengaged, idly spinning a pen, utterly uninterested in Huawei's commercial strategies. Following a unanimous decision by the board, Huawei was poised to venture into the renewable energy sector, focusing on wireless charging technology to alleviate users' energy anxieties. Despite being in her 30s, Xiao Meng, as a woman, exhibited a tenacity rivaling that of any man. I specifically invited you, Professor Li, to assist Huawei's R&D department in improving the transmission distance of our wireless transmitters. Although this statement was directed towards Professor Li, her gaze subtly shifted towards Zhong Hua, who seemed to be idly occupying space. After all that had transpired, both she and her father, Old Meng, had come to perceive a startling truth. The inventor of the wireless charging technology might well be this mere 19-year-old youth, Zhong Hua. Why improve the transmission distance of the wireless transmitter? The mention of scientific inquiries immediately piqued Zhong Hua's interest as he leaned forward on the table, inquisitively posing the question. Currently, the renewable energy sector is stymied by stagnant advancements in solid-state battery research. Batteries remain the sole limiting factor in the range of electric vehicles. Huawei's R&D team had devised a flawless solution. Envisioning electric vehicles as mobile phones, they proposed installing wireless charging input devices along roadways, enabling a zero-battery long-range experience. Of course, this required more considerations, with the transmission distance of the wireless charging input device being paramount. Zhong Hua found himself genuinely intrigued. Indeed, there are exceptional talents in the community, capable of devising such imaginative concepts. Ms. Xiao Meng, may I inquire about your ideal transmission distance? Upon hearing Zhong Hua's casual inquiry, Xiao Meng's eyes narrowed, further solidifying her judgment, her demeanor growing increasingly deferential. The transmission distance must be at least 15 meters to maximize the possibility of continuous charging. Technically, increasing the coil size poses no issue. Observing Zhong Hua's confident demeanor, Xiao Meng contemplated ways to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Shares? Monetary compensation? The fact that Zhong Hua was willing to generously transfer the wireless charging technology for a mere 1 yuan indicated that he was not a man driven by greed. Nevertheless, she had already taken measures to understand Zhong Hua's family background and was well prepared. Huawei plans to establish 3 new energy vehicle production plants nationwide. However, considering the complexities of automotive manufacturing technology, I lean towards forming joint ventures with skilled manufacturers. Zhong Hua, I've heard your father has been entrenched in the automotive production field for many years. With Zhong Hua's intellect, he quickly grasped the underlying implications of Xiao Meng's words. I truly lack knowledge in family matters. If you wish to discuss this, I can provide you with my father's contact information. You two can converse directly. Since Xiao Meng intended to bestow a fortune upon his father, Zhong Hua naturally would not decline. Arrogance? Zhong Hua was not one to indulge in such pretentiousness. Xiao Meng had laid the groundwork extensively. The main focus of their discussions had indeed been this matter. Upon acquiring Zhong Jianjun's number, she even positioned herself above the illustrious Wang Dong of Wanda. The celebratory gala for the Huawei Huayao No. 1, which sold 1 million units, had sparked considerable excitement online, as it shattered historical sales records for mobile phones. Industry insiders calculated that had it not been for the production constraints of Huayao No. 1, sales could have potentially doubled. How on earth did you manage to get your hands on one? Since the launch event, I have scoured physical stores and fought online for one, yet everywhere is out of stock. Likewise, I have yet to even see a shadow of the phone. You all are getting older. Your reflexes have slowed. Unlike us young folks, we effortlessly snagged one today. Wah wah wah. Today's Haina Baichuan is furious. He claims that several bosses around him are using Huayao number 1, leaving him quite embarrassed. He has even been mocked for his company's lack of strength. Our company, Yurong Nida, issued the latest notice a few days ago in the group. Anyone who manages to secure a Huayao number 1 will have their salary raised a level. I am truly amazed. Forget about official stores. Even the scalpers are out of stock. I managed to grab a Huayao number 1 and gifted it to my father-in-law, effectively having the dowry. What a steal. 18, young and versatile, capable of being both sweet and fierce. 1 month with a Huayao number 1. If interested, please contact me. No time wasters. Hey, up there, could you refrain from inflating prices? In many respects, the Huayao number 1, as the first wireless charging phone in history, has already supplanted the iPhone as the new status symbol. Nowadays, no matter who it is or where they are, anyone pulling out Huayao no. 1 instantly attracts a crowd of curious onlookers. Such circumstances have inevitably influenced sales, with the most prevalent comments on Huawei's official social media advocating for the expansion of their mobile phone production lines to satiate the public's purchasing desires. Undoubtedly, the Huawei manufacturing facility embodies both pain and joy, with wages doubling and daily bonuses for exceeding production targets. The workers are laboring to the point of exhaustion. The Huawei Yao number 1 has become a sensational success, with advertisements saturating malls nationwide. As brand ambassadors, Zhong Hua and Su Mingzhu have both reaped considerable benefits. Especially Su Mingzhu, a luminary in the Chinese music scene, whose endorsement value is already substantial. Her current status rivals that of many well-established singers and is on par with several national goddesses from the film industry. Numerous luxury brands are eager to sign her, brandishing checks in hand. In contrast, the newcomer Zhong Hua finds himself at a slight disadvantage, as he has yet to produce his own works and showcase his potential. Nevertheless, many brands are observing closely. Once Zhong Hua demonstrates his capabilities, they will undoubtedly spare no expense to secure his endorsement. Of course, Zhong Hua is not without his gains. His continuous exposure has finally propelled his Weibo followers to surpass 1 million, outpacing many long-established A-list stars. As the diligent manager of Zhong Hua's team, Liu Yijin is more than willing to assist him in managing his Weibo account, often sneakily monitoring fan praise for Zhong Hua and even taking the initiative to like and comment personally. In a brief period, this has crafted a somewhat narcissistic persona for Zhong Hua. However, such a persona has not elicited any disdain from his fans. A handsome individual's self-admiration is often seen as solitary beauty, while it is deemed embarrassing for those less fortunate in appearance. Chapter 44. The Provocation of the Americans and the Sacrifice of Liu Yifeng. While Liu Yijin, upon leaving Huawei's headquarters, Zhong Hua discovered that his team's chief manager, Liu Yijin, had inexplicably vanished. Ms. Liu had just taken a phone call and then stepped out. Li Chiyue's expression was somewhat peculiar, as Liu Yijin's demeanor had abruptly shifted after the call, and faint sounds of crying could be heard as she exited. Zhong Hua dismissed it, reasoning that as the granddaughter of the esteemed Liu, a prominent figure in the capital, it was normal for her to be busy. However, that very evening, when everyone received a commendation message from the publicity department, the nation erupted in shock. Posthumously awarded the title of Martyr Lieutenant Liu Yifeng of the Eastern Air Force Command. Awarded the National Red Star Medal. When Zhong Hua saw this message, his heart sank. Liu Yifeng, was he not Liu Yijin's brother? He had sacrificed his life. What had transpired? Zhong Hua immediately tried to contact Liu Yijin, but the phone rang endlessly, unanswered. After calming Li Chiyue and the others, he promptly had Liu Fuhua escort him to Liu Yijin's residence. As one of the elderly figures, old Liu resided on the west side of the courtyard, which was heavily guarded. It was not until Zhong Hua contacted several elders that he was allowed entry. Upon entering the Liu household, he found several elders present. Among them the usually cheerful old Liu, who suddenly appeared aged, maintaining a semblance of composure, yet his eyes betrayed profound sorrow. The most tragic event on earth is, after all, the elderly bidding farewell to the young. Old Liu, may you find solace in your grief. Old Liu, gazing at the vibrant Zhong Hua, was suddenly reminded of his fallen grandson Liu Yifeng, and sorrow overwhelmed him. Zhong Hua, both you and Liu Yifeng are good children. I have long seen through the matters of life and death. Please go and comfort Yijin. She shared the deepest bond with Yifeng and has locked herself away in her room since returning home. Zhong Hua approached Liu Yijin's chamber, hesitating on how to console her. Initially, Liu Yijin had left him with the impression of a cold, affluent beauty, too proud to approach. However, as time passed, they discovered that this young lady was, in fact, a deeply complex individual. She offered no leniency to those she disliked, yet she would go to great lengths to assist those she cared for. Zhong Hua had grown accustomed to her presence, developing a slight psychological dependence. Whenever faced with challenges, his first thought was to seek out Lu Yizhen. Thus, when he finally knocked on her door and beheld her red-rimmed eyes and dazed expression, he felt an indescribable turmoil within. "Sister Yizhen, please don't be too sorrowful. You must take care of your health." Strangely, Zhong Hua's clumsy, unrefined attempt at comfort seemed to ease Lu Yizhen's spirit somewhat. What exactly happened to Brother Yifeng? Lu Yizhen's expression was somewhat vacant. Although Zhong Hua and her brother Lu Yifeng bore little resemblance, she occasionally mistook Zhong Hua for him. In retrospect, it was the shared confidence and inherent pride radiating from both individuals that led to the confusion. "This is all the Americans' fault." Lu Yizhen seethed, revealing the truth behind Lu Yifeng's sacrifice, which, in some ways, was connected to Zhong Hua. Ever since Huawei unveiled the Huawei Yao No. 1, the wireless charging technology had ceased to be a secret. Particularly, in pursuit of quantum computing, Huawei had exchanged wireless charging technology with a fruit company for rare earth minerals, drawing the attention of the American government long ago. Due to the sensitive nature of the information, the Americans had not uncovered any effective intelligence on the surface. However, during this period, the American Air Force station on the peninsula frequently flew over our territorial waters to showcase their advanced research capabilities, intending to intimidate our nation. Just the night before, an American F-22 fighter jet had approached our airspace. In defense of national dignity, Lu Yifeng, disregarding danger, piloted a J-82 fighter jet to conduct surveillance and interception. Yet, the two aircraft were not of the same caliber. The F-22 is a fifth-generation American fighter jet, renowned for its stealth and exceptional maneuverability, making it the most prevalent model in the U.S. Air Force. The J-82, while our most advanced, domestically developed model, barely qualifies as a fourth-generation fighter, highlighting the vast disparity in technological capabilities between the two nations, which no individual pilot's skill could bridge. Upon witnessing the American F-22 genuinely attempting to breach our airspace, Lu Yifeng's eyes burned with determination. As an exemplary soldier, defending his homeland had become instinctive. Whether land or airspace, he could not permit the enemy's intrusion. Without hesitation, he launched his aircraft into a collision course. However, the outcome was akin to a slap in the face of our Air Force. The F-22, with its unparalleled maneuverability, narrowly evaded Lu Yifeng's desperate assault. In contrast, the J-82's shortcomings left Lu Yifeng with no room for maneuver, ultimately causing both him and his aircraft to plunge into the sea, sacrificing his life. The entanglement of the two aircraft lasted barely a minute, yet Zhong Hua found the tale utterly harrowing. What one perceives as tranquil days are merely the burdens borne by others. Regardless of the time, the soldiers of our nation will forever remain the most admirable individuals. Zhong Hua felt a surge of emotion. Lu Yifeng, as the grandson of old Lu and a member of the elite class in the capital, displayed such courage and spirit, transcending the ordinary. The Americans' provocations struck not only at the pride of our Air Force, but the dignity of all those engaged in scientific research. Faced with the sorrowful Lu Yizhen, as a researcher, Zhong Hua felt an overwhelming difficulty in confronting her. "Sister Yizhen, trust me. One day, our nation will undoubtedly develop the most advanced aircraft in the world, avenging Yifeng." Zhong Hua spoke with fervent conviction, his gaze radiating determination. In truth, within the realm of the black technology system, there existed a complete set of fighter jets available for exchange. The crucial aspect was that the cost was not exorbitant. With his current emotional value, he could easily redeem them. Thus, he soothed Lu Yizhen until her emotions gradually stabilized, after which she promptly descended to the hall below, seeking out several elderly gentlemen. "Old Lu, although I'm not acquainted with Brother Yifeng, his spirit has deeply moved me. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside." Lu Yizhen proclaimed, "The black technology system possesses a complete set of advanced fighter jets, and my current emotional value is sufficient for redemption." "No, absolutely not." Zhong Hua was taken aback by old Lu's firm opposition. "Why not, old Lu?" "Because it is not worth it," old Lu replied, each word imbued with resolute conviction. Chapter 45. The Arrogant Americans and the Frustrated Air Force. Old Lu, why? The hatred buried within old Lu's eyes was palpable. The grudge against the murder of his grandson was indeed irreconcilable, yet he managed to restrain himself. What our nation currently needs most is to accumulate foundational strength and enhance our fundamental scientific research capabilities across the board. Thus, controllable nuclear fusion is of paramount importance. With boundless energy, coupled with the formidable computational power of quantum computing, the fundamental scientific research capabilities of our nation will surely erupt in a surge. This is the path to sustainable national governance. Until then, in the face of foreign provocations, we must endure. Old Lu suppressed his inner sorrow, gazing at Zhong Hua with a look of hopeful anticipation. In the past, I thought enduring would take a long time, perhaps a lifetime. However, your appearance has given me hope. 5 years, just 5 years. With you, our nation's strength will undoubtedly surpass that of America, becoming the most powerful country on this planet. At that point, it will not be too late to seek vengeance for today's grievances. Upon returning home, Zhong Hua's mind was still haunted by old Lu's steadfast demeanor. Endurance is not weakness, nor is it fear. Rather, it is the most judicious choice in response to the prevailing circumstances. At present, the overall strength of our nation indeed pales in comparison to that of America. Combat capability, aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines. Even if Zhong Hua were to redeem advanced fighter jets, capable of contending with the American F-22, what would happen if the Americans were to deploy nuclear submarines next? Yet, Zhong Hua was acutely aware that old Lu's words represented the proper governance approach. Yet he felt a profound sense of frustration within. Ultimately, it all stemmed from a lack of strength. In that moment, Zhong Hua realized that he had grown complacent during this period, ever since stepping into the entertainment industry. He had abandoned the diligent effort of his study days, merely getting by without any proactive desire for self-improvement. He resolved to exert himself more diligently, to toil harder, to amass emotional value, and to expedite the redemption of controllable nuclear fusion, the only course of action available to him now. Recalling old Lu's expectant gaze, Zhong Hua dared not slacken for even a moment. From that point onward, Li Chiyue noticed a significant transformation in Zhong Hua. He proactively sought to enhance his professional aptitude, meticulously scheduling his daily courses. In the morning, he trained with a music instructor to refine his vocal skills, while in the afternoon, under the guidance of a physical instructor, he developed his own stage style. With Zhong Hua's innate talent, his progress was visibly remarkable whenever he dedicated himself earnestly. Instructors from the Central Conservatory of Music praised Zhong Hua effusively, recognizing both his diligence and talent. As for the physical instructor, the admiration in her gaze reflected her appreciation for him as a perfect work of art, endowed with extraordinary talent. In the Eastern Air Force Theater, reports to headquarters indicated the presence of American fighter jets near the offshore regions. Damn, this is the 3rd time this month. The Americans are truly insufferably arrogant. Headquarters, how much longer must we endure? The Americans are practically shitting on our heads. Report to headquarters. Flight Commander Dong Tianyong requests to engage. Even if it means death, I will drag the Americans down with me. Don't be foolish. The disparity in aircraft models is too great. Our most advanced J-82 fighter jet's performance is inferior to the Americans' F-16 from a decade ago. How can we possibly compete with the F-22? What are our nation's researchers doing? Don't speak recklessly. Our nation's overall strength is indeed inferior to that of America. This is a fact. What does it have to do with our researchers? They're likely suffering more than we are. Watching the Americans flaunt their power is unbearable. Endure it. Sacrificing Lu Yifeng is already enough. You must preserve your lives so that one day, when we fly the fighter jets developed by our own nation, we can avenge Lu Yifeng. Can our nation truly develop fighter jets superior to those of the Americans? Recently, the Americans have become increasingly arrogant, continuously testing the limits of the Chinese Air Force with their advanced F-22 fighter jets. The pilots in the Eastern Air Force Theater could hardly endure such humiliation. Their anger simmered as they longed to confront the Americans. They inherited the valiant bloodline of the Chinese military and feared not sacrifice. However, the chasm between national strengths ran deep. A generational gap in fighter jet technology could not be bridged by mere courage. Dong Tianyong, the commander of the Eastern Air Force Theater, felt his eyes blaze as he stared at the unidentified flying objects on the radar, recognizing it as a deliberate provocation by the Americans. In the airspace over our nation's seas, the American Air Force can come and go as they please. Your Air Force is utterly impotent. Do you have the capability to effectively intercept them? The humiliation caused this stalwart man to lower his head. When will our nation develop a fighter jet that surpasses the F-22? No, even if it is slightly inferior to the F-22. Dong Tianyong had enough confidence to make the invading American Air Force taste the wrath of Chinese pilots. However, Dong Tianyong also understood that given the current state of China's research capabilities, there was no hope of achieving that in the near term. At the National Defense University, several elderly gentlemen scrutinized a few confidential documents, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation as the conference room fell into a prolonged silence. The international situation was far from optimistic. Certain neighboring forces were stirring, evidently harboring ulterior motives. This had long been anticipated, bolstered by the Americans behind them. The American Air Force frequently invaded our eastern maritime airspace. Yet we were utterly powerless. To certain factions, China had become insignificant. This is unavoidable. Are we truly to send pilots to their deaths in aircraft vastly inferior to the Americans? Being backward invites punishment. Developing ourselves is the only viable path forward. Should we consider reaching out to Zhong Hua, allowing him to redeem a set of advanced fighter jets from the Black technology system? No need. Let us not place too great a burden on this child. Old Liu produced a report and distributed it, revealing Zhong Hua's self-imposed training schedule. 16 hours of training each day placed him under immense pressure. This child is harboring a fierce determination within. At this moment, we must refrain from adding further pressure upon him. The elderly men were particularly moved, although Zhong Hua was not on the front lines. He continued to repay his country in his own way. They were filled with both joy and concern. With such a young talent in Huagua, how could there be worries about the future? Yet, they did not wish for Zhong Hua to jeopardize his health in the process. They sought to suppress public opinion to avoid alarming the masses. The future undoubtedly belonged to Huagua, and this was beyond question. Temporary forbearance was merely a prelude to a greater resurgence. Gazing at Zhong Hua's photograph, the elders nodded silently in agreement. Chapter 46. The Fury Flame Fighter Requests to Engage. However, the unfolding situation was far more dire than anticipated. In an effort to undermine the national pride of Huagua, they brazenly disseminated videos of the American Air Force's incursion into Huagua's maritime territory on YouTube. The audacity of soaring through the skies of Huagua was utterly provocative. Piloting an F-22 fighter jet, it took a mere 20 minutes to fly directly from the peninsula to Huagua's waters. The most powerful nation in the world is the United States. Huagua is merely a waste that cannot even defend its own airspace. The pilots of Huagua are a bunch of inept individuals. Amidst the rampant mockery, spurred on by malicious intent, the ridicule rapidly spread across YouTube. Netizens from the peninsula proclaimed, "My godfather is invincible. A mere Huagua is not to be feared." Users from Sakura Country chimed in, "Yoshi, East Asia's Iceman." Users from Monkey Country suggested, Huagua might consider purchasing a batch of fighter jets from our nation to counter the F-22. American users boasted, "The United States is number one. The F-22 is merely a fifth-generation fighter, and we possess the world's most advanced sixth-generation fighter, the F-35. The ceaseless flattery further solidified America's unshakable hegemonic status. Derision, mockery, and scorn ignited a profound sense of shame and rage within many Huagua netizens. Unable to contain their frustration, they promptly shared the video on domestic social forums, triggering a nationwide uproar. Is this real? Could it be a clip from a movie? Have production costs risen so high? They pointed to the distinctive horizontal stabilizers, asserting, that is the F-22 of the Americans. Do they truly dare to invade our airspace? While they might not venture deep alone, they could certainly skirt around the periphery of our airspace. With deployed surface-to-air missiles rendered inoperative, were they to rely solely on fighter jets for defense? What are we waiting for? Where's Huagua's Air Force? Allowing the American Air Force such unbridled audacity? The self-developed J-82 of Huagua paled in comparison to the F-22. Whether in stealth capabilities or maneuverability, they were not in the same league. To put it bluntly, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy's tail. A recent message from the Ministry of Propaganda regarding the martyr Liu Yifeng? It must be. Liu Yifeng was indeed the one who perished while entangled with the F-22 over the waters. What are those scientists? What are they doing? Can't they even develop a single fighter jet? Brother, do you think it's as simple as researching cabbage? We're talking about fighter jets. To speak candidly, Huagua's national strength is simply not on par with the Americans, and it's unfair to blame those researchers. The netizens of Huagua felt utterly wronged, a torrent of anger festering within them with nowhere to be directed. The technological disparity between the two nations was starkly evident at this moment. This was not something a single individual or even a group could change. They must endure until their nation flourished and grew strong, at which point they would ensure that these foreign netizens would witness the true prowess of Huagua's keyboard warriors. Yet, the subsequent release of a video clip by the American Air Force was enough to incite the ire of every Huagua citizen. The video featured an F-22 fighter jet, showcasing its extraordinary maneuverability as it toyed with another aircraft. Hello everyone, I'm Mike, a pilot of the American Air Force. Today, I will demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between the United States and Huagua. He continued, what you're seeing is the J-82, developed independently by Huagua. Frankly, it's nothing but a pile of garbage. Oh, it appears the opposing pilot is quite furious. What is this? Trying to ram me? Please, I'm flying an F-22. With a shriek of excitement from pilot Mike, the F-22 performed a cobra maneuver to evade the J-82's collision, swiftly ascending into the clouds. In the end, the J-82, buffeted by turbulence, lost control and ultimately plummeted into the ocean. Throughout this ordeal, despite ample time, the escape pod remained unopened. Liu Yifeng? This was surely the entire process of the martyr Liu Yifeng's sacrifice. Why didn't he eject? Was there not enough time to operate? Perhaps it was a matter of military honor. Amidst the caustic laughter, Mike dismissed Liu Yifeng's sacrifice with disdain. Wow, it seems the pilots of Huagua are nothing but brainless brutes. Every citizen of Huagua, witnessing this scene, could no longer suppress their inner fury, venting their endless wrath upon their screens. Bang, bang. Undoubtedly, the most heartbroken was Liu Yijin, who witnessed the entire process of her brother Liu Yifeng's sacrifice. Her heart once again torn open, nearly suffocating her with sorrow. Observing this scene, Zhong Hua fell silent for an extended period. Mere consolation was an expression of impotence, and anger would not garner respect. Only strength could deter the encroaching enemy. The Americans' arrogance stemmed from their advanced F-22 fighter jets. Yet Zhong Hua was unafraid of any technological marvels. Not even the most powerful nation in the world, the United States, could intimidate him. In this moment, Zhong Hua's mind birthed a bold idea. However, he refrained from discussing it extensively with Liu Yijin, as some responsibilities must rest upon his shoulders. System. I wish to redeem the Fury Flame Fighter. Redeeming the Fury Flame Fighter requires 1.8 million emotional points. Will the host proceed with the exchange? Ever since the incident with Liu Yifeng, Zhong Hua had been exploring various advanced fighter jets within the Black technology system. He had also discovered a new feature of the system, which allowed for direct redemption of physical items. However, he had never anticipated that redeeming a physical item would demand tenfold emotional points. Yet, the arrow was drawn. It must be released. For the sacrifice of Liu Yifeng, for the dignity of Huagua, for national confidence, Zhong Hua pressed on without hesitation. System, redeem the Fury Flame Fighter. Redemption successful. 1.8 million emotional points have been deducted. Warning, warning. The Fury Flame Fighter is about to be deployed. What does this mean? The system's urgent alarms instilled a sense of unease in Zhong Hua. Yet, before he could react, a colossal object suddenly appeared in the expansive area before him. System, what the hell? This was the first time Zhong Hua had uttered such a phrase, utterly astonished that the system would directly deploy the physical Fury Flame. As he observed the main thoroughfares to his left and right, Zhong Hua immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. With so many people passing by, chaos was bound to ensue. Feeling cornered, he had no choice but to contact Liu Yijin. Sister Yijin, I think I may have gotten into trouble. As he saw people around him beginning to take notice, Zhong Hua's anxiety escalated further. This calamity seems to be quite significant. Continuing today, there's more. Chapter 47. The Savior of the Huagua Air Force. The Starry Sky Entertainment Company is situated in the Embassy District of the capital, with the adjacent Outer East Street serving as a major thoroughfare into the city, bustling with an abundance of vehicles. However, today, this main road has been cordoned off, flanked by fully armed soldiers. As for the towering buildings on either side of the Starry Sky Entertainment Company, all surveillance equipment has been dismantled, and stringent security lines have been established at the entrances and exits. Regardless of individual status or rank, everyone is subjected to the most rigorous scrutiny, with no allowance for any photographic leaks. At this moment, Zhong Hua awkwardly hides off to the side, witnessing such a commotion. He is certain that he has indeed caused a grave disaster. A few elders, along with Sister Yijin, gave him an exasperated glance. After all, this child is still young, often acting on fervent impulses. Yet, it is precisely this fervor that renders Zhong Hua endearing. Fortunately, his quick thinking has effectively mitigated the risk of a leak through thorough investigations. However, there must not be a next time. When she received Zhong Hua's call, Yijin was genuinely taken aback. She never anticipated that Zhong Hua would actually exchange for a fighter jet from the advanced technology system. The elders promptly mobilized the garrison at the Fengtai camp, fully sealing off E Street. They then deployed all internal security to eliminate all electronic signals in the vicinity. Yet, gazing upon this colossal behemoth, everyone felt that even a slight stir was worth it. Is this the 7th-generation fighter jet, Fury? Old Master Lu looked at the sci-fi marvel before him, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Had Lu Yifeng piloted this aircraft, perhaps he would not have sacrificed himself. The 7th-generation fighter jet, Fury, measures 173 meters in length, with a wingspan of 115 meters, a ground clearance of 48 meters, and a maximum speed of 25 Mach. Its dual-fuel tank configuration grants it an astonishing operational radius of 950 kilometers. Listening to Zhong Hua's report, the elders regarded Fury with increasingly tender gazes. This is, without a doubt, the dream machine of Huagua. Before the exchange, they had deemed the 8 million emotional points excessive. At this moment, even 18 million emotional points would be deemed worthwhile. The elders, I must engage in a moment of self-reflection. Just then, Zhong Hua sheepishly approached, scratching his head. I acted without the consensus of everyone in exchange for the physical Fury, thereby disrupting the advanced technology exchange plan. I accept any punishment and criticism from the organization. Punish you? For what? For bringing such an advanced fighter jet to our nation? Or for your unwavering commitment to safeguarding national dignity? The first elder smiled, his mood evidently buoyant. Besides, the advanced technology system ultimately belongs to you. We merely hold advisory rights. The final decision lies solely with you. Although the elders bore no grudge against him, Zhong Hua felt that the 8 million emotional points were initially reserved for controllable nuclear fusion. Now, squandered, he could only strive doubly hard to earn them back. The most pressing issue at hand is how to transport this colossal entity out of the capital. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, the elders lifted the ban on airspace over the capital and requisitioned 2 transport helicopters from the Air Force Base to extricate Fury from the inner ring of the city. This night is destined to become a topic of conversation for countless individuals during their leisure. Whether it be the blockade of East Street or the unprecedented sounds of high-altitude flight, it has sparked lively discussions. Early the next morning, Li Qiuyu arrived at the company with great enthusiasm, only to find that the usually industrious Zhong Hua was nowhere to be seen. Miss Liu, where's Zhong Hua? Liu Yizhen calculated the time and then responded wistfully. He should not be in the capital at this moment. Not in the capital? What could he possibly be doing? I hope it doesn't interfere with the recording of the new album. The Eastern Air Force Theater, already a heavily fortified military zone, has tightened its defenses even further today. The elders, Air Force General Qin Tian, reporting to you. As the foremost figure in the Air Force, Qin Tian's hair has grown grayer, bearing the marks of considerable hardship. It is evident that he has endured significant trials during this time. Faced with the relentless provocations from U.S. Air Force, continuously breaching Huagua's Air Force boundaries, he would gladly pilot a plane himself, trading his life for a fighter jet if given the chance. In recent times, he has reached out to several domestic aircraft manufacturers, not seeking an immediate 5th-generation fighter comparable to the F-22, but merely requesting modifications to the overall structure of the J-82, hoping for a chance to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with the U.S. Air Force's F-22. However, the resulting conclusion has left him deeply despondent. The performance gap makes even a mutual destruction unlikely. Today, before the elders, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, uncertain of how to comport himself. The inability to safeguard the nation's airspace is no fault of others. The pilots undergo rigorous training, their bravery commendable. The researchers toil day and night, sacrificing sleep. All the responsibility lies with me. A general, now reduced to tears as though he were a child meeting a loved one after suffering injustice. Why are you crying? You're an old man. What will people think if they see you like this? Besides, we are here to lend our support today. Lend support? Qin Tian was baffled. It was not a matter of accountability, but of support. How? With what means? Yes, precisely. We too possess our own National Guardian machine, surpassing the F-22 in both performance and power, let alone the F-35. Had anyone else uttered such words, Qin Tian would have slapped them across the face. He wouldn't have dared to dream such a dream. Yet, seeing the sincere expressions of the elders, he felt a stir of hope. They did not seem to be jesting. The elders, indeed. It cannot be more genuine. Who developed it? Cheng Fei, Shun Fei. Regardless of which unit produced it, I owe them a personal debt of gratitude. No, this is a restoration of the dignity of Huagua's Air Force. They are our benefactors. If the new aircraft truly outperforms, or even merely equals the F-22, he would have the confidence to completely drive the Americans out of Huagua's airspace. Qin Tian was so elated that he danced with excitement until he caught sight of Zhong Hua behind the elders, abruptly falling silent. The idle persona of the Air Force general was evidently quite weighty. An unguarded moment had been witnessed by a young man. Chapter 48. Test Flying Fury. A startling display of terrifying performance. The elders, noticing that Qin Tian had spotted Zhong Hua, couldn't help but chuckle, then pointed at him meaningfully, saying, "This Zhong Hua is likely your savior in the Air Force. What is this? What jest are you elders indulging in? This is merely a wet behind-the-ears young lad. Had he not been with you, he wouldn't even have gained entry to the Air Force base. What merit does he possess to be considered the savior of the Huagua Air Force? Does he truly have the capability to develop a fighter jet more advanced than the F-22? Zhong Hua discerned a hint of skepticism in General Qin Tian's gaze. Yet, as a researcher at heart, he was accustomed to dispelling doubts with irrefutable facts. With resolute determination, he activated the button, and, as the imposing doors creaked open, the seventh-generation fighter jet, Fury, unveiled itself once more to the world. "General Qin, what do you think?" Qin Tian was utterly captivated, his eyes fixated on the technologically advanced aircraft. Its streamlined fuselage and wing design epitomized the aesthetic of industrial beauty. At that moment, words were unnecessary. Its exterior alone eclipsed the American F-22 in prowess. "Elders, is this truly our nation's own fighter jet?" Qin Tian exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Even if this were a dream, he would resist waking from it. "Allow me to formally introduce you, Zhong Hua, a researcher at the National Academy of Sciences, a protege of the esteemed academician Shi Nansheng, enjoying a special national subsidy, and a distinguished graduate of the National Defense University. He is, without question, the true master of the seventh-generation fighter jet, Fury." Qin Tian absorbed this string of introductions, but only one fact registered. Fury was indeed a seventh-generation fighter. The evidence lay before him, and at that moment, any lingering doubt dissipated. He rushed forward to Zhong Hua, extending his hands for a firm handshake. "Ha ha!" He burst into laughter, a gesture to alleviate the earlier tension. "Heroes emerge from youth. Truly heroes emerge from youth. From the very first glance, I sensed your extraordinary nature. You are no ordinary individual. My expectations have been met." The elders, witnessing the stark contrast in Qin Tian's demeanor, could not suppress their laughter. "This fellow is quite pragmatic. With a jet in hand, he seems to have forgotten about us old-timers." After a few light-hearted jests, the atmosphere became increasingly jovial. Once Zhong Hua briefly outlined Fury's specific parameters, Qin Tian's expression shifted. Unlike the elders, as an Air Force general, he could discern the advanced nature of Fury from the data presented. Goodness, it truly lives up to being a seventh-generation fighter. Not even the F-22 can compare, let alone the latest F-35. "General Qin, these are merely theoretical parameters. Actual metrics can only be gathered through test flights." "Test flights? A trivial matter. Our military district boasts an abundance of exceptional pilots. If it weren't for my advancing age, I would be in the cockpit myself." Qin Tian sighed, a hint of regret evident in his voice. To pilot such an advanced fighter jet was a dream cherished by every aviator. "General Qin, I must caution you. This is Fury's inaugural test flight, and I cannot guarantee there won't be risks. For a soldier, facing danger is the highest honor. Our Air Force pilots would never shy away from peril." Reluctantly, Qin Tian released Zhong Hua's hand, now eager to select the most outstanding and loyal pilots. However, as he departed, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Chief of Staff, ensuring that such a precious asset would be retained. At the Eastern Air Force Combat Zone, the pilot training base was abuzz with the sudden sound of the assembly alarm, summoning over 100 pilots to gather on the parade ground before Qin Tian. "Comrades, we have an important mission that requires a pilot to volunteer." No matter how advanced a fighter jet, the risks associated with its maiden flight were substantial. In unison, over 100 pilots raised their hands. Risks? Well, have the soldiers of Huagua ever feared danger? Qin Tian nodded, gratified. This group had not brought him shame. His gaze sharpened as he spotted a youthful face. Dong Tianhao stepped forward. The rest returned to barracks. Under the watchful eyes of all, Dong Tianhao quietly followed Qin Tian away from the assembly. "General Qin, what perilous mission awaits? Am I to fly and ram into the Americans' F-22? Dong Tianhao inquired, his eyes devoid of fear. "We are conducting a test flight of a new aircraft." Dong Tianhao's expression fell instantly, a sense of disappointment washing over him. "At this juncture, we still need to test a new aircraft? Is it really necessary? Could we possibly have developed a fighter jet to rival the F-22 in such a short time?" The 8-2 is already our most advanced fighter. What more is there to test? You, a grown man, should stop your incessant whining. Just follow orders. Dong Tianhao felt an odd sense of curiosity. Something about General Qin seemed particularly cheerful today. With mixed emotions, he followed Qin Tian into the base. Zhong Hua, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This is Dong Tianhao, the finest pilot in the combat zone. He will be responsible for testing Fury today. As Dong Tianhao followed Qin Tian's gaze, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, anyone who beheld Fury would instinctively be captivated by its magnificence. That day, the Eastern Air Force Combat Zone issued a Level 1 alert, prohibiting any personnel from entering or exiting within a 10-kilometer radius. All combat units were armed with live ammunition, ready to act in response to any unforeseen circumstances. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped every soldier. Observing the military district's serious preparations, many speculated that the new S-3 season was about to commence. Inside the base, Zhong Hua and Dong Tianhao confirmed the parameters for the last time. Observing the young man's excited yet restrained face, Zhong Hua proactively assisted him in fastening the oxygen mask. This was his first time redeeming a physical object from the black technology system. He was unsure of any potential flaws. In the event of an anomaly, he would prioritize his own safety and eject at the first opportunity. Expert Zhong, I trust you. There will be no issues. If any unexpected situation arises, I will endure to the very end to uncover more problems. After saying this, Dong Tianhao closed the cockpit and flashed Zhong Hua a radiant smile, akin to the brilliance of the sun. Tower. Fury is ready for takeoff, requesting clearance. Takeoff approved. Please ensure safety. Received. Within the base. As Qin Tian issued the command, the previously cleared runway sprang to life as Fury engaged full afterburner mode, soaring into the sky amidst the onlookers' gaze. With a dual thrust of 52 tons, it completed an acceleration over 132 meters with zero attitude change. Upon witnessing this data, Qin Tian could scarcely believe it. After a personal check, he could not help but pump his fist in triumph. Just this takeoff parameter had already placed Fury far ahead of all contemporary fighter jets worldwide. The most skilled pilot was undoubtedly Dong Tianhao, who was now at the helm of Fury. The powerful sensation of thrust was an experience he had never known while piloting the J-2. Tower. I am about to test the maneuverability. Tower acknowledges. Dong Tianhao was the finest pilot cultivated by Huagua, yet his skills had long been constrained by the aircraft he flew. It was as if a top-tier expert was forced to wear novice gear. Today, piloting Fury, he could finally showcase his prowess. The exceptional maneuverability of Fury stirred within him an exhilarating urge to cry out in joy. He even experienced a sense of unity between man and machine. In a bid to showcase the formidable maneuverability of the Fury, Dong Tianhao exhibited high-difficulty maneuvers that most would dare not attempt under ordinary circumstances. Ascending in spirals, executing daring dives and rolls, making sharp combat turns, and performing consecutive barrel rolls. He even managed to execute the Cobra maneuver. Listening to Dong Tianhao's occasional exclamations over the radio, Qin Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. My apologies. The children have been constrained for far too long. Undoubtedly, the primary credit goes to Zhong Hua and his impressive Fury. Among men, to utter a simple compliment is to reveal General Qin Tian's profound admiration for Zhong Hua. Should the Americans dare to invade our territorial airspace again, I shall ensure they experience the true might of the Fury. Chapter 49. Live broadcast across the internet. The Fury's maiden battle. The armed forces of Huagua uphold a fine tradition of slaughtering fowl to honor esteemed guests. However, today, the culinary team at the Eastern Air Force Command took the unprecedented step of butchering a pig, signaling that a distinguished visitor was in attendance. Brother Zhong Hua, I drink to you at your leisure. Within the base's modest canteen, the standard fare of 4 dishes and a soup was served, remaining within limits. Yet, the braised pork was freshly killed that afternoon. The dry pot chicken was raised by General Qin Tian's wife, and the blanched greens were cultivated by Qin Tian himself. Even the most unassuming dish of stir-fried bell peppers and potatoes was prepared by the chief of staff himself. As for the wine, it was a rare Maotai aged for 2 decades. Only Zhong Hua could garner such sincere treatment from the typically proud Air Force. Brother Zhong Hua, I drink to you at your leisure. After downing 3 glasses, Qin Tian, slightly tipsy, embraced Zhong Hua, disregarding the age and rank difference, affectionately calling him brother with great familiarity. Expert Zhong, I toast to you. Following Qin Tian, the chief of staff, the theater commander, and a host of senior Air Force officials each approached with their glasses, heartily downing their drinks. Faced with such a fierce drinking session for the first time, Zhong Hua was taken aback, holding his glass in a state of confusion. Was he truly incapable of consuming alcohol? Several elder statesmen and generals surrounded him, and he admitted, "I genuinely cannot drink." However, given everyone's warm hospitality, he resolved to drink this glass in celebration of the Fury's successful test flight. With that, Zhong Hua disregarded the others' attempts to dissuade him and downed the drink in one go. He couldn't help but blink a few times. The taste of the wine was rather agreeable. Completely oblivious to the fact that he had consumed a nutritional oral solution from the system that had enhanced his overall capabilities, Zhong Hua, in a sense, was unaware that intoxication often stems from insufficient liver function. Thus, this night would surely be etched in the memories of all present at the Eastern Air Force Command. The handsome, youthful Zhong Hua was unmatched at the table. Regardless of whether it was Qin Tian, the chief of staff, or the commander, they all succumbed to his prowess in drinking. That night, Zhong Hua stood alone against many, wreaking havoc with his formidable drinking skills. "Brother Zhong Hua, I genuinely admire you." The following day, Qin Tian set aside the facade of an Air Force general and had become fast friends with Zhong Hua. As for the Fury, let us speak no more of it. Not just I, but all of Hua's Air Force owes you a debt of gratitude. What I admire is your capacity for drinking and your character. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call. I shall never decline. One's drinking character reflects their true nature, and everyone has witnessed Zhong Hua's sincerity. He neither indulged in frivolity nor concealed his drink. He drank only what was necessary. Such a character is indeed worthy of friendship. General Qin Tian's hearty laughter was truly infectious. "General Qin, you're being overly formal. Just call me brother." "Brother Qin, I do have a favor to ask of you. Speak your mind. Even if I cannot accomplish it alone, I have 400,000 Air Force personnel at my disposal." He expressed a keen interest in the American F-22. "If they dare to invade our skies again, please ensure that the Fury brings one down." Qin Tian's gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhong Hua, sensing an undercurrent of anger in his eyes, immediately understanding the implications of his words. "Rest assured, Brother Zhong Hua, this is the will of all of our Air Force. These Americans rely solely on their advanced fighter jets, do they not? Now that we possess the Fury, they shall find no escape should they come." As they parted, the two grasped each other's hands firmly, feeling a profound sense of mutual respect. Just then, the air defense alarm within the base blared unexpectedly. "Alert, alert! Unidentified flying objects in the territorial airspace. Target speed exceedingly high, suspected to be American F-22. Brother Zhong Hua, what a coincidence! Why not stay and take a look at what the new F-22 looks like? As fate would have it, I cannot refuse." Meanwhile, overseas on YouTube, the American Air Force had hastily set up a live broadcast titled, "Experience the Hua Maritime Border from the F-22's Perspective." Inside the frame, American pilot Mike made faces proclaiming, "Just another leisurely day. To be honest, this mission poses no challenge whatsoever. I can fly however I please because Hua's airspace is as defenseless as a maiden. Of course, I admit there is a slight element of danger. If the Hua Air Force behaves as recklessly as that last brash pilot, I will need to drink an extra bottle of wine to console myself upon returning to base." Mike's mocking tone clearly indicated he had little regard for the Hua Air Force. This rare live combat broadcast immediately attracted immense attention. As Mike piloted the F-22 closer to Hua's territorial airspace, the viewer count soared to over 10 million. Viewers from the peninsula commented, "Mike, your godfather is truly amazing." Japanese viewers chimed in with, "The resurgence of East Asia's glory belongs to no one but our cherry blossom nation." Comments from a monkey nation declared, "The U.S. forever the world's hegemon." In the live chat, countless languages intertwined, all filled with derision towards Hua. The laws of the world dictate that the strong reign supreme. The past months have already demonstrated that Hua has no means to contend with the formidable American Air Force. A pall of humiliation hovered over all Hua citizens. The audacious Americans even chose to humiliate Hua's Air Force through live streaming. Yet, no one could intervene to prevent this. The entire internet was saturated with a profound sense of grief and indignation. Many stared blankly at the stream, entirely oblivious to one critical issue. Why had the state relaxed its control over YouTube at this moment, allowing such a broadcast to circulate domestically? Of course, this land has never lacked sycophants enamored with the West. At this very moment, witnessing such a live broadcast felt akin to a mother remarrying a wealthy man. Time and again, it has been said that patriotism requires rationality. Hua can never match the might of the United States. Only the U.S., with its independence over even the air, can possess advanced fighter jets like the F-22. The decayed Hua is unworthy. Better to be a dog for the US than to be a person in Huagua. The comment from these sycophants were both laughable and foolish. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have been mercilessly criticized by the numerous keyboard warriors at home, unable to fend for themselves. Yet at this moment, the F-22 in the live stream reached the very edge of Huagua's maritime territory without any hindrance, leaving everyone despondent. Was there truly no resistance whatsoever? Where was the Huagua Air Force? Is this how you defend your homeland? At the Eastern Air Force Command Base, a heated debate ensued. I firmly opposed deploying the Fury. At this pivotal moment, amidst the fervent anticipation of the masses, captain of the flying squadron, the fiery pilot Zhong Hua, unexpectedly emerged to explicitly oppose the launch of the Fury. How dare you act as a coward? I'll have you silenced. Qin Tian's countenance was frigid, exuding an imposing aura befitting a general. I am no coward. The Fury is of paramount importance to the Air Force of Huagua and must not falter. I am willing to pilot the J-82 fighter to confront the F-22, and should I fail to stop it, I am prepared to sacrifice myself for my country. Zhong Hua's resolute declaration resonated with many around him. The training of a single pilot is indeed a formidable endeavor. Hence the adage that a pilot is more precious than an aircraft. However, the Fury is different. As the beacon of hope for the resurgence of the Huagua Air Force, it is invaluable. Actually, I cannot agree to this. Just as Qin Tian, with tears in his eyes, was about to issue the command, Zhong Hua resolutely stepped forward. Brother Zhong Hua, you are unaware of the challenges our Air Force faces. Lives may be lost, but the Fury must not be compromised. Are you questioning the combat capabilities of the Fury? As a seventh-generation fighter, I believe the Fury possesses its own dignity. Trust in it, and trust in me. Zhong Hua spoke with fervor, his eyes brimming with confidence. Products of advanced technology are indeed masterpieces. Given the current scientific prowess in the world, the seventh-generation Fury is an invincible entity. Neither the fifth-generation F-22 nor the elusive F-35 can rival it. If that is the case, then let the Americans witness the roar from Huagua. Zhong Hua, I order you to immediately pilot the Fury to intercept the American F-22 and force it to halt in our maritime territory. Understood, Zhong Hua bellowed. Reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the Fury, embodying that dragon, soared through the skies before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The inaugural battle of the Fury faced the American Air Force's F-22. Everyone, did you see that? The Huagua Air Force dares not dispatch their aircraft to intercept. Mike, piloting the F-22, grew increasingly arrogant before the camera. Concurrently, the number of viewers in the live stream soared to an unprecedented high, surpassing 100 million. The American President, Obama, upon witnessing this scene, promptly shut off the live stream. The Air Force's live broadcast of their offensive may seem frivolous, yet still showcased America's dominance as the world leader. As for Huagua, it posed no threat. Nations such as Eagle Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Half Island had their leaders take time to watch the live stream. But upon witnessing the unfolding events, they too turned off their screens. Although Huagua's scientific capabilities may not match those of the U.S., it was evident that the courage to confront 17 nations from decades past had been lost. Such a Huagua was hardly intimidating. Meanwhile, in the capital of Huagua, at the National Sea Institute, several elders and academicians watched the live stream with solemn expressions, their faces tinged with hope. The Fury has taken flight? Excellent. Let it thoroughly extinguish the arrogance of the Americans. After the battle, I shall personally commend you. After putting down the phone, the first elder's casual remark invigorated everyone. A splendid performance was about to unfold. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the entirety of Huagua's territory lay in view. Mike felt as if today's mission was akin to a vacation, and even if Huagua's Air Force harbored some courage, how could an antiquated J-82 fighter from the last century pose any threat to an F-22? Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, zipping past him at remarkable speed, causing Mike to break into a cold sweat. What the hell is that? Mike glanced at the radar, finding no anomalies, doubting his own vision. However, viewers of the live stream were startled to see a shadow looming over the F-22. At that moment, Mike appeared as if he had seen a ghost, abruptly screaming, F-22. What is that? As Mike looked up, the live stream audience beheld a sleek, dark-hued fighter jet hovering ominously above the F-22. What the hell is this? Where did this aircraft come from? I've never seen anything like it. The unexpected appearance thrilled everyone in the live stream. Yet for Mike, who was directly involved, anxiety surged within him. The aircraft had evaded the F-22's radar detection, appearing out of thin air. As an accomplished pilot, he immediately maneuvered the F-22, executing a series of evasive actions. I should have shaken it off. Breathing a sigh of relief, Mike scanned his surroundings, finding no sign of the mysterious aircraft. However, within moments, he noticed the shadow once again overshadowing the F-22. F-22, damn it. What sort of aircraft is this? At this moment, Mike was utterly terrified, his face reflecting sheer horror. Mike calling headquarters. Mike calling headquarters. Headquarters received. Headquarters received. An unidentified fighter has appeared above me. Mike, stop joking around. The radar shows no anomalies. I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth. In that instant, Mike truly felt fear. The headquarters air defense radar could not detect the dark, unidentified aircraft. How advanced was this aircraft's stealth technology? If it were to penetrate deep into American territory, the devastation it could wreak was unimaginable. Mike fell into a profound panic. In contrast to Mike, the livestream audience lacked specialized military knowledge. They were instead entertained by the exchange between the American Air Force and headquarters, clearly right in front of them, and yet headquarters can't detect it. Poor Mike. This is hilarious. Headquarters probably thinks Mike is joking. Mike's frustration was indescribable. Yet, which country did this aircraft belong to? Was it Huawas? After all, many Huawas citizens watching from their territorial airspace harbored a glimmer of hope. The aircraft's performance seemed comparable to that of the F-22. How could Huawa's scientific prowess produce such a machine? Yes, Huawa's pilots are only fit to fly J-82 relics from the last century. Is this a new aircraft from Eagle Country? Or perhaps from Gallia? In the Eastern Air Force's operations room, under the leadership of General Qin Tian, laughter and cheer enveloped the atmosphere. Dong Tianhao, that brat really knows how to play. The Americans must be questioning whether they've encountered Ghost. Pitting a 7th-generation fighter against a 5th-generation fighter was akin to a grandfather battling a grandson. It was far too easy. Dong Tianhao, stop fooling around. Brother Zhong Hua is eager to return to the capital. He is keen to witness the new F-22. In the cockpit of the Fury, Dong Tianhao, upon hearing the message, immediately restrained his narrow smile and fixated his gaze intently on the F-22 below. Fury acknowledges. He promptly activated the aircraft's communication system, proclaiming in fluent English the resurgence of the Air Force of China. This is the Air Force of China. This is the Air Force of China. Attention, aircraft below. You're currently in Chinese airspace. I request that you land immediately for inspection. This is the Air Force of China. This is the Air Force of China. Attention, aircraft below. You're currently in Chinese airspace. I request that you land immediately for inspection. After concluding the transmission, Dong Tianhao maneuvered Fury into a side fly, positioning himself directly alongside the F-22. Mike, from his cockpit, was taken aback to discover that the opposing aircraft was piloted by an individual of Asian descent, whose eyes, visible beyond the oxygen mask, glimmered with a chilling aura of menace. Should you resist, we reserve the right to employ alternate measures to compel your landing. Goodness, it's truly a Chinese pilot. Holy moly, the Air Force of China has appeared. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Long live the Air Force of China. The sentiments of countless Chinese netizens surged with uncontainable excitement at that moment, gazing upon the familiar and endearing visage of a fellow countryman. Especially upon hearing the phrase Air Force of China, many found themselves overwhelmed with tears of joy. Americans, you think you're so bold? Forced landing? I do not advise surrendering. Liu Yifeng had fallen victim to this very individual. Vengeance must be exacted for the martyrdom of Liu Yifeng. Chapter 51. Show me your fire control radar. Mike, return to base immediately. The American Air Force Command Center on the peninsula was in utter disarray. Modern warfare's radar is akin to an eye, yet it found itself blind in the presence of China's new aircraft. How could such a war be fought? I cannot do it. Since the emergence of Fury, Mike had lost the earlier composure he displayed. He now felt as if he were being relentlessly pursued by a formidable adversary, shrieking in panic. He yearned to return to base, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The F-22 appeared clumsy in front of the sleek, black aircraft, despite exerting every ounce of effort. It could not shake off its relentless pursuer. Moreover, he sensed that the black aircraft had yet to unleash its full potential, no matter what evasive maneuvers he attempted. Even risking structural failure at a speed of 15 Mach with a daring Cobra maneuver, that black aircraft flawlessly mirrored his every move, as if they were choreographed partners in a performance. At that moment, over 1 billion viewers in the live stream, regardless of their military expertise, discerned that, in terms of both aircraft performance and individual capability, China had surpassed the United States by leaps and bounds. Observers noted that the black aircraft was toying with the F-22. It was a complete reversal of fortune. Not long ago, F-22 had flaunted its performance superiority over the J-2. and now it found itself being outclassed by a more advanced Chinese aircraft. Was the United States' position as the global hegemon about to crumble? What more was concealed within the depths of this Eastern Dragon? In a certain sense, when the F-22S radar could not detect Fury, this aerial battle had already reached its conclusion. At this moment, Mike had long since lost his fighting spirit. His greatest desire was to escape from Fury and flee this cursed land of China. Yet, the communication device continued to relay Dong Tianhao's chillingly indifferent voice. Land immediately and submit to inspection. Our patience is limited. Overwhelmed by fear, Mike was compelled to activate the communication system for the first time, issuing a hollow threat. Don't force me to open fire. Dong Tianhao scoffed, replying with unwavering resolve. If you have the courage, activate your fire control radar and take aim at me. The billion viewers in the live stream were momentarily rendered speechless. Were all Chinese pilots this audacious? Should the fire control be engaged? The stakes of life and death would be irrevocably altered, tantamount to an outright declaration of war. Yet, the Chinese netizens were electrified, their skin crawling with exhilaration. Come on, American, if you dare, activate your fire control. A true man settles it with a duel. If the fire control is engaged, not only would glory be assured, but also a page in the annals of history would be written. This pilot possessed remarkable guts. It could not be denied that the new model aircraft endowed him with considerable confidence. By the way, which design bureau developed this aircraft? Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. Chengdu Aircraft Corporation? Speak up. Confronted by the brazen Dong Tianhao, Mike trembled, his hand shaking as he refrained from activating the fire control. He was genuinely afraid. Mike calling headquarters. Mike calling headquarters. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. At this moment, he resembled a stray dog, desperately crying out for help from the military base far away on the peninsula. Mike, please return to base on your own. However, the cold voice from headquarters extinguished Mike's last flicker of hope. Had he been abandoned? Why? The reason was simple. It stemmed from the orders of Baigong. They feared that deploying more aircraft to assist Mike would only attract further Chinese Fury jets. If the situation escalated, no one could bear the consequences. Final warning. Please land immediately and submit to inspection. Dong Tianhao's voice, laced with a hint of excitement, became the final straw that broke Mike's resolve. This guy is utterly toxic. From his tone, if I don't land, he might genuinely resort to violence. After much hesitation and a difficult swallow, Mike finally made his final decision. I agree to land. Please ensure you adhere to the Geneva Conventions. Mike had completely forgotten about the live stream. As he bowed his head in submission before a billion viewers, the world seemed to collapse around him. The American military, self-styled as the world's police, had finally shattered its invincible facade. On the peninsula, the commanding general of the U.S. forces wore a grim expression, lowering his once proud head. It's over. Everything is over. Awaiting us will be the most severe punishment from the military tribunal. In the United States, Baigong, in a fit of rage, smashed everything in his office to pieces before collapsing to the floor. On the other side of Blue Star, within the National Sea Institute in the capital, several elders, although having anticipated the final outcome of the battle, could hardly contain their excitement when the American Air Force truly surrendered. Ignoring their frail bodies, they leaped up in jubilation. This battle was fought splendidly. The Eastern Air Force Command is certainly worthy of our trust. Old Liu, we have finally avenged Liu Yifeng. The most ecstatic among them was Old Liu. His gaze fixated on a photograph of Liu Yifeng, tears streaming down his cheeks. At this moment, across the expanse of Chinese territory, every vehicle on the roads blared their horns in unison, creating a cacophony akin to the roar of a mighty dragon. The jubilant crowd rushed into nearby fireworks stores, brandishing stacks of cash, eager to procure fireworks and firecrackers. Yet, no merchant would accept their money. Instead, they opened their warehouse doors wide. In an instant, across the vast land of China, both urban and rural, fireworks erupted, and the sound of firecrackers filled the air. Even in the most strictly controlled capitals, such as Beijing and Zhong Hua, all restrictions have been lifted. In mere moments, the government buildings and police stations erupted with the resounding sound of firecrackers. At this moment, the nation stood united, celebrating collectively. If there were one individual who appeared most unperturbed, it would undoubtedly be Zhong Hua, for he possessed the deepest understanding of the Fury fighter jet. Engaging with a fifth-generation aircraft, he felt incapable of fully grasping its capabilities. In a sense, deploying anti-aircraft artillery against a mosquito is an exercise in futility. Yet, it was through the practical application of Fury that he became acutely aware of the dimensionality reduction brought forth by advanced technology in today's world. With the system at his disposal, he was destined to alter the fate of Huagua. embarking on a path of prosperity and resurgence. Deep within Zhong Hua's heart, a profound sense of mission surged forth. However, gazing upon the empty shell of the system, he recognized the pressing necessity to amass a substantial amount of emotional value. Chapter 52. Who could have guessed that Mr. Hua was a minor celebrity? Is it worth spending 1.8 million emotional value to slap the Americans? Yet, upon witnessing the pilot Mike, who had caused Liu Yifeng's sacrifice, timidly descending from the F-22, Zhong Hua suddenly felt a surge of clarity and an indescribable exhilaration. The thrill of wielding wealth to exert influence was indeed addictive. Now that his funds were depleted, he could only bid farewell to Fury and return to Beijing to continue his ascent as a top-tier celebrity. Although General Qin Tian of the Air Force had learned the true origins of Fury from several elders, understanding it was a product of Zhong Hua's advanced technology, his demeanor softened considerably. The Air Force of Huagua was genuinely impoverished. It could not compete with even the conventional weaponry of Eagle Nation and Gallia, let alone the world-dominating Americans. Previously, there was little recourse but to wait for domestic scientific advancements to improve. However, the situation had changed by winning Zhong Hua's favor. One could easily exchange advanced weaponry from the system to significantly enhance the Air Force's overall strength. Of course, General Qin Tian was a perceptive man. When seeking assistance from others, one must not allow them to incur costs. This cost referred to the system's currency, emotional value. Qin Tian had already devised a plan in his mind. In the upcoming Army Day, a grand celebration was in order, with great fanfare and a multitude of attendees. Anything solvable with money was indeed trivial. At that time, a live broadcast across the internet would feature Zhong Hua alone in the entertainment circle, singing from beginning to end. Surely, the emotional value would soar. Brother Zhong Hua, travel safely. Until we meet again. To ensure Zhong Hua's safety, he even arranged for a dedicated aircraft. Zhong Hua had become the hope of the Huagua Air Force. To threaten him would be tantamount to challenging the might of Huagua's 400,000 airmen. As Zhong Hua journeyed back to Beijing, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huagua hastily convened a press conference. Although the time was short, it still attracted considerable media attention, both domestically and internationally. The Associated Press, Reuters, Agence France-Presse, and Xinhua News Agency. Over 100 reporters filled the conference room. After all, the rare aerial confrontation over Huagua's territorial waters had sent shockwaves around the globe. Thank you all for attending today's impromptu press conference. The primary purpose of this gathering is to condemn the baseless intrusion of the American Air Force into our airspace, which has caused extremely adverse effects. The spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke with righteous indignation, directly assigning responsibility for the conflict. Such a firm stance left many reporters in the audience taken aback, whispering among themselves. Huagua, a nation that has always emphasized economic development, has typically maintained a particularly mild demeanor in foreign affairs. At this moment, the image of that deep black new fighter jet surfaced in everyone's minds. Was it the courage it instilled? I am a reporter from the Associated Press. I would like to inquire about the model of your aircraft. Is it domestically developed? The reporter was eager to get to the crux of the matter. The room fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned expectantly toward the spokesperson. Fury is a new generation fighter jet developed independently by our country. Upon these words, the atmosphere rippled with astonishment. Has Huagua's scientific research capabilities reached such heights? An advanced fighter jet is not merely a weapon. It serves as a mirror, reflecting a nation's comprehensive industrial might and cutting-edge research and development capabilities. The stealth capabilities of Fury eluded even American radar, and its extraordinary maneuverability could toy with the F-22. The scientific prowess demonstrated had evidently surpassed that of the world-dominating United States. Fury? The name is indeed formidable. As a representative of Xinhua News Agency, a domestic voice, the reporter sought to bolster the occasion. In truth, the name is less important than the aircraft's advanced capabilities. May I ask who the chief designer of Fury is? In contrast to the Associated Press, the stance of Reuters from Eagle Nation was quite nuanced, posing a crucial question out of curiosity. The confidentiality level of the chief designer of Fury is exceedingly high. I am not privy to such specific information. The spokesperson feigned a look of disappointment, yet amidst the audience's dismay, proceeded to reveal a tidbit of information as arranged. I only know that the chief designer of Fury is Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua? Is he an individual or a research institution? Is it a code name or an honorific? The name Mr. Hua was meticulously noted by the reporters present. Following this press conference, numerous influential organizations would undoubtedly prioritize investigating this individual. At that moment, the Associated Press reporter caught a glimpse of the Hua Yao No, one in the spokesperson's hand, and suddenly recalled a name. Mr. Hua. Is he the one who invented wireless charging technology? In response to this question, the spokesperson merely offered a mysterious smile, concluding the brief press conference. Hua's new fighter jet, named Fury, had demonstrated the ability to outmaneuver the F-22, leading to a detailed analysis of its performance. Hua's Fury versus America's F-35, who reigns as the world's strongest fighter jet. Shocking revelations. The chief designer of Fury was, in fact, him. Is the chief designer of Fury, the inventor of wireless charging technology, the same person? Mr. Hua, the enigmatic scientific luminary. It is undeniable that the patriotic sentiments of the Chinese people have surged. At this moment, Fury and its designer, Mr. Hua, have taken center stage across the internet. Particularly after the confirmation from Xiaoming, the CEO of Huawei, stating that the inventor of wireless charging technology is indeed Mr. Hua. Curiosity about this name has reached a fever pitch both domestically and internationally. Mysterious and extraordinary, he has made such significant contributions to scientific research. Whether it be wireless charging technology or the Fury fighter jet, both have transcended the conventional technological boundaries of today's world. I envision Mr. Hua as a sophisticated, graceful, and witty scientist. Is it not self-evident? Such inventive brilliance truly befits the title of a scientist. Might Mr. Hua be a pseudonym for a certain research institution? I speculate that Mr. Hua is likely a refined elder scientist. When Liu Yijin truly beheld someone speculating that Mr. Hua was an elderly scientist, she could not resist glancing up at Zhong Hua, who was engrossed in recording a new album. Surely, no one would fathom that the so-called Mr. Hua was, in fact, a luminary of the entertainment industry in Hua country. The stark contrast was so astonishing that even she, privy to the truth, felt a twinge of incredulity. Moreover, certain nefarious foreign entities must be acknowledged. It was undeniably a strategic move for the nation to unveil Mr. Hua as a mere facade, thus safeguarding Zhong Hua's true identity from exposure. Chapter 53. A prestigious background, filming an MV at the ancient palace. Mr. Hua had ascended to a phenomenon, not only within Hua country, but also among a legion of devoted followers in countries such as the United States and Eagle country. His aura of mystery and extraordinary talent invoked an insatiable curiosity. Ironically, numerous Western female celebrities had even adorned themselves with the characters of Mr. Hua inked upon their skin. It seems that, fundamentally, women are creatures drawn to strength. Should Hua country disclose that Zhong Hua was indeed Mr. Hua at this juncture, the emotional response would be beyond imagination. However, such an act would be an irresponsible display towards Zhong Hua. Liu Yijin had gleaned some information from her grandfather, Old Liu. The United States, Eagle Country, Gaul, and Cherry Blossom Country, all entities harboring ill intentions, had marked Mr. Hua as one of their most perilous targets, willing to go to great lengths to unveil his true identity. Liu Yijin harbored no illusions that these forces sought to befriend Zhong Hua. The nation had implemented corresponding preventative measures. As far as she knew, the number of covert guards surrounding Zhong Hua had already surpassed that of several venerable elders at the National Ocean Institute. As the head of the internal guards, the seemingly unremarkable middle-aged driver, Liu Fuhua, possessed a temporary gun permit. Should Zhong Hua encounter a crisis, he was authorized to act decisively. To speak rather bluntly, even if the national treasure, the panda, dared to show its teeth at Zhong Hua, it would face the consequences. This was, in fact, a regrettable necessity, attributable to the inadequacies of Hua country's strength. The deterrent posed by the Fury warplane could only instill momentary fear. Only through advancements in scientific research could the nation bolster its power, allowing Zhong Hua to emerge legitimately before the public eye. Zhong Hua, you must be weary. Quickly, have a sip of water to soothe your throat. In this present moment, Liu Yijin had wholly embraced the role of an assistant. As soon as Zhong Hua concluded a day of recording, she hastily presented him with warm water steeped with fat sea dates. Sister Yijin, you've worked hard, he acknowledged. The tea brewed by the capital's foremost noblewoman was a privilege only her grandfather, Old Liu, could enjoy within Hua country. How did the recording of a new album go? One take, simply perfect. Before Zhong Hua could respond, Zhao Longchuan eagerly praised him profusely. With a flawless timbre and increasingly adept vocal skills, Zhong Hua had made remarkable strides during this period. As a seasoned musician, Zhao Longchuan had encountered numerous prodigies, yet these talents paled in comparison to Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua was destined to become a superstar in the realm of Chinese music. Whether or not he achieved, that status mattered little to Zhong Hua. What truly captivated him was the accumulation of emotional value. Now that the album recording has successfully concluded, does that mean it can be released? Not so fast. The next step is to film the MV for the theme song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Alright. As a researcher at heart, he understood the principle that haste makes waste. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. However, locating a suitable filming location for Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales proved to be quite challenging. Zhao Longchuan was evidently troubled for this piece. Inspired by his observations during a military parade, was a grand creation, with sweeping lyrics and an elegant, classical melody. It embodied both historical profundity and cultural beauty, a work of which he was immensely proud. He was more invested in this song than Zhong Hua, particularly regarding the MV's filming location, which needed to resonate with the grand style of the lyrics. Teacher Zhao, do you have any suggestions? The principle of respecting expertise is a hallmark of a researcher, indicating that Zhao Longchuan's musical acumen had garnered Zhong Hua's acknowledgement. I do have an unrealistic idea, but the difficulty is immense, almost impossible. Impossible? Lu Yizhen replied with a calm smile, her noblewoman's aura radiating. As long as it is within Hua country, to speak, and it shall be done. Zhao Longchuan was acutely aware of Lu Yizhen's distinguished status. Even the infamous young Master Miao of the capital dared not provoke her, indicating her profound connections. However, the place he had in mind was far too sensitive, devoid of any hope. Lu Yizhen could not abide a man being hesitant. Her gaze turned icy as she scanned him. If you have something to say, just say it. Why waste words? The ancient palace. Zhao Longchuan genuinely feared Lu Yizhen. After swallowing hard, he revealed the location he envisioned. When I composed Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, it was profoundly influenced by the cultural legacy of our nation spanning 5 millennia, a sense of national identity and confidence in the future. I wish to inspire all sons and daughters of Hua country to strive for the revival of our nation through this song. The ancient palace, a symbol of power, an important vessel of cultural heritage, and an architectural marvel of unrivaled distinction. After explaining his reasoning, Zhao Longchuan observed Lu Yizhen's impassive expression, mistakenly believing she also found the idea daunting. However, he had anticipated this reaction. Despite her formidable background, it was still the ancient palace, although publicly accessible for visits. He had never heard of anyone filming an MV there. Even with extraordinary connections, one would not dare risk public outrage should such a secret be exposed. Miss Lu, if the ancient palace is unfeasible, the Great Wall could suffice. Who says it cannot be done? Lu Yizhen cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Longchuan, who was utterly oblivious to the extraordinary fortune he had in joining such a team. Presently, Zhong Hua's status in Hua country was remarkably elevated. On the surface, he appeared merely a newcomer in the entertainment industry. However, possessing a cutting-edge technological system, he held a pivotal role in the ascendance of Hua country. To speak candidly, he was even more significant than several venerable elders at the National Ocean Institute. Any intelligence related to Zhong Hua must be reported to the National Ocean Institute without delay, as long as it benefited Zhong Hua in garnering emotional value. Not only would filming an MV at the ancient palace be permissible, but even a permanent presence there would pose no issue. The following day, as Zhao Longchuan sat within a business vehicle, escorted by security, entering the ancient palace without a care in the world, he found himself utterly bewildered. As a top-tier musician, he had encountered numerous second-generation elites with deep backgrounds. Million-dollar private clubs, billion-dollar luxury residences. Yet compared to Zhong Hua, they were nothing but a collection of trivialities. Today, he felt as though he had glimpsed a corner of the celestial palace of legends. Filming an MV at the ancient palace had seemed nothing more than a fanciful dream. Yet Zhong Hua effortlessly made it a reality. With such a background, was there any need to enter the entertainment industry? Was there any need for such strenuous effort? Observing Zhong Hua, who appeared serene and composed, Zhao Longchuan increasingly felt that he was even more enigmatic than the noblewoman Lu Yizhen. Chapter 54. Merely filming a scene. Are you using national treasures as costumes? As the vehicle gradually approached the ancient palace, the ancient and majestic Shenwu Gate was completely shut. Upon arriving in the expansive hall, Zhao Longchuan gradually realized that the once bustling ancient palace was eerily silent today, devoid of even a single visitor. What is going on? Why is there no one here today? He mused. Are you planning to let the entire nation know that someone is filming an MV in the ancient palace? Lu Yizhen shot him a disapproving glance, feeling exasperated by his lack of social awareness. It was no wonder he had offended young Master Miao in the past. Some matters are best left unspoken. Currently, the identity of Zhong Hua could not be publicly disclosed, and certain privileges must be maneuvered discreetly rather than flaunted. Of course, Lu Yizhen was confident that once Zhong Hua's true identity was revealed, there would be no objections to filming an MV in the ancient palace. let alone aspiring to the throne. However, Zhao Longchuan misconstrued Lu Yizhen's intent, convinced that this noble young lady had leveraged her personal connections to intimidate the palace's management. Cautiously, he approached the jade railing and gazed into the distance, where the vast ancient palace lay utterly deserted. The entire palace had been forcibly closed for their MV shoot. Such was the nature of privilege. Just as Zhao Longchuan was immersing himself in the grandeur of the palace, a figure's sudden appearance nearly caused him to stumble. It was the iconic figure of the Huagua film industry, the fifth-generation director, Master Zhong Hua. He is the director of the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale MV. Zhao Longchuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a prominent director would condescend to direct a music video. Didn't you say we needed a director skilled in grand productions with a strong visual impact? After much contemplation, only Master Zhong seemed fitting. Lu Yizhen remained unimpressed, thinking, what is so special about Zhong Hua? Even without my grandfather, old Master Lu, my own connections can handle this. Hello everyone, I am Zhong Hua. Surprisingly, the notoriously temperamental Zhong Hua was unusually subdued today, even humble, extending his hands in greeting to Zhao Longchuan. The noble young lady, Lu Yizhen, indeed had formidable backing. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to explain your MV concept to Master Zhong? At Lu Yizhen's prodding, Zhao Longchuan quickly regained his composure and enthusiastically engaged in the work. Such a formidable figure must be embraced with fervor. Director Zhong, I have a bold idea for the Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale MV. I envision dual roles, one as a historical witness and the other as a contemporary inheritor, capturing the core essence of the Dragon Scale and the ancient palace's temporal symphony. This would elevate the theme of the MV, depicting how the Dragon Scale shatters into ice, ultimately coalescing into a forest, representing a civilization that has ebbed and flowed for millennia, rising once more with pride. It must be acknowledged that Zhong Hua was indeed a top-tier director, quickly grasping Zhao Longchuan's vision. After preliminary discussions, they settled on the final shooting plan. You are Zhong Hua, truly a promising talent, Zhong Hua remarked. Thank you for your assistance today, director. Not at all. It is my honor to help you with the MV, Zhong Hua responded, displaying even greater humility in the presence of Zhong Hua. Upon learning that Lu Yizhen had invited him to assist a friend in filming a new song SMV, he had been restless throughout the night. Yet, upon seeing Zhong Hua, now dressed in an exquisite outfit, he was momentarily taken aback. The national treasure of the black gold dragon robe? Could it be the very piece housed in the ancient palace museum? Since they were filming in the palace, one of the dual roles as a historical witness must surely be that of the emperor. Currently, Zhong Hua donned an extraordinary black gold dragon robe, intricately embroidered with patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and the moon, accentuating his scholarly demeanor with regal grandeur, truly evoking the essence of an emperor. Zhong Hua, well-versed in such matters, was astonished to recognize that this dragon robe was crafted from an array of precious materials, including silk, jade, peacock feathers, and cashmere, replicating the attire of the ancestral dragon. Upon its debut, it had astonished both domestic and international audiences, eventually becoming a treasured exhibit in the ancient palace museum. Now, witnessing the national treasure brought to life, Zhong Hua found it hard to believe. Who has the audacity to unveil such a national treasure? National treasure? Zhong Hua, bewildered, corrected himself. No, I must have misjudged. It's merely an ordinary costume. Zhong Hua feigned understanding, pretending not to notice Lu Yizhen's significant glance toward Zhong Hua. He had already deduced that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of several esteemed elders from the National Sea Institute, all in pursuit of emotional resonance. Director Zhong, if there are no issues, shall we commence filming? With the National Treasure Dragon Robe, Zhong Hua grasped the urgency of the elders regarding emotional value. The sooner they completed filming, the sooner they could release the album and reap the rewards of emotional resonance. There was no denying Zhong Hua's directorial prowess. He was indeed a paragon of excellence within the industry. Even Zhong Hua, a novice in performance, found himself enlightened under his guidance. Zhong Hua, try tilting your body slightly. Raise your chin and cast your gaze down towards the camera. Position your right hand across your chest while keeping your left hand behind your back. Excellent, very good. Lighting technician, do not make it too bright. I desire a sense of oppressive atmosphere, Zhong Hua commanded, seated before the camera, captivated by the emperor-like aura of Zhong Hua. Unable to suppress his excitement as he clapped his thigh. This child possesses remarkable talent. He is truly gifted. He is born for this. Lu Yizhen remained silent, merely retrieving her professional camera and capturing the moment with clicks, knowing these would serve as promotional material. Zhong Hua's imperial attire was shot in 5 distinct setups at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the central axis, the palace walls, the Meridian Gate, and the jade railings. Due to his stellar performance, the originally planned 5-hour shoot was astonishingly condensed to 3. Once filming concluded, Zhong Hua swiftly urged Liu Yijin to assist him in removing the black gold dragon robe. The elders are truly indulgent with me. It's just an MV, and they brought out this national treasure. After all, this is your first album. Strive for perfection. Anything the state possesses that can aid your star career, feel free to ask. Don't think twice about a mere national treasure. If needed, the elders could even serve as background. Chapter 55 crystallized the essence of privilege. Meanwhile, as Zhong Hua filmed the MV, chaos erupted within the ancient palace. This magnificent complex, towering in the heart of the capital, was a sight long yearned for by all Chinese citizens. During the sweltering summer vacation, many families traveled from afar to visit, with the ancient palace being their first choice. However, upon their eager arrival, they discovered the palace inexplicably closed. Why is the ancient palace not open? What is going on? They clamored. Please give us an explanation. It's not easy for us to come to the capital. The heat intensified their tempers, yet before the grand gates of the ancient palace, the crowd struggled to contain their growing frustration. Please understand, there is an important political reception taking place today. What political task? Is it like before? The ancient palace now seems merely a tourist attraction, does it not? Surely, there must be individuals from other countries inside. Indeed, I am astounded. Are your knees truly that weak? The ambiguous explanations from the palace management have led many to draw erroneous conclusions. They have deduced that this so-called political task is, in fact, a private booking by foreigners. Many, filled with indignation, have escalated the matter to the evening, causing quite a stir. Naturally, since it is a political task, it must be executed without fail. The palace management, arguing their case vigorously, dutifully fulfilled this task, granting ample time for filming to Zhong Hua. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Zhong Hua had already changed into casual attire and stood beneath the 9-dragon jade bai, commencing the shoot from the perspective of a contemporary inheritor. At this moment, privilege became tangible. Chang'an No. 1 Mansion is the pinnacle of luxury residences in the capital, situated adjacent to the ancient palace, from the 10th floor and above. One can gaze down upon the entire palace. Wang Yuyao, a renowned actress of the entertainment industry, has become a wealthy matron since marrying into a prominent family, residing on the 12th floor of Chang'an No. 1 Mansion. This morning, she habitually entertained a precious ragdoll cat by the bay window. The ancient palace, just a wall away, signified the stark divide between her and the common populace. The chasm between individuals is such that no amount of toil or distance could compare to her casual glance at home. Her decision to exit the entertainment industry at the height of her fame, marrying a man 3 years her senior, willingly embracing the role of a stepmother, was ultimately driven by the desire for this unique privilege. Could it be that she truly relished the sin of age? Yet, such privileged treatment cannot be made public. It ultimately fails to satiate her inner sense of superiority. She cannot simply proclaim, "I live next to the ancient palace." Such ostentation would be far too lowly, inconsistent with her previously cultivated image of elegance. What on earth is happening at the ancient palace today? Why all this commotion? It must be said that since becoming neighbors with the palace, Wang Yuyao's tone and demeanor have gradually begun to mirror that of Jinhuan. Undoubtedly, given her in-law's background, she would have been considered a secondary consort in ancient times. "Madam, today the ancient palace is closed for a day. Those people are quite upset and are demanding an explanation. This matter has even made its way online." The nanny beside her could not help but scoff. This woman is truly difficult to please. Her mind is filled with nonsense. Wang Yuyao's eyes lit up. She quickly opened her phone. Indeed, the ancient palace's closure due to a political task has sparked a considerable uproar online. Some speculate it is to host foreign guests. Others claim it is for renovations. And there are even whispers of a film crew shooting within. At this moment, Wang Yuyao realized she had finally discovered a means to flaunt her privileged life. Why is the ancient palace closed? Let me investigate for you. Although Wang Yuyao had been out of the limelight for 5 years as a well-known artist, she still boasted a following of 5 million on Weibo. Her abrupt post immediately garnered significant attention. "Sister Yuyao, do you happen to know the palace management?" Of course. Sister Yuyao is now a wealthy matron. Even her husband's name has been obscured. Is that true? Is her husband really that impressive? What good will it do to ask the administrators? They could easily brush it off. Exactly, since they claim it is a political task. I doubt they would dare to disclose anything. This group of fools. A quality performance requires someone to play the supporting role. If Prime Minister Chow laughs without reason, and there are no generals to support him. It is nothing but pure foolishness. Seeing that her fans were missing the key points, Wang Yuyao hastily created a secondary account. It would be best if someone sneaks into the ancient palace to film a video. Then everyone can see for themselves. Sneak in? Are you mad? Do you want to end up in jail? Those who utter such words are both foolish and naive. Wang Yuyao noticed that her secondary account's comments had attracted considerable attention, and she couldn't help but smile. With no one to support her, she decided to promote herself. She then switched to her main account and deliberately liked her secondary account's comment. I can indeed do this. Let me film a video to show everyone what is happening. At that moment, Wang Yuyao, eager to showcase her life, activated her recording mode, casually gliding through her 435 square meter flat before pointing the camera towards the ancient palace. Surprisingly, she did spot figures within the palace. Although the footage was somewhat unclear, one could vaguely discern a group of Huagua people. In truth, whether the ancient palace was closed or not had little bearing on Wang Yuyao. She merely saw this as an opportunity to flaunt her affluent lifestyle online. Once the video was uploaded to Weibo, it, as she wished, sparked a wave of interest. Oh my, that ragdoll cat is truly stunning. Sister Yuyao, was it your home we just saw? It looks so spacious. Can we focus on the important details? Sister Yuyao, where exactly do you live? That is so close to the ancient palace? A simple calculation reveals that Sister Yuyao's residence is but a kilometer away from the palace. Wow, within the second ring road, right by Chang'an Street. Which mansion is this? The most elite area in the capital, Chang'an No. 1 mansion. Priced at 360,000 per square meter, is a location that money cannot easily buy. Merely possessing wealth is insufficient for those who reside there. At 360,000 per square meter, a 100 square meter unit would cost 36 million. Chang'an No. 1 mansion consists entirely of large flats, with the smallest area being 300 square meters, implying a starting price of 100 million. It appears that Sister Yuyao has indeed married into wealth and become a matron. Seeing the comments rife with envy and resentment, Wang Yuyao felt a delightful thrill surge through her. Finally, her wretched sense of superiority was satisfied. Chapter 56, The Black Gold Dragon Robe, shocking the entire internet. Wang Yuyao's vast fanbase quickly propelled the video into a viral sensation online. The tags, Ancient Palace, Closure, Privilege, Filming, captured immense attention. People despise privilege, yet simultaneously yearn for it. Let it trend and demand an explanation from the ancient palace. What political task could warrant such a closure? To close the palace for one individual, disregarding the thousands of eager visitors? I am curious to know which influential person possesses such power. The collision of privilege and culture ultimately harms the ordinary citizen. The distance is somewhat far, but the video clearly shows a group of Huagua individuals. It truly seems they are filming. I can even see the camera. How utterly shameless. The rapid spread of the video also brought Wang Yuyao immense traffic. Although her current status no longer relies on such attention, the greater the number of onlookers, the more her sense of superiority swells. The notion of wealth not returning home is akin to walking in splendid attire under the cover of night. Even after marrying into a wealthy family, Wang Yuyao remains unable to quell her desire to flaunt her opulence. Rarely does one encounter an opportunity to ostentatiously flaunt wealth. And thus, Wang Yuyao seized the moment, releasing a series of videos from various angles, inadvertently showcasing her opulent residence located in Chang'an No. 1. Who, I wonder, brazenly enjoys such privileges and captures it from multiple perspectives? Let us identify this individual. Though Yuyao is of the fairer sex, her warm-heartedness rivals that of any man. Viewers are urged to scrutinize the videos closely to uncover the identity of this person. With cameras rolling, could it be a certain film crew? It goes without saying. It must be a celebrity from the entertainment industry. The entertainment realm has cast aside all decorum. The fervent discussions circulating online have not impeded the progress of the MV for Heaven and Earth Dragon scale. In just a day, all the shots at the ancient palace have been completed, and according to plan, the crew will head to the Great Wall for another set of scenes tomorrow. As they prepared to depart, Master Zhong hesitated, casting an awkward glance at Lu Yizhen. Miss Lu, about my role as the chief director for the Olympic Games opening ceremony? Directing such a monumental event is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for anyone, promising both immense honor and deeper connections. Every notable director in the entertainment sphere is eager to seize the chance. Although Master Zhong is among the most esteemed directors in Huagua, he cannot compete with those of substantial background. Rumor has it that a certain renowned director, known for their poetic prowess, has already been earmarked for the role. Congratulations, Director Zhong. The organizing committee has deliberated and decided to appoint you as the chief director for this year's Hua Olympic Games. You will receive a call tonight. Please be attentive. Liu Yizhen replied nonchalantly, acknowledging Zhang's commendable performance today, suggesting that the reward could be expedited. Master Zhang beamed with joy, unable to contain his smile. Miss Liu, I'm immensely grateful to you. Rest assured, I shall pour all my efforts into this MV. Such a rare opportunity to cultivate these connections is not one Master Zhang would let slip by. Oh, where is Zhong Hua? He had an urgent matter to attend to. He left right after finishing the MV. Liu Yizhen could not help but admire Zhong Hua's dedication to his work. Having just wrapped up the MV, he was summoned by several elders to Guohai Academy, likely to discuss something of great significance. Li Qiwa, Unimpresa, had already discerned that Zhong Hua was not the privileged heir she had initially presumed him to be. His identity was shrouded in mystery. With the imminent release of a new album, today's upload of a still from the MV serves as a prelude to the excitement. Hearing Li Qiu's remarks, Liu Yizhen could hardly contain her anticipation. As Zhong Hua's chief assistant and the steward of his Weibo account, she frequently faced complaint from fans due to a lack of suitable material. This one is excellent. It exudes power. You know, Zhong Hua's ancient garb really is remarkable. How many fans will he captivate? It must be said that Master Zhang's attention to character detail is nothing short of exceptional. In the photograph, Zhong Hua dons a black and gold dragon robe, turning suddenly to reveal a visage that exudes an aura of profound coldness. His furrowed brow, narrowed eyes, and tightly pressed lips evoke the image of a solitary and aloof emperor from ancient times. Such a photograph will likely leave his fans sleepless with excitement. As a middle-aged woman who has married and born children, Li Qiuyue spoke with unabashed candor. In preparing for the new album, have we not sacrificed Zhong Hua's allure? You wouldn't believe it, but fans are absolutely drawn to this. Regardless of Zhong Hua's vocal prowess, the presence of these striking images will surely bolster sales. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Li Qiuyue is acutely aware of the fanbase's desires. For those enamored with appearances, a handsome visage is paramount. Everything else is inconsequential. Often, these fans are the most fervent and willing to invest in their idols. Upon hearing this, Liu Yizhen immediately selected a photograph of Zhong Hua standing beneath the white jade railing, gazing down upon the masses in his black and gold dragon robe. Zhong Hua's debut album is set to be released soon. Stay tuned. She then huddled with Li Qiuyue, closely monitoring the fans' subsequent reactions. Wow, is the new album finally being released? I can't wait to hear Zhong Hua sing his own songs. Speaking of which, I've listened to the live version of Brilliant Starry Sky countless times. These are merely the typical fans. Their primary focus remains Zhong Hua's new album. Wait until the appearance of the appearance-driven fans. You will witness their fervor. Li Qiuyue remained unfazed while also remotely checking her daughter's homework. Fervor? Just how fervent? Liu Yizhen had never chased after stars and was thus unaware of the true extent of a fan's obsession. So when she refreshed the webpage again, an avalanche of comments and likes suddenly inundated her. At last, Starry Sky Company has done something worthwhile and learned to upload photos. 20,000 likes. Just look at that face. There's not a single contender in Huayu. 50,000 likes. Recently, the entertainment industry has been plagued by unattractive individuals. It's time for our Zhong Hua to restore some decorum. 10,000 likes. Alas, his handsomeness brings me to tears. 15,000 likes. This black and gold dragon robe is overwhelmingly majestic. I am utterly captivated. 2,500 likes. Sisters, the tyrannical emperor from ancient novels has come to life. 10,000 likes. It was at this moment that Liu Yizhen finally comprehended the meaning of fervent fandom. Yet a sudden account burst forth, igniting a frenzy on Zhong Hua's Weibo. Chapter 57. Huawei. Is Zhong Hua your biological father? The songstress Su Mingzhu drooled. JPG. 800,000 likes. Whether by mistake or intention. Su Mingzhu not only liked Zhong Hua's photograph in the black and gold dragon robe with her main account, but also posted a drooling emoji. Sister, exercise some restraint. Mind your image. Sister, how about you release a set of photos in a phoenix crown and red dress? It is no wonder Su Mingzhu found it hard to contain herself. Once a man dons a professional attire, his allure can surpass that of any woman. This is a dragon robe, the pinnacle of male professional attire. What woman could resist such temptation? Su Mingzhu's fans are rather proud, as their idol is a bona fide graduate of a prestigious music academy, well-educated and among the rare intellectuals in the entertainment industry. Naturally, They cannot fathom a singer who graduated from a lesser institution like Berkeley. Yet, faced with an anomaly like Zhong Hua, an examination champion and a distinguished graduate of the National Defense University, they feel an innate sense of inferiority. For centuries, the prevailing belief has been that knowledge surpasses all else. Confronted with Zhong Hua, who carries the aura of a highbrow intellectual, they find themselves grappling with a hint of self-doubt. Their mindset resembles that of many parents, relishing the interaction between their idol Su Mingzhu and an exemplary student like Zhong Hua. Shortly thereafter, even Huawei's official Weibo account personally liked Zhong Hua's photo in the black and gold dragon robe, leaving behind an exhilarating message. "Wow, my dear spokesperson Zhong Hua, you look incredibly dashing in that black and gold dragon robe. Zhong Hua, Huawei's wireless charging car, is about to enter mass production. Would you be interested in becoming its spokesperson?" What? Huawei is venturing into the automotive industry as well. Wireless charging cars. This feels like stepping into a sci-fi future. Is it similar to Huayao No. 1, where one can charge while driving? Naturally, many onlookers were most intrigued by Huawei's mention of wireless charging cars. The nation is fervently supporting the electric vehicle industry. However, sales figures for major manufacturers remain underwhelming. Numerous factors contribute to this disheartening reality, but the primary concern lies within the limitations of battery range. Presently, Huawei is boldly entering this sector with its wireless charging technology, igniting a wave of anticipation among many. Yet, a considerable number of individuals are left bewildered. Huawei, as a prominent technology innovation conglomerate, should not treat such significant matters, such as the invitation of a spokesperson, so casually. Do they truly regard Weibo as their boardroom? Furthermore, Huawei's eagerness evokes a sense of discomfort, akin to a sycophant, which elicits sympathy from onlookers. Of course, many celebrities lurking beneath the Weibo posts of Zhong Hua are gnashing their teeth in envy. Why should Zhong Hua, a mere newcomer devoid of any notable works, effortlessly access such high-quality resources? Is he their golden child? The matter is open to interpretation. Meanwhile, within Shinkong Entertainment Company, Li Qiuye urges Liu Yizhen to promptly consent to this collaboration. A long-term partnership with a prestigious and reputable group like Huawei could significantly elevate Zhong Hua's popularity. Yet, Liu Yizhen remains unimpressed. Xiao Ming, the general manager, must have already deduced Zhong Hua's true identity and is expressing goodwill in a veiled manner. Huawei, my dear Zhong Hua, is currently unavailable, busy recording an album. Upon seeing this update, many were left in shock. Zhong Hua's team appears to have lost their minds. How could they respond in such a manner? As a newcomer, what right does he have to negotiate with Huawei? Nevertheless, numerous celebrities are elated, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope. Zhong Hua, there's no rush. We have all the time in the world. Huawei, you seem to have been threatened. Just blink if you acknowledge it. As a Fortune 500 company, must you exhibit such humility before a celebrity? This is exceedingly humbling. Look at that. This endorsement from Huawei seems expressly tailored for Zhong Hua. Liu Yizhen wears an expression of certainty. Xiao Ming must have recognized Zhong Hua's identity. And this matter must be reported to Grandpa Liu Lao, ensuring that Zhong Hua's true identity remains confidential. The exchange of glances between Huawei and Zhong Hua has left many bystanders utterly astonished. However, Zhong Hua's fans are enveloped in an indescribable sense of superiority. In the entertainment industry, which star would dare treat Huawei in such a manner? It is no secret that celebrities often exhibit subservience in the presence of capital. At numerous galas, even the most prominent stars must bow their heads and smile before true financial power. In the domestic sphere, Huawei stands as the paramount force of capital. Huawei, do not forget about my Su Mingzhu. Indeed, Su Mingzhu and Zhong Hua are officially recognized as your Huawei couple. In wealth and honor, do not forget your roots. Zhong Hua, my Su Mingzhu seeks your guidance. Other stars resign themselves to hopelessness, yet Su Mingzhu's fans ardently advocate for her. After all, both are spokespeople for Huawei No. 1, an officially designated couple. Nevertheless, Su Mingzhu feels her chances are slim. Zhong Hua's extraordinary identity and profound background are not within her reach. Securing a position as a smartphone spokesperson has significantly amplified her commercial value. Resources as upscale as wireless charging vehicles are typically beyond her competitive grasp. Compared to the long-established national goddesses, she debuted too late, lacking both recognition and popularity. Huawei, in truth, Sister Mingzhu and my Zhong Hua are quite a match. Liu Yizhen speaks up for Su Mingzhu, partly to repay a favor. During the last concert, she disregarded her status as a diva and graciously handed the microphone to Zhong Hua. Additionally, investigations reveal that Su Mingzhu enjoys a commendable reputation in the entertainment circle, with no scandals to her name. Should this endorsement fall into the hands of another troublesome female star, it could inadvertently tarnish Zhong Hua's image. So Ming-su, I wonder if the diva could serve as a spokesperson for our Huawei wireless charging vehicles. Is Huawei truly aligned with Zhong? Is Zhong Hua's influence so potent? Su Mingzhu's acquisition of this endorsement is entirely attributable to Zhong Hua's presence. Jealousy, envy, resentment. Huawei, of course, we agree. I am deeply honored. No one would mock Su Mingzhu for her humble response. Had it been another star, they would have appeared even more subservient. Zhong Hua, Su Mingzhu, after Huawei number 1. Let's rekindle our bond. Many stars within the industry are already catching wind of the situation. Su Mingzhu's endorsement of Huawei no. One is likely due to Zhong Hua's influence. Regardless of others' opinions, Su Mingzhu has resolved to cling to this formidable ally, for even the divine cannot intervene. Chapter 58. A storm is brewing, targeting Zhong Hua. The memory of a fish lasts but 3 seconds. Yet on the internet, there will always be more intriguing happenings. Wang Yuyao, flaunting her privilege by closing the Forbidden City, undeniably captures considerable attention. However, it is of no concern to her. She remains aloof. Every moment online, new and captivating events unfold. Soon, the interactions between Zhong Hua and Huawei draw everyone's interest, leaving Wang Yuyao still yearning to showcase her collection of luxury bags, exquisite watches, and high-end clothing, feeling quite unsatisfied. Unwilling to be outdone, she promptly opens Zhong Hua's Weibo, eager to uncover what this newcomer is up to. Upon seeing a photo of Zhong Hua in a black and gold dragon robe, she immediately feels a sense of familiarity. Is that not the white jade railing of the Forbidden City? Having been a neighbor to the Forbidden City for years, Wang Yuyao is particularly acquainted with many of its iconic structures. Originally, the railings within the Forbidden City were crafted from gilded materials, an ancient technique that involved coating copper products with gold mercury and baking them to achieve a dazzling golden hue. As the influx of tourists increased, gilded railings proved ineffective for protection, leading to their recent replacement with white jade railings. The threads of black and gold dragon robes, a new album music video, and white jade railings coalesce, and Wang Yuyao quickly deduces that today's filming in the Forbidden City features Zhong Hua. Unable to suppress a sneer, she muses, what political mission does a newcomer filming an MV entail? Is it possible that a well-executed MV could bolster Huawei's strength? This is nothing short of a jest. Nonetheless, the fact that the management of the Forbidden City has opened its doors to this newcomer, named Zhong Hua, suggests he possesses some influence. However, a disdainful smile crosses Wang Yuyao's face, revealing her contempt. She is no ordinary individual. When it comes to connections, few can rival her standing in the entirety of Huawei. Her husband, the aging Zhang Wenjun, is a mere 54 years old and already serves as the deputy director of the National Energy System, holding a vice ministerial rank. While a vice ministerial position may not be particularly significant in the capital, Zhang Wenjun's father, her father-in-law, was a major general in the 1950s. Although retired, he continues to wield considerable influence. After marrying into the Zhang family, Wang Yuyao even attended a wedding where she encountered a familiar face frequently seen on television. Marrying into such an illustrious family, yet being unable to boast to anyone, deprived of the envious glances that would drive others to madness, has truly stifled her. Presently, she finds herself with a splendid opportunity to showcase her background, should she manage to crush the seemingly well-connected newcomer, Zhong Hua. Naturally, everyone would then comprehend the formidable strength of the man who has been suppressing her. With this thought in mind, Wang Yuyao hesitated no longer. She immediately activated her social media account and entered attack mode. The background of this photograph seems strikingly familiar. It appears to be the white jade railing in front of the Qianxing Palace of the Forbidden City. Wang Yuyao's verified yellow badge attracted considerable attention, and her comments were quickly recognized. Isn't this the ostentatious Wang Yuyao from Chang'an No. 1 Mansion? What is happening? Is she the actress who portrayed the princess? Yes, indeed, that is her. Today, the Forbidden City has purportedly closed its doors for some political assignment. Yet, she pretends to capture the interior of the ancient palace, merely to flaunt her opulent residence adjacent to it in the capital. Incredible. Such a clever maneuver, I must say. Observing these comments, Wang Yuyao felt her blood pressure rise. How could these people fail to grasp the crux of the matter? With Wang Yuyao's assertion, I too sense that the background of this photograph is indeed quite familiar. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the faint outline of a vermilion gate in the backdrop. It appears that the location of the shoot is indeed in front of the Qianxing Palace. This suggests that the reason for the Forbidden City's closure today is to permit Zhong Hua to film a music video for his new album, and they dare to speak of political duties Utter nonsense. Once, the eight-nation alliance stormed into the Forbidden City with their artillery. Today, Zhong Hua enters through privilege. What audacity! Why should we, a family of three, travel all the way from Pengcheng to Beijing merely to be denied entry? All for the sake of one performer who obstructs everyone else. This is utterly outrageous. I can no longer endure this. What is wrong with our country? So indulgent of a celebrity? Wang Yiyao herself was taken aback. She had merely sparked the conversation. And suddenly a multitude of anonymous accounts began to launch attacks on Zhong Hua. Some claimed he had deep connections, others labeled him arrogant, and some even suggested he was being subsidized by a wealthy benefactor. The tide of rumor was clearly intent on dismantling Zhong Hua's reputation. As a public figure, Zhong Hua should provide an explanation. This matter will not simply vanish. After all, he is just another entertainer, acting with such reckless abandon. That is the Forbidden City, the historical heart of the capital through the ages. A storm targeting Zhong Hua, instigated by Wang Yiyao, began to brew, aided by certain shadowy figures behind the scenes. Yet, Zhong Hua remained blissfully unaware, currently seated in a conference room at Guohai Institute. The atmosphere in the meeting room was peculiarly tense, almost ominous. Zhong Hua was preoccupied with his computer, while old Lu stood by with a cup of water in hand. Can it be modified? It can certainly be modified, but doing so will significantly impair its performance. Are there specific standards? Zhong Hua gazed at the blueprints on his screen, and after a moment of silence, he finally provided a definitive figure. Let us say 50 of the original performance. Compared to fifth-generation fighters like the F-22, it would still be considerable. But why modify it? Upon Zhong Hua's arrival at Guohai Institute that day, old Lu had inquired whether it was possible to reduce the performance of the Fury aircraft without compromising its core capabilities. More precisely, to strip away the more advanced combat features for sale to other nations. Zhong Hua was not a stranger to such matters. He shared the same level of confidentiality with the elder gentleman. Old Lu candidly explained the specifics. During the last aerial defense battle in Huagua's territorial waters, the Fury aircraft had triumphed over the F-22, instantly garnering admiration from many, particularly from Huagua's longtime ally, the most substantial patron who had paid the highest fees. To demonstrate the importance of this arms procurement, they even sent the crown prince personally. Headed by a single cloth, am I the richest in the world? Indeed, it was that very entity. More crucially, they were willing to generously donate a significant quantity of dysprosium. This deal must be secured. With ample dysprosium, quantum computing could be prioritized. Chapter 59, Guohai Institute in Fury. Investigate thoroughly. The primary purpose of your visit today is to meet someone. Meet someone? Who? Is it an academic discussing the design of the Fury? Not quite. It is the chairman of a newly established state-owned enterprise. A visible look of disappointment crossed Zhong Hua's face as he repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. I have no knowledge of business. Why should I meet him? Old Lu smiled mysteriously before revealing the name of the newly established enterprise. Huagua's 99th state-owned enterprise, directly overseen by Guohai Institute, is headed by Zhang Wenjun of the Quantum Group. Are you sure you don't want to meet him? The Quantum Group? Could it be Zhong Hua abruptly stood up, nearly knocking over old Lu's water? Indeed, with the unanimous agreement of the elder gentleman at Guohai Institute, a select group of elite personnel from various national departments has been assembled to establish this enterprise, tasked with the construction and maintenance of the Quantum Computing Center. As long as you have no objections to Comrade Zhang Wenjun, an announcement will be made shortly. What objections could I possibly have? Zhong Hua humbly shook his head. He was merely a researcher, a scientist at heart, with a side gig as a celebrity. He trusted the judgment of the elder gentleman at Guohai Institute. Zhang Wenjun must be the most suitable candidate for managing quantum computing. Old Lu couldn't help but shake his head. This child had indeed begun to grasp the nuances of social interactions, learning to compliment others. This won't he do. The Quantum Group will face numerous technical challenges that will require your expertise, and your identity will be difficult to conceal from the chairman of the group. Therefore, it is imperative that you're satisfied with this choice. Old Lu's attitude was resolute. The core of the Quantum Group revolved around Zhong Hua, and their very purpose was to unconditionally fulfill any directives he issued. Since you put it that way, I can only humbly comply. Once old Lu departed, Zhong Hua immediately immersed himself in revising the blueprints for the Fury aircraft. Meanwhile, in another conference room, Zhang Wenjun was consumed with worry, his hands unconsciously clenched, his anxiety palpable. Being appointed as the chairman of the newly established state-owned enterprise would significantly impact his political career, transitioning from deputy to full rank. Though it seemed merely a single step was akin to crossing a chasm, Many officials remained stuck at this juncture for their entire lives. To seize this opportunity, he had resolutely pushed the frail elder, allowing him to emerge from a multitude of competitors. Upon seeing old Lu saunter into the room, Zhang Wenjun sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. "Old Lu, greetings. How is your health?" "I'm doing well." Zhang Wenjun's expression darkened. Lately, the elder had been subjected to considerable strain, breathing heavily and showing signs of decline. "The purpose of your visit today is primarily to meet someone." "Meet someone?" "Yes. This individual is of utmost importance, and their identity is classified. Therefore, their opinion will be pivotal for you. If he opposes your appointment, not even I, nor the most senior elder, would dare to disagree." Observing the grave expression on Elder Lu's face, Zhang Wenjun was momentarily taken aback, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. While anxiety churned within him, curiosity inevitably began to surface. Who possesses such immense authority that even the foremost elder would not strip him of his voice? Furthermore, it is imperative that you do not disclose any information regarding him to anyone, including your father, Zhang Lao. Do you comprehend? Rest assured, Elder Lu. After scrutinizing Zhang Wenjun's demeanor and finding no signs of deviation, Elder Lu confiscated all of his electronic devices and escorted him to a secluded room. "Wenjun, you shall wait here for a moment. That esteemed individual is currently occupied and will be with you shortly." Despite nearing 60, Zhang Wenjun sat obediently like a child, his posture immaculate, legs crossed with calm poise as he awaited the arrival of the enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, as Elder Lu returned to Zhong Hua's side, an abrupt phone call shattered the tranquility of Zhong Institute. "Zhong Hua, there has been an incident. You must return to the company at once." Lu Yizhen succinctly outlined the situation. Given the stature of Shinkong Entertainment, they could no longer contain the uproar online. Immediate action was required to manage the trending topics on the internet to prevent further escalation. Additionally, a strategy must be devised to safeguard your personal reputation. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Hua swiftly logged onto Weibo. As anticipated, a deluge of condemnation flooded the platform. Who granted this mere newcomer in the entertainment industry such power to act with such impunity? Gu Gong, step forward and explain. Zhong Hua, who exactly is he? In antiquity, stars were regarded as mere performers of lowly status. How could they wield such privileges in modern society? The Zhong Institute, the disciplinary committee, and the National Investigative Team were determined to uncover who was backing Zhong Hua. Nothing was more infuriating than such privileged individuals. Stars like him should be silenced by the state. As Zhong Hua read the irate comments on the screen, Elder Lu's expression darkened immediately. This is outrageous. He found it intolerable to witness Zhong Hua subjected to such malicious humiliation. This child had acquired a system, not for personal gain, but willingly offered it to the nation. In his pursuit of national prosperity, he relinquished his cherished scientific endeavors and dove headfirst into the entertainment industry. At this moment, Elder Lu yearned to publicly declare that the force behind Zhong Hua was none other than their cohort of elders at Zhong Institute, representing the state itself. Zhong Hua, I was negligent in this matter and allowed you to suffer unjustly. The permission for you to shoot the MV at Gugong was granted by me. Even the proposal for the black gold dragon robe was initiated by me, all to enhance the emotional impact of your new album. However, he had miscalculated the public's reaction, inadvertently casting Zhong Hua as a privileged figure in the eyes of the populace. Elder Lu, the situation is urgent. I must return to the company to discuss a resolution. As for Zhang Wenjun, the chairman of the Quantum Group, we will have to wait until next time to make his acquaintance. After Zhong Hua hastily departed, Elder Lu cast a steely gaze at the computer screen. The developments had escalated beyond the control of a mere entertainment company. At this critical juncture, administrative measures must be employed to swiftly eliminate the negative impact on Zhong Hua's reputation online. If a flicker of long-buried ruthlessness flashed in Elder Lu's eyes, do not be deceived by his frail appearance. Once upon a time, he had borne coffins on his shoulders. Should anyone be deliberately targeting Zhong Hua, they must brace themselves for the wrath of the nation. Chapter 60, Principled Disagreement, yet Zhong Hua embodies principle. Upon Zhong Hua's arrival at Shinkong Entertainment, the incident had already spiraled out of control, with many on the internet aware of a newcomer in the entertainment industry with formidable connections, capable of closing Gugong for an MV shoot. In reality, they were meek, yet online, they struck hard. Many were incensed by the abuse of privilege, igniting their sensitive nerves, and they hastily joined the crusade against Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua, something is amiss. I sense someone is scheming behind the scenes. Li Qiwiwa, having navigated the entertainment industry for years, was well versed in such tactics and immediately sensed the discord. Such a commotion could not arise without orchestration. The priority now was to provide an explanation to the netizens and fans to quell their fury. As for the so-called puppet master, they would not escape unscathed. Just after Liu Yijin hung up the phone with Elder Liu, several elders at Guohai Institute expressed grave concern over the situation and had ordered an investigation by relevant authorities. Under the scrutiny of national power, any hint of wrongdoing would be impossible to conceal. What explanation could be offered? Li Qiuyue genuinely could not devise a suitable response. The MV shoot at Gugong had far exceeded her expectations. Conventional public relations tactics would be ineffectual in managing the subsequent fallout. If all else fails, we can just apologize. No, absolutely not. Liu Yijin promptly rejected this suggestion. Zhong Hua had done nothing wrong. Why should he apologize? Moreover, would an apology even matter? Would the aggrieved masses accept Zhong Hua's contrition? What else can we do? Fear not. Our companies will unite. Zhong Hua will be powerless, left to his fate. What does a formidable background matter now? In this situation, unless the state intervenes, no one can make a difference. In a luxurious mansion somewhere in Zhonghai, the entertainment industry's top star, Xie gleefully discarded his phone. Eliminating the threat posed by Zhong Hua brought him immense satisfaction. It was evident to all that this newcomer had substantial backing. Even before debuting, he had secured 2 endorsements from Huawei. The entertainment industry's pie is finite. Should Zhong Hua seize the opportunity to enter, it would primarily jeopardize the interests of established stars like him. Thus, leveraging the video of the foolish woman, Wang Yunyao, he promptly reached out to the capital backing several top stars to propel the entire affair forward. For Zhong Hua, this was a dead end. He had undoubtedly touched the most sensitive nerves of the lower tiers. Of course, Xie secretly envied Zhong Hua. How could he possibly shoot an MV at Gugong? Surely, substantial resources were at play. Meanwhile, within the Chang'an No. 1 residence, Wang Yunyao paid little attention to the unfolding drama. In her eyes, Zhong Hua was hardly worth her concern, as her husband, Zhang Wenjun, was on the verge of another breakthrough. That evening, despite feeling repulsed, she had to cater to him well. After all, she would soon be a lady of elevated status. At the Eastern Theater Air Force headquarters, General Qin Tian maintained an unwavering demeanor. As one of the few privy to Zhong Hua's true identity, he understood the injustices Zhong Hua was enduring amidst the turmoil. Damn it, a bunch of troublemakers. His temper flared, and he could not help but curse, but then a thought struck him, and he suddenly smiled. If the Air Force were to resolve Zhong Hua's crisis, he would owe them a favor. In the future, when emotions ran high, wouldn't it be natural to exchange that for some cutting-edge weaponry? General Qin Tian took pride in his cleverness and, without hesitation, swiftly posted a new update on the official Weibo account of the Air Force headquarters. Let me know that the matter concerning Zhong Hua filming a music video at the Forbidden City is merely a misunderstanding. The song has, in fact, been requisitioned by the Air Force. For the sake of filming quality, it was the Air Force that proactively contacted the ancient palace and secured a precious day for the shoot. We sincerely apologize, and we urge everyone not to misinterpret Zhong Hua any further. With a self-satisfied embrace of his arms, Qin Tian gazed at his phone with hopeful anticipation. Zhong Hua must be moved to tears at this moment, and when he calls later, he must project a demeanor of benevolent indifference. At the Eastern Air Force headquarters, there was a buzz around whether the 2 parties had reached an agreement. How amusing. Could it be that the 2 official accounts were impersonated by Zhong Hua? How peculiar. Indeed, both accounts claim to have requisitioned Zhong Hua's new song. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't you 2 discuss this further? Qin Tian awaited Zhong Hua's call, but instead received a complaint from Secretary Yang Guozhang of Zhonghai. Old Qin, what is going on? What is going on? General Qin Tian was puzzled, as he and Yang Guozhang belonged to different military and political factions, and their relationship was rather average. What's going on? It's about Zhong Hua. Why is your Air Force causing such commotion? Qin Tian was perplexed until he saw that Zhonghai's official account had also released a statement similar to that of the Air Force, using the requisition of Zhong Hua's new song as an excuse to shield him from criticism. It all suddenly clicked into place. How would I know that Zhonghai wanted to join in on this fuss? Are you quite close with Zhong Hua? Not really. I've only met him once. I quite like the young man. Moreover, it was old Liu who instructed me to handle it this way. I must say, Secretary Yang, aren't you usually quite principled? You seem to condone Zhong Hua's abuse of privilege to film a music video at the Forbidden City? In principle, I disagree, but as for Zhong Hua, he embodies principles. Now this matter has become troublesome. How do we provide everyone with a reasonable explanation? At this moment, both Qin Tian, the Air Force General, and Yang Guozhang, the Zhonghai secretary, found themselves burdened by the ramifications of this blunder. Surprisingly, The interest of numerous netizens swiftly shifted from the Zhong Hua privilege incident to the mix-up involving the two official accounts. After all, in the public's eyes, official accounts are typically aloof, only posting special messages during significant holidays like National Day or the New Year. Now, it seemed they had caught an opportunity. Air Force. Will there be any excitement at this year's Pearl River Air Show? Air Force. Even the F-22 pales in comparison to the excitement. What generation of aircraft is it? Zhong Hua. Will housing prices continue to drop in the near future? Zhong Hua. Is it true that the high-sea license cannot enter the city? As netizens focused entirely on the two official accounts, Li Chiyue let out a long sigh of relief. This matter should be considered resolved. Resolved? This was merely the beginning. Beside him, Liu Yijin radiated an aura of menace. Some individuals were far too bold, daring to target Zhong Hua in such a manner. If they did not pay a price, they might truly believe Zhong Hua was easy to bully. Chapter 61. Zhang Wenjun, Wang Yuyao out. Today's farce, under the disjointed cooperation of the two major official accounts, finally came to an end. Many realized that continuing this uproar would lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion. After all, the typically aloof official accounts had gone to such lengths to protect Zhong Hua. In the grand scheme of things, the authority of the government outweighs all. However, this incident had sparked an intense interest in Zhong Hua's upcoming album. Particularly, the music video filmed at the grandiose Forbidden City was unparalleled in the entertainment industry, making Zhong Hua stand out singularly. Thus, it could be inferred that the sales of Zhong Hua's debut album would not be low. At this moment, it was surely Zhong Hua's fans who felt the utmost joy. It must be said that after the recent upheaval, the originally million-strong fanbase had dwindled to 70,000. Yet, these 70,000 fans, having endured various trials, had become Zhong Hua's most devoted supporters, unwavering in their loyalty. It felt as though they had just won a significant battle. As the comments on Weibo surged with activity, each refresh revealing a plethora of new remarks, Li Chiyue found great solace in this scene. The foundation of Zhong Hua's endeavors in the entertainment industry was secure. The reason capital favors traffic stars today lies in their vast fan base. The more devoted the fans, the stronger their purchasing power. As long as it was a product endorsed by their beloved idol, they would support it, even at the cost of their own needs. This behavior is uniformly referred to in the industry as cutting leaks. However, my Zhong Hua is not the type to exploit his fans. Liu Yijin held great confidence in this regard. If Zhong Hua's Weibo represented the jubilant cheers of victor, then several top stars from Zhong Hua appeared as pale as death, slumped on the ground like the moribund, drained of energy. Upon witnessing both the Air Force and Zhong Hua's official accounts standing up for Zhong Hua, they realized they had struck a hard wall. Zhong Hua's background as a newcomer was even more enigmatic than anyone had anticipated. Such a background. Not only could these top stars not contend with it, but even the entire entertainment industry would find it difficult to rival. Especially for the mastermind, Xie. Memories of his former comrade, Xiao Yibo, flooded his mind. Industry rumors implied that his downfall was due to offending Zhong Hua, leading to his unfortunate incarceration. At the time, he had scoffed, completely disbelieving that a newcomer could possess such formidable power. Now, would he have to share a cell and compose a ballad of brotherhood? In the capital city, Guohai Institute, when old Liu perused the investigation report from the relevant authorities, a familiar name incited both his wrath and amusement. Zhang Wenjun's wife, Wang Yuyao, residing at Chang'an No. 1 Mansion, filming the video at the Forbidden City? Oh, and several entertainment companies lurking in the background, fanning the flames? Very well. The menace contained in this phrase seemed to make the surrounding air thicken. It was this group of ignorant individuals, motivated by mere personal gain, who nearly jeopardized the nation's rise and prosperity. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter must be handled swiftly, severely, and with utmost rigor. Old Liu pondered for a moment, recognizing that the current internet landscape was exceedingly chaotic. In the virtual realm, many individuals, emboldened by anonymity, had diminished their self-restraint, spreading rumors, committing fraud, and wantonly disseminating messages that undermined unity. It was time to implement a real-name system for the internet. At this moment, Zhang Wenjun felt utterly dazed. Having waited an entire day, his stomach grumbling and his anxiety mounting, he sensed he had been forgotten in this place, contemplating rising to inquire about the situation. However, upon seeing the solemn and dignified national emblem on the wall, he immediately realized he was at the power center of Guohai Institute, and dare not make a single impulsive move. Particularly since his communication devices had been confiscated, he had no means of seeking assistance. As the night grew deep and quiet, hunger nearly clouded his mind, prompting him to muster his courage and seek out Old Lu. Old Lu Zhang Wenjun deliberately feigned an appearance of utter exhaustion, seeking to elicit sympathy from Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu remained oblivious, his focus unwavering as he meticulously reviewed a report from the Discipline Inspection Commission regarding the actions taken against Comrade Zhang Wenjun. With a cold, piercing glance, he exuded an icy malevolence before unhesitatingly signing his name on the document. He even made a special note, insisting on a severe and expedited handling of the case. How could a deputy-level official, of all people, afford to maintain a mistress at the luxurious Chang'an No. 1 residence? What amount of graft had he accumulated? How could the incorruptible Elder Zhang have spawned such a wayward son? Meanwhile, at Chang'an No. 1, Wang Yuyao listened to the incessant, busy tone emanating from her phone, her frustration prompting her to hurl it to the ground. Today, she had taken special care in her appearance, eagerly anticipating the favor of the aging Zhang Wenjun. Yet, as the clock struck midnight, not a single call came through, igniting a tempest of anger within her. However, upon remembering that Zhang Wenjun was poised to ascend to the rank of Zhongbu and wield significant power, her fury extinguished in an instant. Soon, she would be the esteemed wife of a high-ranking official. The trivial matters she had stirred online were now entirely forgotten. Individuals like Zhong Hua, despite their connections, were mere ants to her, unworthy of her concern, as she would not pause to witness their demise. Just as Wang Yuyao prepared to dial Zhang Wenjun's number once more, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. They have arrived. The perks of being a Zhongbu official. Now he requires me to open the door for him. A smile adorned her face as she took dainty steps, a gesture of respect towards his position. However, the figures who appeared at her doorstep were not the longed-for Zhang Wenjun, but rather a group of uniformed officials, their badges gleaming with the national emblem. Ms. Wang Yuyao, we are from the National Discipline Inspection Commission. We need you to accompany us for an investigation regarding Zhang Wenjun's illegal activities related to corruption. Wang Yuyao's countenance drained of color, her former arrogance evaporating as she beheld the glinting silver handcuffs. Dazed, she nearly stumbled. This is impossible. My Zhang is on the verge of promotion to Zhongbu. You must be deceiving me. Yet, the officials merely smirked, and two women forcefully escorted Wang Yuyao from her home. In all their years of handling cases, it was the first time the National Discipline Inspection Commission had procured a dual regulation report bearing Elder Lu's personal signature, complete with explicit instructions for severe and swift action. As for her aspirations of becoming the wife of a Zhongbu official, whether Zhang Wenjun would even survive to emerge from behind bars was uncertain. The fate that awaited this woman was already apparent to all. Chapter 62, the new album launch. First-day sales exceed 1 million for fans of Zhong Hua. Today was a momentous occasion. It marked the release of their idol's debut album since his inception into the industry. The most agonizing plight for any fan is the simultaneous loss of both their funds and their idol, after their beloved star has harvested a wave of fervent supporters, only to vanish into obscurity, leaving them bereft. What a tragic loss of both wealth and talent. As Zhong Hua's fans eagerly anticipated the release of the new album, they found themselves itching to deplete their wallets. What time does the sale officially commence? The official launch is at 8 p.m., though there may be slight delays. It should appear for purchase around 8:20. I am particularly intrigued that the music video for the title track was filmed in the ancient palace. What an unprecedented endeavor. The album, titled Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, resonated with poetic allure, igniting an insatiable anticipation within them. On the commute to work, funds were prepared, awaiting to refresh. In the capital city, at Guahai Academy, the usually busy Elder Lu surprisingly took out his phone and logged into a music platform, clumsily navigating his way through to make his first purchase. Suddenly amused, he mused to himself, 88 yuan. This old man is contributing to the nation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Huawei Company, all managers at the P7 level and above had received a personal request from President Meng, urging their support for the new album of spokesperson Zhong Hua. In the workplace, any personal request from a leader must be fulfilled without question. Thus, as the clock struck 8, everyone set aside their tasks, pulling out their phones in unison. Goodness, 10,000 sales in just 10 minutes. At Starry Sky Entertainment, Li Chiyue merely took a moment to brew a cup of coffee, yet she watched in astonishment as the sales figures soared past 5 digits. Unconsciously sipping her coffee, she burned herself and spat it out in shock. With such a surge in sales, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales was poised to surpass 10 million copies. Within the industry, only albums achieving sales of 1 million are honored with the title of Platinum Album, a dream for many artists. According to recent surveys in the past year, Aside from the renowned Su Mingzhu, only a handful of top-tier artists have released albums that reach 10 million. Zhong Hua is but a newcomer. Could a miracle truly be unfolding? Observing Li Qiuyue's astonishment, Lu Yi couldn't help but smirk. This is merely the beginning. The sales of Zhong Hua's debut album would determine the scale of his fanbase and influence the emotional resonance he garnered. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Guohai Academy even employed administrative measures to ensure a minimum sales threshold for the album, guaranteeing that regardless of the situation, Zhong Hua's album would achieve a base sales figure of 10 million. An hour later, upon witnessing the astonishing sales data reach an astounding 200,000, Li Qiuyue became overwhelmed and rushed outside for fresh air. We must announce this good news immediately. It will not only delight the fans, but also stimulate another wave of sales. Zhong Hua's new album Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales has surpassed 200,000 sales in its first hour. Thank you all for your support. Suming Su exclaimed. Guo. This newcomer is quite formidable. Chen Qiao added, congratulations. Congratulations. Li Zifeng, Kaimding. The future king of the Chinese music scene. Huang Xiao remarked, truly formidable, I am in awe. Unlike previous occasions, today the entertainment industry rallied behind Zhong Hua, showering him with accolades. It was as if they had rehearsed this moment, ready to release congratulatory remarks as soon as Starry Sky Entertainment announced the sales figures. On one hand, Zhong Hua's remarkable sales had solidified his prowess. On the other hand, the explosive revelations from the previous night regarding the arrests of top-tier stars like Xie for tax evasion loomed large. In the entertainment industry, occasional tax discrepancies are not uncommon. Unless there is intent to deceive, most are overlooked if one self-corrects. However, the swiftness of this arrest left no room for defense, igniting rampant speculation. Could Zhong Hua's album release signal a shift in the industry? The implications were indeed chilling to contemplate. In such circumstances, it seems as though the entire entertainment industry is congratulating Zhong Hua on the remarkable success of his new album. One must wonder, when did my Zhong Hua become such a prominent figure? It is only natural for the diva Su Mingzhu to extend her congratulations, as they are both ambassadors for Huawei. But what about the others? It must certainly be Zhong Hua's talent that has captivated them. It is highly likely. The album Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales is truly exceptional. Every single song within it is remarkably melodious. Initially, I purchased the digital version priced at 88 yuan. Subsequently, I acquired the physical album for 188 yuan. I feel this album holds significant commemorative value. As for the pricing structure, Li Qiuyue and other artists have adopted 3 tiers. The 88 yuan option is purely digital, allowing for lifetime access upon a single purchase. The second tier, at 188 yuan, includes both digital and physical formats. Lastly, the premium tier, at 388 yuan, not only includes both versions, but also comes with 10 classic posters from Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. I have purchased all 3 versions. Tomorrow, the posters will arrive at my home, and I have already envisioned where to display them. Hearing you say that, I too must acquire all 3 versions. My Zhong Hua's debut album cannot possibly pale in comparison to those flashy, shallow artists. The competition among fans is, in fact, even fiercer. Their fierce desire to win leaves no room for their idols to be overshadowed by direct competitors. Under these various influences, Zhong Hua's debut album astonishingly surpassed 1 million in sales within just 24 hours. Such a remarkable achievement for a newcomer is beyond anyone's expectations. The following day, entertainment media headlines were dominated by Zhong Hua and his debut album Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Online, the trending topics were entirely monopolized by Zhong Hua. The first trending topic was Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, followed by Zhong Hua, the album's first day million sales, and finally, the title of the most formidable newcomer in history, Zhong Hua. Moreover, after a day of reflection, the high-quality title track Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales garnered acclaim from a majority of industry musicians, creating a harmonious balance between reputation and sales. Chapter 63. A Song of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales draws nations to pay homage. This song, masterfully interpreted by Zhong Hua, exudes a grandeur that stirs the blood. It has been a long time since the Chinese music scene has produced such a high-quality piece. This newcomer, Zhong Hua, is truly remarkable. I purchased the album the moment it was released and was profoundly moved after listening to it. This is undoubtedly a unique representation of a national style. Gathering the dragon scales from the world, how much hardship has forged the soul of our nation. One cannot help but acknowledge the stunning impact of this album brought forth by Zhong Hua. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales is a rare monumental work in the Chinese music industry, immersing listeners in its essence. It is indeed a splendid song. But Zhong Hua's adept vocal skills and crystal-clear voice were quite unexpected. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales is a song that saves the Chinese music scene. Zhong Hua is destined to become a new king in this realm. The song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales is undoubtedly exceptional, eliciting unanimous praise across the internet. With numerous professional musicians offering high accolades. How can I sing so well? Zhong Hua possesses a profound understanding of himself, although he has rapidly improved. His mastery of singing techniques is still somewhat lacking. You're just being praised, and you're not even happy about it. Seeing Zhong Hua's bewildered expression, Louis couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The individuals in the entertainment industry are genuinely intimidated. From Xiao Yibo and Huai Company to Xie and the entertainment company behind him. All those who intended to target Zhong Hua have faced repercussions from the powers that be. Those in the entertainment industry are astute, adept at reading the winds. They can clearly discern Zhong Hua's formidable background. At this moment, to refrain from praise would be akin to stubbornly criticizing him. Furthermore, the quality of Zhong Hua's album is genuinely exceptional, compounded by its staggering sales, marking him as a rising star. The Chinese music scene, which has been waning, has been revived in the public eye. It has been nearly a decade since the Chinese music industry has experienced such vibrancy. Only by expanding the entire market can everyone prosper. This truth is well understood by many. It is precisely under these circumstances that the sales of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales have soared, astonishingly reaching 4 million within just 3 days, shattering numerous historical records. However, the climax of events unfolded during the 7 p.m. news broadcast on CCTV. Recently, leaders from various nations, including the Peninsula and Taiwan, provided reasonable explanations regarding prior bilateral conflicts and expressed their desire to visit China for future peace and cooperation discussions. At this moment, the host slightly lifted her head with an air of pride and proclaimed a statement that invigorated the spirits of many. The song of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales draws nations to pay homage. It is important to note that the 7 p.m. news on CCTV, as a representative of mainstream media in China, holds significant authority and serves as a vital channel for external communication. Not only domestically, but there's also a large audience overseas that watches religiously each day. As this statement was made, it ignited the flames within everyone's hearts. It is well known that recent incursions by the American Air Force into Chinese airspace, coupled with the inaction of the Chinese Air Force, led many neighboring countries to perceive this great eastern nation as weakened, prompting numerous border conflicts. However, Mr. Hua's fiery response emerged, compelling the American F-22 fighters to capitulate, showcasing the profound depth of the Chinese military. Now, these ungrateful wolves have grown fearful, proactively mentioning their intent to visit China as a form of apology. A song of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales draws nations to pay homage. This proclamation is truly electrifying. My goodness, I am genuinely in awe. How did the CCTV host manage to deliver such a commanding statement in the gentlest of tones? The strength of our nation, while not yet at the pinnacle of the Han or Tang dynasties, is undeniably evident. These ungrateful wolves, once fawning over the Americans, are now bowing to China. Bah! The words uttered during the evening news undoubtedly serve as the greatest affirmation of the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Almost simultaneously, the melodious strains of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales began to resonate throughout the streets and alleys of China. Like a celestial melody, it awakened the long-dormant dragon veins of this land, stirring the ancient spirit of our nation once more. Nations paying homage is not merely a historical moment. It symbolizes the brilliance of prosperity and strength. At this juncture, it is clear to all that Zhong Hua's momentum has solidified. Riding this wave, Zhong Hua's Weibo followers surged at a visible pace. From 800,000 to 900,000, then to 1 million, until the count reached 5 million. Only then did the growth rate slightly diminish. At this moment, the comment section was as lively as a festive celebration. Each refresh brought forth countless new comments. Wow, my Zhong Hua is simply incredible. Calm down, everyone. Remain composed. Calm down. Nonsense. I could leap for joy right now. I wish to ask on behalf of my Zhong Hua, who truly rules the roost in the Chinese music scene. Debuting at the pinnacle, sweeping across the Chinese music scene. Who else could compare? Stargaze Entertainment, I implore you to be astute and promptly organize an offline meet and greet. Otherwise, Indeed, Stargaze Entertainment. Do not obstruct the historic encounter between us fans and our idol. Upon witnessing the comments from this fervent group of fans, Li Chiyue couldn't help but smile wryly, her gaze searching for Zhong Hua, who had already vanished without a trace. I wish I could, but alas, I am truly unable, she lamented. In this moment of utmost joy, the absence of Zhong Hua, the very centerpiece, left her feeling particularly helpless. Hello, I am Zhong Hua. Greetings. I am Xin. It is an immense honor to meet you. Xin, the former secretary of Jiangnan province, was about to assume the position of chairman at Quantum Group. Both being of the same rank, his transfer from an administrative role to a corporate position appeared, on the surface, as a demotion. However, upon learning of Quantum Group's true purpose, he unhesitatingly accepted the reassignment. At this moment, as he beheld Zhong Hua in person, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. She was remarkably youthful. He had also received detailed information from Lu Lao, understanding that, to a certain extent, Quantum Group was established to assist this young individual, Zhong Hua, in constructing a network of quantum computing centers nationwide. Xin recognized the hierarchy and did not underestimate Zhong Hua's youth. His demeanor was exceptionally humble. He had heard that Zhang Wenjun, who had been ousted from this position, was now undergoing dual regulation, transitioning from deputy to incarceration. Although corruption was a factor, this young individual was undeniably significant. The elder statesman at Guohai Academy held Zhong Hua in particularly high regard. Chapter 64. The establishment of Quantum Group. Mr. Hua's name resounds. In a fortnight, the sales of Heaven and Earth Dragon scales surpassed 10 million, successfully achieving platinum album status. However, this remarkable accomplishment was overshadowed by a press conference that seized all the limelight. In accordance with the decision of Guohai Academy, the 99th state-owned enterprise, Quantum Group, is established, with the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission representing the investor's role. Former Secretary of Jiangnan Province, Xin, will serve as chairman. The unique mechanism of Huagwood dictates that each state-owned enterprise embodies a significant national policy. Moreover, the term quantum evokes a plethora of associations. Thus, at this moment, the entire world was focused on this press conference. However, it wasn't until the audience realized that Lu Lao was the host of the conference that they recognized they had underestimated the significance of this newly established state-owned enterprise. The initial funding for Quantum Group amounted to 19 trillion, with plans to construct 15 quantum computing centers nationwide, anticipated to be completed within a year. As Lu Lao calmly announced the details, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Quantum computing, what a niche term. How had Huagwa suddenly made such advancements? Lu Lao, may I inquire if this is indeed the quantum computing we understand? A reporter from Xinhua News, suppressing their excitement, stood up promptly. It should be. It was evident that Lu Lao was in high spirits, his face adorned with a continuous smile. Once the 15 quantum computing centers were established, they would be fully accessible to the public. Any individual or organization in need could gain access upon approval. Lu Lao's subsequent remarks ignited the atmosphere entirely, particularly among Huagwa's journalists, who, disregarding decorum, leaped up in exuberance. Quantum computing is at the forefront of cutting-edge technology, with nations worldwide engaged in its research. Yet, to date, even the mightiest nation, the United States, has made little progress. Yet now, Huagwa had quietly succeeded in its research. When had the nation's scientific prowess grown to such heights? Unlike Huagwa's reporters, journalists from other factions turned pale, blatantly disregarding the decorum of the press conference, hastily relaying this astonishing news to domestic agencies. The advent of quantum computing signifies humanity's first attempt to actively manipulate the quantum realm for information processing. It represents not merely a technological leap, but potentially a catalyst for civilizational advancement. In this era, quantum computing is akin to the steam engine igniting the first industrial revolution. However, many foreign journalists felt disheartened, as it appeared this time the harbinger of industrial revolution was an Eastern power. At that moment, a reporter from the Associated Press stood up proudly, his expression hostile as he questioned Lu Lao. Lu Lao, given Huagwa's technological capabilities, we find it hard to believe you have genuinely developed quantum computing. I am beginning to seriously suspect you are disseminating false information, akin to the Star Wars initiative of your. The reporter's words sent a ripple of commotion through the crowd. During the fierce rivalry between the two nations, the United States had devised the Star Wars program in an effort to undermine the Soviet Union, ultimately emerging victorious due to its superior economic strength. Now it seemed, Huagwa's purported quantum computing was fraught with uncertainties. The world's most distinguished scientists resided in the United States, and its most authoritative research institutions were also there. The United States had barely scratched the surface of quantum computing, making no progress in nearly a decade. Moreover, Huagwa's scientific capabilities had always lagged behind those of the United States. Upon reflection, a certain oddity emerged. Not just foreign journalists, But even Hua's own reporters felt a twinge of anxiety. They couldn't help but question whether this was merely a smokescreen set up by the state. In that moment, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Lao with skepticism. Ha ha ha, this reporter's inquiry is indeed representative. It is true that Hua's scientific prowess cannot compare to that of the United States. I acknowledge this reality. Of course, belief or disbelief rests with you. Additionally, Lu Lao paused momentarily, observing the growing impatience in the crowd before continuing. The inventor of quantum computing is someone I believe you all should be quite familiar with, particularly this friend from the Associated Press. Familiar? The AP reporter scoffed, dismissing the notion that any renowned scientist could possibly hail from Huagua. Could it be him? A reporter from the Agence France Presse suddenly recalled the name, exclaiming in astonishment. Him? Which him? The AP journalist regarded the Agence France Presse's astonishment with disdain, asserting that the Gallic rooster had long been reduced to a mere hen after World War II and, under the machinations of the United States, might soon transform into a black hen. Feeling the contempt from the AP reporter, the Agence France Presse journalist pointed to the sky with ill intent. What do you mean? As the AP reporter seemed intent on inciting a public altercation, the Agence France Presse journalist no longer afforded him any dignity. Have you forgotten the incident with your F-22s surrendering? Huh. The AP reporter's face flushed with rage, prompting laughter to erupt from the crowd. This slap was a resounding hit to the face. The Agence France Presse journalist disregarded the enraged AP reporter and solemnly turned to Lu Lao. Lu Lao, may I ask if it was Mr. Hua who invented quantum computing? There is no shortage of brilliant minds in this world. Indeed, the inventor of quantum computing is none other than our esteemed scientist, Mr. Hua. Lao Lu candidly acknowledged the situation, having firmly resolved within his heart to conduct a thorough re-evaluation of everyone who had come into contact with Zhong Hua. He would discreetly bolster Zhong Hua's defenses, ensuring his absolute safety. Is it truly Mr. Hua? I surmised as much. How could our nation ever jest about such matters? Mr. Hua is indeed remarkable, having not only invented wireless charging technology and the Fury fighter, but also having developed quantum computing. Our nation, blessed with Mr. Hua, is destined for prosperity and ascendance. In stark contrast to the journalists from our country, the foreign reporters present appeared ashen-faced. Their heroes have become our foes. This Mr. Hua poses an immense threat to them. If possible, a flicker of murderous intent flashed across the Associated Press reporter's eyes. This Mr. Hua must be eliminated. Concurrently, government agencies worldwide convened an urgent meeting. In the United States, Secretary Obana's visage twisted into a grimace, shedding any semblance of the genteel demeanor perceived by the outside world. Who exactly is this Mr. Hua? What is the intelligence department doing? You have 3 days. I expect you to uncover Mr. Hua's true identity within this time frame, or else. Chapter 65. The American Conspiracy and the Temptation of the Nobel Prize. Mr. President, I have a suggestion. Quantum computing is a scientific technology that far surpasses anything currently known in the world, propelling human society forward. As its inventor, Mr. Hua rightfully deserves greater accolades. I believe he should be awarded this year's Nobel Prize. The Secretary of State's words plunged Obana into an uncontrollable fury. Fuck, I will not agree. What qualifications does a citizen of Hua Nation possess to receive the Nobel Prize? Our course of action should be elimination, physically eradicating such a threat. Mr. President, please set aside your biases and render an honest assessment of Mr. Hua. The greatest inventor of our time could rival 3 divisions of the U.S. military. The more one stands in opposition, the more one can grasp the terror that Mr. Hua embodies. His continuous succession of inventions eclipses the current technological landscape, all originating from scientifically lagging Hua Nation. Obana dared not entertain the thought that this Mr. Hua might still possess undisclosed inventions. The President's reasoning is quite sound. For someone of such significance, Hua Nation will undoubtedly safeguard his personal information closely. Determining Mr. Hua's true identity is exceedingly challenging for us. Even if we were to ascertain his identity, what means would our personnel have to physically eliminate him on Hua Nation soil? Let's not forget, Hua Nation is a veritable hell for mercenaries. The U.S. Secretary of State paused momentarily, observing Obana deep in thought before speaking again. We must extend the utmost respect to such a scientist. No human can escape the allure of fame and fortune. The Nobel Prize holds a magnetic appeal for scientists, of which I trust all present are aware. Should Mr. Hua become intrigued and choose to leave Hua Nation, I am confident that our government can present him with an offer too enticing to refuse. If he desires money, we shall provide it. If he seeks prestige, we shall grant it. If he yearns for status, we shall bestow it. Indeed, A talent of Mr. Hua's caliber should not languish in Hua Nation's technological wasteland. Only in the United States, in a land of freedom, can he fully unleash his potential. Moreover, if the Hua government obstructs Mr. Hua's path to the Nobel Prize, their relationship will undoubtedly deteriorate. Immediately contact the Nobel Committee and compel them to extend a formal invitation to Mr. Hua of Hua Nation. In Western nations, the so-called justice and fairness often carry inherent value. For instance, the Nobel Prize serves as a government tool to attract talent. As for independence, that notion is but a farce under the shadow of U.S. governmental threats. The following day, the Nobel Committee issued an announcement through various media outlets, declaring that Mr. Hua of Hua Nation had been awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. Upon the dissemination of this news domestically, it sparked nationwide fervor. While it is true that a citizen of Hua Nation had previously received the Nobel Prize in Physics, that achievement was attained in the United States, leading many to harbor lingering insecurities about whether a world-class scientist could emerge from Hua's scientific landscape. However, this time is markedly different. All of Mr. Hua's accomplishments have transpired on Hua's soil. How could they not be exhilarated? Could it be true? Are we truly about to have a Nobel Prize laureate in physics emerge from Hua Nation? With the invention of quantum computing, is a Nobel Prize not well within reach? Can anyone knowledgeable explain what quantum computing entails? Yes. I know it's advanced, but I don't fully comprehend it. As a professor in the physics department at Qingbei University, allow me to briefly elucidate quantum computing. Unlike conventional supercomputers, quantum computing enables humanity to actively manipulate the quantum realm to process relevant information. This represents a technological leap and is a monumental invention. The advent of quantum computing has opened a gateway to a new era for Hua Nation. To illustrate, certain complex simulations of enormous molecules and optimization tasks that would require an eternity on classical supercomputers may be solved in mere minutes or seconds with quantum computing. I can make a bold prediction. Once the quantum computing center is established, domestic scientific research will experience an explosive surge. Various industries will soon enter an accelerated phase of development. The once gaping chasm between Hua Nation and the United States will swiftly close. As a researcher, I am profoundly in awe of Mr. Hua. The emergence of quantum computing has rendered this era all the more splendid. Goodness, this individual is indeed a heavyweight, the esteemed Professor Wang Yi of Qingbei Physics. This gathering is a national celebration, igniting excitement not only among ordinary netizens, but also compelling numerous academic luminaries to share their insights on the transformative impact of quantum computing. Mr. Hua's renown is unparalleled in Hua Nation. Zhong Hua, what are your thoughts? Within the Guohai Institute, Lao Lu gazed at Zhong Hua with paternal admiration, unable to conceal his appreciation. This child grows increasingly endearing with each glance. What is it? Zhong Hua, puzzled, looked up and blinked. It concerns the Nobel Prize. At your age, to attain such an honor is unprecedented and will surely be recorded in history. I want to attend. I cannot afford to lose face. Zhong Hua immediately shook his head, dismissing the Nobel Prize as though it held no significance for him. Lose face? How could you lose face? Others may not understand. But you, Lao Lu, should be well aware. Whether it be wireless charging technology, the Fury Fighter, or quantum computing, none of these were solely my own innovations. They were all acquired through system cheating and exchanges. They are not my achievements, and I truly cannot bring myself to accept such an award. Moreover, I have faith that one day, through my own efforts, I will earn a Nobel Prize. The youthful visage sparkled with confidence, emanating a radiant glow. Seeing this, Elder Lu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This child possesses great ambition. Even without a system, he believes that Zhong Hua can become an exceptional scientist. Very well, given this, we shall proceed with our plans. We must prevent certain nations from casting their covetous eyes upon you. Who is thinking of me? Gazing at Zhong Hua's bewildered expression, Elder Lu could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle. That very evening, at 7 o'clock on CCTV's Evening News, the National Oceanic Institute, through this medium, respectfully declined the Nobel Committee's invitation on behalf of Mr. Hua, thereby shattering the American schemer's ambitions. Chapter 66, Weibo Crippled, Mr. Hua's Weibo Debut. Upon realizing that Hua Guo had seen through his machinations, Obama promptly activated his contingency plan. The very next day, during a media interview, he openly urged that certain nations should not obstruct outstanding scientists from receiving the honors they rightfully deserve. During the interview, he even uttered enticing words, suggesting that if necessary, The American government could take measures to assist certain distinguished scientists in avoiding political sabotage, although Obama refrained from naming specific countries or scientists. Given the recent turmoil within the academic community, it was clear to all that his insinuations were directed at Mr. Hua of Huagua. The United States, being a nation of immigrants, has historically lured elite individuals from other countries with generous treatment, much like vampires drawing sustenance. The American populace did not oppose Obama's public recruitment of Mr. Hua. Rather, they fervently extolled the myriad privileges afforded by the land of freedom. Particularly, those who had flourished in the U.S. were vociferously promoting its liberating atmosphere. In truth, talents like Mr. Hua could only fully realize their potential in the United States, while the backward and ignorant Huagua would only stifle him. Mr. Hua, trust me, the United States is undoubtedly superior to Huagua. It is the true land of freedom. Many expressed relief at having escaped Huagua to embrace the genuine air of liberty in the U.S. In the face of these traitorous clamors and the government's attempts to sow discord, the people of Huagua were deeply concerned that Mr. Hua might develop a rift with his homeland. Mr. Hua, please do not heed the words of these traitors. Their treachery is utterly despicable. The nation must respect Mr. Hua and not disappoint a national hero. His contributions are extraordinary, and he deserves all the accolades he can receive. However, the prevailing ethos in Huagua is indeed troubling. Why should celebrities in the entertainment industry command such exorbitant salaries? A paragon of virtue like Mr. Hua should rightfully earn even more. It must be said that this surge in attention has greatly benefited internet platforms, particularly Weibo, which has been experiencing a mix of joy and anguish during these days. As traffic soared, to ensure server stability, all technical personnel canceled their leave, remaining on standby around the clock. However, that very evening, a newly created account caught the attention of the back-end staff. Mr. Chow, you need to come here quickly. You expect me, a mere employee, to drop everything? What about my boss's dignity? As Chow Wei maintained his authoritative stance, the back-end staff's remark nearly caused him to leap from his seat. Mr. Gao, this account has been verified as belonging to Mr. Hua, the inventor of wireless charging technology, the Fury Fighter, and quantum computing. Get out of my way. Gao Wei, defying his age, rushed to the computer, staring in disbelief at the shimmering verification badge. Was this real, or was someone playing a prank? Chow Wei felt utterly bewildered. Currently, the most talked-about figure on the entire internet was this enigmatic yet accomplished scientist. Especially in recent days, 70% of the discussions revolved around him. Mr. Gao, what should we do? If this is genuine, what if it's a hoax? Can Weibo withstand the wrath of the netizens? Exactly. Given Mr. Hua's status domestically, if we authenticate incorrectly, the consequences would be dire. But what if it is true? We can't just leave it hanging. I believe it to be true. No one would dare impersonate Mr. Hua given his position. Just as Chow Wei found himself in this predicament, he received a mysterious phone call. Rest assured, no one in Huagua would dare impersonate Mr. Hua. Who are you? National Oceanic Institute, Secretariat. Chow Wei's demeanor shifted dramatically. He straightened his posture, displaying utmost respect. Understood. After solemnly placing the phone down, he diligently repeated the number in his mind until it was committed to memory. Authenticate it right away. This could be our chance for Weibo to soar. With Mr. Hua's immense standing in the country, the impact of his Weibo activation would be monumental. A thought that left Chow Wei in awe. Quickly activate all backup servers. Regardless of the cost, procure 10 more sets. With each of Chow Wei's fervent commands, the Weibo headquarters buzzed with excitement. At precisely 8 o'clock in Huagua, the internet was at its peak activity. Having feasted and quenched their thirst, many indulged in scrolling through Weibo as a habitual pastime. Particularly in recent days, discussion surrounding Mr. Hua fostered a strong sense of engagement among the populace, as it resonated deeply with their lives. The prosperity of a nation directly correlates with the well-being of its citizens. With Mr. Hua's emergence, not only has he designed the Fury Fighter to safeguard national airspace, but the advent of wireless charging technology has made daily life more convenient. And quantum computing has bolstered the nation's foundational research capabilities. Everyone comprehended Mr. Hua's significance to Huagua. Regarding the comments made by American President Obama about Mr. Hua, many felt he was too conservative. After all, one quantum computer holds more value than 3 divisions of troops. Upon opening Weibo, today's netizens were nearly blinded by the dazzling array of notifications. They could not help but grumble about Weibo's treatment of its users. Surely, another celebrity from the entertainment industry must have joined the platform. Yet, even the most popular stars had never shone as brightly for such an extended period. Upon seeing the glimmering name, Many rubbed their eyes and then erupted into screams. Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua has joined Weibo. At Weibo headquarters, Chao Wei abandoned all pretenses of authority, leaning over the computer, fixated on the live data. Oh no, Mr. Chao, the servers are about to collapse. Amidst the technicians' frantic cries, the Weibo server ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming influx of traffic. Despite Chao Wei's meticulous preparations, he had grossly underestimated Mr. Hua's stature within Huagua. Upon learning that Mr. Hua had indeed joined Weibo, even those who typically eschewed the platform, along with older generations who rarely ventured online, were compelled to log in to catch a glimpse of the greatest scientist in the history of Huagua. The Weibo servers were utterly incapable of handling such an unprecedented surge, leading to their inevitable collapse. Chapter 67, The Ill-Fated Naval Officer and the Army Day Gala. For a full 5 minutes, amidst the cacophony of countless online denunciations, Weibo activated its backup servers and finally resumed normal operations. Mr. Hua, having just completed the verification process for his Weibo account, witnessed an instantaneous surge in his follower count to a staggering 50 million, a number that continued to escalate at a frenzied pace. Mr. Chao, this growth is simply astonishing. Even the former kings of the entertainment industry from Hong Kong and Taiwan never experienced such terrifying figures. Chao Wei let out a cold snort. With Mr. Hua's current stature, he was beyond comparison with any ordinary celebrity. At that moment, Zhong Hua, present at the National Sea Institute, gazed enviously at the terrifying number of Mr. Hua's followers, realizing that his own following barely crossed 2 million. Yet his envy was not born of vanity, but rather a calculation of the emotional value that Mr. Hua's vast audience could yield, enough for him to indulge extensively in the black technology system. Old Liu, perceptive to Zhong Hua's musings, affectionately patted his shoulder. Zhong Hua, one must take life one step at a time. Some matters cannot be rushed. Your safety is paramount. As long as you remain secure, our nation holds hope. The current situation is perilous for you, especially with the influx of unfamiliar faces in the country. Our investigations suggest they are foreign agents, all probing for information on Mr. Hua. To ensure your personal safety, we have conducted a stringent vetting of those around you and bolstered security measures. You are, after all, the greatest threat to the United States. Should they fail to lure you with the Nobel Prize, they may resort to extreme measures. Remember this, in the face of danger, your life must come first. If possible, reduce your appearances in public settings for the time being. Old Liu, let us not forget I'm a celebrity. Zhong Hua replied, somewhat helplessly. The concepts of celebrity and low profile are destined to be at odds. In a few days, it's Army Day, and I've received an invitation from General Qin Tian. Surely, I cannot decline. Of course, you may attend, Old Liu replied, taken aback before breaking into a smile. Without a doubt, the safest country in the world is Hua country. And within Hua country, the safest place is undoubtedly the military. Even if the Americans were to uncover your identity, they would think twice before making a move within the army. Zhong Hua, one day, everyone will know you're Mr. Hua, and I believe that day is not far off. Zhong Hua nodded vigorously. He had always firmly believed this. On August 1st, Army Day, unlike previous years, this year's celebration was scaled up significantly at the insistence of Air Force General Qin Tian, who even organized a grand gala. The event featured numerous renowned veteran artists and, breaking from tradition, invited several stars and singers from the entertainment industry. To enhance the gala's impact, under General Qin Tian's insistence, CCTV, one would broadcast the entire event live. I say, Old Qin, you really are something else. Naval General Guan Qiangjun remarked, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface as he observed Qin Tian's smug expression. Was it just the victory over the F-22 with the Fury fighter that makes you so proud? Historically, the Navy and Air Force had shared a bond of hardship, their visibility overshadowed by the Army's dominance. Yet this year, the Air Force seemed to have struck gold with Mr. Hua's sudden emergence and the design of the Fury fighter stealing the limelight for Qin Tian. What's the matter? Not satisfied? I'm indeed proud. Qin Tian's mood was particularly buoyant, especially as he reveled in Guan Qiangjun's palpable frustration, his laughter deepening the lines on his face. Humph, be as boastful as you wish. Guan Qiangjun felt a deep sense of grievance. The Navy of Hua country was indeed in dire straits. To this day, they lacked even a single aircraft carrier, unable to compare even with small nations like the Korean Peninsula. Many netizens humorously claimed that the naval forces were akin to the Coast Guard of Hua country. Old Qin, come have a smoke. As Guan Qiangjun suddenly shifted his demeanor, Qin Tian cautiously accepted the cigarette. What's on your mind? Qin Tian discerned Guan Qiangjun's underlying thoughts immediately and shot him a meaningful glance. Who exactly is this Mr. Hua? Guan Qiangyuan, despite his military loyalty, was keenly curious. Qin Tian, seeing Guan Qiangyuan's anxious expression, couldn't help but chuckle internally. Mr. Hua is exceptionally talented. His contributions to the nation are immense. Wireless charging technology, the Fury Fighter, and quantum computing. Old Qin, can you please get to the point? Guan Qiangyuan snapped, realizing that Qin Tian had divulged no useful information. Patience. I haven't finished yet. Mr. Hua will be present at the gala today. What? Guan Qiangyuan sprang to his feet, scanning the room with keen eyes, yet found nothing. Is that true? Aside from military personnel, the gala only features veteran singers and those entertainment stars. Old Qin, do not toy with me. Observing Guan Qiangyuan's bewilderment, Qin Tian felt a surge of admiration for the elders at the National Sea Institute. Who would have thought that introducing Zhong Hua to the entertainment industry to garner emotional value would prove to be such a brilliant strategy? Old Guan, why would I deceive you? Mr. Hua is indeed here today. Still skeptical, Guan Qiangyuan hesitantly looked at Qin Tian. General Qin, could you possibly introduce me to Mr. Hua later? Ah, but that is a state secret. Qin Tian teased. 1 bottle of 20-year Matai, the Fury Fighter. 2 bottles of 20-year Matai. Mr. Hua is a prodigy. 3 bottles. If you're unwilling, then so be it. 3 bottles it is. After the gala, I shall take you to him. You will surely be astonished. Chapter 68. The appointment of a major and the revision of the family tree. Must we wait until the gala concludes? Guan Qiangyuan could hardly contain his eagerness, wishing to meet the illustrious Mr. Hua at that very moment. Calm down. Mr. Hua is quite busy, you know. Right, my apologies. Time is of the essence for a scientist of Mr. Hua's caliber. Despite his words, Guan Qiangyuan could no longer sit still, his eyes darting around the gala, scanning fervently. He pondered incessantly, wondering who among them was Mr. Hua. To his utter astonishment, Mr. Hua turned out to be a star of the evening's gala. Qin Tian, having invested considerable effort into the program's arrangement, was acutely aware that Zhong Hua, being a newcomer in the entertainment industry, needed to strike a balance, neither too conspicuous nor too mediocre. To address this dilemma, he sought counsel from Liu Yijin and ultimately devised what he believed to be the most prudent plan. Now, let us welcome Zhong Hua to perform the Peace Heaven and Earth Dragon scales. This song should be quite familiar to everyone, especially to our esteemed Air Force brothers in attendance. Under the host's intentional encouragement, the atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement, particularly as the Air Force contingent showered Zhong Hua with fervent applause. Zhong Hua, Heaven and Earth Dragon scales. Zhong Hua, Heaven and Earth Dragon scales. In stark contrast to past years, the Air Force, which had previously been overshadowed, now basked in the limelight, momentarily eclipsing their older sibling, the Army. Their gratitude was directed towards 2 individuals. Mr. Hua, who had allowed the Air Force to stand tall with his design of the Fury Fighter, which astonishingly outperformed the F-22, sending shockwaves around the globe, and Zhong Hua, whose grand rendition of Heaven and Earth Dragon scales had swiftly become the Air Force's anthem. With a long-standing tradition of reciprocity, the military of Hua Nation spared no effort in offering the most enthusiastic applause to welcome Zhong Hua. This display of admiration left many stars in attendance feeling envious, as their own entrances had been met with a more subdued, albeit polite, response. However, amidst the current applause, they discerned a genuine warmth, as if the audience had embraced Zhong Hua as one of their own. The disparity was palpable. Zhong Hua, despite being a newcomer, boasted a formidable background and enviably fortuitous circumstances. Old Guan, step aside. What do you think you're doing? I'm going on stage. You? To sing? With that broken voice of yours? Guan Qiangyuan, perplexed, watched as General Qin Tian strode out with an air of self-satisfaction. At that moment, under the gaze of a captivated audience, Zhong Hua ascended the stage in a stunning blue Air Force uniform, exuding an impressive stature and vigor. His unparalleled good looks momentarily left everyone in awe. Is that Zhong Hua? Goodness, he looks astonishingly handsome, radiant and full of spirit. Could it be that he truly hails from the military? His demeanor is simply extraordinary. Not only the soldiers present, but also the viewers at home were spellbound. Indeed, for women, military attire is an irresistible allure, and Zhong Hua's charisma perfectly complemented his uniform. Wow, I strongly demand that Zhong Hua star in a military drama. I need nothing else, just one episode for each military outfit. This captivating aura was overwhelming, stirring emotions that were hard to suppress. Amusedly, someone remarked, I was just trying to enjoy some leisure time watching the gala, and my cold-hearted supervisor actually smiled at the sight of Zhong Hua. Incredible. Even the most indifferent woman would crack a smile at Zhong Hua's visage. Who understands? I just turned on the television and was instantly showered with the thrill of Zhong Hua's performance. It must be acknowledged that Zhong Hua indeed possessed the essence of a soldier, embodying both scholarly grace and an inexplicable confidence. Clad in his military attire, he single-handedly elevated the gala's viewership ratings, capturing the attention of industry magnates who now contemplated investing heavily in a script. As comments suggested, even if Zhong Hua's acting were lacking, the sheer spectacle of him changing uniforms each episode would likely recoup the costs. However, the host's next announcement swiftly quelled any frivolous thoughts among the audience. In recognition of Comrade Zhong Hua's profound connection with the Air Force of Hua Nation, and with the approval of the military commission, he is hereby awarded the rank of Major. What? Is this for real? Is this some kind of joke? Just for a song? He is being inducted? A major at such a young age? Is this truly happening? The incredulity was palpable. When Air Force General Qin Tian appeared on stage with a broad smile, it dispelled all doubts, envy, and confusion. The presence of a general personally bestowing a rank upon a mere major was a testament to Zhong Hua's significance. The Air Force was clearly rallying behind him. In Sioux City, Sanxiao Town, Zhong Jianjun could hardly suppress his joy as he awaited the broadcast. Eagerly, he reached for his phone. Mr. Li, it's old Zhong. I can't drink today. I'm at home watching the gala. Yes, the CCTV Military Day Gala. My son Zhong Hua, for some reason, has been awarded the rank of Major. It's airing right now. Mr. Wang, it's old Zhong. My son Zhong Hua, Major rank. What? You're watching it too? Mr. Chun, Mr. He, after contacting nearly everyone. Zhong Jianjun reluctantly set down his phone. Why are you showing off? Jiang Qin wore a proud smile. Her son had brought her immense pride, though she felt Zhong Jianjun's exuberance was somewhat excessive. What's the fuss? Tomorrow, let us hire a chef to prepare a grand feast right at our doorstep for 3 days. I'm just so happy. At that moment, Zhong Jianjun's uncle entered, beaming with joy. Jianjun, your son Zhong Hua has truly made a name for himself. Of course, just look at whose blood runs through him. Regarding what you mentioned a few days ago, I've given it some thought. Our ancestral home does indeed need a bit of renovation. It's high time we update the family lineage records. Uncle, you are wise. As for the funds for the renovation, the villagers of Didu will contribute. The remaining amount will be shared among us. With a talent like Zhong Hua, it is a family honor. Many relatives were eager to restore the ancestral home to bask in Zhong Hua's glory. Regrettably, Zhong Jianjun was not one to take advantage of others. He pounded his chest fervently. There's no need for such trouble. I will cover all expenses myself. Chapter 69, A Chorus of Thousands, The Awakening Eastern Dragon. As the national anthem resonated, Air Force General Qin Tian personally adorned Zhong Hua with the insignia. From that moment forth, Zhong Hua became a proud major of the Air Force. General Qin Tian, I am truly overwhelmed. I've regretted not joining the military for 3 years. I would regret it for a lifetime had I not served. Every boy in Hua Nation harbors a dream of serving in the military, and Zhong Hua is no exception. Had he not excelled academically to enter university, he would likely be in the armed forces right now, with his dreams realized. The insignia on his shoulder felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, further instilling in him a sense of responsibility. This is what you rightfully deserve. The granting of rank to Zhong Hua was not a mere whim of General Qin Tian. It was the result of prolonged contemplation and discussions with several esteemed elders from the National Defense Academy. Even Qin Tian believed that the major rank was somewhat a modest recognition of Zhong Hua's contributions. A single Fury fighter had salvaged the waning morale of the Air Force, a feat that even Qin Tian could not surpass. Moreover, Qin Tian harbored a subtle ambition within his heart. Sooner or later, Zhong Hua's true identity would be unveiled. When that time came, possessing a cutting-edge technological system, he would undoubtedly become a coveted figure. By securing Zhong Hua aboard this military aircraft, he could claim him as an ally, ensuring that he would not merely stand by as his family endured hardships. Not to mention, if Guan Qiangjuan, that old rascal, were to discover Zhong Hua's true identity, Qin Tian was convinced he would not hesitate to bestow upon him the rank of a major general. Unlike the Air Force, which had recently debuted a new generation of Fury fighter jets, the Navy seemed to lag behind, barely keeping pace with the maritime law enforcement of other nations. The poorer one is, the bolder one becomes. As the conferral ceremony concluded, a subtle shift in atmosphere enveloped the venue, particularly among the military personnel in attendance. Their initial aloofness towards Zhong Hua transformed into a warmth and familiarity. The reason was clear. Following his promotion, Zhong Hua had subconsciously been embraced as one of their own by these admirable individuals. With all matters settled, as General Qin Tian departed, the stage was once again entrusted to Zhong Hua. Beneath the spotlight, clad in military uniform and adorned with insignia, Zhong Hua radiated a vigorous spirit, reminiscent of the flourishing nation itself. Ordinarily, one would expect him to deliver an impassioned speech to galvanize the audience. However, as a man of science and engineering, he preferred to let his actions speak for him. In response to the resounding cheers, he solemnly bowed and commenced his performance. As the grand overture of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales resonated, the audience was instantly enveloped by the beauty of traditional culture. The deep thrum of the drums, the elegance of the guqin, the brilliance of the pipa, and the crisp vivacity of the bamboo flute all contributed to a richly layered interpretation of the piece. This land I inscribe, with the blood of my nation spanning thousands of miles. 6 centuries have passed. Today, Zhong Hua was thoroughly moved by the ambience, and when he began to sing, his clear and pristine voice conveyed profound emotion. In an instant, many felt as if they had been transported back to a golden age, a testament to the enduring history of the Huagua civilization over 5 millennia. Given the popularity of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, many had already heard the song and even set it to repeat. Yet, for reasons unknown, experiencing it live today was an entirely different revelation. Perhaps, when listening alone, one focuses on the song's melodious charm. But now, they found themselves deeply touched by the resounding lyrics themselves. Each scale a heart, believing in the greatness born from the small. With our nation's destiny raised high, we shall rise again. Particularly among the soldiers present, many felt a swell of emotion, their eyes misting as they instinctively joined in a powerful chorus. One voice, 10 voices, 100 voices, culminating in a grand collective hymn. As countless voices united under Zhong Hua's lead, they emanated a steadfast conviction, akin to a mighty dragon roaring, heralding the awakening of the Eastern Dragon. Zhong Hua was indeed a prodigy destined for grand stages. Su Mingzhu, observing the other male singers beside her still grappling with their pride, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. To have been born in the same era as Zhong Hua was truly their misfortune. His unparalleled talent, coupled with such emotional resonance, rendered him almost monstrous, leaving little hope for others to catch up. The Mandarin music scene was set to shine once more, thanks to Zhong Hua. However, this brilliance meant that he would inevitably eclipse the radiance of all his contemporaries. At that moment, Su Mingzhu felt immensely grateful for her friendship with Zhong Hua, which spared her from being overshadowed by his brilliance. My goodness, this gave me goosebumps. In just a few days, it felt as though Zhong Hua's vocal prowess had reached new heights. Frankly, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales was a slap in the face to everyone in the Mandarin music industry. As musicians, there should be a sense of responsibility to serve as a benchmark and bridge for cultural exchange. On a smaller scale, one should strive to create meaningful works that resonate with people. It is not that I oppose themes of love. I merely hope Zhong Hua will continue to present such songs. Moreover, as an aging veteran of the industry, I hereby declare that from this day forward, I am a fan of Zhong Hua. I have finally grasped the truth that tradition is indeed the finest. Listening to this piece of traditional music, the ancient genes seem to tremble. Now, some are using Zhong Hua to film an MV in an ancient palace. I must ask, is this song not worthy of such a setting? With its rich historical resonance, where else could one possibly film it? Look in my eyes, tell me why. Why do you answer me so loudly? This is a song destined for grand occasions. Alone, one might appreciate its beautiful melody. Yet, after experiencing it live, particularly during the chorus, I was instantly overcome with goosebumps. As a student from Tsinghua University, I strongly recommend that this year's graduation song be Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Students from Harbin Institute of Technology concur. This song is simply too exhilarating. The same goes for students from Xi'an University of Science and Technology. Without this song, something feels amiss. Wow, this year's graduation season is bound to be lively. Imagine universities across the nation singing Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, inspiring graduates to strive for their country. I have a premonition that following Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, there will be a surge of so-called national-style songs emerging in the country. I can already envision it. I only hope that the door opened by Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales for national-style songs will not be forcefully shut again. As the final notes faded, a profound silence enveloped the venue. In that instant, everyone rose in unison, offering the most fervent applause to express their gratitude to Zhong Hua for the auditory feast he had provided. This was a romance uniquely belonging to the Huagua people. Chapter 70, The Invitation from the Admiral. Zhong Hua, Zhong Hua, Zhong Hua. One more song. Zhong Hua, continue. The performance of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales resonated with the hearts of all Hua's children. The resounding cheers served as the highest commendation for Zhong Hua's heartfelt rendition. The viewership ratings for CCTV's Channel 1 reached a staggering 41 at that moment, an unprecedented figure, surpassing even the National Spring Festival Gala. Upon returning to the guest area, every face radiated warmth, adorned with the friendliest smiles, extending hands filled with sincerity. Zhong, you must be tired. Please have a seat. Zhong Hua, that was wonderful. Zhong Hua, excellent, excellent. Zhong Hua was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, this group bore an air of aloofness, their haughty expressions devoid of any smiles. Now, they seem to have transformed entirely. Thank you. As a cultured man of science and engineering, Zhong Hua chose not to dwell on their previous demeanor. With an official smile, he shook hands with them, maintaining a polite yet somewhat distant demeanor. The stars gazed at Zhong Hua's insignia with envious eyes, recognizing it as a symbol of status, a testament to his invincibility in the entertainment realm. As long as he refrained from any egregious missteps, this insignia would safeguard him throughout his life. This newcomer not only had a formidable background, but also seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Merely for a single song, he had garnered the admiration of an Air Force general. Zhong Hua remained utterly indifferent to the envy and jealousy concealed beneath the smiles of those around him, in the face of absolute prowess. There was no need to fear anything. However, when confronted with the other spokesperson for Huayao No. 1, Su Mingzhu, a genuine smile instantly illuminated Zhong Hua's face. This songstress, who had provided him with considerable support at the onset of his career, was the only friend he acknowledged within the industry. Sister Mingzhu, I sang quite well, didn't I? In that moment, Zhong Hua's demeanor was somewhat prideful, akin to a student eager to showcase their achievements after a successful performance. Whether you sang well or not is already evident from the stark contrast in reactions from that group just now. Their opinions are inconsequential. The recognition from friends holds true significance for me. As Zhong Hua uttered those words, Su Mingzhu's assistant, Xiao Huang, nearly leapt with joy. Their boss had truly demonstrated remarkable discernment. Since you consider me a friend, I shall speak candidly, she said. Go on. Upon seeing the nervous glint in Zhong Hua's eyes, Su Mingzhu could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing against his shoulder in laughter. When you are at your worst, the world is filled with adversaries. When you shine, everyone around you appears benevolent. That group, adept at shifting allegiances, has already revealed their true colors through their insincere cordiality. At this point, a flicker of envy crossed Su Mingzhu's gaze as she looked at the young man before her. Your performance of Tian Di Long Lin today has firmly established your place in the Chinese music scene. From this day forth, you are no longer the newcomer Zhong Hua, but rather the renowned singer Zhong Hua. Su Mingzhu felt a sense of disorientation. The evening's events felt like a grand spectacle, with every individual present, including the guest performers, the soldiers in the audience, and even Air Force General Qin Tian, serving to highlight Zhong Hua. Yet, she quickly dismissed such an absurd notion. It was utterly implausible that even Zhong Hua's substantial background could compel a national general to cooperate with him. One could only conclude that Zhong Hua's fortune was remarkably fortuitous. The group of actresses nearby, observing Su Mingzhu's animated exchange with Zhong Hua, felt a pang of jealousy as if they might burst into tears. Had I known sooner. It is far too late for regrets. To celebrate your success today, I shall treat you to dinner after the show, she offered. No, let me take you out. Sister Mingzhu, I feel quite guilty for having stood you up at the last concert in Zhonghai. As long as you know it, Su Mingzhu had few friends in the industry, largely due to her aloof personality, which created a sense of distance. However, with Zhong Hua, she found an unexpected rapport. It was not the typical romance, but rather a serendipitous sibling-like bond. Yet, as the event drew to a close, just as Su Mingzhu was preparing to take Zhong Hua out for dinner, they were interrupted. Zhong Hua, General Qin requests your presence. Damn it. Su Mingzhu was taken aback. Why was it so difficult to share a meal with Zhong Hua? In a military conference room, Guan Qiangyuan paced back and forth, smoking, occasionally glancing at the door. I say, old Qin, have you brought the drinks? Where is Mr. Hua? Old Guan, stop spinning around. You're making my head spin. Rest assured, I've already sent someone to fetch Mr. Hua. Sent someone? I never imagined you would be so presumptuous, old Qin. A scientist of Mr. Hua's caliber deserves a personal invitation. Qin Tian shook his head, bemused. Guan Qiangyuan had truly lost his senses. Of course, this can be understood, considering the Chinese Navy's ongoing struggles. Old Qin, what kind of person is Mr. Hua? Really? I imagine him to be an elderly gentleman, meticulous in speech and methodical in thought, donning a pair of reading glasses, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. Am I right, old Qin? Qin Tian stifled his laughter, fearing that if he spoke, he would burst into laughter. Guan Xiangjuan's reaction upon meeting Zhong Hua would surely be quite entertaining. As the sound of footsteps approached, Guan Xiangjuan's heart leapt with joy, and he hurried forward. Mr. Hua Yuo, how is it you? You're the Zhong Hua who just performed Tian Di Longlan, correct? You were splendid. Guan Xiangjuan was completely oblivious to the reality before him. Qin Tian, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings, quickly made the introductions. Zhong Hua, this is General Guan Xiangjuan of the Chinese Navy. Old Guan, this is Zhong Hua. The very Mr. Hua you've been raving about. What? He is Mr. Hua? The expression on Guan Xiangjuan's face was one of astonishment, caught between disbelief and hesitation. Mr. Hua, so young and yet a singer? After Qin Tian recounted the entire story, Guan Xiangjuan remained in a state of shock. The idea of a scientist being a singer seemed utterly absurd. General Guan, am I a disappointment? Disappointment? Far from it. I'm thrilled beyond measure. Guan Xiangjuan was not merely being polite. Typical scientists have limited energy and fixed research directions. Designing an advanced fighter jet does not necessarily equate to expertise in naval vessels. However, with Zhong Hua possessing cutting-edge technology, it was an entirely different scenario. Chapter 71. The Navy General reporting to me? Mr. Hua, that is... Zhong Hua Guan Xiangjuan was so elated that he was at a loss for words on how to address him. General Guan, just call me Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua. What a wonderful name. I am truly delighted to meet you. You must be exhausted after singing. Please, take a seat. Guan Xiangjuan seized Zhong Hua's arm, unwilling to let go, even pushing Qin Tian aside. As a man of science, skilled at both explosives and childcare, perhaps his only flaw lay in his interpersonal communication. Guan Xiangjuan's exuberance made Zhong Hua feel somewhat uneasy. General Guan, is there a matter at hand? No, everything is fine. Oh, wait, there is indeed something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I would like to formally report on our naval operations. Zhong Hua gazed at the gleaming stars on Guan Xiangjuan's shoulders, then glanced at his own insignia, bemused and slightly incredulous. A naval general reporting to an Air Force major? How niche an occurrence. Yet, Guan Xiangjuan was undeterred. He had to seize this rare opportunity. The Navy's potential to turn the tide against the Air Force depended on his attitude today. Our Navy is in dire straits. We are truly impoverished. Guan Xiangjuan pulled out his usual spiel, which had successfully swayed several old-timers of the National Naval Academy, setting the tone for his report. To date, our Navy has a total of 19 active destroyers, 34 frigates, and 15 main landing ships. This is the result of years of accumulation. Our proud Chinese Navy possesses but this paltry sum of assets. It is truly embarrassing to admit. Furthermore, many of these vessels were manufactured in the 1990s, and their performance and capabilities have long since fallen behind the times. To put it humorously, even U.S. Coast Guard's vessels surpass ours. Initially, Guan Xiangjuan intended to deliver a mere performance, but the more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, his emotions swelling until his eyes reddened. At this moment, Zhong Hua was utterly flustered, completely at a loss as to how to proceed, and could only seek assistance from the onlooking Qin Tian. Ahem, old Guan, stop pretending. Do you really think it's necessary to resort to crying, throwing tantrums, and even contemplating self-harm over a child? Old Qin, now that you possess the Fury War Machine, you've elevated yourself. Haven to you? Have you forgotten the times we went to the National Sea Institute together to lament our plight? All these tactics were taught to me by you. Among the 3 branches of the military in Huagua, the Navy is currently in the direst situation. As a Marine general, I feel utterly powerless. With 300,000 naval brothers, we don't even have a single aircraft carrier. Every time we venture out, we are looked down upon, insulted as worthless. My old back has never stood straight. Old Qin, you and your Air Force have thrived thanks to Zhong Hua. What is this? Now you look down upon the struggling Navy? Old Guan, how can you speak like that? Am I the kind of person to act in such a manner? Let us communicate properly. I brought Zhong Hua here for you. If you have grievances, feel free to express them. I know Zhong Hua very well. He is my dear friend and the most loyal person I know. At this point, Zhong Hua comprehended that everything was directed at him. A naval general and an Air Force general had united to conspire against him. What a remarkable situation for me. General Qin, General Guan, are you both merely interested in my emotional value? Not at all. Guan Xiangjuan spoke as if he wouldn't dare, yet his eyes were fixed on Zhong Hua, brimming with a fervent desire to grow stronger. To be candid with both of you, several elders at the National Sea Institute have already established a long-term plan for exchanging for advanced technology. As the Quantum Computing Center is successively completed in basic research and technology surges, given the current energy structure, we are bound to face an electricity shortage. To avert such a situation, Exchanging for controllable nuclear fusion is our most pressing task. Zhong Hua's explanation was both reasonable and rational. Compared to the Navy, the development and construction of the nation as a whole must take precedence. I must admit, I had been somewhat presumptuous. Zhong Hua, I apologize for this matter. My considerations were insufficient. Old Qin, please escort Zhong Hua safely. Ensure confidentiality and guarantee his safety. The momentary flicker of disappointment on Guan Qiangyuan's face vanished as he forced a smile, subsequently collapsing into a chair. As a seasoned veteran, his loyalty to this nation surpassed that of anyone else, and he yearned for the country's prosperity more than anyone. For the greater good, let the Navy endure its hardships, even if it means being impoverished. Zhong Hua, I hope you can understand old Guan. He has devoted his life to the Navy and has often expressed that even in death, his ashes should be scattered in the sea. Not just him, but any naval officer would feel this urgency. Zhong Hua remained silent, as numerous naval soldiers cast envious glances at the Air Force beside him, their eyes revealing a longing to achieve greatness. Reflecting on the disappointment that had just been so openly expressed by the aging Guan, Qiangyuan tugged at his heartstrings. He then paused, closed his eyes, and accessed the system to review the relevant advanced technologies pertaining to warships. After a brief moment, he arrived at a decision. General Qin, let's return. Return? To do what? Qin Tian initially failed to grasp the meaning until he caught sight of Zhong Hua's solemn expression. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he then abruptly turned around and kicked open the door. Old Guan, you old rascal, today is your lucky day. Zhong Hua has agreed. What? Agreed? He really agreed? At this moment, Guan Qiangyuan was no longer concerned with the overarching principles. Laughing maniacally as he welcomed Zhong Hua back into the conference room. Malay, you are to immediately lead the guard team and completely seal off this conference room. No one dares to approach without my command. They shall be dealt with mercilessly. Malay, the captain of Guan Qiangyuan's guard team, though perplexed, still complied with the order. He swiftly drew his weapon, rallying the guards to secure every corner of the room. Zhong Hua, not even a fly can enter here now. We can take our time to discuss matters. Now that Zhong Hua had consented, Guan Qiangyuan no longer felt urgency. He even leisurely brewed a cup of tea. Had the time and place been right, I would have insisted on sharing a drink with Zhong Hua. But let us skip the alcohol for now. Ever since their last encounter at the military camp, Qin Tian had refrained from drinking with Zhong Hua, as all the Air Force officials had succumbed to intoxication at his hands. Such a drinking capacity instilled fear in anyone who witnessed it. Just look at my foolishness. Zhong Hua is still a student, and drinking is surely not his forte. I understand. Today we shall enjoy tea while discussing business. Chapter 72. The Super Battleship, the Oceanic Sovereign Beyond Aircraft Carriers. Humans are inherently emotional beings. Zhong Hua felt particularly moved at this moment. The willingness of Qin Tian and Guan Qiangyuan to set aside their ranks and engage in light-hearted banter was a clear testament to the importance they placed on him. General Guan, what do you believe the Navy needs most at this juncture? Without a doubt, it is aircraft carriers. Guan Qiangyuan blurted out. Aircraft carriers are the cornerstone of modern naval power, encompassing core combat capabilities, aerial power projection, strategic deterrence, maritime control, logistical support, and non-combat military operations. A navy devoid of aircraft carriers is akin to a man devoid of completeness, despite having mastered the art of martial prowess. The world's formidable nations invariably possess their own aircraft carriers. The United States Navy, with its 11 aircraft carriers, dominates the seas, solidifying its undeniable status as the world's preeminent power. Zhong Hua, our demands are modest. Just one aircraft carrier will suffice. We don't even require nuclear propulsion. Just a vessel of 150,000 tons. Even a standard 80,000 ton carrier would be adequate. Seeing Guan Qiangyuan's cautious demeanor, Zhong Hua genuinely sensed the old general's passion for the Navy. He then produced a blueprint and laid it before him. General Guan, what are your thoughts on this vessel? Guan Qiangyuan, not daring to underestimate the gravity of the situation, donned his reading glasses and leaned over the table, engrossed in his examination. Nuclear power, electromagnetic railgun. Artificial intelligence, decision-making core, 200,000 tons. The more he scrutinized, the more excitement and delight filled him, clutching the blueprint tightly as if it were a treasure. A super battleship? Qin Tian leaned in, and upon seeing the technical parameters of this vessel, named the super battleship, he exclaimed in envy. Indeed, this is the advanced technology weapon I am preparing to exchange for the Huaguan Navy, an unprecedented oceanic sovereign that surpasses aircraft carriers, the super battleship. Powered by a thorium molten salt reactor, It ensures infinite endurance, equipped with a medium-voltage direct current integrated power system that guarantees precise energy distribution for the vessel. It completely alleviates the traditional aircraft carrier's fuel supply limitations. As for armaments, the electromagnetic railgun far surpasses ordinary anti-aircraft artillery in range and firing speed, greatly enhancing air defense capabilities. The super battleship can utterly revolutionize the fleet formation logic that has persisted for over a century, replacing the reliance on carrier-based aircraft with single ship-point defense and long-range strikes, thereby shortening the kill chain time. The name super battleship is indeed magnificent. It befits the Huaguan Navy. Guan Xiangjuan had completely fallen in love with the super battleship. Overjoyed, he disregarded his age and felt an overwhelming urge to perform a set of military fitness exercises to cheer up Zhong Hua. However, beside him, Qin Tian could not help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Old Guan, do not rejoice too soon. Zhong Hua, the emotional value required for exchanging a super battleship must be quite substantial, right? Will this impact the subsequent plans for controllable nuclear fusion? If it comes to it, I would be content with a conventional aircraft carrier. This is precisely the point I wish to clarify. The exchange for the physical super battleship requires an emotional value of 5.8 million, which severely affects the plans for controllable nuclear fusion. Not to mention the elderly gentleman at the National Sea Institute. Even I find that price rather exorbitant. Guan Xiangjuan, his heart aching, handed the blueprints to Zhong Hua. After witnessing the super battleship, he found himself disinterested even in conventional aircraft carriers, let alone nuclear-powered ones. General Guan, you've misunderstood my intent. The black technology system has this flaw. The price for physical exchanges is 10 times that of the blueprint. If you can wait, I only need to expend 580,000 emotional points to exchange for the complete set of super battleship blueprints. Blueprints? With the blueprints, can we manufacture the super battleship? Have the relevant technologies matured? This was the aspect Guan Xiangjuan was most concerned about. The Chinese Navy had waited many years. Waiting a few more years was not necessarily a burden. What he feared was that upon exchanging the blueprints, domestic research technologies might not be sufficiently developed, leading to significant waste if they were stuck at some technical impasse. The emotional value of 580,000 was worth more than Guan Xiangjuan's life. Zhong Hua had indeed considered this point. General Guan, the difficulties with the super battleship mainly lie in two aspects. The first is the crucial thorium molten salt reactor nuclear power. The second is the sea-based defensive weapon, the electromagnetic railgun. During my time at the National Defense University, I also learned about relevant research. Many domestic institutions are working in this area, but they have been stalled on analyzing experimental data. At the current pace, it may take 30 years to overcome the technical hurdles. Isn't that disastrous? I doubt I'll live to see that day. Once the prospect of a super battleship had been laid before him, Guan Xiangjuan felt utterly despondent. Zhong Hua, stop teasing us. Look at how anxious old Guan is. Only the outsider, Qin Tian, could see that Zhong Hua was confident. Have you two generals forgotten about the quantum computing center that is about to be completed? With the computational power of quantum computing, the time required for experiments can be significantly reduced. What used to take a year can now be shortened by 100-fold through quantum computing. With the blueprints in hand, I believe domestic research institutions will surely overcome the technical challenges in a short period. So, does that mean the super battleship is not just a daydream? A year, perhaps. There are simply too many and too varied research institutions in the country, and key technologies are often hoarded for personal gain, making effective integration difficult. However, even so, I estimate that a year should be more than sufficient. Hoarding for personal gain? I wonder who dares? At that moment, Guan Xiangjuan was consumed with the desire to convert the blueprints of the super battleship into reality. A year felt excessively long. Not just him, but the 300,000 sailors of the Chinese Navy could hardly wait. In the face of national administrative power, the larger picture was paramount. He was eager to see which unit would dare to hoard resources. At that moment, Guan Xiangjuan finally exhibited the domineering demeanor befitting an admiral of the Navy. Then shall we exchange for the super battleship? All right. Guan Xiangjuan rubbed his hands together, visibly eager. Zhong Hua once again entered the system, now possessing a total of 21 million emotional points, most of which were garnered from the evening's event. He had realized that, as his prominence grew, acquiring emotional points had become increasingly effortless. This was also a significant factor in his agreement to assist the Chinese Navy in exchanging for the super battleship. Exchange for the complete set of blueprints for the super battleship. Deducting 580,000 emotional points from the host, the exchange for the black technology super battleship was successful. However, Upon the successful exchange, Zhong Hua's expression suddenly became peculiar. This is indeed a bit challenging. Zhong Hua, what is wrong? Seeing Zhong Hua's countenance darken, Guan Xiangjuan became anxious, fearing any mishap at such a critical moment. General Guan, do we have the blueprints now? That would be ideal. If I can't see the blueprints for the super battleship today, I doubt I'll sleep well tonight. Zhong Hua cast a strange glance at Guan Xiangjuan and helplessly remarked, General Guan, I suspect you won't be sleeping well tonight. I just checked. The blueprints for the super battleship total 320 tons. And if we were to replicate them all, it would take at least 20 hours. Zhong Hua had not anticipated that the blueprints for the super battleship would surpass even quantum computing. At this moment, an overwhelming influx of technical data flooded his mind, leaving his face faintly pale. If it were anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to brain death from such a colossal information stream. Fortunately, he had taken the nutritional oral solution produced by the system, which had been enhancing his physical qualities comprehensively. Zhong Hua had an inkling that his brain's development level must have exceeded 20. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bear such an information deluge. 320 tons? Guan Xiangjuan gestured with his hand, a mixture of shock and joy on his face. In his simplistic understanding, a greater volume of blueprints indicated a higher scientific value for the super battleship. The 320 tons of blueprints were of immense significance, involving future collaborations among multiple units and departments for production. Guan Xiangjuan needed time to consolidate the relevant resources. He restrained his inner anticipation, knowing that once everything was in place, he would invite Zhong Hua to replicate the complete blueprints for the super battleship. Zhong Hua, let's part ways for now. I know you are guarded by the internal security of the National Sea Institute, so there's no need to worry about safety. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. Mao Lei is my head of security. He was once the captain of the Navy's Special Forces, and he will stay by your side during this time to ensure your safety. General Guan, that seems unnecessary. I am merely an ordinary star and do not deserve such treatment. Watching the astute and capable Mao Lei, Zhong Hua hurriedly declined. Zhong Hua, my 300,000 brothers in the Chinese Navy have placed all their hopes on you. If I say you deserve it, then you do. Mao Lei's loyalty to the nation had undergone the most rigorous scrutiny by the organization, and he was someone you could trust completely. If you refuse, it would be a slight against my 300,000 brothers in the Navy. Zhong Hua let out a wry smile, since the matter had escalated to this level. He could only reluctantly nod in agreement. As for the security arrangements he currently had, they were comparable to those of the elderly gentleman at the National Sea Institute. On the surface, the head of internal security, Lu Fuhua, and the captain of the Navy's Special Forces, Mao Lei, were present, while covertly, there were likely at least 2 teams of internal security providing 24-hour alternating protection. It was an overwhelming sense of security. Mao Lei, you should understand the immense significance Zhong Hua holds for our Chinese Navy. Should he encounter any danger, rest assured, General, as long as I am here, Mr. Zhong Hua will not face any peril. The hope of the rise of the Chinese Navy rests solely upon the shoulders of Zhong Hua. Not long ago, he found himself envious of the Air Force's fierce Fury fighter jets. Deep within, he harbored a fear of his brothers enduring hardship, yet also feared the prospect of them becoming mere drivers of luxurious Land Rovers. Little did he anticipate that the Navy would witness such a day. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to protect Zhong Hua. As he watched Zhong Hua depart, Guan Xiangjuan felt a fiery excitement within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. After a lifetime of stagnation, who could have imagined that the rise of the Chinese Navy was imminent, unfolding right now, in the near future? Time was of the essence. Bidding farewell to Qin Tian, he promptly drove towards the National Naval Academy. As the least conspicuous admiral in the Navy, Guan Xiangjuan had always maintained a low profile, never demanding special treatment based on his seniority. However, the circumstances had shifted to expedite the transformation of the super battleship from blueprints to reality. And to prevent his 300,000 naval brothers from waiting too long, he had to set aside his pride and secure preferential treatment for the super battleship project. Once hope ignited, one's spirit transformed. Observing the spirited demeanor of the 70-year-old Guan Xiangjuan, Qin Tian couldn't help but marvel. Reflecting on how he had reacted upon seeing the Fury fighter jets, he chuckled softly. When Zhong Hua returned to Starry Sky Entertainment, despite the late hour, the entire company was enveloped in excitement, laughter echoing through the halls, fatigue forgotten. Look, our superstar Zhong Hua is back. The crowd erupted in applause. Among them, Li Chue was undoubtedly the most elated, unable to resist giving Zhong Hua a warm embrace. Initially, She thought bringing a top-tier star like Xiao Yibo into the entertainment industry was her zenith. Now, it seemed merely a small hill in comparison. Zhong Hua was the most dazzling masterpiece of her career as a manager. In terms of appearance, he was rather unremarkable, merely standing alongside the ancient deities of beauty like Yan Zhu and Tian Lo. However, his accolades as a top scholar and a distinguished graduate from a national defense university rendered him a titan in an entertainment industry where even a junior high school dropout was considered highly educated. A true dimensional annihilation. The moment Zhong Hua emerged, no one dared to adopt the academic genius persona in the industry anymore. After all, the sting of being slapped in the face was unpleasant. Most importantly, Zhong Hua exuded an aura of scholarly elegance, a quality that no amount of acting could replicate, making him a refreshing presence in the entertainment realm. Just moments ago, countless film and television companies reached out to Li Qiuyue through various means. Those who once held lofty positions now bowed their heads in humility. With familiarity, they addressed her as Sister Li, a term that felt particularly endearing. Their sole hope was for Zhong Hua to star in their scripts. The question of acting prowess became irrelevant. As for compensation, they assured her that whatever Zhong Hua requested would be negotiable, even if it meant sharing profits. Moreover, numerous capital tycoons sent intermediaries to convey their desire to treat Zhong Hua to a meal, laden with unspoken implications. Unfortunately, all requests were firmly declined by Li Qiuyue. She was not about to exploit her artist career for trivial gains as a morally dubious manager. Sister Li, we truly appreciate you. Over time, Zhong Hua had come to acknowledge this manager in his heart. Today marked a significant victory, as Zhong Hua triumphed in the most crucial battle of his entry into the entertainment world. He had ascended to the status of a renowned singer. His next goal was to secure a prestigious music award. Soon, the music gala organized by Penguin Group would take place. Although the timeline was tight, given his current popularity, he believed they would recognize his worth. Chapter 74. Dominating the trending searches, Weibo explodes with photos. The strongest newcomer in Chinese music, Zhong Hua, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. The most beautiful song for Army Day, newcomer King Zhong Hua, Air Force Major Zhong Hua, the deep bond between Su Mingzhu and Zhong Hua. This year's August 1st Army Day Gala was destined to become the hottest topic of discussion, without exception. The following day, Zhong Hua alone claimed 4 trending topics on Weibo. Aside from Su Mingzhu, who garnered a bit of attention, other stars faded into obscurity, their discussions negligible. Particularly, those top-tier stars who had spent lavishly to buy trending spots found their efforts utterly fruitless, a dismal sight indeed. Naturally, they dared not harbor even a hint of jealousy towards Zhong Hua. The gleaming insignia on his shoulder and the emblem on his chest commanded respect. Following his flawless performance at the gala, Zhong Hua's Weibo followers skyrocketed to over 3 million, placing him in the upper echelon of the music industry. While this still paled in comparison to some top stars boasting tens of millions of followers, Zhong Hua's 3 million were genuine fans, not mere bots. Since last night, the comments section had been abuzz like a festive celebration. Starry Sky Entertainment, I urge you to be sensible and arrange Zhong Hua's concert promptly. His voice is enchanting enough to inspire a family of fans in a single night. Zhong Hua truly lives up to his status as a top scholar. His learning ability is extraordinary. Every time he sings, his skills seem to blossom, refreshing our ears. I have a buddy in the Navy who was at the event yesterday. He told me that Zhong Hua's live performance surpassed the album by 100-fold. Your buddy is in the Navy? The one that struggles without even an aircraft carrier? Starry Sky Entertainment, I urge you to be sensible and arrange Zhong Hua's concert quickly. A concert? But Zhong Hua only has one album with 10 songs. How can he hold a concert? Will tickets even sell? Yes, do it. Even if he sings Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales all night, I'm still buying a ticket. Is a concert merely for listening? Foolishness. I simply want to catch a glimpse of Zhong Hua. While a full concert seemed unrealistic, a small meet and greet would be a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree. By the way, does anyone have a photo of Zhong Hua in military uniform? A friend of mine wants it as a screensaver. Same here. Same here. I have 10 friends with the same request. Management, can we please do something? Can't you see the people's outcry? Liu Yijin was currently experiencing a blend of pain and joy. She never anticipated that managing Zhong Hua's Weibo would be so demanding. Constantly monitoring the comments and guiding public opinion during critical moments was no small feat, however. Every time she witnessed compliments directed at Zhong Hua, she found herself smiling uncontrollably. Suddenly, spotting a request for a photo, Liu Yijin promptly retrieved her professional camera, meticulously comparing shots before selecting the most flattering one, which she then uploaded with a double tap. The latest update featured a close-up of Zhong Hua, his military cap unable to conceal his striking handsomeness, clad in military attire, exuding an indescribable gallantry. Once the photo was released, the download count skyrocketed to tens of thousands almost instantly. The screen is dirty. I'm licking it. I'm licking it. Men in uniforms are even more alluring to women. I absolutely adore this. I believe everyone should support Zhong Hua. Once again, we have a high school valedictorian, a distinguished student from the National Defense University, and now a major in the Air Force. Such an artist is surely immune to any scandal. It suddenly dawned on me that Zhong Hua in military attire is indeed the perfect match. Nonsense. Zhong Hua and the black golden dragon robe are the true pair. Exactly. I believe that photos of Zhong Hua in the black golden dragon robe are far more appealing. The black golden dragon robe fails to showcase Zhong Hua's physique. The military uniform suits him better. Liu Yijin is genuinely exasperated with this group of fans who, over which outfit looks better on Zhong Hua, have begun to bicker openly. In an effort to restore order in the comment section, she was compelled to issue another post. Let me share a secret with you all. This was taken without Zhong Hua's knowledge. I have plenty of military photos, dragon robe photos, and even candid shots. For every 10,000 likes, I will release another one. There's no upper limit. To appease the fans, Liu Yijin reluctantly decided to share some of the cherished photos she had collected over time. Miraculously, within 3 minutes, the likes on this post skyrocketed to over 10,000. 10 minutes later, it surpassed 100,000. Reluctantly, Liu Yijin posted another picture of Zhong Hua in the black golden dragon robe. However, 20 minutes later, upon seeing the likes exceed 200,000, she felt obliged to share a half-body photo of Zhong Hua in military attire. Goodness, managing this is becoming tedious. Do you not understand that our sisters are liking these posts for a reason? We demand the candid shots. Otherwise, the likes will keep coming until you are overwhelmed. The management secretly inquired, are there any revealing photos of Zhong Hua? 3 points would do, 2 would suffice, or even a bed photo would be acceptable. Our demands are quite modest. Countless netizens watched as Zhong Hua's comment section descended into chaos under the assault of these female fans. Indeed, when women decide to become unruly, men are rendered irrelevant. Liu Yijin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Nevertheless, to pacify this rowdy group, she reluctantly retrieved a long-saved photo from her phone. The latest post, Zhong Hua's sleeping pose, JPG. The moment the photo was released, the comments section fell eerily silent. However, the back-end download counts surged wildly, prompting a cold chuckle from Liu Yijin. What a bunch of mischievous women. The management is quite diligent. But are you not worried about Zhong Hua's reaction? To her surprise, the refined Zhong Hua possessed such an impressive physique. I have decided tonight, I shall cuddle this photo to sleep. Is it truly enjoyable to sleep with a mere photograph? I am different. I'll hold one on each side. Speaking of which, this version of Zhong Hua appears so innocent and pure. It ignites a protective instinct within me. Is that truly a protective instinct? You simply covet Zhong Hua's physique. Now that Zhong Hua has become a major in the Air Force, is he bound by military discipline? Does this mean he cannot engage in scandals? What a pity. Huh. Scandals. You think you're entitled to them? Dream on. Just then, Liu Yijin's phone rang abruptly. Seeing Zhong Hua's name on the screen, she hesitated to answer. Yijin, when did you take that photo? How did it end up online? Liu Yijin could clearly sense Zhong Hua's urgency. He must be at the naval base in Zhonghai, collaborating on the super battleship's blueprint. Under normal circumstances, when Zhong Hua is engrossed in research, he is oblivious to outside affairs. Yet, he had reached out to her, clearly distressed, particularly because this photo had exposed him quite significantly. Chapter 75, for Zhong Hua, Guan Qiangyuan exercised his privileges. The Haidong Shipyard, Huaguo Navy 4960 Factory, located near the port in the outskirts of Zhonghai, spans 280,000 square meters and boasts a 230,000 ton dry dock, making it the largest naval shipbuilding base in China. Early this morning, Zhong Hua arrived here under stringent security measures, fully cooperating with the super battleship construction plan to ensure that Zhong Hua's identity remained confidential. Guan Qiangyuan completely evacuated a research building, surrounding it with an entire security team. Apart from him and Mao Lei, no one was permitted entry. Initially, he worried that such measures might displease Zhong Hua, but soon realized that the young man was quite content, engrossed in replicating blueprints. Once Zhong Hua entered his work mode, his focus became intensely concentrated, rendering him impervious to external distractions, and he typically wouldn't pay attention to his Weibo updates. However, curiosity sparked rumors, such as those from Xiao Ming and Su Mingzhu, not to mention his mother, Jiang Qin. When Zhong Hua saw that shirtless photo, he was utterly bewildered. The backdrop was the ancient palace, likely taken during the filming of the Heaven and Earth Dragon scale MV, captured by Liu Yizhen during a wardrobe change. As a man of science and engineering, Zhong Hua felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Hadn't they agreed that he would merely enter the entertainment industry as a top star? A distinguished graduate of a National Defense University, he would never sell himself. Would he? Yet when Liu Yizhen revealed the staggering download count to him, Zhong Hua was utterly flabbergasted. Over 10 million downloads had already surpassed his fan count. Zhong Hua, it's all right, you'll get used to it. And here is some good news. This one photo has garnered you over 1 million new followers. We've hit the jackpot. Zhong Hua was left speechless. After hanging up, just the thought of millions of viewers having seen his half-naked photo filled him with shame. At this point, he could only transform his embarrassment into motivation for work, diving back into the blueprint replication. Mao Lei, arrange for the team to procure some seafood that we usually don't have access to help Zhong Hua regain his strength. He has come all the way to our naval base. We must show our sincerity. Let us not allow Qin Tian to find an excuse to say that we neglected our esteemed guest. Guan Xiangjuan could not assist with the blueprint replication, but he committed himself fully to logistical support. Zhong Hua now bore the hopes of 300,000 brothers in the Chinese Navy and was their most honored guest. At this juncture, anyone who dared to interfere with Zhong Hua would face the wrath of 300,000 sailors. Additionally, the temperature within the research building must be meticulously monitored, maintaining a constant 26 degrees, ensuring that Zhong Hua experiences no discomfort whatsoever. Furthermore, the security perimeter must be expanded, and no noise should be permitted around the research building, especially during lunchtime, to guarantee Zhong Hua a restful break. Guan Xiangjuan left no stone unturned, considering every minute detail. In short, he would spare no effort to ensure that Zhong Hua faced no grievances. After 2 full days of diligent work, Zhong Hua finally completed the replication of the 320-ton blueprint. However, this was merely the beginning. The subsequent tasks were far more intricate and demanding. In a bid to expedite the super battleship's construction, Guan Xiangjuan truly set aside his pride and went to the National Sea Institute to appeal for some administrative privileges, ultimately securing exclusive access to the nation's first quantum computing center for a year. Furthermore, he issued administrative orders through the National Sea Institute. A team of specialists in electromagnetism has been temporarily assembled from Harbin Institute of Technology and Xi'an University of Science and Technology to establish a research group focused on electromagnetic railguns. Additionally, talents in the field of nuclear energy have been drawn from Tsinghua University, Peking University, and the National Defense University to form a research group dedicated to thorium-based molten salt reactors. With meticulous attention to detail and simultaneous progress, Guan Xiangjuan aspires to expedite the construction of a super battleship. However, the individual under the most immense pressure is undoubtedly Zhong Hua, who is effectively the chief designer of the super battleship, tasked with monitoring the specific progress of each group while providing technical guidance. His daily rest does not exceed 5 hours, and even with his body enhanced by nutritional supplements, he feels the slightest hint of fatigue. Nevertheless, he revels in his work, perpetually wearing a contented smile, thoroughly enjoying this state of diligence. Compared to being a top-tier celebrity, being a researcher has always been his fervent dream. Today, when Guan Xiangjuan arrived at the laboratory, excitedly carrying a 2-kilogram wild yellow croaker, he discovered Zhong Hua slumped over his desk, emitting soft snores. His expression shifted, a fleeting look of concern crossing his face, and he became increasingly cautious in his movements. After checking the temperature, he disconnected all the phones and carefully exited the room. Mao Lei, relay the message to give Zhong Hua 3 hours of rest. I just saw him asleep at his desk. He has truly exhausted himself during this period. General Guan, it's been hard to watch. With a total of 17 working groups, each day brings forth a plethora of technical challenges that Zhong Hua must resolve. Moreover, by nightfall, he is required to compile relevant materials to ensure the progress of the next day's work. I've observed that Zhong Hua has noticeably lost weight during this time. We owe him a considerable debt of gratitude in the Navy. Guan Xiangjuan sighed, recognizing that some sentiments and favors are best kept within one's heart, for voicing them would render them trivial. Nonetheless, it remains an undeniable fact that Zhong Hua is the most esteemed guest of the People's Liberation Army Navy. The task of constructing the super battleship encompasses a wide array of aspects, demanding prolonged efforts. However, as a star who has recently skyrocketed to fame, the unique nature of Zhong Hua's profession makes it difficult for him to sustain such a rigorous work routine indefinitely. He must participate in industry events to maintain his visibility. General Guan, I must go out soon. On the 15th of July, the Penguin Music Gala will be held in Pengcheng. As a recent sensation in the music scene, I have received an invitation from the organizers. Are you leaving already? Guan Qiangjuan lamented, his eyes filled with longing for the super battleship. Without Zhong Hua, the chief designer, many tasks would descend into paralysis, directly affecting the battleship's progress. In truth, I do not wish to depart. However, having achieved some success in the entertainment industry, it is far more convenient and expedient for me to garner emotional value. I cannot simply abandon this identity. After all, I still aspire to exchange for cutting-edge technologies such as controllable nuclear fusion in the future. Pingcheng, why hold a music gala there? Wouldn't it save some travel time if it were in Zhonghai? Guan Qiangjuan's eyes lit up, suddenly inspired with a brilliant idea. Chapter 76, Sudden Venue Change. Penguin's little Ma is bewildered. Pingcheng, Penguin Headquarters. The Penguin Music Entertainment Group, a significant component of the telecommunications giant Penguin Group, has emerged as an undeniable force in the Chinese music industry through acquisitions and mergers in recent years. The Penguin Music Gala they host is recognized alongside the CCTV, MTV galas, and the Oriental Wind and Cloud Music Awards as one of the most authoritative music awards in the country. Given that the headquarters of the Penguin Music Entertainment Group is located in Pingcheng, it is only natural that the gala venue is also situated there. This year, in a bid to expand their influence, Group Chairman Xie Guoming had already communicated with the Pingcheng government to hold the event at the city's Olympic Sports Center, which is 10 days remaining until the gala. How is the venue setup progressing? The primary focus of the group is the upcoming music gala, and each day, the first thing Chairman Xie Guoming does is inquire about the relevant progress. The venue construction is nearly complete. However, safety measures are currently being reinforced. Nonetheless, there are differing opinions within the organizing committee regarding the seating arrangements for the attending stars. They unanimously believe that the seats for Hong Kong and Taiwan singers are too forward. After all, the mainstream of the Chinese music scene is in the mainland, and we should accord more respect to domestic artists. It is well known that in public settings, the competition among stars, aside from their gowns and jewelry, often revolves around the order of their seating. In the past, a certain star from Hong Kong, bolstered by his fame, arrogantly swapped his seat with that of a prominent domestic singer, thus disrupting the unspoken rules of the entertainment circle. Following this incident, he faced severe backlash and subsequently vanished from the public eye. Positioning Hong Kong and Taiwan stars ahead of mainland singers at the Penguin Music Gala is bound to incite discontent. Xie Guoming let out a non-committal cold laugh. He had been born during the golden age of Hong Kong and Taiwan music and has consistently looked down upon the lagging mainland music scene. It is precisely under his influence that the Penguin Music software has favored songs by Hong Kong and Taiwan artists. Remember, I'm the captain of Penguin Music. I make the calls here. In Xie Guoming's eyes, the notion that the mainstream of Chinese music lies in the mainland is nothing short of a farce. Except for Su Mingzhu, the rest are merely mediocre. Even Zhong Hua, a newcomer who has just released an album and is being hailed as the new king of Chinese music, is laughable. Xie Guoming forcefully exerted his authority as president to suppress dissent within the group, as he observed his assistant leave with utmost deference. He savored the pleasure that power afforded him. However, the abrupt ringing of the telephone on his desk shattered the tranquility. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xie Guoming leapt to his feet. Chairman Ma, this is Xie Guoming. All right, I understand. I will be there immediately. Gently hanging up the phone, excitement coursed through his features. The founder of Penguin Group, the wealthiest man in Xia country, Chairman Ma, had summoned him at headquarters for an urgent discussion, which genuinely startled him. After all, given his status, he was rarely deemed worthy of a meeting with Chairman Ma. The Penguin Music Entertainment Group is located merely 2 streets away from the Penguin headquarters. Eager to make a good impression, Xie Guoming disregarded his demeanor and hurried over in his shiny dress shoes. Finally, he met the enigmatic and low-profile group president, Chairman Ma, on the top floor of the headquarters. However, before he could express his admiration, he received shocking news. The venue for the Penguin Music Gala has been unexpectedly changed to Zhonghai. Although the timeline is tight, I firmly believe in the capabilities of the Penguin staff. They will surely set everything up within the limited time. Chairman Ma's expression remained calm, yet his words were imbued with an unyielding decisiveness. Xie Guoming felt as though he had been struck by lightning, remaining frozen in place. With only 10 days until the gala, such a hasty change of venue, not to mention coordinating the schedules of Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, presents a monumental challenge. Why? Xie Guoming summoned his courage and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, posed a question. However, Xiao Mago did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he turned his chair to gaze at the vast ocean ahead, for he too was at a loss for an explanation. Just moments ago, he had received a telephone call from the secretary of Pingcheng. This powerful regional official explicitly stated that this year's Penguin Music Festival must be relocated to Zhonghai. Xiao Mago was taken aback by the call. He could hardly fathom how a mere music festival could warrant the attention of such a significant figure. When he dared to inquire further, he was met with a cryptic warning. Mr. Ma, the less you know about certain matters, the safer you will be. This seemingly innocuous statement sent shivers down Xiao Mago's spine, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. A businessman of his caliber understood a fundamental truth. Money could never rival power. As the wealthiest individual in Huagua, he enjoyed immense popularity online, appearing to bask in glory. Yet he treaded on thin ice. Not only in the capital, but even the secretary of Pengcheng wielded sufficient authority to dictate the fate of Penguin. Thus, faced with the demands of this regional potentate, he dare not, could not, and would not refuse. To ensure the secretary's directives were followed to the letter, he resolved to personally oversee all arrangements for the music festival. From this day forth, I shall take full responsibility for this year's music festival, and Xie Guoming, you will assist me from the sidelines. With the venue now set for Zhonghai, the immediate task was, of course, to select the appropriate location. Surprisingly, the representatives from Zhonghai were exceedingly courteous and exhibited a strong willingness to cooperate. They offered numerous exclusive venues, including the soon-to-be-constructed Olympic Sports Center. Furthermore, in terms of facility renovations, Zhonghai extended every possible convenience, even granting construction vehicles access to a green channel. The sole stipulation was to ensure the absolute safety of the facilities within the venue. At this moment, Xiao Mago keenly sensed something significant. This year's music festival would likely attract high-profile attendees. As for the stature of these VIPs, he dared not contemplate deeply. The seamless collaboration between Zhonghai and Pengcheng spoke volumes. Li Jia, we shall not go to Pengcheng, Zhong Hua declared. Having learned from Guan Xiangjuan that the Penguin Music Festival was to be held in Zhonghai, he immediately contacted Li Qiuyue, advising her against hastily purchasing plane tickets. Not going? Why not? The folks at Penguin assured me that a Best New Artist award is guaranteed. This would greatly enhance your standing in the Chinese music industry. Sensing that Li Qiuyue had misunderstood his intent, Zhong Hua felt compelled to reveal a fragment of the truth. Chapter 77. The Penguin Music Festival approaches. Sister Qiuyue, it's not that we won't attend the Penguin Music Festival. Rather, we won't be going to Pengcheng. On the other end of the line, Li Qiuyue was utterly perplexed. Is there any difference? The Penguin Music Festival has always been held in Pengcheng. How can we participate without going there? Zhong Hua, I don't quite grasp your meaning. Sister, do you think it's possible that the Penguin Music Festival will be held in Zhonghai this year? Impossible. Where did you hear such news? If anyone else had uttered such a statement, Li Qiuyue would have dismissed it as a joke. However, considering Zhong Hua's formidable background, she found herself wavering in belief. Sister Qiuyue, rest assured, the person who informed me of this news would never deceive me. Zhong Hua cast a glance at Guan Xiangjuan, who was diligently organizing his office, his tone brimming with confidence. After hanging up, Li Qiuyue stared at the ticket purchase page on her computer, lost in prolonged contemplation. The Penguin Music Festival, having been held for a decade, had long since become a cultural hallmark of Pengcheng, generating significant economic benefits and a positive public image for the city. Under normal circumstances, even if Penguin internally decided to change the venue, the Pengcheng government would never acquiesce. If Zhong Hua's claims were true, who possessed such formidable power to compel both Pengcheng and Penguin to willingly agree? Moreover, with only 10 days remaining until the festival, a venue change seemed exceedingly rushed. With a myriad of questions swirling in her mind, Li Qiuyue could no longer contain her curiosity and sought out Lu Yizhen, who was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo. Miss Lu, I just contacted Zhong Hua, and we are preparing to gather in Zhonghai to attend the Penguin Music Festival in Pengcheng. However, he informed me that the festival might be relocated to Zhonghai. Lu Yizhen reluctantly tore her gaze away, pondering briefly before realizing it must be the handiwork of Admiral Guan Qiangjuan. Sister Qiuyue, then let us directly book a hotel in Zhonghai. At that moment, Li Qiuyue finally confirmed that the Penguin Music Festival was indeed moving to Zhonghai. As expected, later that afternoon, the official Weibo account of the Penguin Music Festival released a new announcement. Notice regarding the temporary change of venue for this year's Penguin Music Festival. Due to certain objective factors, the festival originally scheduled to take place at the Olympic Sports Center in Pengcheng will now be held at the Olympic Sports Center in Zhonghai. Prior to this, we had contacted and informed many guest friends. However, due to the time constraints, there may have been some oversights. If you have not received relevant notifications, we kindly ask for your understanding. Upon reading this announcement, Li Qiuyue immediately dialed several numbers, barely resisting the urge to throw her phone in frustration. The staff at Penguin Music had already reached out to numerous celebrities and artists in the entertainment industry the previous evening. The reason Li Qiuyue, had not received this notification was precisely because they deemed Zhong Hua, a mere newcomer, unworthy of consideration. What a bunch of narrow-minded individuals. For some, 10 days could drag interminably. For instance, Xie Guoming, the president of Penguin Music, had been utterly exhausted over the past few days. To demonstrate his loyalty to Xiao Mago, he had taken up residence at the renovation site of the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, ensuring that the modifications proceeded flawlessly. His once shining shoes were now caked in dirt. This predicament filled him with resentment. Though he dared not voice his frustrations, he harbored a continuous curse against the individual responsible for the venue change. Were it not for this person, he would not be in such a disheveled state. Fortunately, the overall renovation work had been completed, and this nightmare was finally coming to an end. Mr. Ma, I have good news to report, he exclaimed. The renovation of the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, the venue for the music festival, has been successfully completed. As a professional elite, one must make their accomplishments known. Hence, he found ways to ensure his superiors were aware of his contributions. Well done. I will personally attend tomorrow's music festival. Xiao Mago's resolute voice sent waves of elation through Xie Guoming. Promotion and a raise seemed within reach. At the Zhonghai Haidong Naval Base, a preoccupied Zhong Hua was entirely oblivious to the swift passage of time. His eyes gleamed with determination as he organized data analyses related to thorium-based molten salt reactor technology. Suddenly, Guan Xiangjun burst through the laboratory door, his exuberant voice jolting Zhong Hua from his scientific reverie. Zhong Hua, I have great news. Guan Xiangjun's face radiated joy as he, disregarding his status as an admiral, embraced him. Under the leadership of Professor Qi from Qingbei University, the research team has successfully simulated the thorium-uranium cycle through quantum computing, achieving an astonishing theoretical fuel utilization rate of 81. Is it true? Upon hearing this news, Zhong Hua, who had been feeling somewhat fatigued, was instantly invigorated. Rushing to the computer to open the complete experimental report. The thorium-uranium cycle refers to the fission process where thorium-232 absorbs neutrons and decays into uranium-233. This is the fuel cycle mechanism for the thorium molten salt reactor, the heart of the fourth-generation nuclear power technology for super battleships. The persistent technical challenges have always revolved around the thorium-uranium cycle, which has significantly hindered the progress of the super battleship's construction. Zhong Hua's eyes sparkled with intensity as he anxiously observed the data from the experimental simulation, which, after thorough comparison, aligned perfectly with the technical curves provided by the system. Unable to contain his excitement, he slammed his fist down on the table. Startled, Guan Xiangjun rushed over to check for any injuries, relieved to find none. He then asked with concern, Zhong Hua, is there something wrong with the experimental data? No, General 1. The experimental data is entirely accurate. I was just overwhelmed with joy and lost control of myself. Observing Zhong Hua's haggard expression, Guan Xiangjun felt a pang of sympathy mixed with self-reproach. My dear child, even in excitement, you mustn't strike the table. That must hurt. If you feel the need to express your excitement, direct it towards me. Don't let my age fool you. I'm still quite sturdy. With a look of exasperation at Guan Xiangjun's affectionate demeanor, Zhong Hua felt a sense of obligation. As each technological hurdle was overcome, the super battleship transformed from mere blueprints into a tangible reality. Throughout this period, he had deeply sensed the respect, perhaps even indulgence, of the Huaguan Navy towards him. Acknowledging this, Zhong Hua resolved to honor that trust and expedite the construction of the super battleship. He immediately immersed himself in the ongoing research work, having completely forgotten about the Penguin Music Festival to be held the following day in Zhonghai. Chapter 78. The novice Zhong Hua plays hard to get. That night, at the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, the red carpet was ablaze with flashing lights and the fervent cheers of countless fans. Despite the previous venue change debacle, the Penguin Music Festival proceeded smoothly. Amidst the enthusiastic ambience created by the host, celebrities from both sides of the strait converged here, stepping onto the red carpet in the order arranged by the organizing committee. The sky over Zhonghai sparkled with stars. The external commotion was merely a celebration for the stars and their fans. The true power and influence had already infiltrated the venue. Mr. Xie, we must ensure order at the event today. Any mistake is unacceptable, Xiao Ma said gravely, his eyes piercing as he earnestly cautioned Xie Guoming. Rest assured, Mr. Ma, I will handle it, Xie Guoming replied, slightly bowing to project humility, yet his gaze inadvertently darted toward the middle-aged man quietly seated in the corner, Zhu Shangxin. the Deputy Secretary of Zhong Hua and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, a genuine state-level official. He never expected that a mere Penguin Music Festival would attract such a prominent figure. After Xiao Ma's admonition, he meticulously adjusted his appearance, donning his most sincere smile as he hurried over to Zhu Shangxin. Secretary Zhu, I am honored by your presence. It is indeed a stroke of fortune. Mr. Ma, the music festival enriches the entertainment life of the people of Zhong Hua, and our support is only natural. Not just me. Even Secretary Guizheng has expressed interest. Zhu Shangxin replied. Despite his approachable demeanor, the aura he exuded was undeniably formidable. His words left Xiao Ma, a seasoned tycoon of Huagua, momentarily taken aback. Secretary Guizheng is also concerned about this event. Regardless of the authenticity of Xiao Ma's excitement, Zhu Shangxin remained unfazed, moving to the side of the box to scan the venue with a keen eye, ensuring there were no security threats. A mere music festival, even with the presence of Huagua's wealthiest, Xiao Ma, was insufficient to rouse his attention, let alone Secretary Guizheng's. Today, his sole purpose for attending was to guarantee the security of the event. With a large crowd and myriad eyes present, it was imperative to ensure the absolute safety of Comrade Zhong Hua. This was a political mandate, a reminder from Secretary Yang, Guizheng echoed in his mind. Although he couldn't fathom why a celebrity warranted such attention from the Secretary of Zhong Hua, fulfilling a political task demanded unwavering commitment. To this end, Zhu Shangxin had even mobilized the Zhong Hua Armed Police Brigade, just in case. Suddenly, a shrill phone rang, interrupting the atmosphere. Zhu Shangxin casually glanced at Xiao Ma, who immediately caught on and discreetly exited the box. Secretary Yang, this is Zhu Shangxin. I'm currently on site. Please rest assured, I will ensure Comrade Zhong Hua faces no danger. Secretary Guizheng, despite his busy schedule and engagements with foreign dignitaries, took the time to make this call, indicating the gravity of the situation. Zhu Shangxin found himself increasingly curious about this star named Zhong Hua. Zhong Hua was soon to step onto the red carpet. Just a moment, he will be here shortly. In the waiting area, Li Chia was anxiously dialing her phone repeatedly, but the constant busy signal was driving her to the brink of despair. As Zhong Hua's turn to walk the red carpet approached, his absence was becoming alarming. They had been in Zhong Hua for 3 days, relying solely on their phones to communicate with Zhong Hua. Were it not for Lu Yizhen's calm demeanor, she might have suspected that the well-connected second-generation Zhong Hua had been abducted. Miss Lu, the staff is urging us again. What should we do? Li Qiwiwa, in a state of panic, placed all her hopes on Lu Yizhen, who possessed remarkable connections. Sister Qiuyue, don't fret. I will contact him right away. However, Lu Yizhen's attempts were met with the same mechanical busy tone. Miss Lu, could something have happened to Zhong Hua? Li Qiuyue's face paled at the thought of something amiss. That's impossible. He must have been delayed for some reason. What a joke. Zhong Hua is the Navy's prized asset. If anything were to happen to him, Admiral Guan Qiangyun would dare to raise Zhong Hua to the ground. Grandpa Guan, it's Yizhen. Where's Zhong Hua? Seeing Li Qiuyue's distress, Lu Yizhen dialed Guan Qiangyun's number in front of her. Yizhen, Zhong Hua is right here with me. Are you looking for him? The music festival is about to start. He is currently walking the red carpet. If he misses it, it will be troublesome. Li Qiuyue was genuinely anxious now, having finally received news of Zhong Hua. She couldn't help but lean closer to the phone, expressing her dissatisfaction. What trouble could there be? Guan Qiangyun muttered, glancing at Zhong Hua, who was sound asleep at his computer, lowering his voice significantly. Zhong Hua was acutely aware that he was obliged to attend the Grand Music Gala today. In order to avoid delaying the overall progress of the super battleship project, he had been diligently occupied since last night, meticulously confirming and comparing the technical parameters related to thorium-based molten salt reactor nuclear power. Exhausted beyond measure, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber at his computer desk. Guan Qiangyun, filled with guilt, felt an immense pang of concern for him. To allow Zhong Hua to rest a little longer, he took the liberty of confiscating his phone. Grandfather Guan, today's music gala is of significant importance to Zhong Hua. It can solidify his standing in the Mandarin music scene. In this lifetime, he aims to serve his country better. Serve the country? What on earth? Li Qiumei was utterly bewildered. How could the Best Newcomer Award at a music gala be intertwined with national service? Yizhen, Zhong Hua has just fallen asleep. I truly cannot bear to wake him. Guan Qiangyun was acutely aware that the advanced technology system required ample emotional value. Yet seeing Zhong Hua's haggard state made it unbearable for him to rouse him. As for the question of whether Zhong Hua could persist a little longer, Li Qiumei, oblivious to the nuances, blurted out her thoughts, assuming the weary voice on the other end of the line belonged to Zhong Hua's elder. Indeed, one could see the privilege of the second generation. His family seemed to pamper him excessively. What is the big deal? If he has to sleep, just wake him up. We can't let his slumber impede important matters. What is going on with your Starry Sky entertainment? Where is Zhong Hua? Is he still going to walk the red carpet? What time is it? He has just debuted, yet he dares to throw his weight around. This was the final warning. If Zhong Hua did not arrive in time, he would forfeit his red carpet opportunity. Chapter 79. The music gala cannot commence without Zhong Hua's presence. Whether it be the National Ocean University, the Academy of Sciences, or the Air Force and Navy, they all cherished and spoiled this young talent. Yet he was so scorned in the entertainment industry. The disdainful attitude exhibited by the staff only fueled Guan Qiangjuan's anger and deepened his sympathy for Zhong Hua. Had it not been for the country's advancement, such a prodigy ought not to endure such indignities in the entertainment world. Wall was one thing not to know before. Today he simply could not tolerate it any longer. He must assist Zhong Hua in avenging this grievance. How dare these insignificant beings shout at Zhong Hua today, regardless of who it was? Even if summoned by the venerable elders of the National Ocean University, they would have to wait until Zhong Hua awakened. Guan Qiangjuan's stance was particularly resolute. Once his authoritative presence erupted, even Lu Yizhen dared not utter a word. Grandfather Guan, then let us contact the organizing committee to explain the situation. Zhong Hua will not be participating in this music gala. Not participating? Why not? Lu Yizhen and Li Qiumei exchanged puzzled glances, utterly confounded by Guan Qiangjuan's intentions. With Zhong Hua as turn to walk the red carpet approaching, even if he hurried over now, factoring in makeup and preparation time, he would be too late. It would be better to withdraw voluntarily to avoid any further scrutiny. Grandfather Guan, what exactly do you mean? This is leaving us all in the dark. Li Qiumei had never witnessed Lu Yizhen exhibit such a delicate demeanor, akin to that of a grandchild addressing a revered elder. Suddenly, she realized something significant. The identity and background of the elderly Guan were undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, Lu Yizhen, a lady of high status, would not exhibit such deference. Had she spoken too loudly? Had she frightened the elder? I mean no harm. I just cannot bear to see Zhong Hua suffer indignities. Yizhen, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. My word stands. The music gala will commence when Zhong Hua arrives. Lu Yizhen understood Guan Qiangjuan's esteemed status within the nation. He belonged to the upper echelon of society, his words bearing weight akin to law. Thus, it was no surprise. However, Li Qiumei was struck dumb by his imposing declaration, feeling a shiver run down her spine. What sort of stature does this grandfather Guan possess? The Penguin Music Gala, organized by the renowned Penguin Group, represents one of the most formidable capital conglomerates in the country. The nickname Nanshan Pizza Hut further underscores their deep-rooted connections within officialdom. Moreover, with so many stars from across the Taiwan Strait and beyond present, what kind of power could simultaneously suppress these two factions? Li Qiumei dared not contemplate, nor could she imagine. Zhong Hua's enigmatic identity consistently brought her unexpected surprises. Of course, at this moment, she was relishing the unfolding drama, fervently wishing for the situation to escalate, ideally leading to the Penguin Music Group suffering a significant embarrassment, which would surely provide her with satisfaction. Throughout the entire music gala, the Penguin Group exuded an air of arrogance. Was it merely because they were bullying Zhong Hua for being an individual? Women, after all, are creatures known for their grudges. A gentleman may seek revenge after a decade. A woman, however, cannot wait even a minute. With this mindset, she disregarded Guan Qiangjuan's status and approached the phone to recount the grievances endured during this period. What disdain for Zhong Hua's status as a newcomer? The sudden change of venue had not been communicated in a timely manner. The arrangements for Zhong Hua to walk the red carpet were utterly unreasonable. The anger that Guan Qiangjuan had managed to suppress was instantly reignited by her words, leading to an even greater dissatisfaction with the Penguin Group. Xiaoma, isn't he merely the old Chen family's puppet? How dare he look down upon others? Today, he would seek some interest from the Penguin Group, and once this tumult was over, he would ensure that the old Chen family would regret their actions. You two remain on-site and prepare to witness a grand spectacle. Guan Qiangjuan coldly concluded before abruptly hanging up the phone. Where's the person in charge of Xingyue Company? Is Zhong Hua ready? Though not yet famous, he certainly brought about considerable trouble. Upon learning of the presence of such a significant figure as Zhu Shangxin at the venue, Xie Guoming's demeanor became even more pronounced as he kept a vigilant eye on the order of the event from outside. Upon discovering the newcomer dared to act like a prima donna, deliberately delaying the red carpet timing, he rushed over and launched a scathing tirade at Li Qiumei, showing her no respect whatsoever. However, Li Chimei remained as steadfast as a mountain, unfazed by Xie Guoming's hostile attitude, maintaining an air of tranquility. In Xie Guoming's eyes, having become acquainted with Zhu Shangxin, he fancied himself a significant figure as well. Li Chimei was merely a small-time entertainment company owner. Not bowing and scraping before him was a blatant display of disrespect. Feeling insulted, Xie Guoming's face fell immediately. What else with your expressions? Are you dissatisfied? How dare a mere newcomer give Penguin a cold shoulder? Who gave you the audacity? I will revoke Zhong Hua's eligibility to walk the red carpet right now. If he wishes to participate in the music gala today, he must kneel and apologize to me. It must be said that Xie Guoming was a sycophant, a petty tyrant. After a derisive scoff, he promptly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Notify the staff to cancel Zhong Hua's eligibility to walk the red carpet. Immediately arrange for the next star to take the stage. Furthermore, any platform under Penguin's banner is hereby prohibited from playing any of Zhong Hua's songs. Having completed these actions, Xie Guoming cast a provocative glance at Li Chimei. You have offended someone you ought not to have. This is your punishment. However, Li Chimei's expression was rather peculiar. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly found herself associating with the young Wang from Huai Group and the former top celebrity, Xiao Yibo. Initially, these two had vehemently declared their intention to blacklist Zhong Hua. Yet what was the outcome? Zhong Hua remained unscathed, his fame burgeoning. In stark contrast, one of them was a formidable tycoon in the entertainment industry, while the other was a fleeting internet sensation, both now reduced to lamenting their misfortunes. Presently, Xie Guoming, the president of Penguin Music Group, appeared even more arrogant than the two of them. What fate awaits him? To be honest, Li Chimei was quite curious about it. Unbeknownst to Xie Guoming, who was oblivious to Li Chimei's morbid curiosity, he showcased his prowess and then departed with an air of nonchalance. Backed by the substantial capital of Penguin Group, dealing with a newcomer like Zhong Hua was undoubtedly a trivial matter, entirely unworthy of concern. Once the red carpet event concluded, the music gala would officially commence, and as the host, he would take the stage to speak. This would be his moment in the spotlight. The mere thought of the illustrious figures seated below, such as Xiao Mago and Zhu Shangxin, sent a thrill of excitement through him, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Meanwhile, Guan Xiangjuan cast a glance at the still slumbering Zhong Hua and cautiously exited the laboratory. He promptly dialed a number. Chapter 80. Behind Zhong Hua, I stand alongside the nation. There are matters that Zhong Hua can tolerate with grace, yet Guan Xiangjuan could not. He felt compelled to stand up for Zhong Hua. Individuals of such lowly character dared to bully Zhong Hua. Did they truly believe he had no one to support him? Today, Guan Xiangjuan was determined to convey a resolute message to all. Zhong Hua was not someone they could provoke lightly. Time was of the essence, and the task was daunting. Guan Xiangjuan's first call connected him directly to Old Liu from the National Sea Institute. Old Liu, is this how matters are handled at your National Sea Institute? Guan Xiangjuan's credentials could be traced back to the Peninsula War. He was a living relic of the military, a totemic figure. Subsequently, he entered the naval system and served for many years as a naval admiral. When it came to seniority, even several elders at the National Sea Institute could not compare to him. However, he was not particularly ambitious. His lifelong aspiration was to develop the Navy of Huagua, and he preferred to avoid entanglements in other affairs, which made him seem less prominent. Yet today, his accusatory tone compelled even Old Liu to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Guan Lao, what has transpired to provoke such anger from you? I am not angry. I am simply fighting for justice. Guan Xiangjuan vehemently recounted the sequence of events. In conclusion, he added with a hint of sarcasm, I wonder whose brilliant idea it was to have a scientific genius like Zhong Hua become a celebrity. They claimed it was temporary, that it was for the nation. To gain emotional value? Zhong Hua, being young and naive, agreed without a second thought. And now, you abandon him, and he is bullied to such an extent? Guan Lao, please allow me to explain. We were also concerned about the negative impact, and we feared that other forces might piece together Zhong Hua's identity through subtle clues. Guan Xiangjuan dismissed Old Liu's explanation with a scoff. Nonsense about negative impact. That phrase irks me the most. Because of this so-called negative impact, you allow Zhong Hua to endure such humiliation. This child is merely too honest. After acquiring the system, he contacted the country at the first opportunity. As the saying goes, if a gentleman treats me as a national hero, I shall repay him as a national hero, for the sake of a trivial so-called impact. You completely disregard Zhong Hua. You fear this and that. In my view, as long as the matter of the system is not disclosed, you can fully reveal Zhong Hua's true identity. An outstanding young scientist deserves far more respect than a mere star and can equally garner emotional value. Guan Xiangjuan, drawing upon his extensive experience, articulated a plethora of arguments that left no room for criticism. Old Liu had to maintain his composure, even going so far as to comfort Guan Xiangyuan, urging him not to let anger affect his health. Guan Lao, we acknowledge our mistakes. Surely, you must provide us with an opportunity to rectify them. Humph. I dare not accept that. I am merely an old fool, standing up for the younger generation. Guan Xiangyuan understood that this conversation had reached its limit, and he promptly softened his tone. I cannot rest until this matter is resolved. I am certain that the 30,000 brothers of the Navy also find it impossible to sleep. Who grants a mere penguin group the audacity to treat Zhong Hua this way? I admit that Zhong Hua arrived late, but is that truly his fault? This is entirely on me, this old fool. Zhong Hua is working tirelessly for me and the 30,000 brothers of the Navy. He has been burning the midnight oil to expedite the construction of the super battleship, and he has lost weight in the process. Seeing him asleep, there nearly brings me to tears. Could I possibly rouse him to attend some trivial music gala? Moreover, Zhong Hua's painstaking research on the super battleship is ultimately to protect those stars who revel in fame and fortune. They are repaying kindness with ingratitude, a pack of ingrates. Guan Lao, please calm down. The National Sea Institute will definitely provide you with a satisfactory resolution. A resolution for me? It was not I who suffered. It is a matter concerning Zhong Hua. Thus, the National Sea Institute promptly convened an emergency meeting, with the theme centered on the rectification of the spiritual and cultural values within the entertainment industry. Guan Lao, we think, with his objectives achieved, Guan Xiangyuan ended the call with satisfaction. He then dialed another number. Old Qin, you hypocritical scoundrel. At that moment, Qin Tian was in a meeting, and he was bewildered by the sudden tirade, his face reddening with embarrassment. He waved his hand to dismiss the others and immediately retorted, Old Guan, what do you mean by that? Where have I offended you? Please clarify. Isn't the Chun family responsible for overseeing logistics in your Air Force? The Chun family? Indeed. But what exactly is going on? Stop beating around the bush. Guan Xiangyuan let out a cold snort and continued to bait Qin Tian with exaggerated rhetoric. You Air Force, especially you, the Air Force General, speak as if you're passing gas. You keep proclaiming that Zhong Hua is my dear friend, a great benefactor of the Air Force. What gives? Do you Air Force folk enjoy bullying your benefactor? Zhong Hua, what has happened to him? Upon hearing Zhong Hua's name, Qin Tian's expression shifted to one of grave concern, prompting him to inquire urgently. Guan Xiangyuan felt like a broken record, having repeated the same information numerous times that day. It was rumored that the young Xiao Mago from Penguin was merely a pawn of the Chun family. Of course, I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter. Regardless, I perceive that the words of your Air Force resemble flatulence. Upon grasping the situation, Qin Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him devoid of any rebuttal against Guan Xiangyuan's statements. Damn it, I feel utterly humiliated. Xiao Mago is indeed a puppet of the Chun family, and this is not a secret within their circle. As long as things do not get out of hand, everyone tends to turn a blind eye. However, today's incident has truly struck a nerve with Qin Tian. If he fails to handle this properly, how will he ever hold his head high again? He would be subject to Guan Xiangyuan's ridicule for all eternity. Qin Tian could absolutely not tolerate this. Old Guan, I will handle this matter and ensure that Zhong Hua receives a proper explanation. A cold sneer escaped Guan Xiangyuan's lips as he uttered a particularly cutting remark. Old Qin, I'm merely informing you of this call. Handle it. From now on, matters regarding Zhong Hua will be managed by our Navy. The slap in the face is resounding. The Air Force stirs up trouble, and the Navy is left to clean up the mess. How will the Air Force hold its head high in front of the Navy from now on? Qin Tian could easily envision Guan Xiangyuan's disdainful expression at that moment. He angrily hung up the phone, and after a moment of contemplation, he had already formed a resolution. He promptly summoned General Chun Jianbing, the logistics minister, instructing him to arrive at his office within 5 minutes. His voice was deep and powerful, a testament to the restraint preceding an impending eruption. Chapter 81. Please explain. Where is Zhong Hua? At the Shanghai Olympic Sports Center, the red carpet remained resplendent beneath the dazzling starlight. As the headliner, the Hong Kong Macau superstar Su Yingjie traversed the red carpet. It signified that the Penguin Music Gala was entering its countdown phase. Outside, countless fans lingered, reluctant to depart, all gathered around the large screen, eagerly absorbing the live broadcast of the event. Inside the Olympic Center, 16 camera positions had long been prepared, awaiting the formal commencement of the gala. Many celebrities had ceased their exchanges, sitting upright and poised to present their finest selves. Amidst this lively musical celebration, no one seemed to notice the absence of one individual in the fourth row. Only Su Mingzhu, seated in the second row, occasionally turned to gaze at the empty seat. a flicker of confusion passing through her beautiful eyes. As the gala was about to commence, where was Zhong Hua? At this moment, the most exhilarated individual in the room was Xie Guoming, poised to embrace the pinnacle of his life. To be cautious, he circled the venue, not only scrutinizing every detail, but also reveling in the flattery from numerous stars. Whether it be the top-tier young actors of domestic entertainment, popular vocalists, or Hong Kong Macau superstars, all these seemingly glamorous figures wore ingratiating smiles in his presence. He required little more than a haughty glance to leave them awestruck. These actors, in the face of capital, were utterly inconsequential. When he unexpectedly cast his gaze toward the fourth-row seat and noticed the nameplate inscribed with Zhong Hua's name, he couldn't help but sneer. This newcomer had struggled valiantly to emerge from the throngs, achieving a modicum of fame. Yet now, with a mere word from him, that future was irrevocably severed. In that instant, he grasped the obsession that historical nobles had with power. Of course, Xie Guoming was acutely aware that, in the grand scheme of true capital power, he was but a minor figure. Thus, seizing the moment before the gala officially began, he made his way to the secluded VIP box upstairs. Mr. Ma, Secretary Zhu, all the guests have arrived, and everything is ready for the gala to commence. Do you have any further instructions? In the box, facing the true heavyweights, Xie Guoming wore a sycophantic smile, his posture akin to that of someone afflicted with a malady, unable to straighten his back. Maintain order and ensure the safety of the venue. There's nothing else. You may proceed with your duties. Disappointment flickered within Xie Guoming upon receiving no directives from Zhu Shangxin. If only he could leverage this opportunity to forge a connection with the powerful figures of Zhonghai. It would serve as a true avenue to greatness. However, having made their acquaintance, he believed that with his abilities, opportunities would eventually present themselves. Mr. Ma, Secretary Zhu, I shall take my leave. Just as Xie Guoming turned to exit, the usually reticent Zhu Shangxin suddenly called out to him. You just said, everyone has arrived? A seemingly innocuous question, yet imbued with immense authority due to his status, it halted Xie Guoming in his tracks. He suddenly recalled Zhong Hua, but dismissed the thought. The Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Committee Secretary of Zhonghai, who oversaw the region's enforcement agencies, a renowned high-ranking official. Would he concern himself with an entertainer? Surely. It was just a casual inquiry. He resolutely replied, Secretary Zhu, I have personally verified, and everyone is present. Oh, is that so? Zhu Shangxin's expression remained calm, as if he were oblivious to Xie Guoming's deceit, before he turned his gaze towards the guests seating below, nodding thoughtfully. He then pointed to an empty seat, his fierce gaze locking onto Xie Guoming. What is the situation with this seat? Those familiar with Zhu Shangxin would know that he was teetering on the edge of fury at that moment. Can you explain this to me? Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai Haidong military base's experimental building, Zhong Hua slumped over his desk, felt his arm tingle with fatigue, and suddenly awakened. A brief lapse in consciousness had caused him to lose track of time, and he stood up in a daze. After a moment, he regained his senses. That nap had been remarkably refreshing. Unable to suppress a yawn, he felt all traces of exhaustion dissipate. It must be said that the efficacy of the nutritional oral solution produced by the system was truly formidable. Under its nurture, his body had surpassed that of an ordinary person. Regrettably, the Black Tech system did not offer an option to exchange for the nutritional oral solution. If it did, even a day and night without sleep would be of no consequence, and he would never feel fatigued, a natural prodigy in research, were it not for this instance. Fearing that attending the music gala would delay the progress of his super battleship, he had worked tirelessly for 2 days and nights, leading to his current state of exhaustion. The music gala? Zhong Hua suddenly jolted at the realization, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's 8 o'clock. I've missed the gala. How long did I sleep? As a diligent engineer, punctuality was the most fundamental professional ethic. To have promised others something, but arrived late due to oversleeping filled him with guilt. Just as he prepared to contact Li Qiuyue to express his apologies, Guan Xiangjuan abruptly barged in. Zhong Hua, you're awake. General Guan, how long did I sleep? I missed attending the music gala. Now he would surely face some scolding. Zhong Hua's shameful demeanor only served to further ignite Guan Xiangjuan's fury. Scolding? Who dares to scold you? Zhong Hua, let me say something you might not want to hear. You still haven't grasped your significance. My significance? What significance do I possess? You fail to comprehend your importance to Huagua. The contribution of your Black Tech system to the nation has been monumental. The wireless charging technology has enhanced the convenience of national life. Quantum computing has significantly bolstered the foundational research capabilities of our country. The Fury fighter has preserved the dignity of Huagua's Air Force. Not to mention the current super battleship, which is of paramount importance to our Navy. For each of these achievements, you should rightfully enjoy certain privileges. Delaying the music gala? In my perspective, your presence at the musical gala is the greatest honor of their lives. I have spoken my mind. Today's musical celebration cannot commence without your esteemed presence, Zhong Hua. This marks the first occasion where Admiral Guan Qiangjuan reveals his domineering side before Zhong Hua. Chapter 82. Why should Zhong Hua endure such indignities? At the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center, the scene of the Penguin Music Gala, many guests have already sensed something amiss. It is well past the scheduled time. Yet the Penguin Group has yet to initiate the festivities. It is already 8 o'clock. Why has the gala not commenced? Indeed, I have consumed 3 bottles of water. I can hardly contain myself. Can't you just use the restroom? I fear missing the opening moments. Could something have gone awry? Where is Mr. Xie from Penguin Music? It seems he has been absent for quite some time. Initially, whispers among a few guests were sparse, but as time dragged on, curiosity became uncontrollable, and they began to exchange information. Meanwhile, numerous fans waiting in the live stream room are rife with speculation, and the situation is evidently escalating. Mr. Xie, where are you? The order of the event is on the verge of spiraling out of control. Mr. Xie, many viewers in the live stream are starting to stir the pot. Even banning accounts, one tea suffice. In a VIP box at the Olympic Center, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Xie Guoming's brow. What was meant to be a splendid gala was on the brink of disaster. Secretary Zhu, that seat is reserved for a newcomer named Zhong Hua. His fame is modest, yet his temper is considerable. He dares to arrive late and act like a diva. With hundreds of stars present and your and Chairman Ma's valuable time at stake, we cannot allow him to squander it. Thus, I took it upon myself to rescind his participation. Xie Guoming, being a clever man, understood that lying before a figure such as Zhu Shangxin was futile, so he laid everything bare. Of course, he was not a fool. His words were artfully crafted, concealing his disdain and attributing the entire situation to the unfamiliar Zhong Hua. In his mind, a person of Zhu Shangxin's stature could never know a fledgling star. In response to his evasive remarks, Zhu Shangxin merely smiled coldly. Opportunities are fleeting, and once missed, one must face the appropriate consequences. Mr. Li, please come in. There is a matter that requires your immediate confrontation. To Xie Guoming's astonishment, Li Qiuyu and Lu Yizhen entered the box together. Mr. Xie, your singing is more melodious than your speech. How has my Zhong Hua acted like a diva? He was merely a tad late. Yet, in your narrative, it has transformed into an act of arrogance. Furthermore, we have acknowledged our misstep and clearly stated our intention to forego the red carpet. However, your demeanor is not only contemptuous but also condescending, outright rescinding my Zhong Hua's eligibility for the gala. Is it merely because you perceive him as a solitary newcomer? Li Qiuyu's incisive questioning did not rattle Xie Guoming. In fact, he had already constructed a defense in his mind. Up until now, he could not believe that Zhong Hua, a mere novice, would be acquainted with a figure of Zhu Shangxin's caliber. However, the subsequent scene shattered his composure, nearly causing him to stumble. The woman who entered alongside Li Qiuyu seated herself next to Zhu Shangxin, and they appeared to be engaged in amiable conversation. Indicating extraordinary rapport. Heavens, this is disastrous. Zhong Hua is merely a newcomer. Why would his associates know someone of Zhu Shangxin's stature? The arguments he had prepared were silenced by the affectionate smile displayed by Zhu Shangxin, retreating into the recesses of his mind. Everything was spiraling towards the worst possible outcome. Is this Mr. Xie? Do you believe what she says is accurate? Seated nearby, Brother Ma could no longer restrain himself and shot Xie Guoming a fierce glare, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. The head of a Fortune 500 company should not be tasked with mopping up after subordinates. Xie Guoming is truly a hopeless case, utterly inept. Secretary Zhu and Ms. Li, I assure you that this matter will be handled with the utmost seriousness. Of course, addressing it would require time. The musical gala had already been delayed, and further procrastination would not bode well. I recognize that Zhong Hua, as a newcomer, has undoubtedly faced indignities. However, it is indeed inappropriate for everyone's time to be wasted because of one individual. Secretary Zhu, perhaps we could let Zhong Hua endure a minor inconvenience today. The gala may proceed as planned, and Penguin Music will certainly make amends in other ways. Brother Ma, as the wealthiest individual in Huagua, spoke with impeccable precision, placing himself in the position of fault and signaling his stance. In his view, Zhu Shangxin had already been appeased, and there was no reason to prolong the matter. However, he grossly miscalculated Zhong Hua's standing in the eyes of Zhu Shangxin, or more accurately, in the regard of Zhonghai Secretary Yang Guizheng. Today's event, orchestrated at the behest of Admiral Guan Qiangjuan, had the full backing of the Air Force and all sectors of Zhong Hua, specifically to vindicate Zhong Hua. Why should Zhong Hua endure such indignities? Before Zhu Shangxin could speak, Lu Yizhen coldly retorted. To be honest, had Xie Guoming or the Penguin Music Group's attitude not been so haughty, Lu Yizhen would not have escalated matters so vehemently. Ultimately, they were unaware of Zhong Hua's true identity and the reason for his tardiness. Yet, Xie Guoming's arrogant demeanor, coupled with Brother Ma's nonchalant attitude, had thoroughly provoked her. Why should we allow Zhong Hua to suffer alone? This young lady, in society, one inevitably faces some injustices. Moreover, Penguin Music promises sufficient compensation in future platform recommendations. If enduring a slight grievance could procure Penguin Music support, Mr. Xie believes that a substantial portion of the entertainment industry would willingly accept such terms, let alone a newcomer like Zhong Hua. Many others endure grievances quietly, weeping alone beneath their covers. I refuse to accept that Zhong Hua should endure even the slightest injustice. I believe there are many who feel the same. As time dragged on, Xie Guoming genuinely grew anxious. Rumors were already circulating. If this continued, Penguin Music would become a laughingstock in the industry. Chairman Ma, the musical gala is a brand that Penguin Group has established over a decade. It cannot be ruined today. Secretary Zhu, could you kindly advise us on how to proceed to ensure Zhong Hua's satisfaction? Zhu Shangxin cast a penetrating glance at Brother Ma, and his subsequent words nearly sent him into a fit of rage. The gala shall commence when Zhong Hua arrives. The same words, uttered by different individuals, yield entirely different effects. As a high-ranking official, Zhu Shangxin's authority was absolute, especially since the venue of the gala fell under his jurisdiction. Secretary Zhu, is this not excessive? What if Zhong Hua never arrives? Then we shall wait indefinitely. Chapter 83. Bowing to admit fault, Brother Ma surrenders. Zhu Shangxin's resolute proclamation signified his unwavering stance. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, particularly for Xie Guoming, whose guilty conscience rendered his legs weak as he leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain his composure. He simply could not comprehend how a mere newcomer could possibly know someone as prominent as Zhu Shangxin, a high-ranking official. To think that, even for the sake of a trivial grievance, he would not extend a modicum of courtesy to Xiao Ma. This unyielding attitude was a testament to Zhong Hua's extraordinary character. In stark contrast, Xiao Ma, who faced Zhu Shangxin directly, felt his smile gradually fade, his expression darkening with uncertainty. The formidable aura emanating from such a high-ranking official was almost too much for him to bear. Secretary Zhu, surely you jest. With so many people present, waiting for Zhong Hua, can he truly endure this? The matter of endurance was not for him to decide. Although Lu Yizhen had received word that Zhong Hua was en route, she maintained her resolute demeanor. As the granddaughter of the venerable Lu, a prominent figure in the capital, she had refrained from wielding her influence, demonstrating her inherent kindness. However, today, the actions of the Penguin Group had genuinely disgusted her. Since entering the private room, she had been silent in Zhu Shangxin's company, but suddenly, she unleashed the haughty demeanor of a top-tier heiress, making Xiao Ma instantly realize that this woman was no ordinary individual. Miss, may I inquire your name? I am Lu, serving as Zhong Hua's chief steward. Lu? A rare surname indeed. In an instant, Xiao Ma's mind conjured the image of a face frequently seen on television. If she was truly connected to that person, he, with his insignificant stature, would stand no chance against a celestial being descended from the heavens. Secretary Zhu, Miss Lu, Miss Li, please allow me a moment to make a phone call. Watching Xiao Ma's uncertain departure from the private room, Lu Yizhen could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Is he going to call for help? Who could he possibly summon? Who else could it be but his powerful backer? Upon hearing this, Li Chuyue promptly fell silent, feeling as if she had stumbled into a celestial realm. In the face of capital, stars of all ranks within the entertainment industry maintained the most humble of attitudes. Yet when capital confronted power, the dynamics became even more dire. Today's peak situation had far exceeded her expectations. Dialing a number only took 10 seconds. Yet within that span, Xiao Ma felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. The typically composed and restrained man found his hands trembling involuntarily. If his assumptions were correct, Lu Yizhen was indeed a genuine noble of the highest order. Should this matter not be handled properly, not only would the music gala be at risk, but even the empire he had painstakingly built, the Penguin Group, could face disintegration. In this critical moment, the only recourse was to call upon his powerful ally, hoping to level the playing field. Thus, when the call connected, Xiao Ma quickly addressed the other end with familiarity. Second brother, it's Xiao Ma. Are you free at the moment? Second brother Chen Wansheng was a few years younger than Xiao Ma, yet came from a formidable background and was currently responsible for all logistical operations of the Air Force. This respectful address reflected Xiao Ma's willingness to acknowledge his formidable connections. Xiao Ma, damn it! Before Xiao Ma could speak further, an angry exclamation from the other end left him bewildered. Second brother, what is wrong? At that moment, Chen Wansheng, Xiao Ma's savior, was crouched in a corner of the Air Force headquarters, his face marred with bruises, expressing an unutterable sense of grievance. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Don't drag me down with you. Chen Wansheng hung up in fury and, disregarding his age, knelt before an imposing elder in military attire. Brother, I'm wronged. I truly had no idea what Xiao Ma was up to. General Qin, please, say a word on my behalf. Who did that scoundrel Xiao Ma offend? Chen Wansheng had never endured such humiliation in his life. Summoned late at night by his direct superior, Air Force General Qin Tian, he had been subjected to a barrage of scolding, with threats of dismissal looming over him. Orphaned at a young age, he had been raised in the home of the founding hero, Xiao Lao, and had always been cherished, never having faced such disgrace. Without hesitation, he called upon Xiao Lao's son, Xiao Jinsheng, the current top general of the army. However, what he thought would be his refuge turned into an unexpected ordeal. After a discussion with Qin Tian at the Air Force headquarters, he was met with a merciless beating. After the beating, Chen Wansheng was left in a daze. Upon further inquiry, Xiao Jinsheng coldly informed him, "The dog I raised bit someone at Shun Ti have." As he pondered which dog he was referring to, just then, Xiao Ma's call came through. Damn it, so it was you, that dog. At that moment, Chen Wansheng felt an urge to eliminate Xiao Ma. However, in the face of his pleas, Qin Tian merely chuckled. After exiting, the room echoed once more with Chen Wansheng's desperate cries for mercy. Clearly, regarding Zhong Hua, the army held even more concern than he had anticipated. This was, of course, within Qin Tian's expectations. The army had earned its title as Big Brother through countless hard-fought battles. Through these struggles, the army had ultimately grasped an undeniable truth: when in dire straits, one resorts to tactical maneuvers. When prosperous, one wields overwhelming firepower. No one would ever complain about an excess of advanced weaponry. The Air Force's furious combat aircraft and the Navy's super battleships were no longer secrets within the ranks. Xiao Jinsheng, as an army general, had long desired to establish a connection with Zhong Hua. This incident involving the Penguin Music Gala served as a fitting introduction. Truth be told, Xiao Ma was also a victim of circumstance, having inadvertently offended the three military branches due to the arrogance of his subordinates. His misfortune was truly unfortunate. However, one could hardly blame anyone. To where the crown is to bear its weight. At that moment, Xiao Ma felt utterly despondent, his complexion ashen. Chen Wansheng's furious tirade had made him acutely aware of a harsh reality. His most formidable ally could not withstand the events of the day. In this situation, the only path forward was to humble himself and admit his faults for a glimmer of hope, not only for himself but also for the Penguin Group. Mr. Ma, have you finished your call? Should I begin preparations for the music gala now? Upon seeing the unpleasant face of Xie Guoming, Xiao Ma felt a surge of anger. Damn it, this is truly an unprovoked disaster. It's all this little man's doing. Yet, he understood that the aftermath still required his attention. Once everything concluded, Xie Guoming would certainly have to go. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ma donned a radiant smile unlike any he had ever worn before and pushed open the heavy door that felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Who would have thought that the illustrious Penguin Group, a titan among the world's top 500 companies, would find itself bested by a newcomer in the entertainment industry? Chapter 84. The world awaits. Zhong Hua has arrived. As the wealthiest individual in Huagua, Xiao Ma enjoyed immense prestige and respect wherever he went. However, today, within the confines of his private room, he was compelled to relinquish his dignity and humbly seek forgiveness from others. Secretary Zhu, Miss Liu, Miss Li, after thorough investigation, the fault lies with me, with the Penguin Group. Xiao Ma, deserving of the title of a formidable figure, resolved to fully acknowledge his mistakes, thus averting further negative repercussions. Particularly upon observing Liu Yizhen's calm and untroubled demeanor, everything suddenly became clear to him. Xiao Ma was now certain that she was indeed the granddaughter of that esteemed individual. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such tranquility. In that instant, he felt he had grasped the full context of the situation. In the imperial city, the noble lady Bai Longyu occasionally crossed paths with Zhong Hua. To relish the joys of life, she deliberately chose to remain by his side as a humble assistant. At this music gala, it was the petty and narrow-minded Xie Guoming who, through his ignorance, provoked this esteemed young lady, thus inciting a multitude of powerful forces to pursue and besiege him. Brother Ma, believing he had unraveled the crux of the matter, adopted an increasingly respectful demeanor towards Liu Yijin. Miss Liu, the Penguin Group sincerely apologizes to you and Zhong Hua to demonstrate our earnestness. We shall commence the music gala only upon Zhong Hua's arrival. Furthermore, any songs released by Zhong Hua will receive the highest promotional privileges on the Penguin Music platform. Additionally, when Zhong Hua unveils a new album, our social media channels will simultaneously promote it with prominent visibility. Brother Ma discreetly stole a glance at Liu Yijin, noticing her calm, composed expression. Clearing his throat, he swiftly added another condition. Zhong Hua is indeed one of my favorite singers, particularly for his song, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Xie Guoming, ever so considerate, chimed in, yes, it is precisely that song, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, that resonates deeply with me. I believe one should not judge a hero based on seniority. Doing so would be unjust to an outstanding newcomer like Zhong Hua. Therefore, I have decided that this year's Best Male Singer at the Penguin Music Gala shall be awarded to Zhong Hua. Xie Guoming inwardly lamented, for he had already promised, through underhanded channels, to bestow the Best Male Singer award upon the pop king Su Yingjie from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Now, he found himself in a predicament, fervently praying that the temperamental Su Yingjie would consider the bigger picture and refrain from causing a scene during the award ceremony. Mr. Ma, this seems rather inappropriate, Liu Yijin remarked, yet the faint smile gracing her lips betrayed her true sentiments. Appropriate? Quite the contrary. In the face of genuine power, no star or capital can stand tall. They must all bow down with a smile. Brother Ma's response was resolute, more steadfast than any oath. Since it is deemed appropriate, let us proceed with the arrangement. Furthermore, Zhong Hua is en route and should arrive by 9 o'clock. Miss Liu, you are magnanimous. Brother Ma knew they had temporarily weathered the storm, yet the aftermath still required meticulous handling, particularly concerning the disdainful Xie Guoming. One could not discount the possibility that one day, the young lady might catch sight of Xie Guoming's countenance and harbor displeasure, leading her to complain to her influential grandfather. Could the Penguin Group withstand such formidable wrath? Mitigating risks before they burgeon had been Brother Ma's guiding principle in navigating the business world for years. However, at this moment, it seemed he was to bear the brunt of the fallout, extracting every last ounce of his value before being shown the door. Mr. Xie, I trust you have heard Miss Liu's words. He urged, go down and soothe everyone's emotions. We must secure ample time for Zhong Hua. Xie Guoming, bewildered, could hardly fathom how this situation had devolved into his responsibility. While the stars typically dared not confront capital alone, the gathering of half the entertainment industry today meant that, amidst collective outrage, no one could predict what might transpire. Yet under Brother Ma's piercing gaze, Xie Guoming dared not resist, retreating in shame. Damn it! How long must we wait? Why has it not yet commenced? I have matters to attend to. Su Yingjie, the rising king of singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan, was notoriously temperamental, known for his foul mouth and infamous reputation in the entertainment sphere. Damn it, the mainland is utterly incompetent. If they lack the ability, they should not host this gala. Having waited an additional hour since 8 o'clock, he could feel his temper fraying. Had it not been for Xie Guoming's promise to award him the Best Male Singer title, he would have long since taken his leave. With the rapid development of the mainland economy, the gap with Hong Kong and Taiwan was steadily closing. The allure of over 1 billion people was enticing many singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan to venture south. Su Yingjie sought to leverage the Best Male Singer title at the Penguin Music Gala to enhance his visibility in the mainland and subsequently launch concerts to reap the rewards of fan support. Damn it, Mr. Xie, when will this gala finally commence? Su Yingjie spotted Xie Guoming descending from the VIP box and seized him, unrelentingly demanding an answer. Everyone, please remain calm. Due to unavoidable circumstances, the music gala will be delayed for a while. However, rest assured, we are working diligently to commence shortly. Damn it, Mr. Xie. Your words are as empty as a fart. It was supposed to start at 8. It is now 9. Faced with Su Yingjie, Xie Guoming felt a surge of anxiety, desperate to reveal the change regarding the Best Male Singer award. Yet, with so many eyes around, he found no opportunity. Mr. Xie, the Penguin Group is vast and prosperous. We do not fret over an hour's delay. However, for us singers, it's quite different. Surely, you must provide us with a clear response. Mr. Xie, I'll lose at least 100,000 for every hour spent idle on these engagements. Are you suggesting I stand here and incur losses without doing anything? Many stars, already perturbed by the wait, now surrounded Xie Guoming, all clamoring for clarity. In this moment, Xie Guoming felt equally helpless. He could not afford to speak the truth, as it would tarnish the company's reputation. Thus, he resorted to evasive tactics while occasionally glancing toward the entrance. As the agitation among the gathered stars intensified, Xie Guoming found himself longing more than anyone for Zhong Hua's appearance. The moon hung high, casting a mesmerizing glow over the night. As the economic center of the nation, the roads of Zhonghai remained bustling at 9 o'clock, with traffic flowing in abundance. Suddenly, the sound of a massive helicopter resonated from above, prompting many to look up with curiosity, only to discover it was a domestically produced military helicopter. Chapter 85. All eyes on the arrival from above. Outside the Olympic Sports Center, fans and media, who had been waiting for an eternity, had lost the initial excitement, grumbling as they began to pack up to leave. What is Penguin up to? It was supposed to start at 8, and now it is 9. Could something have gone awry? This year's music gala had been off from the very start, with a last-minute venue change, and now a delayed start time. Reporters huddled together, buzzing with speculation, their eyes glimmering with excitement. This material would feed them for a week. Do you think it's possible that Penguin Group has delayed things to wait for some superstar from the entertainment industry? A reporter mused, his imagination running wild. We all know that stars seem to shine brightly in our eyes, but to genuine capital, they are merely performers. With Brother Ma already present, which star would dare to throw their weight around in front of him? That would be sheer folly. A superstar? How could that be? I've observed the entirety. The renowned kings and queens of the entertainment circle are already present. Did you not see Su Yingjia, the closing act? I just observed, and it seems Zhong Hua is the only notable name missing, right? Are you referring to the one who sings Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales? Such a scenario seems utterly implausible. How could Zhong Hua possess the qualifications that would allow the Penguin Group to wait for him for such an extended period? Rumors abound that this newcomer has quite a formidable background. Is there anyone in the entertainment industry who does not have a wealthy benefactor? Take Jing Tian, for instance. Since her debut, she has been showered with countless resources, with numerous big names eager to support her. Ask her if she would dare to make the Penguin Group wait for so long. This is no trivial matter. To some extent, it represents the Penguin Group endorsing him with its own reputation. Does Zhong Hua truly have such a remarkable standing? At that moment, Lu Yizhen, seated in the private room, suddenly received a message, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. Zhong Hua has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the astonished looks from others, he dashed out. Zhu Shangxin, already intrigued by this well-regarded young man within the upper echelons, promptly followed suit with a smile. Observing the scene, Xiao Mago could not help but feel a tinge of bitterness. It appears that even the esteemed wealthiest individual in Huagua, the helmsman of the Penguin Group, is regarded as inferior to a mere fledgling star in their eyes. Shaking his head in resignation, he decided that since he had already acknowledged his fault, he might as well embrace it fully and hurriedly followed Zhu Shangxin. At the entrance of the Olympic Sports Center, the crowd of fans and journalists, who were preparing to depart, initially paid no heed to Lu Yizhen's sudden emergence. However, when a refined figure with gold-rimmed glasses appeared, they were utterly taken aback. Was that not Director Ma of the Penguin Group? Why was he here? I recognized the two women in front. They must be Zhong Hua's manager and assistant, right? What on earth is happening? Could it be that they are indeed here to welcome Zhong Hua? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Given Director Ma's stature, he would not come to greet a mere small star. Zhu Shangxin, as a senior official, possessed a keen political sensitivity, with Xiao Mago's prominence. The act of welcoming a star would undoubtedly spark speculation about Zhong Hua and inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Before numerous journalists could raise their cameras, he quickly pulled Xiao Mago inside. Xiao Mago, your status is too special. It's best to wait inside. Too special? Zhu Shangxin's action led Xiao Mago to misunderstand once again. It seemed that Zhong Hua was just an ordinary star, with everything hinging on his connection to Lu Yizhen. At that moment, accompanied by the thunderous sound of helicopter blades, a helicopter suddenly appeared above the Olympic Sports Center. The spectacle was so grand that it drew everyone's attention. Particularly the journalists on site, with their sharp instincts, recognized an extraordinary news opportunity and disregarded the powerful winds to capture the moment with their cameras. Meanwhile, the fans, who had been ready to leave, paused, gazing curiously at the helicopter. Such a dramatic entrance was indeed a bit excessive. Who could be inside the helicopter? This question lingered in the minds of the thousands present. As the helicopter slowly descended onto a vacant area outside the Olympic Sports Center, all eyes converged, eagerly awaiting the revelation. When a figure gradually emerged from the helicopter, illuminated by the bright lights, gasps filled the air. Who was he? Zhong Hua. Goodness, is that really Zhong Hua? What is his true identity? This entrance is astonishingly extravagant. It must be noted that Zhong Hua's arrival by helicopter was simply breathtaking. Although Zhonghai is not akin to the capital, Being an absolute no-fly zone, no star has ever had the privilege to descend from the heavens. In that moment, Zhong Hua appeared as if he had descended from the sky, stunning everyone present. This unique entrance ensured that many would remember the name Zhong Hua, the newcomer, immediately. Coincidentally, the spot where the helicopter landed was merely 100 meters from the Olympic Sports Center's entrance, precisely the distance a star would cover while walking the red carpet. However, the red carpet had long been taken away by the Penguin staff, leaving only a few lonely billboards on either side, which gave a somewhat desolate impression. Nevertheless, the journalists eagerly raised their cameras, illuminating him with their flashes. The fans on either side, captivated, leaned against the billboards, cheering and applauding for him. Zhong Hua, you have finally arrived. Seeing such a scene, Li Chiyue felt the most joy, though she still harbored a sense of regret. Zhong Hua's first foray onto the red carpet was tinged with a bit of disappointment. Sister Qiuyu, Yijin, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Zhong Hua said earnestly, even displaying a hint of embarrassment. It's quite all right. We would wait for you no matter how long it took. Especially since a crowd of stars has been waiting with us, Lu Yijin teased, which only made Zhong Hua feel more sheepish. I'm truly sorry for wasting everyone's time. At that moment, Xie Guoming, who had been entangled with Su Yingjie, also received the news of Zhong Hua's arrival and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The Penguin Music Festival was officially underway. As Zhong Hua entered the Olympic Sports Center, a dazzling array of colorful lights flashed, seemingly welcoming him. Chapter 86. Zhong Hua, the first to doze off at the music festival. One may disregard Xie Guoming, but one cannot overlook the Penguin music platforms standing in the Mandarin music scene. Regardless, when a music festival commenced and the live broadcast began, all stars, despite any grievances they might harbor, were compelled to don sincere smiles. Even the notoriously temperamental Hong Kong and Taiwan superstar Su Yingjie adhered to this standard. In the face of capital, stars are merely tools for amusement. This is a matter of propriety that cannot be overlooked. Thus, the scene presented before the cameras was one of remarkable harmony and camaraderie, showcasing the deep bonds within the entertainment industry. Of course, the veracity of the situation would depend on the capabilities of the Penguin Public Relations Department. With the music festival officially commencing, it appeared to have entered its regular proceedings. In reality, each music festival is a process of ranking based on seniority. By observing the status of the attending guests, one can deduce the ultimate winners of the awards. For instance, the best male singer of this edition is undoubtedly the Hong Kong and Taiwan superstar Su Yingjie, while the best female singer is most likely Su Mingzhu. Hence, from the outset, the cameras were primarily focused on them. This situation also epitomizes the gradual decline of the Mandarin music scene, where seniority overshadows merit, making it exceedingly challenging for newcomers to emerge. The recipient of this year's Best New Artist Award is Zhong Hua from Shinkong Entertainment. Let's extend a warm round of applause. Zhong Hua receiving this award was anticipated by all. As the beautiful melody of Tian Di Long Lin resonated through the venue, Zhong Hua's figure graced the screen. Why does Zhong Hua look so fatigued? Indeed, upon closer inspection, he appears to have dark circles under his eyes. What has he been up to these past few days to look so worn out? Under the scrutiny of the high-definition cameras, Zhong Hua's exhaustion was unmistakable, leaving many in front of the lens feeling particularly astonished. The entertainment industry is undoubtedly one of the most cost-effective fields. While it is not uncommon for stars to lament the immense pressure and intensity of their work, such complaints are often made in jest. However, it was evident that Zhong Hua's current state was a clear indication of insufficient rest. Goodness, this lad must have indulged in some unsavory activities last night. Su Yingdi, drawing from his own experiences, confidently asserted that Zhong Hua's late arrival was due to a night of revelry. No wonder he showed up at such a late hour. His unabashed demeanor suggested he held little regard for a newcomer. Despite his fatigue, Zhong Hua managed to receive his very first trophy in his burgeoning career, and truthfully, he felt quite elated. This recognition was a testament to his hard work. After uttering a few perfunctory official remarks, he calmly returned to his seat. Yet, once the novelty wore off, drowsiness began to creep back in, calculating that his role in the subsequent proceedings would merely be as a backdrop. He donned a pair of sunglasses and leaned back to take a brief nap. This action elicited puzzled glances from those around him. This newcomer certainly had a bold spirit, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of Penguin music. To be honest, many envied his carefree attitude. Enduring such a long stint as a mere background figure was undeniably arduous. Of course, few would dare to emulate Zhong Hua for fear of being caught on camera. Such embarrassment would pale in comparison to the wrath of Penguin music. As the event progressed, the atmosphere heightened when Su Mingyu rightfully claimed the award for Best Female Singer. The music gala was on the verge of reaching its climax. As the most prestigious award, Best Male Singer, was about to be presented. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Su Yingjie. With 5 camera crews trained on this superstar from Hong Kong and Taiwan, the confidence radiating from Su Yingjie was palpable, his demeanor exuding an air of inevitability regarding his triumph. Yet, backstage, Xie Guoming's expression was one of dismay. The more ostentatious Su Yingjie became, the more painful the impending blow to his ego would be. It was hoped that he would exhibit a modicum of restraint. The announcement for the Best Male Singer award was imminent. Let's extend a warm welcome to. As the award presenter donned an incredulous expression, the audience erupted in good-natured boos. They were all too familiar with this ploy. Teacher Wang had indeed improved remarkably in his acting over recent years, and his feigned surprise was nothing short of masterful. Such tactics were tiresome. Even my grandmother was aware that this year's Best Male Singer would undoubtedly be Su Yingjie. They might as well have handed over the award directly, considering Su Yingjie's palpable eagerness. The audience in front of the camera was equally exasperated, feeling as though the production team was treating them as fools with their ridiculous gimmicks. Upon hearing the audience's boos, the 2 presenters were genuinely taken aback. They were not acting, but were indeed astonished. The winner of this year's Best Male Singer is Zhong Hua. Let us once again welcome him to the stage with applause. As the presenters repeated the name, Zhong Hua still had not made his way to the stage. Many began searching for him and finally spotted him in the 4th row, wearing sunglasses. Yet, something felt amiss. Typically, one would leap at the chance to claim such an accolade, but Zhong Hua, a newcomer, remained remarkably composed. This level of calmness was not typical. Zhong Hua, do not be modest. Hasten to the stage to accept your award. We wouldn't want to delay everyone's departure. The presenters were beginning to show signs of displeasure. While they were unsure why a newcomer had managed to outshine Su Yingjie to claim the award, the fact that he had to be called multiple times to come forward was perplexing. At this moment, all eyes were on Zhong Hua, whose achievement of winning Best Male Singer just 1 year into his debut was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he remained unflustered, maintaining his composure. It was only then that, perhaps due to the deep slumber he had enjoyed, Zhong Hua's hand slipped, causing him to almost topple from his seat. Witnessing this, the audience was left in stunned silence. This fellow fell asleep during a music gala? Chapter 87. The gala ends. Turmoil resurfaces. Seeing this scene, the stars in attendance exchanged incredulous glances. Some were in awe, others astonished, and some looked on with disdain. A multitude of emotions infused a once monotonous gala with newfound energy. Meanwhile, the viewers in front of their screens were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Goodness, just how exhausted must Zhong Hua be to fall asleep like that? This is hysterical. I thought he was merely playing the role of a diva, yet he was actually asleep. Surely, this moment will be etched into the annals of this year's music gala. This lad certainly possesses a heart of fortitude. Initially, many questioned whether there was some underlying conspiracy behind Penguin awarding Best Male Singer to Zhong Hua, given that both his experience and talent seemed inferior to Su Yingjie, particularly with rampant speculation regarding Zhong Hua's enigmatic background. However, Zhong Hua dispelled all doubts through his actions. Who else could be so audacious as to sleep soundly? Fully aware of impending victory, in the VIP room, Liu Yijin and Li Qiuyue could not help but cover their foreheads in embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward facing the darkly scowling Xiao Ma. Mr. Ma, please don't misunderstand. Zhong Hua truly hasn't had proper rest these past few days. He didn't mean to. The esteemed ladies of the capital had even apologized to him. What more could Xiao Ma do but let out a resigned sigh? Even if it were intentional, what could he do? After all, Zhong Hua had the backing of a prominent noble lady, even in the capital. Yet, upon seeing Zhong Hua's bewildered expression and the glimmer of innocent naivety in his eyes on the large screen, Xiao Ma suddenly felt a sense of relief. This was merely a child who had yet to mature, unable to hide his feelings. Where was the cunning one might expect? Let us extend our applause once more to welcome Zhong Hua, as the presenters, having made 3 attempts to call his name, finally succeeded in arousing him from his stupor. Zhong Hua, filled with uncertainty, pointed to himself. Is it me? I don't recall anyone mentioning this to me, either. Goodness. Zhong Hua, you're simply going to make me laugh myself to death. Come, inherit my words, will you? Suddenly, I find Zhong Hua to be remarkably genuine, reminiscent of my unfortunate classmate. The helplessness of being called upon by the teacher while dozing in class. Zhong Hua, the stoic jester, is indeed a lively entertainer. I must admit, smiles are contagious. Numerous viewers have incessantly shared his iconic moments on social media. attracting a significant new audience to the live broadcast of the music gala. When Brother Xiao witnessed the skyrocketing viewership surpassing last year's highest figures, his emotions were quite complex, and an imperceptible smile crept onto his lips. The tides have turned, and this wave of the Penguin Music platform has reaped substantial profits. When Zhong Hua once again took center stage to receive the Best Male Singer award from two presenters, Lu Yi in the VIP box suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, it seems we Haven T prepared a speech for Zhong Hua for Best Male Singer." Brother Xiao was utterly at a loss, hands cradling his head in despair. Yet, they all overlooked one crucial fact. Never underestimate a top scorer of the college entrance examination. In a nation where only the most exceptional talents can emerge from the throngs, Zhong Hua is a genius among geniuses. Initially, in his slumber, he appeared quite dazed, his subconscious actions giving off an impression of foolishness. However, once he stood on stage, he had already regained his clarity and had composed his thank you speech in his mind. At this moment, he confidently stood before the microphone, his demeanor calm as he surveyed the audience. Everyone knows that a man's growth can often occur in an instant. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Penguin Music Gala, where I have journeyed from Best Newcomer to Best Male Singer. Both awards, whether Best Newcomer or Best Singer, hold profound significance. Thank you all, thank you, Penguin, and thank you, Chairman Ma. Zhong Hua's words instantly garnered the most enthusiastic applause from the audience. His composure was admirable, neither servile nor arrogant. Acknowledging his status as a newcomer while directly confronting the controversy surrounding the Best Male Singer award. I must concede, this was the most articulate thank you speech I have ever heard. An individual of high academic standing speaks with an unmatched clarity, leaving no room for criticism. This year's Penguin Music Gala has indeed reached its conclusion. Although it began in considerable chaos, the finale proved to be exceptionally fulfilling. With ample highlights and countless memorable moments, the event generated a wealth of discussion. Whether it was Brother Xiao, the participating stars, or the audience in front of the cameras, everyone was particularly satisfied. While Zhong Hua, as a newcomer, had clinched the grand prize of Best Male Singer, from a professional perspective, there was little to critique. After all, the most popular song of the day was undoubtedly his rendition of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. As Zhong Hua stepped off the stage, he was met with nothing but friendly smiles. Many stars had undergone a complete transformation in attitude. "Teacher Zhong, please have a seat. Teacher Zhong, your speech was splendid. Truly a distinguished graduate of National Defense University. Teacher Zhong, may I have your contact information? I have a musical question to ask. Teacher Zhong, what's going on? I just brought back a trophy, and suddenly I'm referred to as teacher." Compared to the rigor of academia, the title of teacher in the entertainment industry feels rather trivial. As for who suffered the most disappointment at this gala, it would undoubtedly be the Taiwanese king of song, Zhong Hua. He felt like a clown, utterly played for laughs. To show respect for the Penguin Music Gala, he had prepared a thank you speech that spanned 3 A4 pages, resulting in a waste of 2 yuan on printing. Were it not for the live broadcast cameras, he would have overturned the table in fury. By the end of the gala, observing the throngs surrounding Zhong Hua, he seethed with jealousy, openly mocking him without restraint. In his eyes, the domestic entertainment industry was profoundly corrupt. How could a newcomer overshadow him to win the Best Male Singer award? Surely, there must be some unspeakable conspiracy behind it. Yet, he entirely forgot that his own dealings with Xie Guoming were also a form of obscurity. Chapter 88. When it's time to act, one must act. Wow. Another spectacle is about to unfold. As the gala concluded, the live broadcast cameras shut off, allowing everyone to finally remove the masks they had worn all night. Initially, it seemed that the gala had ended, and everyone would part ways, but to their surprise, a second act awaited. Home. At this moment, who could think of going home? Instead, they were eager to witness a once-in-a-millennium performance. The entertainment industry is ultimately a realm of human relationships. Regardless of underlying conflicts, a facade of harmony must be maintained. For instance, the infamous Teddy sisters, the 4 flowers of 85, all wield knives at one another while maintaining smiles on their faces. However, today, Zhong Hua felt particularly aggrieved. In his pursuit of the Best Male Singer award, he had offered Xie Guoming significant favors. The gala environment had been fully cooperative, and he had sacrificed both money and dignity for this accolade. In the end, he became the fool, the stepping stone for the rise of newcomer Zhong Hua. If he could not vent his frustrations tonight, he would be buried in anger, even in death. Damn it, Teacher Zhong, how impressive. By what right do you claim the Best Male Singer? The unexpected inquiry from this stranger caught Zhong Hua off guard. Who are you? The stars in attendance could no longer contain their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. Zhong Hua's expression of unfamiliarity was strikingly potent, nearly driving Su Yingjie to the brink of madness. How dare you pretend not to know me? That trophy in your hands was snatched from me. Oh, is that so? Then I suppose I should return it to you. Zhong Hua, surprisingly accommodating, readily offered the best newcomer trophy he held. This prompted an eruption of laughter, especially among the younger female stars, who were enchanted by his charm. Zhong Hua, this newcomer, had a knack for banter. Su Yingjie, a king of song, awarded best newcomer. Watching Su Yingjie's face turn an alarming shade of purple, Zhong Hua kindly reminded him, "Uncle, I assume you've never held this trophy before? It's a bit heavy, so be careful not to drop it." The crowd gasped. Was it typical for cultured individuals to be so cutting? Witnessing this scene, everyone silently vowed never to engage in a verbal spar with Zhong Hua again, for it was not only disheartening, but also detrimental to one's health. Su Yingjie was a living testament to this, nearly collapsing from rage. The truth has always been the most painful. By sheer happenstance, Zhong Hua's words struck a sensitive chord within him. In the early years of his career, the Chinese music scene was at its zenith, with an influx of newcomers competing fiercely, akin to deities clashing. At that time, he was merely an inconspicuous figure, entirely unworthy of the Best Newcomer award. To speak frankly, the title of King of the Entertainment Circle in Hong Kong and Taiwan is predominantly derived from one's experience and longevity in the industry. Relying on connections, Su Yingjie, born into a gang affiliation from the island, possesses a certain audacity. Realizing he cannot win the verbal spar, he harbors malicious intent and immediately brandishes his fists, preparing for a real-life showdown. As the situation escalates towards an actual brawl, numerous onlookers hastily retrieve their phones, surreptitiously activating their recording functions. Such a spectacle is indeed a rare occurrence. If a fight were to break out, who do you think would emerge victorious? Surely, it would be the one with the connections, right? Su Yingjie, why is that? I perceive Zhong Hua to be significantly taller than him. Does height determine the outcome of a fight? Su Yingjie hails from a life of peril since childhood. As for Zhong Hua, despite his height, he is merely an ordinary young man from Huagua, likely having never engaged in physical combat throughout his life. In a real confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for Su Yingjie. I refuse to believe it. I wager on Zhong Hua's victory. Nonsense. Trust me, Su Yingjie will surely prevail. One cannot deny the entertainment industry is filled with talent, and now they have gathered to place bets. However, the furious Su Yingjie was quickly restrained by staff, causing the anticipated spectacle to fizzle out. Everyone felt a profound disappointment. Yet this incident would undoubtedly dominate the headlines tomorrow, especially with so many celebrities present. Alas, it falls upon Xiao Ma to clean up the mess. Zhong Hua cast a glance at the enraged Su Yingjie, a smirk of disdain flickering across his otherwise serene visage, instantly relaxing his tense demeanor. He possesses a disposition that is gentle on the surface yet resolute within. He may appear mild-mannered and unperturbed, yet those who know him understand that Zhong Hua is not one to shy away from confrontation. He had already prepared himself, should Su Yingjie truly decide to strike. He would not remain passive. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid physical altercations altogether. Once the farce concluded, Liu Yizhen promptly exited the private room to greet Zhong Hua. As for Li Qiuyue, due to driver Lu Fuwa being assigned other tasks, she was responsible for driving today. The trophy for Best Male Singer was merely a trinket. Liu Yizhen grasped the Best Male Singer trophy, gauged its weight, and casually remarked, "Given her stature, it is only fitting that she remains unimpressed by a trivial accolade from the entertainment industry." Now, what has transpired? Liu Yizhen suddenly inquired, realizing the atmosphere was amiss. Zhong Hua had not given it much thought. He had already resolved the matter and would not divulge the details to Liu Yizhen. Su Yingjie's life was effectively over. He immediately took Liu Yizhen by the hand, intending to depart. However, no one anticipated that the petty Su Yingjie would seize the opportunity when the staff had let their guard down, suddenly charging from the opposite side. One cannot deny that his brazen display was indeed intimidating. Nearby female celebrities turned pale at the sight and could not resist capturing the moment on their phones. By the time Su Yingjie charged forth, Zhong Hua had already sensed the impending threat. However, having never engaged in a fight before, Zhong Hua had completely forgotten that he had consumed a nutritional supplement produced by the system, which had been gradually enhancing his physical capabilities. Moreover, with Liu Yizhen beside him, he aimed to avoid any potential harm to her. Observing the menacing Su Yingjie, Zhong Hua executed a graceful high kick, landing a strike squarely against his chest. Su Yingjie, propelled backward with greater speed than he had charged, was sent sprawling to the ground, lying there in a daze. Had it not been for the subtle movements of his body, everyone would have assumed he had been outright killed. At that moment, all present were left speechless in sheer astonishment. They had always thought that kicking someone across the room was merely a figurative expression. Today, they discovered it could be a reality. Zhong Hua, this young man, is truly formidable. At this juncture, a wave of sympathy washed over the onlookers for Su Yingjie. Perhaps he truly had antagonized the Penguin Music Festival. Not only had he failed to secure an award, but he had also instigated a confrontation, only to be repaid with a decisive blow. What a delightful spectacle. Chapter 89. Is Zhong Hua going to be arrested? Su Yingjie lay on the ground, his face contorted in horror. Had it not been for the excruciating pain radiating from his chest, he might have believed himself to be dead. The immense force of Zhong Hua's kick rivaled that of a massive truck. In that moment of being flung backward, despair enveloped him. It was difficult to fathom how someone who appeared neither particularly robust nor imposing could unleash such explosive power. He resembled a wild dog. His earlier bravado reduced to mere fear in the wake of Zhong Hua's might. "Brother Su, are you all right?" Su Yingjie's manager rushed over, looking despondent as though mourning a death, weeping uncontrollably at his side. "Damn it, I told you not to mess with me. I'm still alive." One must acknowledge that Su Yingjie's foul language was instinctive, and the muffled laughter around him only added to his humiliation. "Brother Su, you're alive. You scared me to death." Who did this? Despite her earlier demeanor, Su Yingjie's manager now stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. "Call the police. Immediately. We are esteemed residents of the island. We must ensure you pay for this." Her words caused the faces of the surrounding celebrities to pale. The island is a historical remnant of Huagua, and for the sake of eventual reunification, policies on the mainland do indeed offer preferential treatment. Residents of the island enjoy substantial tax incentives for investments, and their tourism is facilitated with considerable ease. In disputes, mediation is prioritized. Over time, this has led many islanders to mistakenly believe they belong to a privileged class, further exacerbated by the economic disparities between the two regions. In the entertainment industry, this phenomenon is even more pronounced. In earlier days, even within a film crew, the treatment of islanders and mainlanders was starkly different. Numerous island celebrities have profited on the mainland, only to return home and disparage it. Many well-known stars present have fallen victim to such inequities. Should this incident escalate to the point of police involvement, even with Zhong Hua's formidable background, the ensuing media scrutiny would be far beyond what a mere star could withstand. As the crowd around them remained awestruck, Su Yingjie's manager grew increasingly brazen, triumphantly brandishing her phone. "A bunch of lowly ingrates. My brother, Su, has graciously descended to the mainland to bestow upon you the honor of his presence, and you dare to strike him? Soon, I shall have all of you apprehended." I struck the first blow. Zhong Hua, unwilling to involve others, stepped forward, his expression composed and unruffled, devoid of any hint of panic. "What nonsense is this? Call the police?" Setting aside the fact that this was clearly self-defense. Even if I had provoked Su Yingjie and kicked him, what do I have to fear given my status? It was you. Not only did you steal Brother Su's award, but you also had the audacity to lay hands on him. Just you wait. I will call the police, and you will obediently await your imprisonment. The arrogant islander incited the ire of all present. Yet, everyone was wary of their privileged status, urging Zhong Hua to retreat. "Zhong Hua, heed my advice. Do not confront them head-on. Zhong Hua, you have a promising future ahead. Do not act foolishly at this juncture. Bow your head and admit your mistake. Refrain from troubling this group in the future, although it may be humiliating to lower one's head in acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Securing Su Yingjie's forgiveness will be the most favorable outcome. Should he choose to report the incident, I shall take it upon myself to do so. Today, neither party shall relent. The matter remains to be seen." He has never encountered such peril throughout his life, and Su Yingjie's sudden outburst instilled a tinge of fear within her. Had it not been for Zhong Hua's timely intervention, she might have suffered serious harm. The ire of a top-tier socialite from the capital knows no bounds, irrespective of whether one hails from the island of curvature or the island of the port. Regarding privileges, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Zhonghai, Zhu Shangxin, observed the entire affair from an upstairs private box, fully aware of the unfolding events. "You wretched girl, just wait. I will report you all to the authorities." Su Yingjie's manager, no longer hesitant, immediately dialed the police in front of everyone. "I am reporting an attempted murder here. Yes, at the Zhonghai Olympic Sports Center. You mainlanders are attempting to kill us, island dwellers." A classic case of the villain crying foul, evoking disgust among all present. The gathering of stars instinctively turned their anxious gazes towards Zhong Hua, with concern etched upon their faces. Only Su Mingjie's bright, eyes sparkled with a hint of derision as she regarded the prone Su Yingjie, feigning death. Following the last Zhong Hua concert, she distinctly recalled Zhong Hua departing in the esteemed Zhong Hua No. 1 vehicle, accompanied by Secretary Yang Weizheng. Zhong Hua evidently serves as the stronghold for this second-generation elite, and a mere island dweller challenging him on his home turf would find no favorable outcome. One must admit, Su Mingzhu possesses quite the foresight. The Zhong Hua Olympic Sports Center falls under the jurisdiction of the Huangpu District Public Security Bureau, and when they received the report, they were astonished to learn that the incident occurred at the venue of the Penguin Music Festival. Secretary Zhu Shangxin personally directed the command, with a squad of armed police on standby. How could such a situation arise? The circumstances were suspicious, prompting Liu Gang, the director of the Huangpu District Public Security Bureau, to lead a team, sirens blaring, to the Olympic Sports Center with utmost urgency. Upon arrival, confronted by a throng of stars, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. These are public figures, and any misstep could easily trigger a media frenzy. He promptly activated his body camera and began to question seriously. Who made the report? It was I. Seeing the police arrive, Su Yingjie's manager seemed to find newfound confidence, growing increasingly brazen. You mainlanders dare to assault us island dwellers? Is there no law left? The situation became even more intricate with the involvement of the island dwellers. Who was assaulted? It is my brother Su, the superstar Su Yingjie. Upon inspecting the injured Su Yingjie on the ground, Liu Gang's expression shifted dramatically. His ribs are broken. Why was he not taken to the hospital immediately? At this point, Liu Gang had already formed a preliminary judgment, regardless of who was right or wrong, given Su Yingjie's severe injuries and his special status as an island dweller. The resolution would undoubtedly lean in his favor. Who struck him? The revelation that Su Yingjie had suffered a broken rib constituted a case of intentional injury. Under Liu Gang's piercing gaze, everyone instinctively stepped aside, leaving Zhong Hua standing alone at the forefront. Was it you who struck him? Observing Liu Gang draw his silver handcuffs, many regarded Zhong Hua with regret. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil, and allowing a moment of anger to lead to violence could very well spell the end of one's illustrious career.